Chapters 1 through 7 of Genesis, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. Genesis, chapters 1 through 7. Chapter 1. By periods, God created that which produced the solar systems, then that which produced the earth. But the earth was unorganized and empty, and darkness covered its convulsed surface, while the breath of God rocked the surface of its waters. God then said, "Let there be light!" And light came. And God gazed upon that beautiful light, and God divided the light from the darkness. And to the light God gave the name of day, and to the darkness he gave the name of night. This was the close and the dawn of the first age. God also said, "Let there be an expanse between the waters, and let it be a division between the waters and the waters." And God made the expanse, and it divided the waters which were below the expanse from the waters which were above the expanse. And that was done. And God named the expanse the heavens. This was the close and the dawn of the second age. God then commanded, "Let the waters below the heavens be collected in one place, and let dry land appear." And that was done. And God named the dry land earth, and the accumulated waters he named seas. And God admired their beauty. God then said, "Let the earth produce seed-bearing vegetation, as well as fruit trees according to their several species, capable of reproduction upon the earth." And that was done. The earth produced the seed-bearing herbage according to every species, as well as the different species of reproductive fruit trees. And God saw that they were good. This was the close and the dawn of the third age. God further said, "Let reflectors appear in the expanse of the heavens, for a division between the day and the night, and let them serve to mark seasons, periods, and years, and let them also illuminate the expanse of the skies, so as to reflect their light upon the earth." And that was done. God had made two large luminaries, the larger one to control the day, and the smaller one to control the night, accompanied by the stars. And God had fixed them in the heavenly expanse, so as to illuminate the earth, to control the day and to control the night, and to mark the division between the light and the darkness. And God saw they were beautiful. This was the close and the dawn of the fourth age. God then said, "Let the waters be swarming with animal life, and let birds fly in the expanse of the skies above the earth." God accordingly produced the monsters of the deep, and the waters swarmed with every species of reptile, and also produced every species of flying bird, and God admired their beauty. And God, in giving them his blessing, said, "Be fruitful and multiply, so as to fill the waters of the deep, and also let the birds multiply upon the earth." This was the close and the dawn of the fifth age. God then said, "Let the earth produce animal life according to its species, in quadrupeds, reptiles, and all wild animals answering to their species." And that was done. God accordingly made the various species of the animals of the earth, as well as the several species of quadrupeds, and all the different species of reptiles, and God admired their beauty. God then said, "Let us make men under our shadow, as our representatives, and subject to them the fish of the waters, and the birds of the sky, and the quadrupeds, as well as the whole of the earth, and every reptile that creeps upon it." So God created men under his own shadow, creating them in the shadow of God, and constituting them male and female. God then gave them his blessing. And God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply so as to fill the earth and subdue it, and rule over the fish of the sea, and the birds of the skies, and over every living animal that moves upon the earth." God also said, See, I have given you for food every fruit and grain-bearing plant upon the surface of the whole earth, as well as fruit and seed-bearing trees and all vegetation, so that they may be food for you, and for every animal of the earth, and for every bird of the skies, and for every reptile upon the earth which possesses the life of animals. And it was done. And God gazed upon all that he had made, and it was very beautiful. Thus the close came, and the dawn came of the sixth age. Chapter 2. Thus the whole host of the heavens as well as the earth were completed, and God rested at the seventh age from all the works which he had made. Therefore God blessed the seventh day and hallowed it, because he then rested from all the work which God had arranged to do. These were the productions for the heavens and the earth during their creation at the period of their organization by the Lord God of both the earth and heavens. And of every plant of the field before it was upon the earth, and every herb of the field before he caused it to grow, even before the ever-living God had scattered them upon the earth, and man existed not to cultivate the earth. A vapor then rose up from the earth, and saturated the whole surface of the ground. The ever-living God afterwards formed man from the dust of the ground, and breathed into his nostrils the life of animals. But man became a life-containing soul. The ever-living God then planted a garden in Eden, in the east, and there he placed the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground the ever-living God caused to grow all the trees that were beautiful and good for food, as well as the tree of lives in the center of the garden, and the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. A lake also sprang up in Eden to supply the garden with water, and from there it divided and became 4 sources. The name of the first is Pishon, and flows along the land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is pure. There are also bdellium and the onyx. And the second river is Gihon. It flows along all the land of Cush. The name of the third river is Hiddekel, which flows through the east of Ashur. And the fourth river is the Phrath. The ever-living God then took the man and placed him in the Garden of Eden for the purpose of cultivating and taking care of it. And the Lord God instructed the man, saying, For food you may eat of the whole of the trees of the garden, but from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, because in the day you eat from it, dying you shall die. The ever-living God also said, It is not good for the man to be in solitude. I will make a comforter to live with him. Therefore the ever-living God, who had formed out of the ground every animal of the field, as well as every bird of the skies, took them to the man to see what he would name them. And whatever the man with the living soul named them, that was their name. So the man gave names to all the quadrupeds, and all the birds of the skies, and to all the wild animals. But it was no comfort for the man to be with them. So the ever-living God threw the man into a stupor, and he slept. And taking one of his ribs, he closed up the flesh in its place. And from the rib which the ever-living God had taken out of the man, he constructed a woman, and brought her to the man. And the man said, This form is bone of my own bone, and flesh of my own flesh. This shall be named woman, because she was taken from man. Man shall therefore leave his father and his mother, and shall unite with his wife, and they shall be one body. And they were naked, the man and his wife, but they were not ashamed. Chapter 3. Now the serpent was more impudent than any of the wild animals of the field which the ever-living God had made. So he asked the woman, Is it true that God has said you may not eat of every tree of the garden? And the woman replied to the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the middle of the garden, God has said, Do not eat of it, and do not even touch it, lest you die. But the serpent answered the woman, You will not die. But God knows that at the time you eat of it, your eyes will then be opened, and you will be like God, acquainted with both good and evil." So the woman, perceiving that the tree was good for food, and beautiful to the eyes, and a tree stimulating to the intellect, she took some of its fruit, and ate it, and gave some to her husband with her, and he also ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they became aware that they were naked. They accordingly joined fig leaves together, and made aprons for themselves. They then heard the sound of the ever-living God moving in the garden in the breeze of the day. And the man and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. But the ever-living God called to the man, saying, "Where are you?" And he replied, "I heard your sound in the garden, and perceiving that I was naked, I hid myself." Then he asked, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten of the tree of which I commanded that you should not eat?" And the man replied, The woman whom you gave to me, she gave me of the tree, and I ate it." "Why did you do that?" the Lord God asked the woman. And the woman answered, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate it." The ever-living God accordingly said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you shall be accursed more than all the cattle, and more than all the wild beasts of the field. You shall crawl upon your belly, and eat dust all the days of your life. I will also cause antagonism between you and the woman, and between your progeny and her progeny. He shall wound your head, and you shall wound his heel." But to the woman he said, "I will increase your sorrows and your joys. You shall give birth to children with pain, but your love shall be for your husband, and he shall rule over you." Then to Adam he said, "Because you have listened to the voice of your wife, and have eaten of the tree of which I commanded you, saying, 'Eat not of it,' I will set the ground apart for your cultivation. In sorrow you shall eat from it every day of your life. It shall grow thorns and briars for you, but you shall have the plants of the field for food. In the sweat of your brow you shall eat bread until you return to the ground from which you were taken. For dust you are, and to the dust you shall return." The man then gave to his wife the name of Eve, because she was the mother of all life. For Adam also and his wife the ever-living God made clothing of skins, and dressed them. The Lord God also said, "Now the man was like one of ourselves, acquainted with both good and evil. Therefore it may be that he will stretch out his hand, and take also of the tree of lives, and eat of it, and live forever." The ever-living God consequently expelled him from the Garden of Eden, in order to cultivate the ground from which he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he stationed at the east of the Garden of Eden the divine watchers, with the flaming sword to guard the path to the tree of lives. Chapter 4. The man afterwards knew Eve his wife, and she conceived and gave birth to Cain, and said, "I have been given a man from the ever-living." She afterwards gave birth to his brother Abel, and Abel became a shepherd of sheep, but Cain was a cultivator of the soil. And during the harvest time Cain brought some of the produce of the ground as an offering to the ever-living. And Abel also brought of the best and the fattest of his sheep. And the Lord looked favorably upon Abel and his offering, but he did not regard Cain and his offering with favor. Cain therefore was very angry, and his countenance fell. Then the ever-living asked Cain, "Why are you angry, and why has your countenance fallen? If you do right, is there not approval? And if you do not do right, sin crouches at the door and awaits you, but you should conquer it." When Cain was afterwards talking with his brother Abel, and they were together in the field, Cain attacked his brother Abel and murdered him. The Lord accordingly asked Cain, "Where is your brother Abel?" But he replied, "I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper?" The ever-living, however, answered, "What have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries to me from the ground. Therefore you are cursed from the ground, which has opened her mouth to take in your brother's blood from your hand. When you cultivate the ground, it shall not yield up its wealth to you. You shall be a wanderer and a vagabond upon the earth." But Cain answered to the Lord, My punishment is heavier than I can bear. Since you drive me today out from off the face of this land, I shall be deprived of your presence, and be a wanderer and a vagabond upon the earth, and whoever meets me will kill me." But the ever-living replied, "Not so. Whoever kills Cain shall be punished sevenfold." Therefore the Lord put a mark upon Cain, so that he might not be attacked by anyone who met him. Cain accordingly went out from the presence of the ever-living, and lived in a land of exile on the eastern side of Eden, where Cain knew his wife. And she conceived and gave birth to Enoch, and he built a village and named it after the name of his son Hanok. And to Hanok there was born Irad. And Irad produced Mehujael, and Mehujael produced Methusael, and Methusael produced Lamech. And Lamech took 2 wives for himself. The name of one was Adah, and the name of the other Zillah. And Adah gave birth to Jabal, who was the originator of tent-dwellers with cattle. And his brother's name was Jubal. He was the originator of all those who play the harp and wind instruments. Zillah also gave birth to Tubal-Cain, the improver of every work in copper and iron. And the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah. And Lamech, addressing his wives, said, "Adah and Zillah, listen to my voice. Wives of Lamech, listen to my speech. For I killed a man who wounded, and a youth who hurt me. If Cain had sevenfold protection, 77 should be that of Lamech." And Adam knew his wife again. She gave birth to a son, and named him Sheth. "For God," she said, "has given me another son in the place of Abel, who was murdered by Cain." And to Sheth a son was born, and he gave him the name of Enosh. Men then began to call upon the name of the ever-living. Chapter 5. This is the birth book of men. From the time that God created men, making them to represent God, constituting them male and female, giving them his blessing, and naming them by the name of mankind upon the day of their creation. Adam, when he was 130 years old, produced a representative of himself, like his own shadow, and gave him the name of Sheth. And the lifetime of Adam after the birth of Sheth was 800 years, during which time sons and daughters were born to him. So the whole lifetime of Adam was 930 years when he died. And Sheth was 105 years old when Enosh was born to him. And Sheth, after the birth of Enosh, lived 807 years, and had sons and daughters born to him. And the whole lifetime of Sheth was 912 years, when he died. And Enosh lived 90 years when Kenan was born to him. And Enosh, after the birth of Kenan, lived 850 years, and had sons and daughters born to him. And all the lifetime of Enosh was 905 years, and he then died. And Kenan lived 70 years when Mahalalel was born to him. And Kenan, after Mahalalel was born to him, lived 830 years, and had sons and daughters born to him. So the whole lifetime of Kenan was 910 years, and he died. And Mahalalel, living until he was 65 years of age, had Jared born to him. And Mahalalel, after the birth of Jared, lived 830 years, and sons and daughters were born to him. And the whole lifetime of Mahalalel was 895 years, when he died. And Jared lived until he was 162 years of age, when Hanok was born to him. And after the birth of Hanok, Jared lived 800 years, and had sons and daughters born to him. And the whole lifetime of Jared was 962 years, and he died. And Hanok lived until the age of 65 years, when Methuselah was born to him. And Hanok walked with God after Methuselah had been born to him 300 years, and sons and daughters were born to him. And the whole lifetime of Hanok was 365 years. And Hanok walked with God, and he did not die, God having taken him to himself. And Methuselah, having lived until he was 187 years of age, had Lamech born to him. And Methuselah, after Lamech had been born to him, lived 782 years, having had sons and daughters born to him. And the whole lifetime of Methuselah was 969 years, and he then died. And Lamech lived until he was 182 years of age, when a son was born to him, to whom he gave the name of Noah, saying, He comforts in our labor, and in the trouble of our hands, upon the land which was denounced by the ever-living. And Lamech, after Noah was born to him, lived until the age of 595 years, sons and daughters being born to him. And the whole lifetime of Lamech was 777 years when he died. And Noah was 500 years old when Shem, Ham, and Japheth were born to him. Chapter 6. But when corrupt men increased upon the surface of the earth, and sons and daughters were born to them, then the sons of God admired the daughters of men who were beautiful, and they took to themselves wives from all they desired. Consequently the ever-living said, My spirit shall not call to man forever, for he is sinful flesh, but they shall have 120 years. The Nephilim were upon the earth in those days, and also afterwards, when the sons of God came to the daughters of men, and they bore to them mighty men, who were men of renown of old. And the ever-living saw that the sin of man increased upon the earth, and that every effort of the thought of his heart was to promote sin every day. And the ever-living sighed for the doings of man upon earth, and it grieved his heart. The Lord therefore said, I will sweep away man whom I created from off the surface of the earth, from man to beast and reptile and birds of the skies, for I regret that I made them. But Noah found favor in the presence of the ever-living. The following are the genealogies from Noah. Noah was a good man. He was upright in his age. Noah walked with God. And Noah had 3 sons given to him, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. But the earth corrupted itself in the presence of God, and the earth was full of crime. And God looked upon the earth and saw its corruption, for all men had corrupted their way upon the earth. So God said to Noah, I decide to cut off all men from my sight, for the earth is full of crime from their presence. I will accordingly sweep them from the earth. Make therefore for yourself an ark of pitch pine. Make the ark with decks, and pitch it inside and outside with pitch. You shall make it thus. It shall be 300 cubits long, 50 cubits wide, and 30 cubits deep. Make a ventilating fan, fixed in a turret of a cubit, high above the upper deck, and connected with that, make an opening in the sides of the ark, on the 2nd and 3rd lower decks. You shall make 2nd and 3rd decks. For I myself will bring a downrush of waters upon the earth, to sweep off all beings possessing the breath of life from under heaven, all that move upon the land. Then I will establish my covenant with you, and you shall go into the ark yourself with your sons and your wife, and your sons' wives along with you. And from every animal of all kinds, 2 of each shall go into the ark to live with you. They shall be male and female, of birds by their species, and of animals by their species, and of reptiles moving in the field by their species. 2 of each shall accompany you, so as to preserve life. And you shall take with you all kinds of food which is eaten, and store it with you, and it shall be provision for yourself and for them. Noah accordingly did all that God commanded him. He accomplished it. Chapter 7. Afterwards the Lord said to Noah, Go yourself and all your household into the ark, for I have seen that you have been righteous in the face of this generation. Take with you of all clean cattle 7, male and female, and of beasts which are unclean 2 of them, a male and a female. Also from birds of the sky 7 male and female, so as to preserve a seed of life upon the surface of the land. Because at the end of 7 days I will pour onto the earth for 40 days and 40 nights, and I will sweep away every creature that I made from off the surface of the ground. And Noah did all that the ever-living instructed him. Noah was 600 years old when the downrush of water came upon the earth. Noah with his children and wife, and the wives of his sons with them, went accordingly into the ark from the face of the waters of the deluge, with the clean cattle and with the unclean cattle, and with the birds and all that crawls upon the field, who came 2 by 2 to the ark, male and female, as God had directed Noah. When the 7 days had passed, then the downrush of water came upon the earth. In the 600th year of the life of Noah, in the 2nd month, on the 17th day of the month, on that day All the depths of the great ocean were heaved up, and the belts in the heavens were broken, and there was a downrush onto the earth for 40 days and 40 nights. At the close of that day, Noah, along with Shem, Ham, and Japheth, sons of Noah, and the wife of Noah, and the 3 wives of Noah's sons along with them, entered the ark. They themselves, and all the animals according to their species, and all the cattle according to their species, and all crawlers upon the earth by their species, and all birds by their species, every bird of every wing. There also came to Noah into the ark, 2 by 2, from all creatures which have animal breath. Thus they came male and female of all creatures, as God had directed them, and the Lord shut him inside. The downrush continued 40 days upon the earth, and the waters swelled and lifted up the ark and raised it from off the land. And the waters overwhelmed and rose greatly upon the earth, and the ark floated upon the surface of the waters. The waters overwhelmed the land, and covered all the hills and mountains which are below the skies. The waters covered the hills 15 cubits. And all animals that moved upon the land expired, with bird and cattle and wild animals, and every insect swarming upon the land, and every man. All which breathed the breath of animals in its nostrils, with all that was in the desert, died. Thus he swept away the whole that he had made upon the surface of the ground, from man to cattle, and reptile, and birds of the skies. Thus he swept them from off the earth. But Noah and those who were with him in the ark remained, and the waters overwhelmed the earth 150 days. The end of chapters 1 through 7 of Genesis. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 8 through 14 of Genesis from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. Genesis, chapters 8 through 14. Chapter 8. But God remembered Noah, and all the animals, and all the cattle which were with him in the ark. Therefore God passed a wind over the earth, and the waters dried, and he restrained the outpourings from the deep, and the belts of the skies, and stopped the torrents from the skies, and stayed the waters from going on to the earth. And so the waters retired, and diminished from the period of 150 days. The ark then rested on the 17th day of the 7th month, upon the peaks of the high hills, and the waters were retreating and subsiding until the 10th month. In the 11th month the tops of the hills appeared. Then at the end of 40 days Noah opened the window which he had made in the ark, and sent out a raven, and it went, wandered, and turned about until the waters dried away from off the earth. Afterwards he sent out a dove from him, to see if the waters had lessened from the surface of the field. But the dove found not a resting place for the sole of her foot. So she returned to him in the ark, for the waters were still on the whole surface of the earth. So he put out his hand and took her, and brought her to him into the ark. He then waited 7 days longer, and again sent out the dove from the ark. And the dove, returning at dusk, carried in her mouth an olive leaf which had been broken off. So Noah then knew that the waters were off the earth. Waiting yet another 7 days, he sent the dove out again, and it did not again return to him. At the end of his 601st year, on the 1st day of the month, the waters dried from off the earth. Noah then loosened the hatches of the ark, and looking out, perceived that the surface of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, the earth was dry. God then spoke to Noah, saying, Go from the ark, yourself, your wife, and your sons wives along with you, all the animals which are with you, of every kind, with bird and cattle, and with every reptile that creeps upon the earth, bring it along with you, and let them breed plentifully on the land, and cover it, and increase over the earth. So Noah went out, and his wife and his sons' wives with him, every animal, every bird, and every reptile creeping upon the land, according to their species, went out from the ark. Noah then built an altar to the ever-living, and took from every clean beast and from every clean bird, and offered burnt offerings upon the altar. And the ever-living perceived pleasant sweet perfume, and the Lord said in his heart, Never again will I curse the ground to the labor of man, although the thought of the heart of man is wickedness from his youth. And never again will I cut off every animal I have made. During the whole existence of the earth, sowing and harvest, and cold and heat, and winter and summer, spring and autumn, and day and night shall continue. Chapter 9. God also blessed Noah and his sons, and said, Be prolific and increase, and fill the earth. And the fear and terror of you shall be upon every animal of the land, and every bird of the sky, with all that swarm upon the ground, and all the fish of the waters. They shall be given into your hand. Every living animal that moves shall be food for you. I have given the whole to you like the green herbage, but the flesh with its life, its blood, you shall not eat. And also the blood of your life I will require. From the hand of every animal I will require it, and from the hand of man, even from the hand of his brother I will require the life of man. Whoever sheds the blood of man, by man his own blood shall be shed, because I made man under the shadow of God. And be prolific yourselves, increase and swarm on the earth, and multiply on it. God also spoke to Noah and to his sons along with him, saying, Now I myself will fix a covenant with you, and your descendants after you, and with every living animal that is with you, with bird and cattle, and with every animal of the earth with you, of all coming out of the ark, and with every wild beast of the earth. I have fixed my covenant with you, that all flesh shall never again be destroyed by a downrush of water, and there shall never again be a downrush to desolate the earth. God also said, This is the attestation of the covenant which I have made between myself and you, and between all animal life which is with you for every generation. I place my rainbow in the clouds, and it shall be for an evidence of the covenant between myself and all the earth. When there is my cloud covering the earth, and the rainbow appears in the cloud, I shall remember my covenant that is between myself and you, and between all animal life, and there shall never again be a downrush of water to sweep away all living. The rainbow shall be in the cloud, and appear as an eternal record of the covenant between God and all animal life existing upon the earth. And God repeated to Noah, This is the covenant which I have settled between myself and all existence which is upon earth. Now the sons of Noah who came out of the ark were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And Ham was the father of Canaan. These three were the sons of Noah, and from these three the whole earth was peopled. Noah then became a farmer, and planted a vineyard, and drinking of the wine he became drunk and was naked in his tent. And Ham, the father of Canaan, saw the nakedness of his father, and reported it to his two brothers outside. Shem and Japheth, however, took a shawl, and spread it on their shoulders, and, going backwards, they covered the nakedness of their father, and their faces were turned away so that they did not see their father's shame. So when Noah woke up from his wine, and knew what his younger son had done to him, he said, Cursed be Canaan! A servant of servants let him be to his brothers. He also exclaimed, The living God bless Shem, and let Canaan be a servant to him. God will extend Japheth, but he will dwell in the tent of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Noah lived after the deluge for 350 years. So all the lifetime of Noah was 950 years when he died. Chapter 10. Now these are the registers of the sons of Noah, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, for they had sons born to them after the deluge. The sons of Japheth, Gomer, Magog, and Madai, and Eon, and Thubal, and Meshech, and Thyras. And the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, and Riphath, and Thogarmah. And the sons of Javan, Eon, Elisha, and Tarshish, Kittim, and the Dodanim. From these they spread themselves over the sea coasts of the countries of the nations, each with their language amongst the Gentile tribes. And the sons of Ham, Cush, and Mizraim, and Phut, and Canaan. And the sons of Cush, Seba, and Havilah, and Sabtah, and Raamah, and Sabteka. And the sons of Raamah, Sheba, and Dedan. To Cush was born Nimrod. Wild beasts began then to infest the earth, so he became a powerful hunter in the presence of the Lord. Therefore it is said, "Like Nimrod, a mighty hunter before the Lord." And the capitals of his kingdoms were Babel, and Erech, and Akkad, and Calneh in the bushland. From that land Ashur proceeded to Assyria, and built Nineveh, and the town of the plains, and Calah, and Resen, between Nineveh and Calah, which is a large city. The Mizraim also produced the Lodim, and Anamim, and Lehabim, and Naphtuhim, and Pathrusim, and Casluhim, from whom sprung the Philistines, and the Caphtorites. And to Canaan were born Zidon, his eldest, and Heth, and the Jebusite, and the Amorite, and the Girgashite, and the Hivite, and the Arkite, and the Sinite, and the Arvadite, and the Zemarite, and the Hamathite. And each spread themselves as the tribes of the Canaanites. And the boundaries of the Canaanites are from Zidon by the valley of Gerar to Gaza, along the valley of Sodom, and Gomorrah, and Admah, and Zeboim to Lashar. These were the sons of Ham, in their tribes and languages, in the regions of the heathen. And Shem, the elder brother of Japheth, also produced. He was the father of all the sons of Heber. The sons of Shem were Elam, and Ashur, and Arphaxad, and Lot, and Aram. And the sons of Aram, Uz, and Hul, and Gether, and Mash. And to Arphaxad was born Shelah, and to Shelah was born Heber. And to Heber were born two sons. The name of the first, Peleg, because in his days the continent was split up. And his brother's name was Joktan. And to Joktan were born Almadad, and Sheleth, and Hazarmaveth, and Jerah, and Hadoram, and Uzal, and Diklah, and Obal, and Abimael, and Sheba, and Ophir, and Havilah, and Jobab. All these were sons of Joktan, and they populated from Mesha, by the valley of Sephar, a mountain of the east. These are the sons of Shem, by their tribes and by their languages in their countries among the heathen. The above were the families of the sons of Noah, and their descendants by tribes. From them they spread themselves amongst the nations on the earth after the flood. Chapter 11. All the country was agreed for settled objects. But some of them marching from the east arrived at a plain in the bushland and halted there. Then each said to his neighbor, "Come, let us set to work making bricks, and see that they are properly burnt, and bricks shall serve us for stone, and petroleum for mortar." So they agreed. "We will build here for ourselves a city and a tower, whose top shall reach the sky. Thus we will make a beacon for ourselves, so that we may not be scattered over all the surface of the country." But a chief came down to inspect the city and the tower which the sons of men had built. And the chief said, "You see, all these people are united in the same purpose, and having begun to do this, they will not be restrained from anything they determine upon. I will go down and frustrate their designs, so that one will not listen to another's proposals." So the chief scattered them over the surface of the whole country, and they abandoned the building of the city. They therefore called its name Babel, because it was there that the chief confused the designs of all the country. Thus from there the Lord scattered them over all the surface of the land. These are the genealogies of Shem. Shem was 100 years old when Arphaxad was born to him 2 years after the deluge. Shem then lived after the birth of Arphaxad 500 years, and had sons and daughters born to him. And Arphaxad lived 35 years, then had Shelah born to him. And Arphaxad lived after the birth of Shelah 443 years, and sons and daughters were born to him. And Shelah lived 30 years when Eber was born to him. And after the birth of Eber, Shelah lived 403 years, and sons and daughters were born to him. And Eber lived 34 years, when Peleg was born to him. Eber lived after the birth of Peleg 430 years, and sons and daughters were born to him. And Peleg lived 30 years, and Reu was born to him. Peleg lived after the birth of Reu 209 years, and sons and daughters were born to him. And Reu lived 32 years, when Serug was born to him. And after the birth of Serug, Reu lived 207 years, and sons and daughters were born to him. And Serug lived 30 years, and Nahor was born to him. Serug lived after the birth of Nachor 200 years, and sons and daughters were born to him. And Nachor lived 29 years, when Terah was born to him. And Nachor lived after the birth of Terah 119 years, and sons and daughters were born to him. And Terah lived 70 years, when Abram, Nahor, and Haran were born to him. Now these are the descendants of Terah. Terah had Abram, Nahor, and Haran born to him, and Haran had Lot born to him. Haran died before Terah his father in his native country, in Ur of the Chaldees. Abram and Nahor then took wives for themselves. The name of the wife of Abram was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, the daughter of Haran, the father of Milcah and father of Iscah. Sarai was sterile and had no child for herself. Terah, however, took Abram his son, and Lot his grandson, the son of Haran, and Sarai his daughter-in-law, the wife of Abram his own son, and departed from Ur of the Chaldees to travel to the land of Canaan, and arriving at Haran, they settled there. The lifetime of Terah was 205 years, and Terah died in Haran. Chapter 12. The ever-living then said to Abram, "Depart from your native land and from the home of your forefathers to the land to which I will direct you. And I will make you a great nation, and I will prosper and ennoble your name, and you shall be a benefactor. And I will bless those who benefit you, and punish those who injure you, and all the nations of mankind shall become benefited from you." So Abram departed as the ever-living had told him, and Lot accompanied him. And Abram was 75 years old at his departure from Haran. Abram also took Sarai his wife, and Lot the son of his brother, and the whole of his property which he possessed, and the slaves which he had acquired in Haran. And he proceeded to travel to the land of Canaan, and he came to the country of Canaan. Then Abram traveled in that country to the village of Shechem, as far as Alon-Moreh, and the Canaanites were still in the land. The ever-living also appeared to Abram, and repeated, "I will give this country to your descendants." So he there built an altar to the ever-living who had appeared to him. Afterwards he removed from there to the hills at the east of Bethel, and pitched his tent with Bethel at the west, and Hai to the east. There he also built an altar to the ever-living, and called upon the name of the ever-living. Then Abram marched on his journey, and proceeded to the south. But a famine occurred in the land, and Abram went down to Egypt to stay there for a time, as the famine was severe in the land. And as they were approaching Egypt, he said to Sarai his wife, "See now, I know you are a fair woman, and it may be that when the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife,' and they may murder me and keep you alive. Say therefore that you are my sister, so that they may show respect to me because of you, and my life may be saved by means of you." And on Abram entering Egypt, the Egyptians noticed that the woman was very fair. The courtiers of the Pharaoh also observed her and sung her praises to Pharaoh. The woman was accordingly taken to Pharaoh's palace. On her account he favored Abram, and presented him with sheep, oxen, asses, slaves, and maids, as well as she-asses and camels. But the ever-living disturbed Pharaoh and his household greatly on account of Sarai, the wife of Abram. So Pharaoh summoned Abram and asked, "Why have you done this to me? Why did you not inform me that she was your wife? Why did you say, 'She is my sister'? For I might have secured her as a wife for myself. But now take your wife and go." And Pharaoh ordered his men about him, and they sent him away, and his wife, and all that he had along with him. Chapter 13. So Abram went up from Egypt with his wife and all he possessed, and Lot accompanied him to the southern pastures. And Abram was very rich in cattle, silver, and gold. Afterwards he marched from the south towards Beth-el, to the place where his tent had at first been pitched, between Bethel and Hai, to the place where he had formerly built an altar, and there Abram called upon the name of the ever-living. Lot also, who journeyed with Abram, possessed sheep, cattle, and camp followers, so that the land could not support them living together, for their flocks were so great that they could not live together. A dispute accordingly took place between Abram's shepherds and Lot's shepherds, and the Canaanite and the Perizzite, who inhabited the land. So Abram said to Lot, "Let there be no quarrel between me and you, or between my shepherds and your shepherds, for we are both of us brothers. Is not all the country before you? I ask you to separate yourself from me. If you take to the left, then I will take to the right. If to the right, I will go to the left." Lot therefore looked up, and observed all the district of the Jordan, that it was everywhere well watered. Before the Lord swept away Sodom and Gomorrah, it was like a garden of the Lord from the land of Egypt to the valley of Zoar. So the whole plain of the Jordan pleased him, and Lot marched to the east, and they separated from each other. Abram accordingly remained in the land of Canaan, and Lot remained in the villages of the plain, but resided at Sodom. The men of Sodom, however, were very wicked and sinful in the presence of the ever-living. The ever-living said to Abram, after Lot separated from him, "Look upward, and from the place where you are, take a view northward and southward, and eastward and westward. For all the land which you see, I will give to you and to your race forever. I will also make your race like the dust of the earth, so that if a man is able to count the dust of the earth, then he can number your race. Arise and march through the land, inspect both its length and its breadth, for I will give it to you." So Abram struck his camp, and came and settled in the oak woods of Mamre, which is near Hebron, and there he built an altar to the ever-living. Chapter 14. It was now in the reign of Amraphel, king of Shinar, Arioch, king of Elasar, Chedorlaomer, king of Elam, and Tidal, king of the Gentiles. And they waged war with Bera, king of Sodom, and with Bersha, king of Gomorrah, Shenab, king of Admah, and Shemeber, king of Zeboyim, and King Bela of Zoar. All these were defeated in the valley of Siddim, now known as the Salt Sea. They served Chedorlaomer for 12 years, but in the 13th year they rebelled. Accordingly, in the 14th year, Chedorlaomer and his allied kings defeated the Rephaim at Ashtaroth's Horn, and the Zuzim at Ham along with them, and the Emim at the Devil's Horns, and the Horites in the mountains of Seir, as far as the pastures which adjoin the desert. They then returned and came to the well of justice, and conquered all the plains of Amalekites, and also the Amorites who inhabited the palm groves. The king of Sodom accordingly went out with the king of Gomorrah, and the king of Admah, and the king of Zeboyim, and King Bela of Zoar. And they commenced hostilities in the valley of Siddim with Chedorlaomer king of Elam, and Tidal king of the Gentiles, and Amraphel king of Shinar, and Arioch king of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. The valley of Siddim, however, was full of petroleum pits, and the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah took flight and fell there. And the hillmen pursued, and seized all the wealth of Sodom and Gomorrah, and the whole of their stores, and marched off. They also took Lot, the nephew of Abram, and his catels when they marched, for he resided in Sodom. A fugitive then came and reported to Abram the colonist, who had settled at the oak woods of Mamre, the Amorite, the brother of Ashcol, and brother of Aner, who were confederate chiefs with Abram. When Abram heard that they had taken captive his relative, he then mustered the trained youths of his own family, to the number of 318, and pursued to punish them, and overtook them in the night time. And he and his followers defeated and pursued them to Hobah, which is on the north of Damascus. And he recovered all the property, as well as Lot his relative and his property, together with the men and the people. The king of Sodom then met him to congratulate him after his return from defeating Chedorlaomer and the kings who were with him at the Devil's Valley. Melchizedek, also king of Salem, came out to them with wine, and he was a priest of Almighty God. And he gave him his blessing and said, "Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, bless Abram, and you thank the Most High who gave your enemies into your hand." He then gave to him 1/10 of all the spoil. The king of Sodom also said to Abram, "You have given me my life, so take all the wealth to yourself." But Abram replied to the king of Sodom, "I have lifted my hand to the ever-living God Almighty, the maker of heaven and earth, against taking even a shoestring, or from taking anything that is yours, so that you may not say, 'I have made Abram rich,' except what the soldiers have eaten and the share of the men who came with me, Aner, Ashcol, and Mamre. Allow them to take their share." The end of chapters 8 through 14 of the book of Genesis. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 15 through 21 of the book of Genesis from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Genesis, chapters 15 through 21. Chapter 15. It was after these events that the ever-living spoke to Abram in a vision, saying, "Be not afraid, Abram. I am your shield, your abundant reward. I will greatly enrich you." But Abram replied, "Mighty God, why should you give to me when I go childless? And the possessor of my house will be Eliezer of Damascus." And Abram continued, "Look at me. You have not given me offspring, so that the steward of my house will become my heir." But the ever-living answered him, saying, "That man shall not be your heir, but one who shall owe his birth to yourself shall become your heir." Then he took him to the open, and said, "Look up at the sky and count the stars, if you are able to count them," telling him also, "Thus shall your race be." And Abram believed in the ever-living, and it was repaid to him in righteousness. He also said to him, "I am the ever-living who brought you from Ur of the Chaldees to give you this land as an inheritance." But he replied, "Mighty Lord, how am I to know that I shall inherit it?" Who answered him, "Select for me a 3-year-old heifer, a 3-year-old goat, a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon." Taking all these, he split them in the middle, and placed each part opposite its neighbor, but he did not split the birds. Then the kites descended upon the carcasses, but Abram drove them away. And when the sun was sinking, a stupor fell upon Abram, and also a great and terrible darkness oppressed him. He then said to Abram, "Know this, and be assured that your race will be foreigners in a land not their own, and they shall enslave them and oppress them for 400 years. The nation which enslaves them, however, I will punish, and after that I will bring them out with great wealth. But you shall go to your forefathers in peace. You shall be buried with beautiful gray hairs. And in several generations they shall return here, when the sins of the Amorites will be complete." After the sunset, followed by thick darkness, a bright cloud appeared, a blazing fire which passed between the pieces. At the same time the ever-living made a covenant with Abram, saying, "I will give this country to your race, from the river of Egypt to the great river Euphrates, the Kenite, the Kenizzite, the Cadmonite, the Hittite, and the Perizzite, and the Rephaim, and the Amorite, and the Canaanite, and the Girgashite, and the Jebusite." Chapter 16. Sarai, Abram's wife, had given him no children, but she had an Egyptian maid named Hagar. So Sarai said to Abram, "See now, the ever-living has kept me childless. Therefore go to my maid. Perhaps she will have a son for me." And Abram listened to the voice of Sarai. Therefore Sarai, the wife of Abram, took Hagar the Egyptian maid at the end of the 10th year of Abram's residence in the land of Canaan, and gave her to Abram her husband as a wife. So he went to Hagar, and she conceived. When she saw that she had conceived, her mistress was despicable in her eyes. Then Sarai said to Abram, "My wrong came from you. I gave my maid to you as wife, and she sees that she has conceived, and I am despicable in her eyes. Let the ever-living decide between me and you." Abram answered Sarai, "Well, your maid is under your hand. Do to her whatever you consider right." So Sarai persecuted her, and she fled from her presence. A messenger of the ever-living met her, however, at the well of waters in the desert, at the well by the road to the wall, and asked, "Hagar, servant of Sarai, where are you going, and what are you weeping for?" And she answered, "I am fleeing from the hand of Sarai, my mistress." But the messenger of the ever-living said, "Return to your mistress, and submit yourself to her."
The ever-living's messenger further said to her, I will greatly increase your race, so that they cannot be numbered for multitude. The ever-living's messenger also continued, You are now with child, and you will give birth to a son, and you must call his name Ishmael, for God heard your sorrow. And he shall be a free man, his hand shall be with every man, and the hand of every man with him, and he shall stand up in the presence of all his brothers. She accordingly called the name of the ever-living who spoke to her. You are the God I saw. I can say this, for I have lived after he appeared to me. So the well was named, the Well of the Vision of Life. It is situated between Kadesh and Bered. And Hagar gave birth to a son to Abram, and Abram called the name of his son by her, Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Hagar gave birth to Ishmael to Abram. Chapter 17. When Abram was 96 years old, the ever-living revealed again to Abram, and said to him, I am God Almighty. Walk before me and be perfect. And I will make a covenant between myself and you, and I will increase you very, very greatly. Abram then fell on his face, and God spoke to him, saying, I now make a covenant with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. So your name shall be Abraham, for you shall be the father of many nations. And I will make you very fruitful, and I will make nations and kingdoms proceed from you. I will also establish my covenant between myself and you, and with your descendants after you from generation to generation forever, to be a God to you and your race after you. I will also give to you and your race this country where you are a foreigner, the whole land of Canaan for a possession forever, and I will be their God. God also repeated to Abraham, Now this is the covenant which you shall keep, as well as your race after you in their generations. This is the covenant which you shall keep between myself and you and your race after you. Circumcise every male of them, and they shall be circumcised in the foreskin of the body, for an attestation of the covenant between myself and them. And upon the 8th day every male shall be circumcised in their generations, whether born of the family or purchased for money, although he is not of your race. Whoever is the child of your own family, or bought for money, shall be circumcised. And it is my covenant in your body as an everlasting bond. But the degraded male who has not been circumcised shall then become separated from my people, because he has broken the covenant. God further said to Abraham, Sarai your wife shall no more be called by the name of Sarai, for Sarah shall be her name. And I will bless her, and also give you a son from her, and she shall become the mother of nations, and of kings of peoples. Then Abraham fell upon his face, and laughed, and said in his heart, When I am 100 years old, and will Sarah also, when 90 years of age, have children? Then Abraham said to God, I wish that Ishmael might live in your favor. And God replied, Feeble Sarah, your wife, shall give you a son, and you shall call his name Isaac. And I will fix my covenant with him as an everlasting covenant for his race after him. And for Ishmael I have also heard you. My blessing will be with him, and I will cause him to prosper and extend him very greatly. He shall beget 12 princes, and I will grant him to become a great nation. But that other is the covenant I will fix with Isaac, whom Sarah your wife will bear about this time next year. Then he ceased to converse with him, and the divine messenger went up from Abraham. Abraham accordingly took his son Ishmael, and all who were born in his family, and all bought with his money, every male of the people of the household of Abraham, and circumcised the foreskin of their bodies on that very day which God spoke to him. And Abraham was 99 years old when he was circumcised in the foreskin of the body. Ishmael also was 13 years of age when he was circumcised in the foreskin of his body. On the very same day Abraham and his son Ishmael were circumcised. All the men born in his house, or bought with his money, and foreigners, were circumcised with him. Chapter 18. The Lord again revealed to him at the oak woods of Mamre, when he sat at the door of his tent in the heat of the day. Then he raised his eyes and looked, and saw 3 men standing opposite to him. And he looked and called to them from the door of his tent, and bowing to the ground, said, My masters, if now I have found favor in your eyes, will you not come in to your servant? Take a little water and wash your feet, and rest under the wood, and take a bit of bread and refresh your heart, and afterwards proceed. Perhaps for this you passed near your servant? And they replied, Do as you have said. Abraham then hastened into his tent to Sarah, and said, Hasten with 3 measures of fine flour, knead it, and make cakes. Abraham also ran to the fold, and took a fine fat calf, and gave it to a youth, who at once dressed it. Then he took cheese and milk, and the calf which he had dressed, and placed before them. And he stood opposite them under the trees while they were eating. They afterwards asked him, Where is Sarah your wife? And he replied, She is in the tent. They then said, I will restore you as at the period of youth, and there shall come a son from Sarah your wife. And Sarah heard it at the door of the tent where she was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old, advanced in years, and feeble. It was not with Sarah as women are. So Sarah laughed in her apartment, saying, After I am wasted, will there be pleasure for me, even when my master is old? The Lord consequently said to Abraham, Why did Sarah laugh, saying, Shall I suckle a child when I am old? Is it a great thing for the ever-living to say, At such a time I will return to you the period of youth, and give a son to Sarah? But Sarah denied, replying, I did not laugh, for she was afraid. He, however, answered, Yes, you did laugh. The men then departed from there, and faced towards Sodom, and Abraham walked with them to converse. Then the Lord said, Shall I conceal from Abraham what I am about to do? When Abraham is to become a great and mighty nation, and every nation of the earth to be blessed through him? For I have instructed him in order that he may command his sons, and the sons of his house after him, that they must keep to the path of the ever-living, and do right and justice, so that the ever-living may cause to come upon Abraham what he has promised to him. So the Lord continued, Sodom and Gomorrah shriek, for their sins are many and are very grievous. I have therefore come down, and I will see what causes the shrieks that have come to me. Have they full cause? If not, I will know. So the men turned from there and went toward Sodom. But Abraham stood firm in the presence of the Lord. And Abraham approached and said, Will you destroy the just along with the wicked? If there are 50 just persons within the city, will you destroy it, and not raise your hand from the place because of the 50 just persons that are within it? Far be it from you to do as you have said, thus to kill the just with the wicked, and to make the just and the wicked alike. It is far from you. Will not the judge of the whole earth do justice? The Lord accordingly answered, If I find 50 just men in the whole city of Sodom, then I will for their sakes take off my hand from all the place. Then Abraham answered and said, See now, I began to speak to my Lord, although I am but dust and ashes. If there should want 5 just persons of the 50, will you sweep away the whole city for want of 5? And he answered, I will not sweep it away if I find there 45. But he continued still to speak to him, and said, If there are found 40 there? He replied, I will not do it for the sake of the 40. Still, he said, let not my Lord be angry now, and I will speak. If 30 are found there? And he answered, I will not do it if I find 30. He continued, however, See now, I will dare to speak to my Lord, if there are found 20 there? And he answered, I will not destroy it for the sake of the 20. He then said, Let not my Lord be angry now, and I will speak once more. If 10 are found there? And he replied, I will not destroy it for the sake of the 10. Then the Lord went to do what he had told to Abraham, and Abraham returned to his own place. Chapter 19. And 2 of the messengers came to Sodom at evening, when Lot was sitting at the gate of Sodom. And Lot saw and rose to invite them, and bowed his face to the ground, and said, See now, my good sirs, turn aside to the house of your servant, and rest yourselves, and wash your feet, and quench your thirst, and you can then proceed on your journey. But they replied, No, for we must go further. Then he pressed them much, so they turned with him and came to his house. And he made them a repast with unleavened cakes, and they partook of them. It was not yet time for sleep, when the men of the city, the men of Sodom, surrounded the house, from youths to old men, in fact all the people of the neighborhood, and called out to Lot and said to him, Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, that we may ravish them. Lot, however, went out to them to the porch, and the doors were closed behind him. And he said, My friends, do not commit such wickedness. Look now, I have 2 virgin daughters. I will bring them to you, and you can do to them whatever you like. Only to these men do not such a thing, for as a protection from it, they came to the shelter of my roof. But they replied, Be off with that! This fellow came here a foreigner, and he dictates decisions. Now it shall be worse for you than for them. Then they rushed to the man Lot with a vengeance, and attempted to break the gates. But the men put out their hands, and brought Lot to themselves into the house, and closed the gates. And they struck the men in front of the house with blindness, from the youngest to the oldest, so that they could not find the doorway. Then the men said to Lot, Now, who is with you here, relative, or son, or daughter, or any one that you have in this city? Let them go out from this place, for we shall destroy this place. For its great shriek has come before the ever-living, and the ever-living has sent us to destroy it. Lot therefore went out and spoke to his relatives, to the husbands of his daughters, and said, Come, let us go out from this place, for the ever-living will destroy the city. But he was considered a fool in the eyes of his relatives. So when dawn arrived, the messenger said to Lot, Get up, take your wife and your 2 daughters, and go out, for the crimes of this city are completed. But he hesitated. So the men seized hold of his hand, and the hand of his wife, and the hands of his 2 daughters, from the pity of the Lord towards him, and brought them out, and placed them outside the city. And when they had brought them out, they then said, Fly for your life! Look not behind you, and delay not in all the plain. Take flight to the mountains. Take yourself there. But Lot answered them, Oh, my lords, let now your servant find favor in your sight, and increase the kindness which you have done to me, to enliven my soul. For I am not able to escape to the hills before the disaster will overtake me, and I shall die. See now this city. It is easy to escape there. In a little time I can escape to there. Is it not a trifle? And my life will be preserved. So one replied to him, Yes, I will accept your presents. Also for this thing, I will not destroy this town on behalf of which you have spoken. Be quick to escape there, for I am not able to do the thing until you arrive there. He accordingly called the name of that place Zoar. The sun had risen above the land when Lot entered Zoar. The ever-living then rained upon Sodom and upon Gomorrah lightning and fire from the ever-living from the skies, and overwhelmed those towns, them and all the plain, and all the inhabitants of the towns, and the produce of the land. But his wife looked back, and was transformed into a pillar of salt. And when Abraham went in the morning to the place where he stood before the Lord, and looked out towards Sodom and Gomorrah, and towards all the land of the plain, he saw and perceived a stench and smoke rise up from the country, like the smoke from a furnace. Thus it was that God destroyed the cities of the plain. But God remembered Abraham, and sent Lot beyond the reach of the destruction with which he destroyed those towns where Lot lived. And Lot went up from Zoar, and settled in the hills along with his 2 daughters, for he was afraid to stay in Zoar. So he lived in a cave along with his 2 daughters. And the elder said to the younger, Our father grows old, and there is not a man in the country to come to us as others do all the world over. Come on, let us make our father drunk with wine, and cohabit with him, and it may be that we shall have children by our father. So they made their father drunk with wine that night, and the elder went and lay with her father, but he was not aware of the fact when she lay down or rose up. It was some time afterwards that the elder said to the younger, See, I went with my father the other night.
Let us make him drunk with wine also tonight, and you can go and lie with him, and it may be you will have children by your father."
So they made their father drunk also that night with wine, and the younger rose and went with him, and he knew not when she lay down or when she rose up. Thus both of the daughters of Lot conceived from their father. Then the elder gave birth to a son, and she called his name Moab. He was the ancestor of Moab of today. And the younger also gave birth to a son, and she called his name Ben-Ami. He was the ancestor of Ammon of today. Chapter 20. Abraham then removed quietly from there landward, and settled between Kadesh and the wall, and resided in Gerar. And as Abraham said of Sarah his wife, "She is my sister," Abimelech the king of Gerar sent and took Sarah. God, however, came to Abimelech in a dream at night and said, "Beware of death because of this woman whom you have taken, for she is a man's wife." But Abimelech had not made advances to her, so he replied, "My lord, would you kill a just person? Has not this man said to me, 'She is my sister'? And did not she herself say to me, 'He is my brother'? In the honesty of my heart and the innocence of my hand I have done this." Then God said to him in a dream, "I also know that in the honesty of your heart you have done this, so I restrained you. I also warned you from sin against me, therefore I did not permit you to approach her. So now return the woman to her husband, for he is a great teacher, and will intercede for you. But if you do not return her, know that you shall certainly die, and all that you have." When Abimelech awoke in the morning, he called his ministers, and related in their hearing the whole of these events, and the men were greatly afraid. Abimelech consequently called Abraham and asked him, "What have you done to us? And what have I sinned against you, that you have brought on me and my kingdom this great danger for acts they have not done? You have done us a wrong." And Abimelech continued to Abraham, "What have you seen that you have done this thing?" But Abraham replied, "I said that perhaps there is no fear of God in this place, and they will kill me on account of my wife. And indeed she is my sister, the daughter-in-law of my father, but not of my mother, and she was given to me for a wife. But when God caused me to be a wanderer from my father's house, then I said to her, 'This is the kindness which you shall show to me in every place where we come. Say I am your brother.'" Abimelech, however, took sheep, oxen, slaves, and girls, and gave to Abraham, and he returned Sarah his wife to him. And Abimelech said, "See, my country is before you. Stay wherever it is good for your eyes." While to Sarah he said, "I have given 1,000 gifts to this brother of yours, for he must be a covering of the eyes to all who are with you, and to all who meet you." Then Abraham appealed for Abimelech to God, and God made the wives of Abimelech fruitful, and his servants as well, and they gave birth to children, because the ever-living had sterilized those of the household of Abimelech on account of Sarah, the wife of Abraham. Chapter 21. The ever-living afterwards effected with Sarah what he had promised, and the Lord did for Sarah that which he had said. And Sarah conceiving gave birth to a son to Abraham in his old age, in the way that God had promised him. Abraham accordingly gave the son born to him by Sarah the name of Isaac, and Abraham circumcised Isaac on the 8th day, as God had instructed him. And Abraham was then 100 years old when his son Isaac was born to him. Sarah then said, "God has made a delight for me, for he has heard my laugh to him. All who hear will laugh with me." And she continued, "For Abraham I am a flowing brook. He has made me suckle children, for I have borne a son to his age." When the lad grew and was weaned, Abraham celebrated the weaning of Isaac with a great feast. Sarah also saw the son which Hagar the Egyptian had borne to Abraham, playing, and said to Abraham, "Drive out my maid and her son, for the son of this slave shall not be an inheritor with my son Isaac." But in Abraham's view this speech was very bad in regard to his son. But God said to Abraham, "Let it not be disheartening in your sight. Do all that Sarah has said against the lad, and against his mother. Listen to what she says, for from Isaac I will nominate an heir to you, and also from the son of your second wife I will found a great nation, for he is your heir." Abraham accordingly rose up at dawn, and taking bread and a skin of water, he placed them on the shoulder of Hagar and the lads, and sent her away. And she went and wandered in the desert of Beersheba. When the water in the skin was exhausted, however, she placed the lad under a bush, and went and seated herself on the other side. For she said, "I shall not then see the lad's death." So she rested on the other side, and she raised her voice and wept. God then heard the voice of the youth, and a messenger of God called from the sky to Hagar, and said to her, "What, Hagar, is the matter? Be not afraid, for God has heard the voice of the lad from where he is. Arise, take the lad and support him, for I will make from him a great nation." Then God opened her eyes, and she saw a spring of water, and she gave the lad a drink. Thus God gave life to the lad, and he grew, and dwelt in the desert, and became a mighty archer, and settled in the desert of Paran, and she took a wife for him from the land of Egypt. It was about this time that Abimelech and Phicol the commander of his army addressed Abraham, saying, "God is with you in all that you do. So now take an oath to me before God that you may not deceive, and to my children and posterity that the kindness which I have shown to you, you will show to me, and to the land where you have been a foreigner." And Abraham replied, "I will take the oath." Abraham then reproved Abimelech about the affair of the well of water, which the servants of Abimelech had stolen. Then Abimelech answered, "I did not myself know of that matter, and neither did you report it to me, and I never heard it until today." Abraham then took sheep and oxen and gave to Abimelech, and the two entered into a treaty. Abimelech then asked Abraham, "What are these 7 lambs for which you have put by themselves?" "You take these 7 lambs from my hand," he answered, "that they may be an evidence for me that I dug this well." They accordingly called that place the Well of the Oath, and he entered into a treaty at the Well of the Oath, with both Abimelech and Phicol, the commander of his army. Then they returned to the land of the Philistines. They also planted tamarisk trees by the Well of the Oath, and called there on the name of the ever-living eternal God. So Abraham remained in the land of the Philistines for many days. The end of chapters 15 through 21 of the book of Genesis. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 22 through 28 of the book of Genesis from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Genesis, chapters 22 through 28. Chapter 22. After these events, God tried Abraham and said to him, "Abraham!" And he said, "I am here." Then he said, "Take your son, your peculiar one whom you love, Isaac, and go to the land of vision, and offer him there as a burnt offering upon one of the hills which I will point out to you." When Abraham woke in the morning, he saddled his ass, and took 2 youths along with him, and Isaac his son, and split up wood for a sacrifice. And they rose up and went to the place which God had told him. On the 3rd day Abraham looked up and saw the spot some distance off. Then Abraham said to his attendants, "Stay here by yourselves with the ass, and the lad and I will go and worship, and will then return to you." Abraham accordingly took the wood for the sacrifice, and placed it upon Isaac his son, and took in his own hand the fire and the knife, and the 2 went together. Isaac then said to Abraham his father, "My father?" And he replied, "I am here, my son." "There is fire and wood," he said, "but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" "God," answered Abraham, "will provide a lamb for himself for a burnt offering, my son." So they went on together. When they came to the place that God had commanded him, Abraham built an altar and arranged the wood, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him upon the altar, upon the top of the wood. Then Abraham stretched out his hand, and took the knife to slaughter his son. But a messenger from the ever-living called to him from the skies, and said, Abraham! Abraham! And he replied, I am here. Stretch not your hand against the young man, he said, nor do to him what you intended, for now I know that you reverence God, and would not withhold from me your son, your special one. Abraham then looked up and saw a goat caught in a bush by its horns. So Abraham went and took the goat, and offered it as a burnt offering instead of his son. Abraham therefore called the name of that place Jehovah-Ireh. Then the messenger of the ever-living called again to Abraham from the skies, and said to him, I promise, the Lord declares, that because you have done this thing, and not held back your special son, that when blessing I will bless you, and when increasing I will increase your race as the stars of the skies, and like the sand upon the seashore, and your race shall possess the gates of its enemies, and I will benefit all the nations of the earth through your heir, because you have listened to my voice. Abraham afterwards returned to his attendants, and they rose up and went back to the well of the oath. After these events a message was delivered to Abraham. Your sister Milcah has given birth to children to Nahor your brother, Uz and his brother Buz, and Kemuel the father of Aram, and Kesed, and Hazo, and Kildash, and Zidlaph, and Bethuel. And Bethuel has produced Rebekah. These 8 Milcah has borne to Nahor your brother, and his second wife, whose name is Reumah, she also has given birth to Tabach, and Gaham, and Thahash, and Maachah. Chapter 23. Now the life of Sarah was 127 years, the whole of the life of Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiriath Arba, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn and lament for Sarah. Then Abraham rose up from the presence of his dead, and spoke to the sons of Heth, saying, I am a foreigner and wanderer with you. Give me the possession of a grave among you, and I can bury my dead from my sight. And the sons of Heth replied to Abraham, We listen to my lord, who stands like a god among us. Choose from our tombs a grave for your dead. None of us will deny his tomb to you, where you can bury your dead. Then Abraham rose up and bowed to the people of the land, to the sons of Heth, and addressed them, saying, If it is in your minds to let my dead be buried from my sight, listen to me, and apply for me to Ephron, the son of Zohar, and let him sell to me the cave of Machpelah, which is within the boundaries of his land. He shall sell it to me for full value as a tomb possessed among you. Now Ephron resided among the sons of Heth, and Ephron spoke after Abraham in the hearing of the sons of Heth, to all who came to the gates of the town, saying, No, my lord, listen to me. I give you the field and the cave that is in it. I give it to you in the presence of the sons of my people. I give it to you as a grave to bury your dead. Then Abraham bowed to the people of the land, and addressed Ephron in the hearing of the people of the land, saying, Nay, if you are disposed to listen to me, I will pay you money for the field. So accept it from me, and I will bury my dead there. Then Ephron, in reply to Abraham, said, My lord, listen to me. For 400 shekels of money between me and you, the land is yours, and you can bury your dead. So Abraham listened to Ephron, and Abraham weighed to Ephron the money which he had agreed upon in the sight of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of silver currency. Thus he bought the field of Ephron that is in Machpelah, which is opposite Mamre, the field and the cave which is in it, and all the trees which were in the field, with all the hedge around it. Thus Abraham bought it in the presence of the sons of Heth, of all who came to the gate of the town. And after that Abraham buried Sarah his wife in the cave of the field of Machpelah, opposite Mamre, in the land of Canaan. And the field with the cave in it was acquired by Abraham for a burial ground from the sons of Heth. Chapter 24. Abraham, however, grew old and advanced in years, and the Lord had prospered Abraham in everything. Then Abraham said to his servant, the chief of his household and steward over all he had, I wish you to put your hand under my thigh and take an oath to me by the ever-living, the God of heaven and the God of the earth, that you will not take a wife for my son from the Canaanites, among whom I reside, but that you will go to my old family and take a wife for my son Isaac. But the servant asked him, If a woman does not desire to come along with me to this country, shall I return and take your son to the land from which you came? When Abraham, in reply to him, said, Be careful not to take my son there. The ever-living, the God of heaven, who took me from my father's home and from the land of my birth, and who spoke to me and also took oath to me, saying, I will give this country to your race. He will send his messenger before you, and you will bring a wife for my son from there. But if a woman does not desire to come along with you, then you shall be free from this oath, except that you must never take my son there. Abraham's servant accordingly put his hand under the thigh of his master, and took an oath to him upon this matter. The servant afterwards took 10 camels of his master, and plenty of his master's wealth in his hand, and rose up and went to Aram between the rivers, to the town of Nahor. And he knelt the camels outside the town at the well of water in the evening, at the time when they came out to draw water, and prayed, Ever-living God of my master Abraham, turn now your face today, and do a kindness to my master Abraham. I am here encamped at the spring of water, and the daughters of the men of the town will come out to draw water. So let it be that when the girl to whom I say, Hand me your jar, and I will drink, if she replies, Drink, and I will also give drink to your camels, let your servant take her to Isaac, for by that I shall know that you will do a kindness to my master. And so it happened, as he was coming to the end of his prayer, that Rebekah, who was the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, wife of Nahor, the brother of Abraham, came out with a bucket upon her shoulder. And the girl was very beautiful to look upon, a maiden who had no sweetheart. And she ran to the well, filled her bucket, and drew it up. The steward was delighted, and spoke to her, and said, Will you give me a drink of a little of the water from your bucket? Drink, sir, was her reply, and she tripped on, and lowered her bucket to her hand, and gave him a drink. When she had given him a drink, she added, And now I will draw for your camels, that they may all have a drink. Then she ran and carried her bucket to the spring, and dipped it into the well to draw, and she drew for all the camels. The man watched her silently to know whether or not the ever-living had granted prosperity to his journey. And when she had watered all the camels, then the man took a brooch of gold of 1/2 shekel, and placed on her arms 2 bracelets of rich gold of 1 shekel, and said, My girl, will you now ask the men of your father's house for a place for us to lodge in? And she answered him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, whom she had to Nahor. And she continued, We have plenty of straw and fodder, and room enough for you to lodge. Then the man bowed and thanked the ever-living, and said, Thank the ever-living God of my master Abraham, who has not forgotten his goodness and truth to my master, for the ever-living has led me to the house of the brother of my master. And the girl ran and reported to the house of her mother, as it is here related, and to Rebekah's brother, whose name was Laban. Then Laban rose to go to the man who rested near the well, when he saw the brooches and the bracelets on the hands of his sister, and heard the words of Rebekah his sister, That the man said this to me. He went to the man, who remained by the well with his camels, and said, Come in, you blessed of the Lord. Why do you stand outside when I offer you the house and a stable for your camels? Then the man entered his house, and he unloaded the camels, and gave straw and fodder to the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the feet of the young men who were with him. He also placed food before them. But he replied, I will not eat until I have delivered my message. Speak, he said. I am the servant of Abraham, he answered,
And the ever-living has prospered my master very greatly, and has given to him sheep and oxen, and silver and gold, and men and women servants, camels and asses. Sarah also, my master's wife, had a son to my master, a son in his old age, and he will give him all he has. Now my master has pledged me to say, Take not a wife for my son from the daughters of the Canaanites among whom I reside in their land, but go instead to the home of my father, and choose a wife for my son from among my own family. I replied to my master, Perhaps the woman will not come with me. Then he said to me, The ever-living, who has caused me to walk in his presence, will send his messenger along with you, and he will guide you in your path, so as to secure a wife for my son from among the children of my own tribe, and from the home of my father. So take an oath to me that you will go to my tribe, and if they will not give to you, you shall be free from your oath to me. And I came today to the well and said, Lord, the God of my master Abraham, if it pleases you, point me to the path that I should follow. See, I have arrived at this well of water. So let it be that when a young girl comes to draw, when I say to her, Give me a little water from your bucket, and she answers to me, Drink yourself, and I will also draw for the camels, she shall be the wife the Lord will grant to the son of my master. This speech had not come to an end on my lips, when Rebekah approached with her bucket upon her shoulder, and she dropped it into the well and drew. Then I said to her, Pray, give me a drink. And she quickly lowered the bucket from off her and said, Drink, and I will also water your camels. So I drank, and she watered the camels as well. Then I inquired of her and asked, My girl, who are you? And she replied, The daughter of Bethuel, the son of Nahor, whom Milcah had to him. So I placed the brooches on her brow and the bracelets upon her hands. Then I bowed to the Lord and worshipped and thanked the ever-living God of my master Abraham, who had been kind to me, leading me in the right way to the house of the brother of my master for his son. And now, if it is your will to show kindness and truth to my master, inform me, and if not, tell me so, and I will turn to the right or to the left. Then Laban and Bethuel answered and said, This has proceeded from the Lord. We are not able to say to you either good or ill. See, Rebekah is before you. Take her and go, and she shall be a wife to the son of your master, as the ever-living has directed. And when Abraham's steward heard their words, he bowed to the ground to the Lord. The steward also brought out ornaments of silver and ornaments of gold and clothing, and put them upon Rebekah, and gave treasures to her brother and mother. Then they ate and drank, he and the men with him, and rested. And rising in the morning, he said, I will now return to my master. The brother and mother, however, said, Let the girl remain with us a day or two. After that she shall go. He, however, replied, If she will not go with me, then the Lord will prosper the way of return, and I will go back to my master. Then they said, Let the girl be called, and ask her own self. So they called Rebekah and asked her, Will you go with this man? I will go, was her reply. They therefore sent off Rebekah their sister with her nurse, and the steward of Abraham and his attendants. And they gave Rebekah their blessing, and said to her, You are our sister. Increase to thousands, and may your descendants possess the gate of their enemies. Then they lifted Rebekah and her attendants, and placed them upon camels, and they rode after the man. Thus the steward took Rebekah, and departed. Now Isaac was traveling towards the well of vision, for he resided in the south country, and he had come out to meditate in the field at the approach of the evening, and there he raised his eyes and looked, and saw camels coming. Rebekah also raised her eyes, and saw Isaac, and dismounted from her camel, and asked the steward, What man is that who walks in the field? And the steward replied, He is my master. So she took a veil and put it on. Then the steward reported to Isaac all the things that he had done, and Isaac brought her to the tent of his mother Sarah. So he took Rebekah, and she was a wife to him, and he loved her. And Isaac was comforted after his mother. Chapter 25. Abraham prospered, and he took a wife whose name was Keturah, and she bore him Zimram, and Yokshan, and Medan, and Midian, and Ishbak, and Shuach. And Yokshan begot Sheba, and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashurim, and Tushim, and Lamim. And the sons of Midian, Ephah, and Apher, and Hanok, and Abidah, and Eldaah. All were descendants from Keturah. Abraham left all that was with him to Isaac, but to the sons of the secondary wives that Abraham had, Abraham gave fortunes, and sent them from his son Isaac during his own life to the east of the eastern country. These were the days of the life of Abraham that he lived, 175 years. So Abraham expired and died, a fine gray-headed old man, and satisfied. And they placed him with his people, and his sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Machpelah, on the estate of Ephron the son of Zohar the Kivite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham bought from the sons of Heth. There Abraham was buried with Sarah his wife. After the death of Abraham, God prospered Isaac his son, and he resided at the well of Vision. Now these are the sons of Ishmael, son of Abraham, whom Hagar, the Egyptian, the slave of Sarah, had by Abraham. These are the names of the sons of Ishmael by the names of their families. The eldest of Ishmael was Nebaioth, and Kedar, and Abdal, and Mibsam, Mishma, and Duma, and Massa, Kader, and Thema, Zetur, Naphish, and Kadma. These were sons of Ishmael, and these their names, by their villages and towers, 12 men by their nations. The years of the life of Ishmael were 137 years, when he expired and died, and was added to his people. And they took him from Havilah to the wall, which is between Egypt and the road to Ashur, laying him with all his relatives. And these are the children of Isaac, son of Abraham. Abraham begat Isaac. And Isaac son of Abraham was 40 years old when he took for his wife Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel the Aramite of Padan Aram, and sister of Laban the Aramite. And Isaac prayed to the ever-living about his wife, for she was childless, and the Lord answered him. For Rebekah his wife conceived, and the children struggled together in her breast, and she consequently said, "Why does this happen to me?" So went to inquire of the ever-living. And the Lord said to her, 2 nations are in your breast, and 2 peoples shall proceed from your womb, and one people shall be stronger than the other people, and the elder shall serve the younger. When her days were full for her delivery, there were twins, and the firstborn boy came out covered with hair, and she called his name Esau. Then after him came his brother, with his hand holding the heel of Esau. So they called his name Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old at the birth of them. When the lads grew up, Esau was a man skillful in hunting, a man of the field. But Jacob was a quiet man, a stayer in the tent. So Isaac loved Esau because he hunted with him, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Once when Jacob was boiling porridge, Esau came from the field, and he was exhausted. So Esau said to Jacob, "Feed me now with that red porridge, for I am exhausted." Therefore they called his name Red Soup. But Jacob replied, "Sell me your birthright today." Then Esau answered, "Now I am going to die. What is that birthright to me?" So Jacob said, "Swear to me now at once." And he swore to him, and sold his birthright to Jacob. Then Jacob gave to Esau bread and lentil porridge, and he ate and drank, and rose up and went. Thus Esau was careless about his birthright. Chapter 26. Afterwards there was a famine in the land, beside the former famine which was in the days of Abraham. So Isaac went to Abimelech, king of the Philistines of Gerar. Then the ever-living appeared to him in a vision, and said, "Descend not to Mitzer. Dwell in the land that I promised you. Remain in this land, and I will be with you, and will bless you. For to you and your race I will give the whole of this country as a dwelling. And I will complete the oath which I swore to your father Abraham, and I will increase your race like the stars of the sky. And I will give to your race the whole of this country for a home, and I will bless all the nations of the earth through your heir, in accordance with what I promised to Abraham according to my words, if you will carefully keep my commands and statutes and laws." So Isaac remained in Gerar. When the men of the place asked about his wife, he replied,
"She is my sister." For he feared to say, "My wife," lest the men of the place should murder him for Rebekah, for she was beautiful to look on. After he had resided a considerable time, it happened that Abimelech, king of the Philistines, was looking out of his window, when he saw Isaac sporting with his wife Rebekah. Abimelech therefore summoned Isaac and said, "Now she is your wife. Then why did you say to me, 'She is my sister'?" And Isaac answered, "Because I said to myself, I fear they will kill me because of her." "Why did you do so to us?" Abimelech said. "Perhaps one of the people might have lain with your wife, and you would have brought sin upon us." Abimelech therefore commanded to all his people, saying, "Whoever touches this man, he shall as surely die." Isaac, however, removed from that country and went to Bashan, he and his possessions, and the ever-living prospered him. Thus the man traveled about and increased until he was very great. He also had flocks of sheep and herds of cattle, and many servants, and the Philistines were envious of him. So the Philistines filled with earth all the wells that the servants of his father Abraham had dug in his days. Abimelech also said to Isaac, "Go from among us, for you are much stronger than we." So Isaac went from there and encamped by the river Gerar, and remained there. Isaac also settled and cleared out the wells of water which were dug in the time of his father Abraham, and he called them by the names they were called in the days of his father. The servants of Isaac also dug in the valley, and discovered there a spring of living water. But the shepherds of Gerar contended with the shepherds of Isaac, and said, "The water is ours." So he called the name of the well Strife, because they disputed with him. He therefore dug another well, and they contended about that also. So he called its name Contention. He then removed from there and dug another well, and they did not fight over it. So he called its name Room Enough, for he said, "Now, Lord, you have given us room, and made us fruitful in the land." Afterwards he arose from there and went to the well of the oath. And the ever-living appeared to him that night, and said, "I am the God of your father Abraham. Fear not, I am with you, and will bless you and increase your race, because of my servant Abraham." Then he built an altar at the place, and called on the name of the ever-living, and he pitched his tent there. The servants of Isaac also dug a well. But Abimelech went to him from Gerar, with his chief herdsmen, and Pichol, the general of his army. Isaac therefore asked them, "Why have you come to me, when you are my enemies, and have driven me from among you?" And they replied, "We are terribly afraid, because God is with you. So we would say, let there now be an understanding between us and you, and let a treaty be made with you, so that you will not do wrong to us, if we do not touch you, and as we have certainly done good to you, and sent you away in peace. You are now the blessed of the ever-living." He therefore made them a feast, and they ate and drank, and rose up in the morning, when they swore each to his brother. Then Isaac sent them away, and they went from him in peace. In the same day also the servants of Isaac came and informed him about the well which they had dug, and they said, "We have found water." He therefore called it Satisfaction. Consequently the name of the village by that well is called Satisfaction to this day. When Esau was 40 years old, he took as a wife Judith, the daughter of Barai the Hittite, and Basmath, the daughter of Elon the Hittite. But they were a bitter wind to Isaac and Rebekah. Chapter 27. And when Isaac was old, and his eyes dim that he could not see, he called his eldest son Esau, and said to him, "My son?" And he replied, "I am here." Then he said, "See now, I am old, and I know not the day of my death. So now take up your spear, quiver, and bow, and go to the field and hunt venison for me, and make me tasty food such as I love, and bring it to me, and I will eat it, so that my soul may bless you before I die." But Rebekah heard the speech of Isaac to Esau his son, and that Esau had gone to the field to hunt venison to bring in. Then Rebekah spoke to Jacob her son, and said, "I have just heard your father speak to your brother Esau, saying, 'Bring to me venison, and make me tasty food, that I may eat it, and I will bless you before I die.' So now, my son,
Listen to my voice to do what I shall order you. Go to the flock and select for me 2 good kids of the goats, and I will make tasty food for your father, such as he loves, and you shall carry it to your father when he will eat, and because of it he will bless you before his death."
But Jacob said to Rebekah his mother, "But my brother Esau is a hairy man, and I am a smooth man. When my father feels me, I shall be in his eyes like a swindler, and shall bring a curse on myself, and not a blessing." His mother, however, said to him,
"Let any curse for you come on me, my son. Only you go and do as I tell you."
He consequently went and did it, and brought to his mother, and she made for him tasty food, such as his father loved. Then Rebekah took some of the clothes of her son Esau, which were in the house with her, and put them on her younger son Jacob, and put the skins of the kids of the goats on his hands, and the smooth part of his neck. Then she gave the dainties and the bread which she had made into the hand of her younger son Jacob, and he went to his father and said to him, "Father?" And he replied, "I am here. Who are you?" When Jacob answered, "I am your eldest son Esau. I have done as you asked me. Rise now, turn and eat of my venison, so that your soul may bless me." Isaac, however, asked his son, "How is it you have been so quick in meeting with it, my son?" So he replied, "Because your ever-living God brought it before me." Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come near me, my son, and I will feel if you are really my son Esau or no." So Jacob approached to Isaac his father, and he felt him, and said, "The voice is the voice of Jacob, but the hands are the hands of Esau." Therefore he did not detect him, because his hands were like the hands of his brother Esau, hairy, and he was thankful. Yet he asked, "Are you really my son Esau?" And he replied, "I am." Then he said, "Bring it to me, and I will eat of the venison of my son, so that my soul may bless you." He consequently presented it to him, and he ate, and he brought wine to him, and he drank. Then Isaac his father said, "Come close, my son, and give me a drink." So he approached and gave him a drink, and he smelt the smell of his clothes, and was satisfied, and said, "Yes, the smell of my son is like the smell of a field which the Lord has blessed. So may God give to you the dew from the skies, and the fatness of the earth, and increase and possession. Nations shall serve you and bow down to you. Yes, a multitude of mighty peoples with your brothers also shall pay tribute to you, my son. If any curses you, he shall be cursed, and if any blesses you, he shall be blessed." But it happened that as Isaac finished blessing Jacob, and Jacob had gone away from the presence of Isaac his father, that Esau his brother came with his venison, and he also had made dainties, and brought them to his father, and said to his father, "Arise, my father, and eat of the venison of your son, so that your soul may bless me." Isaac his father, however, asked of him, "Who are you?" And he replied, "I am your firstborn son Esau." Then Isaac was terrified with a very great terror, and asked, Who then is he who has hunted venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before you came, and I have blessed him. Yes, and he must be blessed." When Esau heard the speech of his father, then he cried with a very great and bitter cry, and said to his father, "Bless me, also me, my father." But he replied, "Your brother has come with deception and stolen your blessing." And he answered, "He was rightly named Tripper-up, for he has tricked me this twice, to take my birthright, and also now to take my blessing." Then he asked, "Have you not a blessing left for me?" But Isaac replied and said to Esau, "Since I have made him your master, and have given all his brothers to him for servants, and with increase and possession I have endowed him. Where now, my son, is there anything I can do?" But Esau said to his father, "Is there then only one blessing with you, my father? Bless me also, my father,
And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. Then Isaac his father answered and said to him,
Yes, in the most fertile land shall be your dwelling, and with the dew from the skies above, and you shall live by your sword, but shall serve your brother. Yet when you extend, you shall break his yoke from off your neck.
But Esau hated Jacob for the blessing with which his father had blessed him, and Esau said in his heart, The day approaches for the mourning of my father, when I will kill my brother. But the words of her elder son Esau were reported to Rebekah, so she sent and called her younger son Jacob, and said to him,
Now Esau, your brother, intends to kill you. Consequently, my son, listen to my voice, and arise and go away to Laban my brother at Charan, and stay with him for some time, until the anger of your brother has passed away. When the rage of your brother against you has passed, and he forgets what you have done to him, I will send and fetch you from there. Why should I be deprived of both in one day?
Then Rebekah said to Isaac,
I hate my life in the presence of these Hittite girls. If Jacob should take a wife from among these Hittite girls, such girls as they are in this country, why should I live?
Chapter 28. Consequently Isaac called for Jacob and blessed him, and commanded him not to take a wife from the girls of Canaan.
Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel your mother's father, and take yourself a wife from there, from the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. And may Almighty God bless you, and make you fruitful, and increase, and may you become an assembly of nations. And may he give the blessings of Abraham to you and your race with you, to inherit the land of your strangerhood, which God gave to Abraham.
Thus Isaac sent off Jacob, and he traveled to Padan Aram, to Laban, the son of Bethuel, the Arami, the brother of Rebekah, the mother of Jacob and Esau. But when Esau knew that Isaac had blessed Jacob, and sent him to Padan Aram to take himself a wife from there to comfort him, and had ordered him, saying, Take not a wife from the girls of Canaan, and that Jacob had listened to the voice of his father and mother, and had gone to Padan Aram, then Esau perceived that the girls of Canaan were displeasing in the eyes of Isaac his father. So Esau went to Ishmael, and took Mahalath, the daughter of Ishmael the son of Abraham, the sister of Nebaioth, besides his other wives, as a wife to himself. Jacob, however, set out from the well of the oath, and traveled to Charan. And he arrived at a place, and rested there, for it was sunset. So he took one of the stones of the place, and put it for his pillow, and laid down in the spot. Then he dreamed, and saw a ladder with its foot standing on the ground, and its head reaching to the heavens, and there were messengers of God ascending and descending it. And he saw the ever-living stationed above it, who said, I am the ever-living God of your father Abraham, and the God of Isaac. The land which you now lie upon I will give to you and your race, and your race shall be like the dust of the earth, and shall spread west and east and north and south, and all the nations of the world shall be benefited by you and your heir. Be assured also that I am with you, and will guard you wherever you go, and I will give you a quiet return to this country, for I will not forsake you until I have accomplished what I have promised to you. Then Jacob awoke from his sleep, and exclaimed, The ever-living is certainly in this place, and I knew it not. So he was afraid, and said, How terrible this place is! Is not this truly the house of God? And this the gate of heaven? Jacob, however, slept until morning, when he took the stone which he had placed for a pillow, and sat it upright, and poured oil on the top of it, and called the name of that place God's house. But Andam-Loz was its former name. Then Jacob vowed a vow, saying, If the ever-living God is with me, and will guard me in the way that I now go, and give to me bread to eat and clothing to put on, and bring me back safely to the house of my father, then the ever-living shall be my God. And this stone which I placed for a pillow shall be a house of God, and of all that you give to me, I will return 1/10 part to you.
The end of chapters 22 through 28 of the book of Genesis. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 29 through 35 of the book of Genesis from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The book of Genesis, chapters 29 through 35.
Chapter 29. Then Jacob arose onto his feet, and went towards the land of the sons of the east. And he looked and saw a well in the field, and there were by it 3 flocks of sheep lying down, for from that well they watered the flocks. But a great stone was on the mouth of the well. So when all the flocks had collected there, they rolled away the stone and watered the sheep, and then returned the stone unto the mouth of the well until another time. Jacob therefore asked them, Brothers, where do you come from? And they replied, We are from Charan. Then he asked them if they knew Laban the son of Nahor. When they answered, We know him. He next asked them, Is he well? And they said, He is well, and here is Rachel his daughter coming with his sheep. Then he asked, Look, it is full day already. Is it not time to water the cattle and sheep, that they may go and feed? But they replied, We cannot until all the flocks are collected, and they roll away the stone from off the mouth of the well and water the sheep. Whilst he was speaking with them, Rachel came with her father's sheep, for she shepherded them. But it happened that when Jacob saw Rachel, the daughter of Laban, the brother of his mother, and the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother, that Jacob rolled the stone from off the mouth of the well and watered the sheep of his mother's brother Laban. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and lifted up his voice and wept. And Jacob said to Rachel, I do it because I am a relative of your father, and because I am the son of Rebekah. So she ran and reported it to her father. When Laban had heard the report about Jacob, the son of his sister, he ran to invite him and embraced him and kissed him, and brought him to his home, where he related to Laban all these events. Then Laban said, You are my bone and my flesh. So he stayed 5 days with him, when Laban said to Jacob, Since you are my relative, now serve me, and also inform me what wages I shall pay you. Now Laban had 2 daughters, the name of the eldest Leah, and the name of the youngest Rachel. But the eyes of Leah were timid, and those of Rachel perfect in form and beautiful to see, and Jacob loved Rachel. So he replied, I will serve you 7 years for your youngest daughter Rachel. Laban then replied, Good, she shall be yours. I will give her for a wife after you have stayed with me. So Jacob waited for Rachel 7 years, but they were to him like a single day because of the love he had for her. Then Jacob said to Laban, Give me my wife, for the time is up, and I will go to her. Laban then collected all the men of the place and made a feast, and when it was dark he took Leah his daughter and brought her to him, and he went to her. Laban also gave Zilpah his servant to Leah to be her servant. But when it was morning he discovered it was Leah, and said to Laban, Why have you done this to me? Was it not for Rachel that I served you? Then why have you cheated me? But Laban answered, It is not our custom in this country to give the younger before the elder. Count the 7 for this. Then I will give to you also the other, and for her you shall serve with me another 7 years afterwards. Jacob therefore agreed to it, that he would serve thus. So he gave Rachel his daughter to him for a wife. Laban also gave to Rachel Bilhah his servant to be her servant. He therefore went to Rachel, and he loved Rachel completely, and served to him other 7 years afterwards. But the ever-living saw that he hated Leah, so he opened her womb, but Rachel was childless. So Leah conceived and bore a son, and she called his name Reuben, for she said that,
The ever-living has looked on my sorrow, so that now my husband may love me.
And she conceived again and bore a son, and said,
Now the ever-living has heard that he hates me, so he has given to me also this.
And she called his name Simeon. Then she conceived again and bore a son, and she said,
Now certainly my husband will cling to me, for I have borne him 3 sons.
Therefore she called his name Levi. She also conceived again and bore a son, and she said,
This time I will praise the Lord.
So she called his name Judah. Then she ceased to bear children. Chapter 30. When Rachel saw that she bore no child to Jacob, she envied her sister, and said to Jacob, Give me children, and if not, I shall die. But Jacob's anger fired at Rachel, and he answered, Am I in the place of God to hold back from you the fruit of your body? She therefore said, See now my attendant Bilhah, go to her, and she shall bear at my knee, so that I also myself shall have children from her. So she gave to him Bilhah her servant for a wife. And Jacob went to her, and she conceived and bore a son to Jacob. Then Rachel said, God has done me justice, and also has heard my voice, and given me a son. Therefore she called his name Dan. Again Bilhah the servant of Rachel conceived and bore a son to Jacob, when Rachel exclaimed, I struggled with God, I also struggled with my sister. So she called his name Naphtali. When Leah saw that she ceased to bear, she took Zilpah her attendant, and gave her to Jacob for a wife. So Zilpah the servant of Leah bore a son to Jacob. Then Leah said, By a troop, and called his name Gad. Zilpah the attendant of Leah also bore a second son to Jacob, and Leah exclaimed, I am blessed, for the women will bless me. She therefore called his name Asher. Reuben once went out at the time of wheat harvest, and found love apples in the field, and brought them to Leah his mother, when Rachel said to Leah, Give me, I pray, some of your son's love apples. But she said, Is it a trifle that you have taken my husband, and would you also take the apples of my son? When Rachel replied, Come now, he shall sleep with you tonight in exchange for your son's apples. When Jacob came from the field in the evening, Leah met him and said to him, You must come, for I have hired you with the love apples of my son, so sleep with me tonight. And God heard Leah, so she conceived and bore a 5th son to Jacob. Leah therefore said, God has paid me wages because I gave my servant to my husband. She therefore called his name Issachar. Leah afterwards conceived again a 6th son to Jacob. Then Leah said, God has endowed me, even me, with a good dowry, so that my husband will live with me, for I have borne him 6 sons. Therefore she called his name Zebulun. She afterwards also bare a daughter, and called her name Dinah. But God remembered Rachel, and God listened to her, and opened her womb, and she conceived and bore a son. Then she said, God has taken away my reproach. She therefore called his name Joseph, saying, The ever-living has added to me another son. But it occurred that when Rachel had borne Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, Send me away, and I will go to my own home and to my own country. Give me my wives and my children, whom I have served you for, because I must go with them, for you know the wages for which I have served to you. But he replied, Name your wages to me, and I will give you them. So he answered him, You know how I have served you, and how your herds have been with me, for they were small that were with you before me, and they have spread out to many, and the ever-living has blessed you at my feet. Yet have I gained even a house of my own? But he replied, What shall I give? Then Jacob answered, You shall not give me anything. If you will do this thing for me, I will conduct your sheep and guard them. I will go over all your sheep today, counting every sheep speckled or spotted, and every black sheep among the lambs, and every spotted or speckled in the rams. They shall be my wages. And you shall assign them justly to me from today forward as my wages from you. All that is not spotted or speckled in the goats, or black in the sheep, it shall be a theft with me. And Laban replied, It shall be exactly as you say. He therefore separated on that day the marked and spotted rams, and all the marked and speckled of the goats from all that were white, and all the black sheep, and gave them to the hands of his sons, and put a 3 days' journey between them and between Jacob's. But Jacob shepherded the other sheep for Laban his father-in-law. Jacob then selected young wands of willow, and almond, and sycamore, and peeled them, peeling to the white so as to show the whiteness of the wands, and he stuck the wands which he had peeled near the watering troughs where the sheep came to drink, in the sight of the sheep, when they were hot for breeding after drinking. So the sheep were hot amongst the wands, and the sheep bore marked and spotted and speckled. Then Jacob separated the lambs, and placed the faces of the sheep towards the striped, and gave all the black among the sheep of Laban to his own flocks, and did not assign them to the sheep of Laban. Thus when any of the strong sheep were hot for union, then Jacob placed the wands before the eyes of the sheep, near the troughs, to inflame them among the wands. Before the feeble of the sheep, however, he placed them not. So the feeble went to Laban, and the strong to Jacob. Thus the man increased very much, and he possessed many sheep, and women and men servants, and camels, and asses.
Chapter 31. However, he heard the sons of Laban talking, saying, Jacob will take all that our father has, and from what our father possessed he has made all his wealth. Jacob consequently watched the face of Laban, and perceived it was not with him as formerly. Then the ever-living said to Jacob, Return to the land of your fathers and your birth, and I will be with you. So Jacob sent and called Rachel and Leah to the field to his sheep, and said to them, I see that the face of your father is not with me as formerly, but the God of my fathers is with me. Now you know that with all my strength I have served your father, but your father has deceived me and changed my wages 10 times. God, however, did not allow him to do evil to me, for when he said, The spotted shall be your wages, all the sheep were spotted. But if he said, The streaked shall be your wages, then all the sheep were streaked. So God took away the flocks of your father and gave them to me. It also happened in the season of the heat of the sheep, that I raised my eyes in a dream, and saw the rams leaping on the streaked, speckled, and spotted sheep. And the messenger of God said to me in the dream, Jacob. And I replied, I am here. Then he said, Lift up your eyes and see all the rams leaping on the streaked, speckled, and spotted sheep, for I have seen all that Laban has done to you. I am the God of the house of God, which you consecrated there in the pillar, which you dedicated to me, where you vowed a gift. Go from this country, and return to the country of your birth. Then Rachel and Leah answered and said to him, What portion or inheritance is there to us in the house of our father? Are we not like strangers and outcasts to him? For he sold us, and has eaten up our money. For all the wealth which God has stripped from our father, that is ours, and our children's, so do all that God has said to you. Therefore Jacob arose, and mounted his children and wives on camels, and collected the whole of his herds, and the whole of the property which he had acquired by trading, property he had acquired in Padan Aram, to go to his father Isaac in the land of Canaan. Laban, however, had gone to shear his sheep, so Rachel stole the teraphim which were her father's. Thus Jacob stole away secretly from Laban the Aramee, without informing him, for he fled from him. So he fled, he and all he possessed, and they went up and crossed over the river, and he set his face to Mount Gilead. But on the 3rd day it was reported to Laban that Jacob had fled. Then he took his relatives with him and pursued after him, a 7 days' journey, and came up with him at Mount Gilead. But God appeared to Laban the Aramee in a dream by night, and said to him, Guard yourself in what you do to Jacob, for either good or ill. Laban, however, overtook Jacob, and Jacob had pitched his tent on the hill, but Laban with his relatives on Mount Gilead. Laban then said to Jacob, What have you done? You have carried away my daughters like captives, desolate. Why did you steal away to fly and deceive me, and not inform me, when I would have sent you away with pleasure, and with the sound of drums and harps? You have not even let me kiss my children and your children. You have acted like a fool. Truly there is a God who guides me from evil in acting with you. For the God of your father last night said to me, Guard yourself in dealing with Jacob for good or ill. So go your journey, for you desire the house of your father. But why have you stolen my gods? Then Jacob replied, Because I was afraid, for I said he will certainly steal his daughters from me. If, however, you find your gods, it is not known to me. Go round what is with me, and take your own. For Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen them. Laban therefore went round the tent of Jacob, and the tent of Leah, and to the tents of the 2 mothers, and did not find them. Consequently he left the tent of Leah, and went to the tent of Rachel. But Rachel had taken the teraphim, and placed them under the camel saddle, and sat upon them. So Laban searched all the tent, and could not find. And she said to her father,
Let it not grieve your eyes, my lord, that I am not able to rise before you, for the way of women is on me.
So he searched and did not find the teraphim. Then Jacob was furious and abused Laban, and Jacob was savage and said to Laban, "What is my fault and what is my sin, that you have come after me? Now you have searched all my goods. What have you found of all the goods of your house? Put it before my people and your people, and they shall decide between us. During the 20 years I have been with you, I have not lost a sheep or a goat of yours, and I have never eaten a ram of your flock. I have not brought you the maimed. I have borne the loss from my own hand. I have restored to you the stolen by day and the stolen by night. I have borne the heat by day and the cold by night, and my eyes never rested. This 20 years I have been in your house. I served you 14 years for your 2 daughters, and 6 years for your sheep, and you cheated me over my wages 10 times. If the God of my father Abraham and the worshipped of Isaac had not been with me, then you would have sent me away empty. But God saw my weary feet and defended me last night." But Laban answered and said to Jacob, "The girls are my girls, and the children my children, and the sheep my sheep, and all that you see is mine. And for the girls, what shall I do for them or the children which they have borne? However, now, come on, and let you and me make a settlement, and let it be a witness between myself and you." Then Jacob took a stone and set it up with both his hands, and Jacob said to his father-in-law, "Let them collect stones." So they collected stones and made a heap. Then they feasted on the heap there, and Laban called it for himself the heap of witnesses, but Jacob called it for himself the heap of evidence. Laban also said, "This heap is a witness between me and between you today." Therefore they called its name Gilad, and a watchtower, for he said, "Let the ever-living watch between me and between you to keep each from evil. If you grieve my daughters, and if you take wives beside my daughters, when we are not together, let God see the witness between me and you." Then Laban added to Jacob, "See this heap, and see the pillar which I have raised between me and between you. Witness this heap, and witness this pillar, if I should pass over to you beyond this heap, or if you should pass over to me beyond this heap and this pillar for evil. The God of Abraham and the God of Nahor judge between us, the God of our fathers." Jacob then swore by the worshipped of his father Isaac. And Jacob sacrificed a sacrifice on the heap, and invited his relatives to eat bread. So they ate bread, and they rested on the heap. Chapter 32. Laban then rose up in the morning, and kissed his sons and his daughters, and blessed them, and went and returned to his own place. But Jacob continued his journey, and a messenger of God met him. So Jacob said, "What a glorious encampment of God this place is!" Therefore he called the name of that place the Encampment. Then Jacob sent messengers before him to his brother Esau at Mount Seir in the land of Edom, and he commanded them, saying, "You shall say this to my lord Esau, Jacob your servant says thus, I have lodged with Laban and stayed until now, and there are with me bullocks and asses and sheep and serving men and women, so I have sent to inform my lord to find favor in your eyes." When the messengers returned to Jacob, they reported, "We went to your brother, to Esau, and he is also coming to call upon you, and 400 men with him." Jacob consequently was very greatly afraid, and it distressed him. So he divided the people who were with him, and the sheep and the cattle and camels, into 2 camps. "Because," he said, "if Esau comes to the one camp and assails it, then there will be the other to fly to." Jacob also said, "God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord who said to me, Return to the land of your birth, and I will be good to you. I am unworthy of all the mercies and of all the support which you have shown to me when I, your servant, passed over this torrent with my staff, and I am returning as 2 camps. Grant me a deliverance from the hand of my brother, from the hand of Esau, for I fear that he will come and cut off mothers with children. But you have said, Supporting, I will support you, and I will make your race like the sand of the sea, which cannot be counted for quantity." So he rested there that night. Then he took presents in his hand, presents for his brother Esau, 100 goats and 20 he-goats, 100 sheep and 20 rams, 30 suckling camels with their foals, 40 cows and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses and 10 asses. And he put them under the hands of servants separately, troop by troop, and said to his servants, "Go before me and spread a space between troop and troop." He also ordered the foremost, saying, "If you meet Esau my brother, and he asks you, 'Who are you, and where are you going, and whose are these before you?' you shall reply, 'From your servant, from Jacob. A present he sends to my lord, to Esau. And look, also he is behind us.'" He ordered the second also, with the third, with all the servants who followed after them, repeating, "You shall say the same words to Esau if he meets with you, and you shall also say to him, 'See, your servant Jacob is behind us.'" For he remarked, "I will pacify him first by the presents that I send to him, and afterwards I will see by his face whether or not I can stand before him." Thus he sent presents over before him, but he himself stopped that night in the camp. However, he arose at night and took his 2 wives and the 2 second wives and his 11 lads, and crossed the ford of Jabbok. So he took them and passed them over the brook, and sent over all who were with him. Jacob, however, was left alone by himself, and a man wrestled with him until the departure of the darkness. He saw, however, that he was not equal to him, so he touched him in the hollow of the thigh, and struck the hollow of the thigh of Jacob whilst wrestling with him. Then he said, "Release me, for the darkness is going." But he replied, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." Then he answered, "What is your name?" And he said, "Jacob." When he responded, "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, but Israel, for you have wrestled with a divine messenger as with men, and been equal to it." Then Jacob asked and said, "Tell me your name." And he replied, "Why do you ask my name?" But he then blessed him. Jacob consequently called the name of that place Peniel, that is, God's face. "For I have seen divinities face to face, and preserved my life." And the sun arose on him as he crossed over from Peniel, but he limped on his thigh. Therefore the children of Israel do not eat the sinew nerve from the foot to the thigh until this day, for he struck Jacob in the sinew nerve at the hollow of the thigh. Chapter 33. Then Jacob raised his eyes and saw that Esau approached, and 400 men with him. So he separated the children of Leah and of Rachel and of the 2 second wives, and placed the second wives and their children in the front, and Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph behind. But he passed to the front of them and bowed to the earth 7 times, whilst approaching to his brother. But Esau rushed forwards, and called to and embraced him, and fell on his neck and kissed him, and wept. Then he lifted his eyes, and saw the wives and children, and asked, "Who are these with you?" And he replied, "The children which God has given me, your servant." Then the second wives approached with their children, and they bowed. Leah also came forward, and her children, and they bowed, and afterwards Joseph and Rachel, and they bowed. So he asked, "What is all this camp with you which approaches me?" When he replied, "To find favor in the eyes of my lord." Esau, however, answered, "I have plenty, my brother. Let your own remain to yourself." But Jacob said, "Not so. If now I have found favor in your eyes, take a present from my hand. For certainly I have seen your face, as if I had seen the face of God, and am delighted. Now do take the things which I have brought to you, for God has favored me, and because there is plenty for me as well." So he pressed him until he took them. Then he said, "I will rise up and travel, and we will go along together." But he answered him, "My lord knows that the children are many, and the sheep and the cattle with me are breeding, so if we drive them a single day, then all the sheep will die. But let my lord now go before me, and I will be traveling at my ease, according to the pace of the guide before me, and the pace of the children, until that I come to my lord at Seir." But Esau said, "I will then assign to you some of the people who are with me." And he replied, "Why have I found this favor in the eyes of my lord?" So Esau returned that day on his journey to Seir, but Jacob pitched his tent and built himself a house and cattle yards, making an encampment. Therefore he called the name of the place Scuth. Afterwards Jacob went quietly to the village of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, on his return from Padan Aram, and encamped before the village, and bought that part of the land, where he pitched his tent, from the hand of the son of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 kesitahs. He also built an altar there, and called on God, the God of Israel.
Chapter 34. But it happened that Dinah the daughter of Leah, whom she bore to Jacob, went out to visit the women of the country. And Shechem, the son of Hamor, the chief of the country, saw, and seized her, and violated her, and disgraced her. But his soul was attached to Dinah the daughter of Jacob, and he loved the girl, and spoke to the girl's heart. So Shechem spoke to Hamor his father, saying, "Get me this girl for a wife." Jacob, however, heard that he had defiled his daughter Dinah, but his sons were at the fold in the fields. So Jacob kept silence until their return. Then Hamor, the father of Shechem, came to Jacob to speak with him. But the sons of Jacob returned from the field upon hearing it, and the men were grieved and very angry at it, for he had done an outrage to Israel in violating the daughter of Jacob, which ought not to be done. But Hamor spoke to them, saying, "My son Shechem is attached by his soul to your daughter. Therefore give her to him for a wife, and you can give your girls to us, and we can give ours to you to take for yourselves, and you can dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Reside and travel about and possess it." Then Shechem said to her father and her brothers, "Let me find favor in your eyes, and whatever you ask of me I will give it. Heap upon me a great dowry and settlement, and I will give whatever you say to me. Only give me the girl for a wife." Then the sons of Jacob answered Shechem and Hamor his father craftily, "Because," they said, "he has corrupted our sister Dinah." So they replied, "We are unable to do such a thing as to give our sister to an uncircumcised man, for that would be a reproach to us. Yet, if you will agree with us that, like us, every male of you should be circumcised, then we will give our daughters to you, and we will take your daughters to us, and we will reside with you and be one people. But if you will not listen to us, then we will take our sister and depart." And the idea was good in the eyes of Shechem the son of Hamor, so the youth did not delay to do the thing. For he had an affection for the daughter of Jacob, and he was the most honored of all his father's house. So Hamor and Shechem his son went to the gate of their village, and addressed the men of their town, saying, "These men are peaceable with us, and they travel in it, and the country lies open to their hands before them. We would wish to take their daughters to us for wives, and give our daughters to them. However, the men will only unite with us in this way, to reside with us and to be one people, by our circumcising every male of us, as they are circumcised. Their herds and possessions and all they have, will they not be ours if we agree with them, and they reside with us?" All who sat in the gate of the village listened therefore to Hamor and Shechem his son, and they circumcised every male who came to the gate of the town. But on the third day, when they were in pain, Simeon and Levi, the two sons of Jacob, brothers of Dinah, each took his sword and went into the village quietly, and slew every male. They also slew Hamor and his son Shechem with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah from the house of Shechem, and went away. Then the sons of Jacob came on the booty, and plundered the town which had defiled their sister. They took the sheep, the cattle, and the asses, and the wealth in the village, and the wealth in the field, and captured their youths and little children, and wives, and plundered all the furniture in the houses. But Jacob said to Simeon and Levi, "You are a sorrow to me. You have made me hateful to the inhabitants of the land, to the Canaanites and the Perizzites, and I, being few in number, they will outnumber me and assail and destroy me and my house." They, however, answered, "Ought they to use our sister as a harlot?" Chapter 35. God afterwards said to Jacob, "Arise, go to Bethel and reside, and make an altar there to the God who appeared to you in your flight from your brother Esau." So Jacob said to his family and all who were with him, "Throw away the strange gods which are among you, and purify yourselves, and change your clothing, and let us be rising.
And we will go to Bethel, and I will there build an altar to the God who pitied me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the journey that I went." They therefore gave to Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hands, and the earrings that were in their ears. And Jacob buried them under the oak which was near Shechem. Then they marched, and a terror from God was upon their neighbors, and they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz in the land of Canaan, it is Bethel, and his people with him. He also built an altar there, and called the house of God Bethel, for there God appeared to him in his flight from the presence of his brother. But Deborah, the nurse of Rebekah, died, and he buried her between Bethel and Allon, and called the name of the place the Oak of Weeping. God also appeared another time to Jacob on his return from Padan Aram, and spoke with him, when God said, "Your name shall no longer be called Jacob, for Israel shall be your name." So he called his name Israel. And God said to him, "I am the Almighty God. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and an assembly of nations shall come from you, and kings shall proceed from your loins. And the land which I gave to Abraham and Isaac I will give to you, and the same land I will give to you and your race after you." Then the divine messenger went up from him from the place where he spoke with him. So Jacob erected a pillar at the place where he had spoken with him, a pillar of stone, and poured a libation upon it, and poured oil upon it. Jacob also called the name of that place where God spoke with him, God's house. He afterwards marched from there, and had gone some distance into the country towards Ephrathah, when Rachel was taken in labor, and the child went hard with her. But when she was delivered with hard labor, the midwives said to her, "Be not downhearted, for this child is a son." But she, breathing out her life, for she was dying, named him Son of my Anguish, but his father called him Benjamin. So Rachel died, and they buried her at Ephrathah, which is near Bethlehem, and Jacob erected a pillar over her tomb. Then Israel marched from there, and pitched his tent at the encampment of Migdal-Adar. And it was whilst Israel resided in that country that Reuben went and committed adultery with Bilhah, his father's second wife, and Israel heard of it. These are the 12 sons of Jacob. The firstborn by Leah to Jacob, Reuben, then Simeon, then Levi, then Judah and Issachar, then Zebulun. The sons of Rachel, Joseph and Benjamin. And the sons of Bilhah, the servant of Rachel, Dan and Naphtali. And the sons of Zilpah, the servant of Leah, Gad and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, who were born to him in Padan Aram. Jacob afterwards went to his father Isaac at Mamre, near Kiriath Arba, where Abraham and Isaac dwelt. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. Then Isaac expired, and died, and was added to his people, old and satisfied with years. And Esau and Jacob his sons buried him. The end of chapters 29 through 35 of the book of Genesis. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 36 through 42 of the book of Genesis from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The book of Genesis, chapters 36 through 42. Chapter 36. Now these are the descendants of Esau, who is Edom. Esau took wives from the women of Canaan, Adah the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Alibama the daughter of Zibeon the Hivite, and Bashmath the daughter of Ishmael, the sister of Benioth. And Adah bore to Esau Eliphaz, and Bashmath bore Rauel, and Alibama bore Jaish and Jamal and Korah. These are the sons of Esau, which they bore to him in the land of Canaan. Esau afterwards took his wives, and his sons and daughters, and all the persons of his house, and the flocks, and all his cattle, and all property which he had acquired in the land of Canaan, and left the land from the face of his brother Jacob, for their possessions were too great to remain together, for the land was not able to lodge the both of them because of their herds. Esau is Edom. Esau was the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. These are the names of the sons of Edom: Eliphaz the son of Adah, the wife of Esau; Reuel the son of Bashmath, wife of Esau. And these are the sons of Eliphaz: Omar, Zipho, and Nathan, and Kenaz. And Timnah was secondary wife to Eliphaz the son of Esau, and she bore to Eliphaz Amalek. These are the sons of Adah, the wife of Esau. And these are the sons of Reuel: Nahath, and Zerath, Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Bashmath, wife of Esau. And these are the sons of Alibama, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, wife of Esau, which she bore to Esau: Jaish, and Jalam, and Korah. These were the chiefs from the sons of Esau, and of the sons of Eliphaz, the eldest of Esau: chief Tamar, chief Omar, chief Zipho, chief Kenaz, chief Korah, chief Nathan, chief Amalek. These were the chieftains of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. They were the sons of Adah. And these were the sons of Reuel the son of Esau: chief Nahath, chief Zerah, chief Shammah, chief Mizah. These were chieftains of Reuel in the land of Edom. They were sons of Bashmath, the wife of Esau. These were sons of Esau, and were chieftains in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Seir, the Horites who inhabited the country: Lotan, and Shubal, and Zileon, and Anah, and Dishon, and Azar, and Dishan. These were chieftains of the Horites, sons of Seir, in the land of Edom. And these were the sons of Lotan: Horai, and Himam. And the sister of Lotan was Timnah. And these are the sons of Shobal: Alwan, and Manahath, and Ibal, Shapha, and Anam. And these are the sons of Zebeon: Aiah, and Anah. He is the Anah who discovered mules in the desert while attending the asses of Zebeon, his father. These are the children of Anah: Dishon, and Alibama, daughter of Anah. And these are the sons of Dishon: Hamadan, and Ashban, and Ithran, and Keran. These are the sons of Azan: Bilkan, and Zavan, and Akan. These are the sons of Dishan: Aor, and Aran. These are the chiefs of the Horites: chief Lotan, chief Shubal, chief Zibeon, chief Anah, chief Dishon, chief Azer, chief Dishan. These were chiefs of the Horites, as chieftains in the land of Seir. And these are the names of the chieftains of Esau by their families, with their tribal names: chief Timnah, chief Alva, chief Ethath, chief Alibama, chief Allah, chief Pinan, chief Kana, chief Teman, chief Mibzar, chief Magdiel, chief Iram. These were chieftains of Edom, with the names of the districts they possessed. Esau himself was the father of the people of Edom. Chapter 37. Jacob continued to reside in the land of his father's foreignhood, in the land of Canaan. These are the progeny of Jacob. Joseph, a lad of 17 years, was attending to the sheep with his brothers, the young men who were sons of Bilhah and sons of Zilpah, two of his father's wives. And Joseph reported their bad conduct to their father. Israel also loved Joseph more than all his children, because he was the son of his old age. So he made him a robe with long sleeves. And his brothers saw that their father loved him more than all his brothers, so they hated him, and would not let him be in peace. Joseph, however, dreamed a dream, and told it to his brothers, and they hated him the more for it. For he said, "Listen now to the dream that I dreamed. We were binding sheaves in the middle of a field, when my sheaf arose and stood up, and your sheaves turned and bowed to my sheaf." But they replied to their brother, "Reigning would you reign, and ruling would you rule over us?" So they hated him the more because of his dream and his talk. Then he dreamed another dream, and related it to his brothers, and said, "I have dreamed another dream, when the sun and the moon and 11 stars came and did homage to me." He told it to his father and to his brothers, and his father reproved him, and said, "What is this dream which you have dreamed? Shall I and your mother and your brothers come and bow down to the ground to you?" So his brothers envied him, but his father remembered the event. His brothers afterwards went to pasture their father's sheep in Shechem, and Israel said to Joseph, "Are not your brothers feeding the sheep in Shechem? Go, I will send you to them." And he replied, "I am ready." Then he continued, "Go then and see how your brothers are, and how the sheep are, and bring me word." They had gone, however, from the vale of Hebron, and removed to Shechem. And a man met him while searching the field, and asked him, "What are you seeking?" When he answered, "I am seeking my brothers. Tell me where I can find them." So the man responded, "They have marched from here, for I heard them say, 'Let us go to the 2 wells.'" Joseph consequently went after his brothers and found them at the 2 wells. When they saw him in the distance, and before he approached them, they determined to murder him. And each said to his brother, "Here is my lord the dreamer, there he comes. So now let us go and murder him, and fling him into one of these wells, and we will say a wild beast caught him. Then we shall see what will come of his dreams." But Reuben heard it, and wished to deliver him from their hand. So he said, "Let us not destroy his life." Reuben also said to them, "Let us not shed his blood. Let us fling him into this dry well." For he was desirous that they should not stab him, so that he might rescue him from their hands, to return him to his father. Therefore when Joseph was come to his brothers, they stripped the robe from Joseph, the long-sleeved robe which was on him, and took him and flung him into the empty well, with no water in it. Then they turned to eat bread. But looking up, they saw at a distance Ishmaelites coming from Gilead, with their camels loaded with spices, and nuts, and balm, who were going down to Mitzrayim. Then Judah said to his brothers, "What profit is it to us to murder our brother and dabble ourselves in his blood? Come on, let us sell him to these Ishmaelites, and that guilt will not be upon us, for he is our brother and our own flesh." So they listened to their brother. Meantime those Midianite merchants came on and approached. So they pulled up Joseph from out of the well, and sold Joseph to the Ishmaelites for 20 shekels. Thus Joseph was taken down to Mitzrayim. Therefore when Reuben returned to the well, he did not find Joseph in the well, so he tore his garments. When he went back to his brothers, he said, "The lad is not, and mourning I shall grieve and die of grief." They, however, took and slaughtered a goat kid, and dabbled his robe in its blood, and sent the long-sleeved robe to their father with this message: "About this robe which we send you, send back and say if it is the robe of your son or no." And he replied, "It is the robe of my son. Some wild beast has torn and eaten my son." Jacob consequently tore his garments, and put on sackcloth for his death, and mourned for his son many days. Then all his sons and all his daughters arose to console him, but he refused their consolations, and said, "I know that I shall go mourning for my son to the grave." So he wept for his son. But the Midianites sold him in Mitzrayim to Potiphar, the general of Pharaoh, commander of his guards.
Chapter 38. About this same time Judah went and separated from his brothers, and joined with an Adulamite, whose name was Hira. Whilst there he saw the daughter of a Canaanite, whose name was Bathshua, and he took her and married her, and she conceived and bore a son, and called his name Ar. Then she conceived again and bore a son, and called his name Onan. She afterwards increased and bore a son, and called his name Shelah. Then she ceased to be childbearing. When Judah took a wife for his eldest son Ar, her name was Tamar. But Ar, Judah's eldest son, was wicked in the presence of the ever-living, so the Lord caused him to die. Judah consequently said to Onan, "Marry the wife of your brother, and raise up an heir for your brother." But Onan knew that the heir would not be his own. Therefore, when he approached his brother's wife, he ejected on the ground, instead of giving seed to his brother. What he did was, however, wicked in the eyes of the ever-living, and therefore he caused him to die. Then Judah said to Tamar, "Return as a widow to your father's house, until Shelah my son grows up." For he reflected, "Perhaps she may also kill him like his brothers." Therefore Tamar went and returned to her father's house. But time went on, and Bathshua the wife of Judah died, and Judah grieved for her, and went up with Hira the Adullamite his partner to shear the sheep at Timnath. And it was reported to Tamar that her father-in-law was going up to Timnath to shear his sheep. So she put off her widow's weeds, and concealed herself in her veil, and went down and sat at the opening by the wells which are on the road to Timnath, for she saw that Shelah was grown up, and he was not given to her as a husband. Judah saw her, and he thought she was a harlot, for she had hidden her face. So he turned from the road to her and said, "Come on, go with me." For he knew not she was his daughter-in-law. Then she asked, "What will you give to me if I go with you?" Then he replied, "I will send you a kid of the goats or sheep." And she replied, "If you will give me a pledge that you will send them?" He replied, "What is the pledge that I shall give you?" And she answered, "Your ring and the stick you have in your hand." So he gave her them, and he went with her, and she conceived to him. Then she arose, and went and put the veil from off her, and dressed herself in her widow's weeds. But Judah sent the kid of the goats by the hand of his partner the Adullamite, who was to receive the pledge from the hand of the woman, and he could not find her. He therefore inquired of the men of the place, asking, "Where is the whore of the wells by the road?" But they replied, "There is no whore by there." So he returned to Judah and reported, "I cannot find her." And the men of the place said, "There was not a whore there." Judah therefore said, "You have taken it to her, therefore I cannot be abused by her. For I sent the kid, but you could not find her." But 3 months after it was reported to Judah, "Your daughter-in-law Tamar has prostituted herself, and she is also with child from her fornication." And Judah replied, "Bring her here and burn her." They brought her when she produced the ring and walking stick, and said, "By the man that these belong to, I am with child." And she continued, "To whom belongs this ring and its motto, and this walking stick?" Then Judah replied and said, "You are more virtuous than I, for I did not give you Shelah my son." He therefore proceeded no further to examine her. When therefore the time for her delivery came, there were twins in her belly, and it happened in her childing one put out his hand, so the midwife took it, and tied a scarlet thread upon its hand, remarking, "This came the first." But it occurred that he drew back the hand, and then his brother was produced, when she said, "What? Have you broken? The breach be upon yourself." Therefore she called his name Pharez, and afterwards his brother was born, upon whose hand was the scarlet thread. So she called his name Zara. Chapter 39. Thus Joseph had been taken down to Mitzar, and sold to Potiphar, Pharaoh's general, commander of the guards, a Mitzrayite, from the hands of the Ishmaelites who had brought him there. But the ever-living was with Joseph, and he became a prosperous man, and was steward to his master, the Mitzrayite. For his master saw that the ever-living was with him, and that all he did, the Lord prospered it in his hand. Joseph therefore found favor in his eyes, for he was honest towards him. Consequently he appointed him chief of his house, and entrusted all his possessions to his control, with the result that from when he was appointed over the house, and over all that belonged to him, the ever-living blessed the house of the Mitzrayite under the administration of Joseph, and he was blessed by the ever-living in all his possessions, in the house and in the field, so that all he had increased under the direction of Joseph. Consequently he made no enquiry about what he had, except for the bread which he ate. Joseph was also handsome in form, and handsome in face. It happened, however, after these events, that the wife of his master lifted up her eyes to Joseph, and said, "Lie with me." But he refused, and said to his master's wife, "My master knows not what is in his house, and all that he possesses he has placed in my control. There is not a greater than I in this house, and he has withheld nothing from me except yourself, because you are his wife. Therefore I will not commit that great sin and outrage against God." However, she solicited Joseph day after day, but he would not listen to her, to lie down beside her, or be with her.
But it happened that one day, when he came to her apartment with a message for her, and there were none of the attendants of the house there in the apartment, that she seized him by his wrapper, saying, "Lie with me!" But he let his wrapper slip off in her hand, and fled away naked. So when she saw that he had left his wrapper in her hand, and had fled naked, she cried out to the attendants of her house, and said to them, "Look, he has brought this foreign fellow to us to insult us. He came to me to violate me, but I shrieked out, and when he heard that I raised my voice and shrieked, then he left his wrapper beside me and fled naked." She also laid by the wrapper with her till her lord came home, when she spoke to him about all this matter, saying, "There came to me the Hebrew slave whom you brought to us to insult me, but when I raised my voice to cry out, he abandoned his wrapper near me and fled away naked." And when his master heard the tale of his wife, which she told him, asserting, "Your servant acted towards me according to my statements," he was fired with anger. Therefore Joseph's master took and put him into the tower house, the place where the prisoners of the king were imprisoned, and he was confined in the tower house. But the ever-living was with Joseph, and gave him mercy, and gave him favor in the eyes of the commander of the tower house, so that the commander of the tower house placed in Joseph's hands the whole of the prisoners who were in the tower house, and all that was done there he directed it. The commander of the tower did not superintend anything, the whole was in his hands, because the ever-living was with him, and what he did, the Lord prospered it. Chapter 40. But it occurred after these events, that the butler of the king of the Mitzrayim offended, and the king of the Mitzrayim his master was angry. And Pharaoh was enraged with 2 of his officers, with the chief of the butlers, and with the chief of the cooks, and he ordered them to be confined in the house of the commander of the guards, in the tower house, the place where Joseph was also imprisoned. The commander of the guards consequently remitted them to Joseph, and he kept them, and they were many days under restraint. But they dreamed, both of them a dream, each dream in the same night. Each dream had a separate appearance, to the butler and to the cook whom the king of the Mitzrayim had imprisoned in the tower house. When Joseph came to them in the morning, he saw their pining gloom, so he asked the officers of Pharaoh who were in his custody in the house of his master, "Why are your faces sad and sorrowful today?" And they replied, "We have dreamed dreams, and we have not an interpreter." But Joseph answered, "Is not God the interpreter of dreams? Tell to me now." The chief butler therefore told his dream to Joseph, and said to them, "In my dream I saw a vine before me, and on the vine 3 branches, and the berries grew on them, and the clusters of grapes were ripe, and Pharaoh's cup was in my hand. So I took the grapes and crushed them into the cup of Pharaoh, and put the cup into the hand of Pharaoh." Joseph then said to him, "This is the interpretation. The 3 branches are 3 days. After 3 days hence Pharaoh will raise your head and restore you to your station, and you will give Pharaoh's cup to his hand, as was appointed formerly, when you were his butler. Then remember me, because I was kind to you. Do me therefore a kindness, and remind Pharaoh of me, and cause him to bring me out of this house. For by treachery I was dragged from the country of the Hebrews, and also here I have done no crime that should put me in a dungeon." When the chief baker saw that the interpretation was good, he also said to Joseph, "I have dreamed as well, and there were 3 baskets filled on my head, and in the highest basket of all, victuals for Pharaoh, ready baked, but the birds ate them from the basket, and from my head." Then Joseph answered and said, "This is the interpretation. The 3 baskets are 3 days. 3 days from hence Pharaoh will take your head from off you, and will hang you on a gallows, and the birds shall eat your flesh from off you." It happened that 3 days after was Pharaoh's birthday, and he made a feast for all his officers, and raised the head of the chief of the butlers, and the head of the chief of the bakers among his officers, and restored the chief of the butlers to his butlership, and he gave the cup to the hand of Pharaoh. But he hung the chief of the bakers, as Joseph had interpreted the dream. The chief of the butlers, however, did not remember Joseph, but forgot him. Chapter 41. Some time after, it occurred that Pharaoh dreamed, and seemed standing by the river, and saw 7 cows come up from the river, beautiful to see, and full-fleshed, and they fed upon the rushes. Then he saw 7 other cows come up after them from the river, poor to look upon, and lean in flesh. And they approached the cows on the bank of the river, and the cows that were poor to look upon and lean in flesh ate up the 7 beautiful-looking and fat cows. Then Pharaoh awoke. He slept again and dreamed, and saw 7 ears of corn spring up from one stalk, very beautiful and good. He saw also 7 ears of corn spring up after them, withered and blighted by the east wind, and the 7 withered ears of corn swallowed the 7 beautiful and good ears. Then Pharaoh awoke, and it was a dream. When morning came, his spirit was oppressed. So he sent and summoned all the writers of Mitzrayim, and all her scientists, and Pharaoh related his dreams to them, but there was not an interpreter among them for Pharaoh. Then the chief of the butlers spoke to Pharaoh, saying, I remember my offense of the day when Pharaoh was angry with his servant, and put me into custody in the house of the general of the guard, and the chief of the bakers was with me, and we dreamed a dream in the same night, I and he, each according to the form of the dream we had dreamed. But there was with us a Hebrew youth, a slave of the general of the guard, and we related them to him, and he interpreted to us our dreams. He interpreted to each his own dream, and it happened to us exactly as he interpreted to us our dream. Pharaoh therefore sent and summoned Joseph, and they took him from the dungeon, and shaved him, and changed his clothes, and brought him to Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh told Joseph the dream he had dreamed, and that none could interpret it to him. But I have heard a report about you, that you heard a dream and interpreted it. Joseph accordingly answered to Pharaoh, saying, May God return an answer of peace to Pharaoh. So Pharaoh related his dream to Joseph. I stood by the bank of the river, and saw come up from the river 7 cows, full-fleshed and beautiful to see, and they pastured on the rushes. Then I saw 7 other cows come up after them, miserable and very bad to look at, and lean in flesh. I never saw such wretched things in all the land of the Mitzrayim. They were so bad. But the lean and wretched cows ate up the 7 former beautiful cows, and they came and approached me, and yet I noticed as they came and drew near, and could observe they were poor as before. Then I awoke. Again I was in a dream, and saw 7 ears of corn spring from one stalk, each full and good. Then I saw 7 ears, blasted, poor, and withered by the east wind, follow them. And the poor ears swallowed the 7 good ears, and I told it to the writers, and they cannot inform me about it. Then Joseph replied to Pharaoh, The dream of Pharaoh is all one. What God has determined to do, he has related to Pharaoh. The 7 good cows are 7 years, and the 7 good ears of corn are 7 years. These dreams are all one. And the 7 lean and poor cows that came up after them are 7 years, and the 7 poor ears of corn blasted by the east wind, they are 7 years of famine. This event which I have stated to Pharaoh, God has made known to Pharaoh. The 7 years before us will be great years in all the land of the Mitzrayim, but they will be followed by 7 years of famine afterwards, and those 7 shall be forgotten in the land of the Mitzrayim, for the famine shall desolate the land. For those 7 shall not be recognized in the land before the presence of the famine that will follow them, for it will be very heavy. As for the double dream granted to Pharaoh, that confirms the event from God, and God will hasten to effect it. Therefore let Pharaoh seek out a man firm and skillful, and set him over the Mitzrites, and let Pharaoh act and appoint officers over the land, and take a 5th part produced by the land of the Mitzrites, in the first 7 years of the 7s, and store up all that food in the 7 good years that are coming, and store up corn under the hand of Pharaoh for food in cities and fortresses, so that there may be food to support the land in the 7 years of famine, which will be in the land of the Mitzrites, so that the country may not be cut off by the famine. And this advice was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and in the eyes of his ministers. Therefore Pharaoh commanded his ministers to select some man with the Spirit of God in him. Then afterwards Pharaoh said to Joseph, I have perceived that God is with you in all this, and there is certainly no intelligence like yours. Therefore you shall be over my house, and by your mouth all my affairs shall be regulated. Only in the throne will I be greater than you." Pharaoh also said to Joseph, "See, I appoint you over all the land of the Mitzrites." Then Pharaoh took his ring from his hand, and put it upon the hand of Joseph, and clothed him in a white robe, and put a golden chain on his neck, and mounted him in a hooded chariot of his own. And they proclaimed before him the appointment given to him over all the land of the Mitzrites. Pharaoh also said to Joseph, "I am Pharaoh, but without your order no man shall move his hand or foot in all the land of the Mitzrites." Pharaoh consequently called the office of Joseph the high treasurership, and gave him Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, priest of On, for a wife. Joseph at once made a survey of the whole land of the Mitzrites. Joseph was 30 years old on his appearance before Pharaoh, king of the Mitzrites. And Joseph went from the presence of Pharaoh, and organized all the land of Mitzr. The earth also produced big loads in the 7 years of the sevens, and he collected much provision in the 7 years, in the land of Mitzr, and stored up the provision. For every town he stored up provision from the fields around it. Joseph consequently stored corn like the sand of the sea for quantity. The amount was so great that they ceased to measure it, because it was immeasurable. Joseph also had 2 sons born to him before the years of the famine came. Asenath, the daughter of Potiphera, the priest of On, bore them, and Joseph called the name of the eldest Manasseh. "For God has made me forget all my troubles and all my father's house." But he called the name of the other Ephraim. "For God has enriched me in the land of my wrongs." Then the 7 years of the sevens, which were to be in the land of the Mitzrayim, came to an end, and at their end the 7 years of famine began, according to the declaration of Joseph. And the famine was upon all the lands, but in the land of the Mitzrayim there was bread. At last the whole country of the Mitzrites hungered, and the people called upon Pharaoh for bread. But Pharaoh replied to all the Mitzrites, "Go to Joseph, who will tell you what to do." And as the famine was over the whole surface of the country, Joseph opened the stores which he had by him, and distributed to the Mitzrites. Although the famine raged in the land of the Mitzrayim, yet all the countries came to the Mitzrayim to buy corn from Joseph, for the famine raged over all the countries round. Chapter 42. Jacob also learnt there was corn in Mitzrayim. So Jacob said to his sons,
"Why do you look at each other?"
He also said,
"I have heard that there is corn in Mitzrayim. Descend to there and buy for us from it, that we may live and not die."
Therefore 10 brothers of Joseph went down to buy corn from the Mitzrayim. But Jacob did not send Benjamin, the other brother of Joseph, with his other brothers, for he said,
"I fear an injury might happen to him."
Thus the sons of Israel went down to buy corn, together with other travelers, for there was a famine in the land of Canaan. Joseph was then protector over all the country, to distribute to all the people of the land, and Joseph's brothers came and bowed to him, face to the ground. When Joseph saw them, he scrutinized and recognized them, but spoke to them harshly and asked, "From what country do you come?" They replied, "From the land of Canaan, to buy food." Although Joseph recognized his brothers, they did not recognize him. But Joseph remembered the dream which he dreamed to himself, and said to them, "You are spies, come to survey the nakedness of the land." But they replied to him, "No, my lord, but your slaves have come to buy food, and all of us are sons of one man. We are honest men, we are not spies." However, he replied, "No, but you are come to see the nakedness of the country." They then answered, "Your slaves were 12 brothers. We are the sons of one man in the land of Canaan. The youngest is at home today, and one is not." But Joseph returned, "That is just what I said to you when I said you are spies. By this I will prove you. By the life of Pharaoh, you shall not go from here until you have brought your youngest brother here. Send one of yourselves to take your brother and return. Then you will prove your words true about him, and if not, by the life of Pharaoh, you are spies." And he further ordered them to be imprisoned 3 days. But after the 3rd day Joseph said to them, "Do this and live, for I fear God. I will select one of you brothers, whom I will put into confinement instead of you, and you others take corn for your starving families. But you must bring your younger brother to me and verify your statement, and live and not die." And they did so. But each said to his brother, "We suffer for our sins against our brother, because we saw the anguish of his soul, imploring us to have pity on him, and we would not listen. Therefore this distress has come upon us." Then Reuben answered them and said, "Did I not speak to you and say, 'Let us not sin against the lad'? And you would not listen to me? And now his blood is sought for." And they did not know that Joseph understood them, for he used an interpreter with them. But he withdrew from them and wept. Then he returned to them and spoke, and selected Simeon from them, and fettered him before their eyes. Joseph afterwards commanded, and their wagons were loaded with corn. But he caused their money to be returned into the load of each. Then he gave them leave to go, and showed politeness to them. They also loaded corn upon their asses, and set out. But one of them opened a sack of his to give fodder to his ass in the inn, and saw his money, which was placed openly in its mouth. Then he said to his brothers, "He has caused my money to be returned, and here it is in my bag." And their hearts stopped, and they trembled each at his brother, exclaiming, "What is this that God has done to us?" They went, however, to Jacob in the land of Canaan, and reported to him all these proceedings, saying, "The man who is master of the country spoke to us harshly, and took us for spies upon the land. But we said to him, 'We are honest, and are not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of our father. One is not, and the youngest is now with our father in the land of Canaan.' But the man who is master of the country said, 'By this I will discover if you are honest. I will select one of your brothers to remain with me, but take for your starving families and go. But you shall bring me your youngest brother, that I may be convinced you are not spies, when I will return the brother I have selected from you, and you may trade in the country.' When, however, they were emptying their loads, then each found his money in his cargo, and they were in fear at the finding of the money. Both they and their father were afraid. And Jacob their father said to them, 'I am bereaved. Joseph is not, and Simeon is not, and you would take from me all there are.' Then Reuben replied to his father, saying, 'Kill my 2 sons if I do not bring them back to you. I now place them in your hands as a pledge that I will return them to you.' But he answered, 'My son shall not go down with you, for his brother is dead, and he alone remains, and an accident might happen to him in the journey that you are going, and you would bring down my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave.'" The end of chapters 36 through 42 of the book of Genesis. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 43 through 50 of the book of Genesis, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The book of Genesis, chapters 43 through 50. Chapter 43. But the famine oppressed the country, and it arrived that when all the food they had bought from the Mitzrayim ended, that their father said to them, "Return and buy us a little food." When Judah replied to him, saying, "The man swore to us, asseverating, 'You shall never see my face unless your brother is with you.' If you are wise enough to send our brother with us, we will return and buy food for you to eat. But if you will not send, we will not go down, for the man said to us, 'You shall not see my face unless your brother is with you.'" Israel, however, answered, "Why did you wrong me by telling the man that there was another brother to you?" And they responded, "The man demanded of us about our birthplace, asking, 'Have you a father living? Have you a brother?' And we told him straightforwardly about those things. How could we know he would say, 'Bring your brother down with you'?" Then Judah exclaimed to Israel, "Send the lad with me, and I will come up and return him alive. And if not, kill me, myself, as well as my children. I pledge myself for him. From my hand seek him if I do not bring him back to you. Then banish me from your face, for I shall have sinned against you all my days. If you had not hesitated, we should already have returned before now." Therefore Israel their father said to him, "If it must be, do this.
Take some of the productions of this country in your wagons, and go down to the man with a present, some balsam and honey, perfumes and myrrh, nuts and almonds. Also take double money in your hands, and the money that was returned in the mouth of your bags return with your own hands to him again. Take your brother also, and arise, go back to the man, and may the Almighty God give you mercy before the man, and send your brother back with Benjamin. For if I am to be bereaved, I shall be bereaved.
Consequently the men took the present, and took double money in their hands, and Benjamin, and arose and went to Mitzrayim, and appeared before Joseph. And Joseph saw Benjamin with them, and said to the chief of his house, Invite those men to my house, and prepare a dinner, for those men shall eat with me at noon. The man therefore did as Joseph ordered, and he brought the men to Joseph's house. But the men were afraid at being brought to Joseph's house, and said, It is on account of the money which was returned to our bags last time that we are brought, to have an excuse against us, and to fall upon us, and to take us for his slaves with our asses. Therefore they approached the steward of Joseph's house, and spoke with him in the veranda of the house, and said, By the ever-living we came down for the purpose of buying food, but when we returned to the inn and opened our bags, there was our money in the mouth of our bags in full amount, but we have returned with it in our hands. We have also brought other money with us to buy food. We knew not that our money was there in our loads. But he answered, Be quiet, and fear nothing. Your God and the God of your father has given you that money secretly into your loads. Come with me. Then he brought Simeon to them. The man, the steward of Joseph's house, also went out and ordered water, and they washed their feet. Then he ordered fodder for their asses. They then prepared the present against Joseph's arrival at noon, for they heard they were to dine with him. When Joseph came to the apartment, they presented him the present which they had brought from home, and bowed to the ground before him. Then he asked them about their health, and said, Is your father well, the old man you told me of? Is he alive yet? And they replied, Your slaves are well, and our father is yet alive, and bent and bowed. But he raised his eyes and saw Benjamin his brother, the son of his mother, and asked, Is this your youngest brother, of whom you spoke to me? Then he added, God show you mercy, my son. Then Joseph hastened, for his affection burned for his brother, and he sought to weep. So he went into his chamber and wept there. But afterwards he washed his face and came again, and restrained himself, and ordered dinner to be served. They therefore served it for him by himself, and to them apart by themselves. For the Mitzrites dined by themselves, for the Mitzrites are not allowed to eat food with foreigners, for that is disgusting to the Mitzrites. But they placed in his presence the eldest according to his age, and youngest according to his youth, and arranged the men each by his relative. And they took dishes from before him to offer to them. But they offered to Benjamin more dishes than to any of the rest, presenting 5, which they presented and left with him. Chapter 44. Afterwards he commanded his steward, saying, Fill the loads of these men with food as much as they are able to carry, and put the money of each on the top of the carts, and my cup, the cup of silver, place at the top of the load of the youngest with the money for his corn. So they did as Joseph ordered. At morning light the men went off with their asses. When they had gone not far from the city, Joseph said to his steward, Mount and follow those men. Secure them, and say to them, Why have you returned evil for good? Where is that my lord drinks from? He is very sharp-sighted. He saw what you were doing. So he pursued, and said this to them. But they replied, Why has my lord spoken these words, accusing your servants of having done such a thing? You know we returned to you from the land of Canaan the money which we found in the top of our loads. We have not stolen silver or gold from the house of your lord. If it is found with any of your servants, kill him, and we also will be slaves to my lord. And he replied, It shall be as you say. Therefore with whoever of you it is, he shall be my slave, and you shall be innocent. Then they hastened, and each one unloaded his load, and he searched beginning at the eldest to the youngest, and found the cup in Benjamin's load. Then they tore their garments, and mounted each man his ass, and returned to the city. When Judah and his brothers came to Joseph's house, and were again brought in, they fell on their faces to the ground, while Joseph said to them,
How has this occurred that you have committed? Did you not know that I observe what happens around me?"
Then Judah replied, "What can I say to my lord? What assert, or how vindicate myself? God has found out the sin of your slaves in their hands. Alas, we are slaves to my lord, both we and the one in whose hand the cup was found." But he answered and said, "Far be it from me to act thus. The one in whose possession the cup was found, he shall be a slave to me, but you can go in peace to your father." Then Judah approached him and said, "To me, my lord, grant now for your slave to speak to the ears of my lord, and let not your anger burn with your slave, for you are to me like Pharaoh." My lord asked of his slaves, saying, "Have you a father or brother living?" And we replied to my lord, "A father lives with us, an old man, and a lad of his old age, the youngest, but his brother is dead. And beside him there is none from his mother, so his father loves him. Then you said to your slaves, 'Bring him to me, that I may set my eyes on him.' But we replied to my lord, 'The youth is not able to leave his father, for if he leaves his father, then he will die.' You, however, said to your slaves, 'If you do not bring down your youngest brother with you, you shall not again see my face.' And when we went up to your slave my father, he was informed of the demand of my lord, so that when our father said, 'Return and buy us a little food,' we replied, 'We cannot go down unless our youngest brother is with us. Even should we descend, we cannot see the face of the man unless our youngest brother is with us.' Then your slave my father said to us, 'You know that my wife bore me 2 lads, and one went from me, and I said, Alas, he has been torn to pieces, and I shall see him no more. And if you take this one from my face, and an accident should happen to him, you will bring my gray hairs with sorrow to the grave. So now if I should go to your slave my father, and the youth is not with us, whose life is bound to his life, it will be then when he sees that the youth is not with us, he will die, and your slave will cause the gray hairs of your slave our father to go down in agony to the grave. Besides, your slave pledged himself for the youth to my father, saying, If we do not bring him back to you, then let me be banished from my father all my days. So now I pray, let your slave remain instead of the youth, a slave to my lord, and let the youth return with his brothers. For if I go up to my father, and the youth is not with me, then I shall see the misery that will come upon my father." Chapter 45. Then Joseph was not able to restrain himself before all the officers around him, and cried, "Every man go out from me!" So not a man remained with him while Joseph made himself known to his brothers. Then Joseph discovered his language to his brothers, and the Mitzrites heard, and it was reported to the house of Pharaoh, and Joseph said to his brothers, "I am Joseph. Does my father yet live?" But his brothers were not able to answer him, for they were terrified at the sight of him. Joseph therefore said to his brothers, "Come near to me." So they approached, when he said, "I really am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold to go to Mitzar, and I know that with fury and rage in your eyes you sold me. However, God sent me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years the famine has encircled the land, and for 5 years more there will not be plowing or harvest. Therefore God has sent me before you to preserve to you a posterity in the earth, and to secure refuge for your lives. Consequently, it was not you who sent me, but God who appointed me as a father to Pharaoh, and an administrator of all his house, and a governor for all the land of the Mitzrayim. Therefore arise and go up to my father and say to him, Your son Joseph says thus, God has appointed me as administrator of all the Mitzrites. So come down to me, do not delay. You shall reside in the land of Goshen and be near to me, you, your children, and your children's children, with your sheep and your oxen and all that you have, and I will provide for you there. For there are 5 years of famine yet. Therefore come down, yourself and your family and all that you have, so that my eyes may see you and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, and that my mouth may also speak with you. You must also inform my father of all my power among the Mitzrayim, and all that you have seen, and cause your father to mount and come down to here." Then he fell upon the necks of his brothers and wept, and Benjamin wept upon his neck. He also kissed all his brothers and wept over them, and afterwards his brothers conversed with him. And a report was communicated to the palace of Pharaoh, saying, "Joseph's brothers have come." And it was good in the eyes of Pharaoh and of his ministers. Pharaoh therefore said to Joseph,
Say to your brothers thus, Load up all of you from this city, and go to the land of Canaan, and take your father and your families, and come to me, and I will give you the best of the land of the Mitzrayim, and you shall be fed on the fat of the land. You yourself also command this to be done. Take from the land of Mitzer wagons for your little children and wives and your father, and bring them. Care nothing also for the abandonment of your goods, for the best of the land in Mitzer shall be yours. The sons of Israel accordingly did so, and Joseph gave them wagons from Pharaoh's arsenal, and provided provisions for the journey. He also gave all of them a suit of clothes. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pounds and 5 suits of clothes. To his father he sent in addition 10 he-riding asses, the best in Mitzer, and 10 she-riding asses besides, with bread and meat for his father on the way. Thus he sent off his brothers, and said to them, Do not quarrel on the road. They accordingly went from the Mitzrayim, and ascended to the land of Canaan, to Jacob their father, and reported to him, saying, Joseph is yet alive, and he is also governor of all the land of the Mitzrayim. Then his heart failed, for he could not believe them. Then they related all that Joseph had said to them. But when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry himself, then the spirit of Jacob their father revived, and Israel said, It is enough. My son Joseph does live. I will go and see him before I die. Chapter 46. Israel consequently marched, and all that were with him, and went to the well of the oath, and offered offerings to the God of his father Isaac. Then God appeared to Israel in a vision at night, and said, Jacob, Jacob! And he replied, I am here. When he answered, I am God, the God of your father Isaac. Fear not. Go down to the Mitzrayim, for you shall become a great nation there. I, the mighty, will be with you in Mitzer, and I will support you, and Joseph shall place his hands upon your eyes. Jacob afterwards arose from the well of the oath, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father, and their children and wives in the wagons, which Pharaoh had sent to carry them in. They also took their herds, and the property they had purchased in the land of Canaan, and went to the Mitzrayim. Jacob and all his race with him, his sons and sons of his sons with him, his daughters and his daughters' sons, and all his race went with him to the Mitzrayim. Now these are the names of the sons of Israel who went to the Mitzrayim. Jacob, and the eldest son of Jacob, Reuben, and the sons of Reuben, Hanok, and Phelwah, and Hetzon, and Carmi. The sons of Simeon, Jemuel, and Jamin, and Ehad, and Jachin, and Zochar, and Shaul ben Canaanith. And the sons of Levi, Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. And the sons of Judah, Ar, and Onan, and Shelach, and Pharez, and Hetzion, and Hamal. And the sons of Issachar, Thola, and Phurah, and Job, and Shimron. And the sons of Zebulun, Sered, and Alon, and Jokhlal. These were children from Leah, which she bore to Jacob in Padan Aram, beside Dinah his daughter. And the persons of her sons and daughters were 33. And the sons of Gad, Ziphion, and Hanai, Shenai, and Atzban, Arai, and Arodai, and Echalai. And the sons of Asher were Jamnah, and Ishna, and Ishur, and Beriah, and Sirach his twin brother. And the sons of Beriah, Heber, and Malchiel. These were the children of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter, and who bore them to Jacob, 26 persons. Sons of Rachel, wife of Jacob, were Joseph and Benjamin. But there were born to Joseph in the land of the Mitzrayim, whom Aseneth, the daughter of Potipharah, priest of On, bore, Manasseh and Ephraim. And the sons of Benjamin, Bela, and Becher, and Ashbol, Gera, and Naaman, twins, and Rash with the twin Muthai, and twin Kuphai, and Arad. These were the sons of Rachel, which she bore to Jacob, 14 persons in all. And the son of Gad was Cushan. And the sons of Naphtali, Jachzeel, and Gunai, and Jetzer, and Chilam.
These were the children of Bilhah, whom Laban gave to Rachel his daughter, and she bore these to Jacob, in all 7 persons. And the souls who went with Jacob to Mizar, who sprung from his loins, being men only, sons of Jacob, all the persons were 70. But the sons of Joseph, who were born to him in Mizar, were 2 persons, men. So all the persons of the family of Jacob who came down to Mizar were 70. But he sent Judah before himself to invite Joseph to meet him in Goshen, when he arrived in the land of Goshen. Joseph accordingly at once mounted his chariot and went to meet Israel his father in Goshen, whom he looked at and fell upon his neck, and wept on his neck for a long time. And Israel said to Joseph, "Let me die at once, after I have seen your face. Why should I live longer?" Joseph afterwards said to his brothers and to the family of his father, "I will go and inform Pharaoh, and tell him that my brothers and the family of my father who were in the land of Canaan have come to me, and that the men feed sheep. They have lived with people of the fold, and their sheep and cattle and all that they have brought. But it must be that when Pharaoh calls you and inquires, 'What can you do?' you must say, 'Your slaves have lived as cattlemen from their youth until now, both we and our fathers. Grant us to settle in the land of Goshen, for the Mizrahites hate every shepherd of sheep." Chapter 47. Joseph accordingly went and reported to Pharaoh, and said, "My father and brothers and their sheep and cattle and all that they have are come from the land of Canaan, and are in the land of Goshen." Then he selected 5 from his brothers to take and present to Pharaoh, and Pharaoh asked his brothers, "What is your business?" When they replied to Pharaoh, "Your slaves are shepherds of sheep, as we are, so were our fathers." They also said to Pharaoh, "We have come to reside in the land, for there is no pasture for your slaves' sheep, because the famine is heavy in the land of Canaan. So allow your slaves to live in the land of Goshen." Pharaoh therefore in reply said to Joseph, "Your father and your brothers have come to you. The land of the Mizraim is before you. So fix your father and brothers in the best of it. Let them settle in the land of Goshen, and if you know also a skillful man amongst them, appoint him superintendent of my farms." Joseph afterwards took Jacob his father and presented him before Pharaoh. And Jacob blessed Pharaoh. And Pharaoh asked Jacob, "How many are the days of the years of your life?" When Jacob replied to Pharaoh, "The days of the years of my stay have been 130 years. Few and evil have been the years of the days of my life, and they have not reached to the days of the years my fathers lived in the days of their stay." Then Jacob blessed Pharaoh and retired from the presence of Pharaoh. Joseph afterwards settled his father and his brothers, and gave them possession in the land of the Mizraim, in the best district of the country of Ramses, as he was commanded. Joseph also provided food for his father and brothers, and all their families, according to their children. Bread failed in all the country, for the famine was very severe, and the land of the Mizraim and the land of Canaan fainted before the famine. Therefore Joseph gathered up all the money he found in the land of Mizar and in the land of Canaan, and all the Mizrahites came to Joseph for the corn which they bought, and Joseph brought the money to the treasury of Pharaoh. Thus he collected the money from the land of Mizraim and the land of Canaan. Then all the Mizrahites came to Joseph to say, "Provide bread for us, so that we may not die before you, for our money is exhausted." Joseph, however, answered them, "Bring your cattle, and I will give you it for your cattle instead of for money." Consequently they brought their cattle to Joseph, and he gave them bread, for horses and cattle and sheep. For herds of oxen and asses he supplied them with bread, in exchange for all their cattle for that year. But that year ended. So they came to him in the next year, and said to him, "We have kept back nothing from my lord. We have nothing left before my lord except our bodies and our land. Why should we ourselves die before your eyes? Buy to yourself our land for bread, and we and our land will be slaves to Pharaoh." Thus the Mizrahites sold every one his farm, for the famine was cruel upon them, and the land became Pharaoh's. But he transferred the people upon it to fresh villages, from the one extreme boundary of Mizar to the other extreme of it, except that he did not buy the lands of the priesthood, for he protected the priesthood by laws from Pharaoh, and they were fed from rations provided for them. Therefore he did not buy their lands. Then Joseph proclaimed to the nation, "You see, I have bought you today and your land for Pharaoh. I will supply seed to you, and you can sow the land. But of its produce you shall give 1/5 to Pharaoh, and 4/5 shall be for yourselves, to sow the fields and to feed you with those you employ, and as food for your children." They thereupon replied,
"Our lives have found favor in the eyes of my lord, and we will be slaves of Pharaoh."
So Joseph made it the constitution to this day that the land of the Mitzrites was Pharaoh's for the 5th tax, except the lands of the priesthood, which were not to become Pharaoh's. Joseph also settled Israel in the land of the Mitzrayim in the district of Goshen, and they possessed there and flourished and increased greatly. Jacob, however, lived 17 years in the land of the Mitzrayim, and all the days of the years of Jacob were 147 years. But the day approached for Israel to die, and he called his son Joseph to him, and said to him,
"If now I have found favor in your eyes, put your hand under my thigh, and do to me a true kindness, and bury me not among the Mitzrayim, but lay me to sleep with my fathers, and carry me from Mitzer, and bury me in their burial place."
And he replied, "I will do as you have said." But he answered,
"Swear to me."
And Israel was reclining on the surface of his bed. Chapter 48. But it was after these events that it was reported to Joseph, "Your father is ill." So he took his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim, with him, and Jacob was told, "Your son Joseph has come to you." Then Israel exerted himself and sat up in his bed. And Jacob said to Joseph,
"The Almighty God appeared to me on my departure from the land of Canaan, and blessed me, and said to me, I will make you flourish, and increase your family, and make you an assembly of nations. And I will give this land to your race after you, as a possession, forever. But now for your 2 sons, who have been born to you in the land of the Mitzrayim before I came to you in Mitzer, let then Ephraim and Manasseh be mine, as Reuben and Simeon are mine. But your children whom you have begot after them, they shall be yours. They shall not be called by the name of their brothers in their inheritance. When I came from Padan, Rachel died from me in the land of Canaan, on the journey, in Kibrath Arts, near the pass of Ephrathah, and I buried her by the road at Ephrathah."
Then Israel looked at the sons of Joseph, and said,
"These are mine."
But Joseph said to his father, "They are the sons which God gave me here." He, however, replied,
"I will take them now for myself, and bless them."
But the eyes of Israel were heavy from age. He was not able to distinguish, so he drew them to him, and kissed them, and embraced them. Afterwards Israel said to Joseph,
"I have seen your face unexpectedly, and now God has shown me also your heirs."
Then Joseph brought them for his blessing, and they bowed before his face earthward. Then Joseph took both of them, Ephraim in his right hand for the left hand of Israel, and Manasseh in his left for the right hand of Israel, and approached him. But Israel stretched out his right hand and placed it upon the head of Ephraim, who was youngest, and his left hand upon the head of Manasseh intentionally, although Manasseh was the eldest. Then he blessed Joseph, and said,
"The God in the presence of whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac walked, the God who appeared to me from of old until this day, the messenger who redeemed me from all misfortune, bless the lads, and give them my power, the power of my fathers Abraham and Isaac, and pour out their increase to the bounds of the earth."
Joseph then discovered that his father had placed his right hand on the head of Ephraim, and it was unpleasing in his eyes, so he took hold of his father's hand to change it from off the head of Ephraim to the head of Manasseh. Joseph also said to his father, "Not thus, my father, for this is the eldest. Place your right hand on his head." But his father refused, saying,
"I knew it, my son, I knew it. He also shall be a nation,
and he also shall be great. But nevertheless his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his race shall be a multitude of nations. And when blessing in that period, they shall say, The blessing of Israel be upon you. May God make you like Ephraim and like Manasseh, and they will place Ephraim above Manasseh.
Then Israel said to Joseph,
I shall die, but God will be with you, and will return you to the land of your fathers. Therefore I give to you Shechem alone, above your brothers, which I took to me by my hand, from the Amorites, by my sword and my bow.
Chapter 49. Jacob afterwards called his sons, and said,
Assemble, and I will inform you what will befall you in future times. Collect and listen, sons of Jacob. Yes, listen to your father Israel. Reuben, the first of my vigor, you are the crown of my passion, excelling in beauty, excelling in strength. Boiling like water, you lost command, for mounting your father's bed, yes, defiling my honor's abode. Simeon and Levi are brothers. Cruel weapons are hidden with them. To their plottings go not my soul. For honor, join not their clan. For they murdered guiltless men, and joyfully murdered a prince. Curse their crime as great, and their transgression, for it sorely troubled Jacob, and Israel shamed. Judah, you shall direct your brothers. Your hand shall be on the neck of your foes. To you shall the sons of your father bow, a young lion, Judah, for plunder. My son springs from his couch like a lion, and as a lioness, who dare rouse him? The scepter shall not depart from Judah, or the giver of law from between his feet, till peace arrive, and the nations obey him, bound to the vine like an ass, and a colt the son of a stepper. He washed his garments in wine, and his clothes in the blood of clusters. His eyes shall be bright as grapes, and his teeth be white as milk. Let Zebulun dwell on the shore of the sea, on the shore of the ships, and extend his legs to the fishery. A strong ass, Issachar, lies in the stall, and he saw that rest was good, and the land that it was pleasant. So he gives his back to the load, and becomes a servant for hire. Dan shall govern his people as a sceptered prince of Israel. Dan is a snake in the path, an adder laid in the road. He will bite the heels of the horses, who will throw their riders backwards. For your victory, trust on the Lord. Gad, a troop, he shall troop, but a troop shall deceive him. For Asher, his food shall be rich, and his are the royal pleasures. Naphtali is a nimble stag, has the gift of eloquent speech. Joseph, a fruitful plant by a well, with branches spread on the wall. But the master of arrows provoked and shot and pierced him. But he turned to his powerful bow, and the hands of his arms were quick, by the hands of the mighty God of Jacob, from whom is Israel's guardian stone. May the God of your father guard you, and the Almighty bless you, with blessings from the sky above, with blessings below of dancing water, with the bliss of the breasts and love. May the blessings of your father strengthen with the bliss of the fertile vales. May the wealth of the ancient hills be heaped on the head of Joseph, more nobly crowned than his brothers. Benjamin, a wolf, shall eat plunder at morn, and at night shall divide his spoil.
All the offshoots of Israel were 12.
And their father said this to them, and blessed each with his blessing, with blessings adapted to each. Then he addressed them and said,
I shall be added to my people. Bury me with my fathers, in the cave which is in the field of Ephron the Hittite, in the cave which is in the field of Machpelah, which is near Mamre, in the land of Canaan, which field Abraham bought from Ephron the Hittite for a place of burial. Abraham is buried there, and Sarah his wife. Isaac is buried there, and Rebekah his wife. And there I buried Leah. The field was bought, and the cave in it, from the sons of Heth.
Jacob thus finished instructing his sons, and stretched out his legs upon the bed, and expired, and was added to his people. Chapter 50. Then Joseph fell upon his father's face, and wept, and kissed him. Joseph afterwards ordered his servants the physicians to embalm his father. The physicians accordingly embalmed Israel. When the 40 days were completed, which the embalming occupies, then the Mitzrites wept for him yet 40 days, and at the conclusion of the 40 days of mourning, Joseph addressed the court of Pharaoh and said, If now I have found favor in your sight, speak, I request, to the ears of Pharaoh, and say, My father made me swear, saying, When I die, bury me in the tomb which I cut out for myself in the land of Canaan. So now I wish to go up and bury my father, and will return. Pharaoh then replied, Go up and bury your father, as he made you swear. Joseph therefore went up to bury his father, and there went up with him all the ministers of Pharaoh, the nobles of his court, and all the nobles of the land of the Mitzrayim, with all the family of Joseph and his brothers, and the families of his father, and except the sheep and cattle which were left in the land of Goshen. There also accompanied him chariots and horsemen, making a very large army. All these marched to Goren-Hatar, which is over the Jordan, and mourned there with a great and very heavy mourning, and made a lamentation for his father for 7 days. And when the inhabitants of the land of Canaan saw the lamentation at Goren-Hatar, they said, This is a great grieving for the Mitzrites. Therefore they called its name Mitzer's Lament. It is beyond the Jordan. Thus his sons did for him as he commanded them. So they, his sons, carried him to the land of Canaan, and buried him in the cave in the field of Machpelah, which field Abraham bought to be a burial place, from Ephron the Hittite, opposite Mamre. Then Joseph returned to Mitzer, himself and his brothers, and all who had accompanied him to bury his father, after he had buried his father. But when Joseph's brothers saw that their father was dead, they said to one another, Joseph will hate us, and will return upon us all the wrong which we heaped upon him. They therefore sent to Joseph and said, Our father commanded us before he died, Say to Joseph this, Forgive, I pray, your brother's fault and sin in the wrongs they heaped upon you. Consequently, we beg of you to forgive the fault of the servants of the God of your father. Joseph, however, wept at their address to him. Then his brothers went and fell before his face and said, We are your slaves. But Joseph replied to them, Fear nothing, for I am subject to God. Although you set upon me for injury, God turned it to good in order that I might make this nation to give life to many peoples. Go now, do not fear me. I will protect you and your children. Thus he comforted them and spoke to their hearts. This was after Joseph returned to Mitzrayim, he and his father's family. And Joseph lived 120 years, and Joseph saw his great-grandchildren from Ephraim. Sons also of Machir the son of Manasseh were fondled on the knees of Joseph. At last Joseph said to his relatives, I shall die. However, the ever-living will visit you, and take you up from this country to the land which he swore to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob. Then Joseph administered an oath to the sons of Israel to say, When your God visits you, take up my bones from here. Thus Joseph died, 120 years old. And they embalmed him, and placed him in a coffin in Mitzrayim. The end of chapters 43 through 50, and the end of the book of Genesis from the Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 1 through 8 of the Book of Exodus from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Exodus, chapters 1 through 8. Chapter 1. These are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Mitzrayim, the chief Jacob and his family with him: Reuben, Simeon, Levi and Judah, Issachar, Zebulun and Benjamin, Dan and Naphtali, Gad and Asher. All the persons proceeding from the loins of Jacob were 70 individuals. Joseph was already in Mitzrayim. Now Joseph and all his brothers died, and all their children. But the sons of Israel were fruitful and bred and increased, and became very, very powerful, and the land was filled with them. Then a foreign conqueror arose over the Mitzrayim who knew nothing of Joseph, and said to his nation, "These people, the sons of Israel, are more in number and stronger than ourselves. Therefore let us deal skillfully with them, to prevent them increasing, for it is possible they might turn upon us in war and conquer, for they hate us, and may be fighting against us and expel us from the land." They consequently placed labor masters over them to force them to build, and they built fortresses for Pharaoh, Pithom and Ramesses. But the more they oppressed them, the more they increased. Therefore they trembled and feared before the sons of Israel. Consequently the Mitzrites endeavored to crush the sons of Israel, so they embittered their lives by cruel labor in the forges and in the brick kilns, and in every labor upon the land, by every means possible trying to crush them. The king of the Mitzrayim also summoned the midwives of the Hebrews, of whom the name of the chief was Shiphrah, and the name of her lieutenant Phuah, and decreed, "When you deliver the Hebrew women, examine their children. If it is a son, kill him, but if a daughter, let her live." But the midwives feared God, and did not do as the king of the Mitzrayim ordered them, but preserved the children alive. The king of the Mitzrayim therefore summoned those midwives again, and inquired from them, "Why have you not executed the law, but have preserved the children's lives?" When the midwives replied to Pharaoh, "Because they are not like Mitzrite women when in labor, but lively, so that before the time the midwives have come to them, they are delivered." Therefore God showed kindness to those midwives. So the people increased and were very strong, and seeing that the midwives were God-fearing, he imprisoned them. Pharaoh then commanded this people, saying, "Every boy that is born, throw him into the river, but let the girls live." Chapter 2. But there was a man of the family of Levi who married a Levite woman, and his wife conceived and bore a son. When she looked on his beauty, she hid him for 3 months. But being no longer able to hide him, she made a boat of bulrushes and pitched it with pitch and resin, and placed it in the reeds on the bank of the river. But his sister stood at a distance to see what would happen to him. Then the daughter of Pharaoh came down to bathe in the river, and her maids walked along the bank of the stream, and they noticed the boat amongst the rushes. So she put out her hand and took it. When she opened it, she saw the lad, and he cried, and she grieved over him and said, "It is one of the Hebrew children." Then his sister called the daughter of Pharaoh. "Shall I go and seek for you a nursing woman of the Hebrews, so that she may nurse the lad for you?" And the daughter of Pharaoh replied to her, "Go." So she went immediately and called the mother of the child, to whom Pharaoh's daughter said, "Take this child and nurse it for me, and I will pay you the cost." Its mother therefore took the child and nursed it. When the lad grew up, he was taken to the daughter of Pharaoh as a son, and she called his name Moshe, for she said, "I drew him out of the water."
But it was long after this, when Moses had become great, that he went out to his brothers, and examined into their condition. Then he saw a Mitzrayite strike a Hebrew who was related to him. Then he turned this and that way, and not seeing anyone, he struck the Mitzrayite and concealed him in the sand. At another time, when he was inspecting, there were 2 men, Hebrews, quarreling. So he said to the wrongdoer, "Why do you strike your neighbor?" But he replied, "Who appointed you as foreman and judge over us? Are you going to murder me as you murdered the Mitzrayite?" Then Moses was afraid, and said to himself, "That affair is known then?" The matter was also reported to Pharaoh, who endeavored to execute Moses. But Moses fled from the presence of Pharaoh, and turned to the land of Midian, where he rested beside a well. It happened that the priest of Midian had 7 daughters, and these girls came to draw and fill the watering troughs to give drink to their father's sheep. Then the shepherds came and drove them away, but Moses arose and prevented them and watered their sheep. So when they returned to Reuel, their father, he asked, "How is that you have returned so quickly today?" They answered him, "A Mitzrayite protected us from the hand of the shepherds, and also drew and gave water to our sheep." Then he replied to his daughters, "Where is he? Why have you left the man there? Invite him and let him eat bread." Thus Moses began to stay with the man, who gave Zipporah his daughter to him. And she bore a son, and he called his name Gershom, "For," he said, "I am a stranger in a foreign land." A long time after these events, that king of the Mitzrayim died. But the children of Israel were still oppressed in their servitude, and their cries from their slavery reached God. God therefore heard their groaning, and God remembered his covenant with Abraham, and with Isaac, and with Jacob. Therefore God looked upon the children of Israel, and God revealed himself. Chapter 3. Moses, however, was shepherding the sheep of Jethro, his father-in-law, the priest of Midian. And he had led the sheep to the far side of the desert, and came to the mountain of God in Horeb, where a messenger of the ever-living appeared to him in a flame of fire in a bush. When he looked, he saw that the bush burnt with fire, yet the bush was not consumed. Then Moses said, "I will draw near and examine this great wonder, why the bush is not burnt up." But the Lord saw that he had approached to examine it. So God called to him from the midst of Sinai and said, "Moses, Moses!" And he answered, "I am here." Then he said, "Approach not. Put off your shoes from your feet, for the place upon which you stand is holy." Then he continued, "I am the God of your fathers, the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." Then Moses hid his face, for he feared to gaze upon God. The Lord then said, "I have seen the suffering of my people who are in Mitzrayim, and I have heard their shrieks before their drivers, and I have understood their sorrows. And I have come down to deliver them from the hand of the Mitzrayites, and to take them up from that country to a good land, and a spacious, to a land flowing with milk and honey, to replace the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Ivites, and Jebusites. For the cries of the children of Israel have now come to me, and I have seen the oppression with which the Mitzrayites oppress them. Therefore you must go, and I will send you to Pharaoh, to bring my people, the children of Israel, up from the Mitzrayim." But Moses replied to God, "Who am I, that I should go to Pharaoh, and that I should lead the children of Israel up from among the Mitzrayim?" He answered, however, "Because I will be with you, therefore go. For I have sent you to lead the people from the Mitzrayim, and they shall serve God upon this mountain." Then Moses said to God, "Supposing I should go to the children of Israel, and should say to them, 'The God of your fathers has sent me to you,' and they should ask me, 'What is his name?' What am I to say to them?" When God responded to Moses, "I am what I am. Therefore say, 'I am has sent me to you.'" And God further spoke to Moses, "You shall say thus to the children of Israel, 'The ever-living God of your forefathers, the God of Abraham, and the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my name from eternity, and I remember this from generation to generation. Go and assemble the chiefs of Israel, and say to them, The ever-living God of your fathers has appeared to me, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and said, I have visited you, and I will save you from the Mitzrites. Therefore I command you to go from among the Mitzrites to the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and the Amorites, and the Perizzites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, to a land flowing with milk and honey, and they will listen to your voice. Then go, you and the chiefs of Israel, to the king of the Mitzrayim, and say to him, The ever-living God of your servants has commanded us. Therefore we pray, let us go a 3 days' journey into the desert, and offer sacrifice to our ever-living God. But I know that the king of the Mitzrayim will not permit you to go except by a strong hand. Consequently I shall stretch out my hand and strike the Mitzrites with all the wonders that I will do within their bounds, and afterwards he will send you away. Then I will give this people favor in the eyes of the Mitzrites, so that it shall be, when they march, they shall not march unprovided. But every woman shall demand of her neighbor and from the guests in her house ornaments of silver and ornaments of gold, and clothing, and put them upon her sons and daughters, and shall strip the Mitzrites. Chapter 4. Then Moses answered and said, But they may not trust me and not listen to my voice, for they may say, We have never seen your God, the ever-living. God, however, asked him, What is in your hand? And he replied, A stick. And he then said, Throw it on the ground. So he threw it on the ground, and it became a serpent, and Moses fled from before it. But the ever-living said to Moses, Stretch out your hand and seize it by the tail. So he stretched out his hand and seized it, and it became a stick in his hand. Be certain they will believe because of that the ever-living God of their fathers appeared to you, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. And continuing, the ever-living said to him, Put your hand now into your bosom. So he put his hand into his bosom, and when he drew it out, his hand was leprous like snow. Then he said, Replace your hand in your bosom. So he replaced his hand in his bosom, and took it out again from his bosom, and it returned like his other flesh. And it shall be, if they will not trust you and not listen to your voice at the first evidence, yet they will trust to your voice after the second sign. But if they do not trust you even for the second evidence, and do not listen to your voice, then take some of the water from the river and pour it out on the dry land, and there the water which you have taken from the river shall become blood on the dry ground. Moses, however, replied to the ever-living, But yet, Lord, I am not an eloquent man. I have not been so in the past, nor in this speaking between you and your servant, for I am slow of mouth and heavy of tongue. But the ever-living replied to him, Who gave a mouth to man, or who makes dumb or deaf or blind or seeing? Is it not I, the living one? So now go, and I will be with your mouth, and show you what you shall say. But he answered, Indeed, my lord, send, I pray you, by some other hand. Then the ever-living was angry with Moses, and he said, Have you not a brother, Aaron the Levite? I know that he can talk, and he is even now coming to seek you. See that you can go cheerfully with him, and speak to him, and put words into his mouth, for I will be with your mouth and in his mouth, and will show you what you are to do, and he shall speak for you to the people. He shall be like a mouth for you, and you shall be to him in place of God. And that staff, take it in your hand, for you shall perform wonders with it. Moses therefore went and returned to Jethro his father-in-law, and said to him, I wish to go now and rejoin my relatives who are in Mitzrayim, and see if they are alive. When Jethro replied to Moses, Go in peace. The ever-living afterwards said to Moses in Midian, Go, return to the Mitzrayim, for all the men are dead who sought your life. Then Moses took his wife and his sons, and mounted them upon asses, and turned towards the land of the Mitzrayim. Moses also took the rod of God in his hand. The living one also said further to Moses, During your journey to the Mitzrayim, regard all the signs which I put unto your hand, and do them before Pharaoh. But I shall harden his heart, and he will not let the people go. Then you shall say to Pharaoh, Thus said the ever-living, Israel is my eldest son, and I say to you, Allow my son to go to serve him. And if you will not allow him, then I will slay your eldest son. But while he was upon the road at a resting place, a chieftain met him and attempted to kill him. But Zipporah took a razor and cut off the foreskin of her son, and threw it at his feet, and said, "You make a blood marriage for me." So he retired from them, when she said, "It is a marriage circumcision." Now the ever-living had said to Aaron, "Go and seek Moses in the desert." So he went and met him at the mount of God, and kissed him. Then Moses related to Aaron all the instructions of the ever-living which he had sent to him, and the whole of the miracles which he had commanded. Then Moses and Aaron proceeded and collected all the magistracy of the children of Israel. And Aaron repeated all the matters which the ever-living had addressed to Moses, and produced evidences before the eyes of the people. And the people were convinced, and acknowledged that the ever-living had visited Israel, and that he had looked upon their sufferings. So they honored and worshipped him. Chapter 5. Then Moses and Aaron went and said to Pharaoh, "Thus says the ever-living God of Israel, send out my people that they may hold a festival to me in the desert." But Pharaoh replied, "Who is the ever-living, that I should listen to his voice to send out the Israelites? I know nothing of the ever-living, and I shall not send the Israelites out." They, however, replied, "The God of the Hebrews has summoned us. Let us go therefore 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice to our ever-living God, for fear he should assail us with plague or fever." The king of the Mitzrayim said to them, "Why do you, Moses and Aaron, break off the people from their work? Go yourselves to the buildings." And Pharaoh went on to say, "The people are now too many for the land, yet you would take them away from building." Pharaoh consequently commanded on that day to the drivers and overseers, saying, "You shall not continue to give straw to these people for the bricks they make as heretofore, but let them go and collect straw for themselves. Yet the number of the bricks which they had to make heretofore lay upon them. You shall not diminish from them, for they are idle. Therefore they cry out, saying, 'Let us go and sacrifice to our God.' Increase the work upon these men, and make them do it, and not listen to absurd speeches." The drivers and overseers of the people consequently went and reported it to the people, saying thus, "Pharaoh has ordered us no more to give you straw. Therefore go, collect straw for yourselves wherever you can find it, for there is to be no diminution of your labors whatever." So the people were scattered all over the land of the Mitzrayim to seek stubble instead of straw. Yet the drivers ordered them, saying, "Complete your appointed work day by day in the production of bricks." And the overseers who were set over the children of Israel were flogged by the drivers of Pharaoh, who demanded, "Why have you not completed the stipulated number of bricks as formerly was done before this?" Then the overseers of the children of Israel appealed to Pharaoh, asking, "Why have you done this to your slaves? No straw is given to your slaves, yet they say to us, 'Make the bricks,' and your slaves are beaten, and your people injured." He, however, replied, "You are idle, you are idle. Therefore you say, 'Let us go and sacrifice to the ever-living.' So now be off, you slaves, for straw shall not be given to you, but you shall make the number of your bricks." Consequently the overseers of the children of Israel saw they were in a bad position, when he said, "You shall not diminish from the number of bricks day by day." So they assailed Moses and Aaron for inciting them to go to present themselves to Pharaoh, and said to them, "May the ever-living look upon you and decide how you have made our breath stink in the opinion of Pharaoh and in the opinion of his ministers, and have put a sword into their hands to slay us." Then Moses turned to the ever-living and said, "Almighty, why have you caused suffering to this people, and why have you sent me thus? And why have you sent me to Pharaoh, saying, 'I will take this people from their suffering,' when you have not delivered them?" Chapter 6. Then the ever-living replied to Moses, "Now you shall see what I will do to Pharaoh, so that with a strong hand he shall send off, and with a strong hand he shall drive them from this country." Afterwards the ever-living spoke to Moses, and said to him, "I am the ever-living, and I appeared to Abraham, and to Isaac, and to Jacob, as God Almighty, and by my name of the ever-living I did not make myself known to them. But however I made a covenant with them to give to them the land of Canaan, the land of their foreignhood, when they were foreigners in it. I have also heard the groaning of the children of Israel who are enslaved by the Mitzrites, and I have remembered my covenant. Therefore say to the children of Israel, I am, the ever-living, will cause you to come out from among the burdens of the Mitzrites, and I will deliver you from your slavery, and will redeem you with a directing arm, and with great judgments, and will take you to myself for a people, and will be a God to you, and you shall know that I, your ever-living God, have brought you out from among the burdens of the Mitzrites. I will also bring you to the land which I raised my hand to give to Abraham, and to Isaac, and to Jacob, and grant you its possession. I am the ever-living. Consequently, Moses repeated this to the children of Israel, but they would not listen to Moses for their anguish of spirit, and from their hard slavery. The ever-living again spoke to Moses, saying, Go, tell to Pharaoh, king of Mitzr, that he must dismiss the children of Israel from his country. But Moses replied against the ever-living and said, The children of Israel themselves would not listen to me, so certainly Pharaoh will not listen to me. I am also dull in speech. The ever-living, however, commanded Moses and Aaron again, and sent them to the children of Israel and to Pharaoh king of the Mitzrayim, to demand the release of the children of Israel from the land of the Mitzrayim. Thus the ever-living spoke to Aaron and Moses to lead the children of Israel out of the land of the Mitzrayim by their armies. He caused them, Moses and Aaron, to demand from Pharaoh king of the Mitzrayim to allow the children of Israel to go out of Mitzrayim. The ever-living was speaking daily to Moses in the land of the Mitzrayim. Thus the Lord commanded Moses, I am the ever-living. Speak to Pharaoh king of the Mitzrayim all that I command you. But Moses replied in the face of the ever-living, I am only slow of tongue, so Pharaoh will not listen to me.
Chapter 7. The ever-living, however, answered Moses, See, I will make you like a god to Pharaoh, and Aaron your brother shall be your reciter. Therefore you must say all that I command you to your brother, and he shall repeat to Pharaoh that he must send the children of Israel from his country. But I will make Pharaoh's heart obstinate, and I will multiply evidences and wonders in the land of the Mitzrayim. But Pharaoh will not listen to you, so I will lay my hand upon the Mitzrites, and will bring out my people, the children of Israel, from the land of the Mitzrayim, with great judgments, so that the Mitzrites may know that I am the ever-living, when I stretch out my hand over the Mitzrayim, and bring up the children of Israel from among them. So Moses and Aaron did as the ever-living commanded them. They did it. But Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron 86 years old, when they spoke to Pharaoh. Thus the ever-living spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, Since Pharaoh has said to you, Give us an evidence, instruct Aaron, Take your rod and throw it down before Pharaoh, and it shall become a serpent. Moses and Aaron therefore went to Pharaoh, and did as the ever-living commanded, and he threw down his rod before Pharaoh, and before his ministers, and it became a serpent. But Pharaoh summoned the scientists and chemists, and they also did it, assisted by the engineers of the Mitzrayim, by their delusions. For each of them threw down their rods, and they became serpents, but the rod of Aaron swallowed their rods. However, the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he would not listen to them, as the ever-living had foretold. The ever-living then said to Moses, The heart of Pharaoh is decided not to let the people depart. Confront Pharaoh in the morning when he goes to the bath, and stand to meet him at the bank of the river, and take the rod which turned to a serpent in your hand. Then say to him, The ever-living God of the Hebrews has sent me to you to say, Let my people go and serve me in the desert. But if you will not listen to that, thus says the ever-living, By this you shall learn that I am the master, when I strike with the rod which is in my hand upon the waters which are in the river, they shall turn to blood. And the fish which are in the river shall die, and the river shall stink, and the Mitzrites shall loathe to drink of the water of the river. The ever-living also said to Moses, Say to Aaron, Take your rod and extend your hand over the waters of Mitzr, over the streams, over the brooks, the pools, and over all the reservoirs of water, and they shall become blood, and they shall be blood in all the land of the Mitzrites, both in wood and in stone.
Therefore Moses and Aaron did as the ever-living commanded, and splashed with the rod and the hand the waters which were in the river before the eyes of Pharaoh and before the eyes of his ministers. And all the waters in the river turned to blood, and the fish which were in the river died, and the river stank. And the Mitzrites were not able to drink of the water from the river, for it became blood in all the land of the Mitzrayim. The engineers of Mitzar, however, did the same by their delusions. Therefore the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, and he would not listen to them, as the ever-living had foretold. Pharaoh therefore turned his face and went to his palace, and did not alter his heart even for this. But all the Mitzrites dug pits along the river for water to drink, for they were not able to drink the waters from the river. This continued for 7 days after the ever-living had struck the waters of the river. Then the ever-living said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh and say to him, 'Thus says the ever-living, send my people away to serve me. But if you will not send them, then I will plague all your dominions with frogs, and the water shall swarm with frogs, and they shall crawl up and come into your palace and to your chamber, to your couch and up to your bed, and to the palaces of your ministers and of your people and to your daughters. In this way the frogs shall come up upon your people and ministers.'" Chapter 8. Then the ever-living said to Moses, "Command your brother Aaron, extend your hand with your rod over the rivers and streams and lakes, so that the frogs may come up over the land of Mitzar." Aaron consequently extended his hand over the waters of Mitzar, and frogs came up and plagued the land of the Mitzrayim. The scientists, however, did the same by their engineering, and also brought up frogs upon the land of the Mitzrayim. Pharaoh, however, summoned Moses and Aaron and said, "Entreat the ever-living, that he may turn away the frogs from my sight and from my touch, when I will release the people, and they shall sacrifice to the ever-living." But Moses replied to Pharaoh, "You threatened me you would kill me. Why should I pray for you and your ministers and your people to drive away the frogs from you and from your palace, except that there may be a few in the river?" He, however, entreated, "Do it tomorrow." And he returned, "It shall be done as you say, so that you may know that there is no Lord except our God. Therefore the frogs shall turn back from you, and from your palace, and from your ministers, and from your people, except that in the river there shall be a few." Then Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried to the ever-living about the frogs, as he had promised to Pharaoh, and the ever-living did as Moses had said, and killed the frogs in the houses, and in the streets, and in the fields, and the heaps of them corrupting rotted, and the country stunk. But when Pharaoh perceived the smell of them, then he hardened his heart and would not listen to them, as the ever-living had foretold. Consequently the ever-living said to Moses, "Say to Aaron, extend your rod, and beat the dust of the earth, and it shall become lice in all the land of the Mitzrayim." And he did so. When Aaron extended his hand with his rod in it, and struck the dust of the earth, it became lice in all the land of the Mitzrayim. The scientists also tried by their contrivances to produce the same, and bring forth lice, but they were not able. These lice assailed both men and beasts. Then the scientists reported to Pharaoh, "This is the product of God." But Pharaoh hardened his heart and would not listen to them, as the ever-living had foretold. Therefore the ever-living said to Moses, "Arise at daybreak and stand before Pharaoh when he goes to bathe, and say to him, 'Thus says the ever-living, release my people that they may serve me. For if you do not release my people, I myself will release against you and your ministers and your people and your daughters gadflies. And the gadflies shall fill the houses of the Mitzrites, and also the land upon which they are. But at the same time it shall be different in the land of Goshen, where my people dwell, for the gadflies shall not be there, so that you may know that I am the ever-living in the midst of the earth. I will also make a distinction between my people and your people. This shall occur tomorrow." And the ever-living did it. For swarms of gadflies came into the palace of Pharaoh, and the palaces of his ministers, and to all the land of the Mitzrayim. The gadflies spread over all the country. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and said, "Go,
"Sacrifice to your God in this country." But Moses replied, "We were not instructed to do so. For if we were to sacrifice the idol of the Mitzrites in their sight, would they not stone us? We must go 3 days' journey into the desert, and sacrifice to our ever-living God as he has commanded us." Then Pharaoh answered, "I will send you, and you shall sacrifice to your ever-living God in the desert. Only in separating go not a long journey. Now pray for me." And Moses answered, "I will go out from you and pray, and entreat the ever-living, and he will turn away the gadflies from Pharaoh, and from his ministers, and from his people tomorrow. Nevertheless, Pharaoh will continue to oppose, and will not allow the people to go away to sacrifice to the ever-living." Moses accordingly went out from the presence of Pharaoh, and prayed to the Lord, and the ever-living answered Moses, and removed the gadflies from Pharaoh, and from his ministers, and from his people, and none remained. Pharaoh, however, hardened his heart even after this, and would not release the people.
The end of chapters 1 through 8 of the book of Exodus. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 9 through 16 of the book of Exodus, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The book of Exodus, chapters 9 through 16. Chapter 9. Consequently the ever-living said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh and tell him, 'Thus says the ever-living God of the Hebrews, let my people go, and serve me. However, if you are unwilling to release them, and you are again obstinate with them, then the hand of the ever-living shall bring upon your herds that are in the field, and upon your horses, and asses, and camels, and cattle, and sheep, a very severe punishment. But the ever-living will distinguish between the herds of Israel and between the herds of the Mitzrites, and in all the herds of Israel nothing shall die." The ever-living, however, fixed a period. "After a while the ever-living will do this thing in the country." The ever-living accordingly brought the event at the period, and killed a number of the cattle of the Mitzrites, but of the cattle of the Israelites not any died. Pharaoh also sent to examine, and discovered that of the cattle of the Israelites none had died. Yet Pharaoh hardened his heart, and would not let the people go. Subsequently the ever-living said to Moses and Aaron, "Take up for yourselves hands full of ashes from the smeltery furnaces, and let Moses fling them to the sky in the sight of Pharaoh, and they shall become a fine dust over all the land of Mitzr, and it shall settle upon man and beast, to inflame and produce boils in all the land of the Mitzrayim." They took therefore ashes from a smeltery, and presented themselves before Pharaoh. And Moses flung them skyward, and they produced inflammatory boils upon man and beast, and the scientists were not able to stand before Moses, for the inflammation came upon the scientists as well as upon the other Mitzrites. But the ever-living hardened Pharaoh's heart, so he would not listen to them, as the ever-living had foretold to Moses. Afterwards the ever-living said to Moses, "Arise at dawn, and go and stand before Pharaoh, and say to him, 'Thus says the ever-living God of the Hebrews, release my people to serve me, or else this time I will fling with all my might upon your heart, and on your ministers, and on your people, so that they may learn that there is none except myself in the whole earth. For now I will send my hand against and strike you, yourself and your people, with the object of destroying you from the earth. If you oppose yourself to my people, to prevent them from going, I will rain at the date appointed in the future very fierce hail, such as has not been in Mitzr from the day it was founded until now. Therefore send your cattle to shelters, and all that you have in the field. Every man and beast that remains in the field and is not gathered into houses, the hail will come down upon them and kill them." Those of the ministers of Pharaoh who feared the message of the ever-living collected their servants and their cattle into the houses.
But those who did not lay the message of the ever-living to heart left their servants and cattle in the field. The ever-living afterward said to Moses, "Extend your hand to the skies, and there will come hail in all the land of the Mitzrayim, upon man, and upon beast, and upon all that is in the field, in the land of the Mitzrayim." So Moses extended his rod to the skies, and the ever-living uttered his voice, and fire ran along the ground, and the ever-living poured hail upon the land of the Mitzrayim. And there was hail and continuous fire mixed with the hail, very cruel, such as had never been like it in all the land of the Mitzrayim, from when it became a nation. The hail also struck in all the land of the Mitzrayim whatever was in the field, from man to beast, and all the vegetation of the field was struck by the hail, and all the trees of the field broken, except in the land of Goshen, where the children of Israel were. There the hail was not. After this Pharaoh sent and invited Moses and Aaron, and said to them, "I have sinned this time. The ever-living has done right, and I and my people have done wrong. Pray to the ever-living, for mighty are the utterances of God, and the hail, and I will release you, and no more continue to prevent." But Moses answered him, "When I am outside of the city, I will spread out my hands to the ever-living, when the voices will cease, and the hail will not continue, so that you may learn that the earth belongs to the ever-living, and that you and your ministers may learn at last to fear before the presence of the ever-living God." So the flax and the barley were cut up, for the barley was in ear, and the flax in flour, but the wheat and rye were not cut up, for they were of later growth. When Moses went from the presence of Pharaoh outside the city, he spread his hands before the ever-living, and the voices ceased, and the hailstorm poured not earthward. But when Pharaoh perceived that the rain and hail and voices had ceased, he continued to sin and hardened his heart, he and his ministers. So Pharaoh's heart was obstinate, and he would not release the children of Israel, as the ever-living foretold by the hand of Moses. Chapter 10. Therefore the ever-living said to Moses, "Go to Pharaoh, for I will strike his heart and the heart of his ministers with 2 other evidences in their midst, that you can record for the ears of your sons and your sons' sons how I brought you up from the Mitzrayim, and the evidences that I produced among them, that they might know that I am the ever-living." Moses and Aaron consequently went to Pharaoh and said to him, "Thus says the ever-living God of the Hebrews, until when will you refuse, resisting to my face, to release my people to serve me? However, if you continue refusing to release my people, I will bring locusts shortly into your dominions, and they shall hide the sight of the ground, so that you shall not be able to see the ground, and they shall eat the remains of the fragments of what has been left to you from the hail, and shall eat all your fruit trees from the field, and shall fill your palace, and the palaces of your ministers, and the houses of all the Mitzrites, in such a way as you have never seen, or your fathers, or the fathers of your fathers, from the day they lived upon the earth to this day." Then he ceased and went away from Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh's ministers said to him, "How long is this thing to go on with us, to ensnare us? Release these men to serve their ever-living God. Do you not know that Mitzar is already destroyed?" Moses and Aaron were brought back to Pharaoh, and he accordingly said to them, "Go, serve the ever-living your God. Who and what do you wish should go with you?" So Moses replied, "With our young and our old we shall go, with our sons and our daughters, with our sheep and our cattle we shall go, so that we may hold a holy festival to our God." He, however, exclaimed, "The ever-living must be with you. Then when I let you go with your children, look out, for evil is before you. It shall never be so, but you may go now and make a pilgrimage and serve your ever-living, for that is what you asked." And they were driven from the presence of Pharaoh. Then the ever-living said to Moses, "Stretch out your hand over the land of the Mitzrayim for the locusts, and they shall come up upon the land of Mitzar, and shall eat everything green in the country, all that the hail has left." So Moses extended his rod over the country of the Mitzrayim, and the ever-living drove an east wind over the country all that day and all the night until the morning came, and the east wind carried the locusts. And the locusts came up over all the country of the Mitzrayim, and seized upon all the dominions of the Mitzrayim very grievously. Before them there were no such locusts, and never since have there been such. They even hid the ground from sight, and blackened the earth, and ate every green thing upon the ground, and all the fruit of the trees which the hail had left, and no verdure was left on the trees, or grass on the fields, in all the land of the Mitzrayim. Then Pharaoh hastened, and summoned Moses and Aaron, and said, I have sinned against the ever-living God, and against you. Therefore pardon now my sin, only this once, and entreat the ever-living God to turn from me also this death. So they went out from Pharaoh, and entreated the ever-living, and the Lord caused a very strong west wind to blow, and it swept off the locusts, and blew them into the Red Sea. There was not a locust in all the dominions of the Mitzrayim. But the ever-living strengthened the heart of Pharaoh, and he would not release the children of Israel. Afterwards the ever-living said to Moses, Stretch your hand towards the sky, and darkness shall come upon all the land of the Mitzrayim, and a darkness that may be felt. Therefore Moses stretched his hand to the skies, and thick darkness came upon all the land of the Mitzrayim for 3 days. No one saw his brother, and no one rose from his place for 3 days. But to all the children of Israel there was light for their operations. Then Pharaoh sent for Moses and said, Go, serve the ever-living. Only your sheep and cattle must stay. Your children also may go with you. But Moses replied, You must also give to our hands sacrifices and offerings that we can make to our ever-living God, and therefore our herds must go with us. Not a hoof must be left, for we must take from them to serve our ever-living God. And we cannot be knowing what we must serve the ever-living with until we arrive there. The Lord, however, hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he was not willing to release the people. Therefore Pharaoh replied to him, Get off from me, and take care to yourself never again to see my face. For on the day you look again on my face, you shall die. When Moses answered, As you have spoken right, I never will look on your face again. Chapter 11. Then the ever-living said to Moses, I will bring yet another blow upon Pharaoh and upon the Mitzrayim, after which he will release you. They all will release you, driving you from there. Therefore privately instruct the people that they must demand, every man from his neighbor, and every woman from her neighbor, articles of silver and articles of gold. The ever-living also gave the people favor in the eyes of the Mitzrites, for the man Moses was very powerful in the land of Mitzr, in the eyes of the ministers of Pharaoh, and in the eyes of the people. After that Moses proclaimed, Thus says the ever-living, At midnight I will pass through the land of the Mitzrayim, and kill all the firstborn in the land of Mitzr, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sits upon the throne, to the firstborn of the slave who sits behind the mill, as well as the firstborn of the cattle. And a great cry will go up from all the land of Mitzr, when these are not, and those are perished. But from all the children of Israel there shall not be hurt a dog's tongue, that you may know that the ever-living distinguishes between the Mitzrites and Israel. Then all your ministers shall descend and bow down to me, saying, Go away, you with all the people who are following you, and after that I will depart. Thus he went from before Pharaoh in burning anger. Then the ever-living said to Moses, Since Pharaoh will not listen to you, I will increase my evidences in the land of the Mitzrayim. Therefore Moses and Aaron effected all these evidences before Pharaoh. Yet the ever-living hardened the heart of Pharaoh, and he would not release the children of Israel from his country. Chapter 12. Consequently the ever-living spoke to Moses and to Aaron in the land of the Mitzrayim, commanding, This month shall be to you the chief month. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Speak to all the families of Israel, commanding that in the 10th month they shall take for themselves each one a lamb for a father's house, a lamb for a family. But if the family is too small for a lamb, then let him and the neighbor to his house, according to the number of persons who are to eat, share in the lamb. It must be a perfect he-lamb of a year. You may take it from the sheep or from the goats, and you must keep it by you until the 14th day of this month. Then kill it. All the assembly of the families of Israel must kill it between the dusks. Then they shall take the blood and sprinkle upon the 2 doorposts and upon the lintel of the houses where they eat it. And they shall eat the flesh in that night, roasted with fire. They shall eat it with unfermented bread and bitter herbs. They shall not eat any of it parboiled, or boiled in a boiler, but only roasted with fire, its head, and limbs, and ribs. And they shall not reserve any of it till the morning, but what is left of it at the morning they shall consume with fire, and they shall eat it in this way: girt with their belts, their shoes on their feet, and their sticks in their hands, and they shall eat it rapidly. It is a passing over to the ever-living. For I will pass through the land of the Mitzrayim in that night, and strike all the firstborn of the Mitzrites from man to beast. Upon all the gods of the Mitzrites also I will execute judgment, I the ever-living. But the blood upon your houses shall be a safeguard to you, that you are there. When I see the blood, then I will pass over you, and there shall not be a life injured in my destruction of the land of the Mitzrayim. Therefore this day shall be to you for a remembrance and a festival. It shall be a festival to the ever-living in your generations, an ordinance for ever. You shall sanctify it. You shall eat unfermented bread for 7 days. That is, in the first day you shall remove ferment from your houses. For all who eat fermented bread then, that person shall be excommunicated from Israel, from the first day to the 7th day. So the first day shall be proclaimed holy, and the 7th day shall be proclaimed holy for you. You shall not do any work upon them, except for what every person must eat. You shall only do that. Therefore guard these days of unfermented bread, for on these days I led out your armies from the land of the Mitzrayim with power. Consequently, keep this period as an everlasting institution in your generations. Beginning at the 14th day of the month at the dusk, to eat fermented bread, until the 21st of the month at dusk. During 7 days, ferment shall not be brought into your houses. For everyone eating of fermented bread, that person shall be excommunicated from the families of Israel, whether a foreigner or a native of the country. You shall not eat of any in your dwellings. You shall eat biscuits. Moses therefore proclaimed to all the magistrates of Israel, saying, Blow the trumpet, and select for yourselves a lamb for your families, and kill the Passover, and take a bunch of hyssop, and dip it in the blood which ensues, and sprinkle the lintel and the 2 doorposts with the blood which ensues. And none of you shall go out from the door of his house until daybreak, for at dusk the ever-living will strike the Mitzrites. But when he sees the blood on the lintel and upon the 2 doorposts, then the ever-living will pass over the door, and will not allow injury to come to that house to strike it. You shall also keep this command as an institution for you and your sons forever. Also, when you have arrived at the land which the ever-living will give you, as he promised, you shall there also regard this service. And when your children shall say to you, What is this service for? You shall reply, This is the sacrifice of the Passover to the ever-living, who passed over the houses of the children of Israel in Mitzar, when he struck the Mitzrites and protected our houses. Therefore the people shall bow down and worship. So the children of Israel went and did as the ever-living commanded to Moses and Aaron. They did it. When that midnight came, the ever-living struck all the firstborn in the land of the Mitzrayim, from the firstborn of Pharaoh who sat upon the throne, to the firstborn of the prisoner in the dungeon, and all the firstborn of cattle. Then Pharaoh and all his ministers arose in the night with all the Mitzrites, and there was a great shriek among the Mitzrayim, for there was not a house in which there was not someone dead. Consequently he sent to Moses and Aaron by night, and said, Rise up! Go away from among my people, both yourselves and the children of Israel. Go, serve the ever-living as he has commanded you, and take your sheep and your cattle as you demanded, and march. But therefore bless me. The Mitzrites also pressed on the people to hasten them to go out from the country. For, they said, we shall all be dead. So the people took up the dough before it was fermented with yeast, rolled up in their knapsacks on their shoulders. The children of Israel also had done as Moses ordered, and had demanded from the Mitzrites ornaments of silver and articles of gold and clothing. And the ever-living gave them favor in the eyes of the Mitzrites. Thus they demanded from them, and escaped from the Mitzrayim. Then the children of Israel marched from Ramesses to the encampment, about 600,000 men, beside children. Many strangers also went up with them, and very great herds of sheep and cattle. They also baked the dough which they had brought from the Mitzrayim into biscuits, before it was fermented, for the Mitzrites drove them, and they were not able to ferment it, as well as also being ordered not to do it. Now the period of the residence of the children of Israel, during which they stayed amongst the Mitzrites, was 430 years. And it was at the end of the 430th year, upon the selfsame day, that all the armies of the ever-living came out from the land of the Mitzrayim. It is a night to be observed to the ever-living, for he brought them out from the land of the Mitzrayim. It is the night of observance to the ever-living, for all the children of Israel and their descendants. The ever-living had said to Moses and Aaron, "This is the feast of the Passover, and son of a foreigner shall not eat it, but every person bought with money when he has been circumcised may eat of it. It shall be eaten by single families. They shall not carry any of its flesh outside of the house, and a bone of it shall not be broken. Every family in Israel shall offer it, and if there resides with you a foreigner, and he would offer the Passover to the ever-living, let him cause every male to be circumcised. He may then approach to offer it, when he shall be like a native of the country, but any uncircumcised person shall not eat of it. One law shall be for the native and for the foreigner, who is among you." So all the children of Israel did as the ever-living commanded to Moses and Aaron. They did it. Thus it was on the selfsame day the ever-living caused the children of Israel to go out from the land of the Mitzrayim with their armies. Chapter 13. The ever-living also commanded to Moses, "Consecrate to me every firstborn proceeding from every womb of the children of Israel, both of man and beast. It is mine." Therefore Moses said to the people, "Remember this day when you came out of the land of the Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage, for with a strong hand the ever-living brought you from there, so you shall not eat fermented bread. The time when you came out was in the month of harvest. Consequently, when the ever-living brings you to the land of the Canaanites, and the Hittites, and Amorites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, which he swore to give to you, a land flowing with milk and honey, then you shall perform this service in this month. For 7 days you shall eat biscuits, and on the 7th day shall be a festival to the ever-living. You shall eat biscuits for 7 days, and fermented bread shall not be seen with you, nor shall ferment be seen in all your boundaries. You shall inform your children of this day, saying, This is for the passing over the ever-living made for us in bringing us out from the Mitzrayim. Thus it will be to you like a mark on your hand, and as a remembrance between your eyes, so that the reverence for the ever-living may be before you. For with a strong hand the ever-living led you out from the Mitzrayim. Therefore you shall observe this institution for a witness for ever and ever. And when the ever-living has brought you to the land of Canaan, which he promised to you and to your fathers that he would give you, then you shall devote every firstborn of the womb to the ever-living, and every first offspring of cattle which shall come to you as a male to the ever-living. But every firstborn of an ass you shall redeem with a lamb, or if you do not redeem it, then break its neck. Every eldest male, however, of your children you shall redeem. When any of your sons then shall ask you hereafter, saying, Why is this? You shall reply to him, The ever-living brought us out from the Mitzrayim with a strong hand from the house of bondage. And when Pharaoh refused to release us, then the ever-living slew all the firstborn in the land of the Mitzrayim, from the firstborn of man to the firstborn of beast. Therefore I sacrifice to the ever-living all the first male offspring of the womb, and all the firstborn of men I redeem. Thus they will be like marks upon your hand, and as frontlets between your eyes, that with a strong hand the ever-living brought you from Mizar. However, when Pharaoh had released the people, God did not conduct them out by way of the country of the Philistines, although it was the nearest. For God said, If I should conduct the people to the site of war, they will return to the Mitzrayim. Therefore God turned the people to the way by the desert of the Sea of Weeds. The children of Israel, however, marched in readiness for battle from the land of the Mitzrayim. Moses also took the bones of Joseph with him, for he had administered an oath to the children of Israel, saying, The ever-living will visit you, and you shall carry up my bones from here with you. So they marched from the encampment, and pitched on the borders of the desert. And the ever-living went before them by day in a pillar of cloud, to direct them on the way, and in a pillar of fire by night, to light them in the way by day and night. The pillar of cloud never departed by day, nor the pillar of fire by night from before the people. Chapter 14. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, Command the children of Israel that they must turn and encamp before Pi-hahiroth, between Migdol and the sea, in front of Baal-zephon. You shall encamp directly opposite the sea. Upon which Pharaoh will exclaim, The children of Israel have confused themselves as to the country. The desert shuts them in. And I will embolden the heart of Pharaoh, and he will pursue you, and then I will be honored by Pharaoh and by all his forces, and the Mitzrites shall know that I am the ever-living. They accordingly did it. When it was reported to the king of the Mitzrayim that the people had fled, then the heart of Pharaoh and of his ministers changed about the people, and they said, What is it that we have done? Why have we released the people from serving us? Consequently he had his own chariot harnessed, and took his forces with him, and took 600 officers' chariots, and all the chariots of the Mitzrayim, with 3 men upon each of them. Thus the ever-living emboldened the heart of Pharaoh, king of the Mitzrayim, and he pursued after the children of Israel. But the children of Israel went out with a high hand. The Mitzrites, however, pursued after them, and came up with them and camped by the sea, all the horse chariots of Pharaoh and his forces, at Pi-hahiroth, before Baal-zephon. As Pharaoh approached, the children of Israel raised their eyes, and saw the Mitzrites marching after them, and they were terrified. So the children of Israel cried out to the ever-living, and they said to Moses, Because there were no graves among the Mitzrayim, have you brought us out from Mitzar into the desert to die? Was not this what we said to you in Mitzar? Let us alone, and we will serve the Mitzrites? For it is better for us to serve the Mitzrites than that we should die in the desert. Moses, however, replied to the people, Fear not, stand still, and you shall see the victory of the ever-living which he will effect for you today. For although you see the Mitzrites today, you shall not see them again for ever and ever. The Lord will fight with them, and you shall keep silent. The ever-living then said to Moses, Why do you cry to me? Command the children of Israel to march, and you raise your staff and extend your hand over the sea, when it will divide itself, and the children of Israel can go through it as upon dry land. But I myself will embolden the hearts of the Mitzrites, and they shall follow after them. Then I shall be honored by Pharaoh and by all his forces, by his charioteers and horsemen, and the Mitzrites shall learn that I am the ever-living by my conquering over Pharaoh and his horsemen. Then the messenger of God, who went before the camp of Israel, marched and went behind them, and the pillar of cloud also marched from before them and stood at their rear, and went between the camp of the Mitzrites and the camp of Israel, and became a cloud and darkness, even of the light of the night, so that the one approached not to the other all the night. When Moses stretched his hand over the sea, the ever-living caused a strong east wind to blow, and rolled back the waters all that night, and made the sea like dry land, and made a plain in the waters. Then the children of Israel passed through the sea on the dried-up part, and the waters were to them a protection on their right hand and upon their left. The Mitzrites also pursued and went after them, all the horse chariots of Pharaoh and his horsemen, into the midst of the sea. But when the morning watch arrived, the ever-living looked down from the pillar of fire and cloud onto the army of Mitzrayim, and broke off the wheels from their chariots, and confused the ranks of the drivers, so that the Mitzrites exclaimed, Let us fly from the presence of Israel, for the ever-living fights for them against the Mitzrites. Then the ever-living said to Moses, Stretch out your hand over the sea, and the waters shall return upon the Mitzrites, over their chariots and over their horsemen. So Moses extended his hand over the waters, and the waters returned at the beginning of the morning to their regular flow, and the Mitzrites fled from their approach. Thus the ever-living overwhelmed the Mitzrites in the midst of the sea, and the waters returned and struck the chariots and the horsemen, and all the forces of Pharaoh that went after them into the sea. Not one of them remained. But the children of Israel went along upon the dry land in the midst of the sea, and the water was a protection to them on the right and on the left. Thus the ever-living saved Israel at that time from the hand of the Mitzrites. And Israel saw the Mitzrites dead on the shore of the sea, and Israel also saw the great power by which the ever-living dealt with the Mitzrites. Therefore the people feared the ever-living, and trusted in the Lord, and Moses his servant. Chapter 15. Then Moses and the children of Israel sang this song to the ever-living, and said in chorus, I will sing to the Lord, for with splendid power he has flung the horse and his rider into the sea. I shout and sing to my God, for from him comes my salvation. He is my God, and I rest upon him, the God of my fathers, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a warrior, his name is the Life. He whelmed Pharaoh's cars and his force in the sea, and his generals sank in the sea of the weeds. The breakers sucked to the deeps like stone. Your right hand, Lord, is strong and glorious. Your right hand, Lord, has crushed your foes, and with grandeur destroyed your opponents. You shot your fire, it consumed them as chaff, and the sea was filled by the breath of your mouth. And they lay like heaps for the plunderers. They curdled the waves in the heart of the sea. I will pursue, said the foeman, o'ertake and plunder and sate my lust. Draw my sword, and my hand shall destroy them. You blew with your wind, and the sea overwhelmed, and their princes sank like lead in the seas. Who is like to the Lord among gods? Who like him in his holy splendor, in brightness and honor and powerful acts? You extended your hand, and the earth was shaken. You led in your love this people free, and will bring in your might to your holy home. The nations hearing it trembled. Terror seized on Philistia's men. The chiefs of Edom were also in terror. The princes of Moab shook in their fear, and the people of Canaan dissolved like a cloud. Dread and terror upon them fell. At your mighty power they stood like a stone, until your people, Lord, passed over, until your race had passed out redeemed, whom you brought and fixed as your own on your hill, the place you had chosen, Lord, for your work, to the temple almighty your hands had made. The Lord will reign forever and ever, for the horse of Pharaoh went with his chariot and with his horsemen into the sea, where the Lord turned on them the flood of the waters. But the children of Israel walked on the dry, through the midst of the sea. Miriam the poetess also, the sister of Aaron, took the timbrel in her hand, and all the women followed her with timbrels and dances. And Miriam responded to them, Sing to the Lord, for gloriously triumphing, he has flung the horse and his rider into the sea. Moses afterwards marched the children of Israel from the Red Sea, and departed from the desert of the wall, and advanced 3 days into the desert, but found no water. Then they came to Marah, but were unable to drink the waters of Marah, for they were bitter. Therefore Moses called it bitterness. Then the people came to Moses to say, Why have you done this? So he cried to the ever-living, and the ever-living showed him a tree which he put into the water, and it sweetened it. He gave it therefore the name of the pit of calamity, and named it Trial. But he said, If you will listen to the voice of your ever-living God, and do what is right in his eyes, and give your ears to his commands, and keep all his institutions, all the plagues which I laid upon the Mitzrites I will not lay upon you, for I am your ever-living restorer. After that they came to Elim, where there were 12 springs of water, and several palm trees. So they encamped there by the springs. Chapter 16. Then the children of Israel marched from Elim, and came to Araph, in the desert of Sin, which is between Elim and Sinai, on the 15th day of the 2nd month, from their departure out of the land of the Mitzrayim. But all the families of the children of Israel complained against Moses and Aaron in the desert. And the children of Israel said to them, Why do you kill us by the hand of the ever-living? In the land of the Mitzrayim we sat by the flesh pots to gorging. Why have you brought all the congregation to this desert to die of hunger? Therefore the ever-living said to Moses, I will rain bread for them from the skies, and the people shall go out to collect it day by day, so that I may try if they will walk in my laws or no. But upon the 6th day they must prepare what they bring in, which shall be twice as much as the daily portion. Moses and Aaron consequently said to all the children of Israel, Tomorrow morning you shall know that the ever-living brought you out of the land of the Mitzrayim, for in the morning you shall see the power of the Lord by his listening to your complaints against the ever-living and us, regarding what you have complained against us. And, Moses continued, the ever-living will give you flesh to eat in the evening, and bread in the morning to your fill, because the ever-living has heard your complaints that you have complained against him and us. For you not only complain against us, but against the Lord. Then Moses said to Aaron, Command all the families of the children of Israel to appear before the ever-living, for he has heard their murmurs. Consequently Aaron commanded all the families of the children of Israel, and they presented themselves in the desert, and saw the splendor of the ever-living appear in the cloud. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, I have heard the complaints of the children of Israel. Speak to them and say, In the evening you shall eat flesh, and in the morning you shall be filled with bread, so that you may know that I am your ever-living God. When evening arrived, therefore, quails came up and covered the camp, and in the morning a layer of dew surrounded the camp. But when the layer of dew exhaled from the surface of the desert, grains like scales, grains like hoarfrost, covered the ground. When the children of Israel saw it, they said each to his brother, Man-huah, for they did not know what it was. But Moses said to them, This is the bread which the ever-living has given for you to eat, and this is the thing that he commands. You are to collect each of you according to his requirements, a homer for each individual member of the living persons that you entertain in your tents. The children of Israel accordingly did so, and collected it from the desert, much and little. But when they measured by the homer, there was no excess to the much, or deficiency to the little. Each had according to the consuming mouths. For Moses had said to them, Let not any remain until the morning. But some listened not to Moses, but reserved it by them until the morning, when it bred worms. Moses, however, was angry with them. Therefore they collected it morning by morning, according to the consuming mouths, for when the sun arose it melted. But when the 6th day came, they collected a double quantity of bread, 2 homers to each, and all the heads of families came to Moses and reported it. When he replied to them, That is what the ever-living commanded. You shall rest a holy rest to the ever-living tomorrow. What you have to bake, bake it, and what you have to boil, boil it, and all the remainder keep by you until the morning. So they laid it up until the morning, as Moses commanded, and it did not stink, and worms were not in it. Then Moses said, Eat it today, for today is a rest to the ever-living. You shall not go out into the field. You shall collect it 6 days, but the 7th day is a rest. You shall not do it then. Yet it happened that on the 7th day a man went out to collect, but he found none. The ever-living therefore said to Moses, Until when shall I entreat them to observe my commands and laws? Let them see that the ever-living has given them the rest, for he has given to them on the 6th day bread for 2 days. Let each stay at his home. Let none go out from the camp on the 7th day. So the people stayed at home on the 7th day. Thus the house of Israel called it man, and it was like a seed of coriander, white, and the taste of it like cakes and honey. Moses also said, This is the rule that the ever-living commands to be practiced continually, to be kept for your generations, so that you may see the bread which I caused you to eat in the desert, whilst I brought you out from the land of Mitzar. Therefore Moses said to Aaron, Take a basket, and put into it a full homer of manna, and place it before the presence of the ever-living, to preserve for their posterity. So as the ever-living commanded to Moses, Aaron laid it up in the presence, as a witness, in the treasury. And the children of Israel ate the manna for 40 years, until they came to the land to rest. They ate the manna, until they came to the border of the land of Canaan. The end of chapters 9 through 16 of the book of Exodus. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 17 through 24 of the book of Exodus, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Exodus, chapters 17 through 24. Chapter 17. Afterwards the whole body of the children of Israel marched from the desert of Sin by stages at the command of the Lord, and encamped in exhaustion, for there was no water to quench the people's thirst. There the people contended with Moses, saying, "Give us water, and quench our thirst." Moses, however, replied, "Why do you mutiny against me? Why do you try the ever-living?" But the people thirsted then for water, and the people complained against Moses and said, "Why did you bring us out from Mitzrayim to kill us, with our children and cattle, with thirst?" Then Moses cried to the ever-living, saying, "What shall I do with these people? For they are ready to stone me." But the ever-living answered Moses, "Pass along before the face of the people, and take with you the magistrates of Israel. Take also in your hand the rod with which you struck the river, and march. I will stand before your face there at the rock in the waste, and you shall strike upon the rock, and water shall come out of it, and quench the people." And Moses did so in sight of the nobles of Israel, and named the spot Trial and Strife, because of the dispute with the children of Israel, and because of their trial of the ever-living, saying, "Does the ever-living exist with us or not?" The Amalekites at this time came with the Rephaites, and made war with Israel. Consequently Moses said to Joshua, "Choose your own men, and go out to fight with the Amalekites tomorrow, and I will stand on the top of the hill with the rod of God in my hand." Joshua therefore did as Moses said to him, and fought with Amalek. But Moses and Aaron and Hur went up to the top of the hill, and when Moses held up his hand, Israel became victorious. But when he lowered his hand, Amalek was victor. So when the hand of Moses became weary, they took a stone and placed it under him, and he rested upon it. And Aaron and Hur supported his hand, first one and then the other, so that his hand was stretched out until sunset, when Joshua defeated Amalek and his people by the edge of the sword. The ever-living afterwards said to Moses, "Write this and record it in a book, and instruct Joshua that I will blot the memory of Amalek from under the skies." Moses then built an altar and called its name, "The Throne of the Ever-Living." And he said, "With the hand upon the throne of Jacob, fight Amalek for the Lord from age to age." Chapter 18. When Jethro, the priest of Midian, the father-in-law of Moses, heard all that God had done for Moses and for Israel his people, how the ever-living had led Israel out of Mitzrayim, then Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, took Zipporah, the wife of Moses, who had sent her back, and her 2 sons. The name of the first was Gershom, for he said, "I have been a stranger in a strange land." And the name of the other, Eleazar, "For the God of my fathers has been a comfort and refuge to me from the sword of Pharaoh." So Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, brought his 2 sons and his wife to Moses in the desert, where the mount of God is. And he said to Moses, "I, Jethro, your father-in-law, have come to you with your wife and 2 sons with me." Then Moses went out to meet his father-in-law, and bowed to him and kissed him, and they mutually inquired after their health. Then they came to the tent. Moses there related to his father-in-law all that the ever-living had done to Pharaoh and to the Mitzrayim on account of Israel, all the troubles which met them on the road, and how the ever-living delivered them. And Jethro was glad at all the good which the ever-living had done to Israel, and his redemption of them from the hand of the Mitzrayim. So Jethro said, "Bless the ever-living, who has delivered you from the hand of the Mitzrayim, and from the hand of Pharaoh, and who has delivered this people from under the hand of the Mitzrayites. Now you can perceive how much greater the ever-living is than all their gods, by the events with which he overwhelmed them." Then Jethro, the father-in-law of Moses, took burnt offerings and sacrifices to God, and Aaron and all the nobles of Israel came and dined with the father-in-law of Moses before God. The next day, however, Moses sat to administer justice to the people, and Moses remained from morning to evening. And the father-in-law of Moses saw all that he did for the people, and said, "What is this business that you do for the people? Why do you sit alone, and all the people standing before you from morn till night? When Moses replied to his father-in-law, Because all the people come to me to inquire of the ever-living. Whoever among them has a dispute comes to me, and I decide between man, and I make known the decision of God and his laws. But the father-in-law Moses answered him, The practice that you follow is not good. You are not prudent, nor are this people who are with you, for their affairs are more than you are able to bear alone. Therefore listen to my voice. I will advise you, and God will be with you. Let now the people appear before God, and bring their affairs to God, and instruct them in the decisions of his laws, and inform them the way they should walk in, and the acts they should do. Also choose for yourself from all the people strong men who fear God and hate bribes, and place over them as chiefs of thousands, chiefs of hundreds, chiefs of 50s, and chiefs of 10s, and let them judge the people at all times, and let only all the great affairs be brought to you, but let them judge all the little matters, and thus ease yourself, for they load you. If you do this and God confirms it, then you can appoint it, and all these people can arrange their affairs with ease. Moses consequently listened to the suggestion of his father-in-law, and did all that he said. Moses therefore chose strong men from all Israel, and placed them as heads over the people, chiefs of thousands, and chiefs of hundreds, and chiefs of 10s, and they judged the people at all times in their affairs, bringing the difficult matters to Moses, but in the small affairs they decided for themselves. Moses afterwards took leave of his father-in-law, who went to his own country. Chapter 19. At the 3rd month from the coming out of the land of the Mitzrayim, on that day they came to the desert of Sinai. Then the Rephidim also marched and came to the desert of Sinai, and encamped in the desert. Israel also encamped there near the hill. Then Moses went up to God, and the ever-living called to him from the hill, saying, Say this to the house of Jacob, and inform the children of Israel. You have seen what I did to the Mitzrayim, and lifted you on the wings of eagles, and brought you to me. So now, if you will listen to my voice, and keep my laws, then you shall be to me a peculiar people, more than all the peoples of the earth. And you shall be to me a royal priesthood, and a holy nation. These are the words you shall speak to the children of Israel. Moses consequently went and assembled the nobles of the people, and set before them the whole of these promises, as the ever-living commanded. And all the people answered at once, and said, We will do all the ever-living commands. Then Moses reported the declaration of the people to the ever-living. And the ever-living replied to Moses, Now I will come to you. In a cloud of fire I will pass by. The people shall hear me talk with you, and also I will remain with you always. Then Moses reported the declaration of the people to the ever-living. When the ever-living replied to Moses, Go to the people and sanctify them today, and tomorrow, and wash their clothes, and on the 3rd day let them assemble. For on the 3rd day the ever-living will descend in the sight of all the people upon Mount Sinai. But you shall keep the people at a distance around, by ordering, Take care that you do not go up to the hill or touch its skirts. All who touch the hill shall die. Whether a beast or a man, let them not touch it with the hand, or they shall be stoned with stones, or pierced with a dart. They shall not live who approach to ascend the hill. Consequently Moses descended from the hill to the people, and sanctified the people, and they washed their clothing. And he said, Restrain yourselves for 3 days, not to touch a woman. When the 3rd day came to the daybreak, there were voices and lightnings and a heavy cloud over the hill, and the sound of a powerful trumpet, so that all the people in the camp trembled. Then Moses brought out from the camp all the people to meet God, and stationed them below the hill. And the hill of Sinai smoked all over its surface, when the ever-living descended upon it in fire, and its smoke went up like the smoke of a smelting furnace, and the whole hill trembled greatly, and there was the continuous sound of a trumpet. But Moses very boldly spoke, and God answered him by voice. Then the ever-living descended on to the hill of Sinai, on to the top of the hill, and the ever-living called Moses to the top of the hill, and Moses ascended. Then the ever-living said to Moses, "Descend at once to the people, for fear they should break through to see, and numbers fall before me. Let the priests also who sacrifice to the ever-living sanctify themselves, lest the Lord afflict them." But Moses replied to the ever-living, "The people cannot ascend the hill of Sinai, for you commanded us, saying, 'Go a distance from the hill and sanctify yourselves.'" The ever-living, however, answered him, "Go, descend, and return, you and Aaron with you. But the priests and the people must not attempt to ascend to the Lord, lest he afflict them." So Moses descended to the people and spoke to them. Chapter 20. Then the ever-living dictated all these commands, and said, "I am your ever-living God, who brought you out from the Mitzrayim, from the house of bondage. There shall be no other God to you except myself. You shall not make for yourselves any image or likeness of anything that is in the heavens above, or that is upon the earth beneath, or that is in the waters lower than the earth. You shall not worship them or serve them, for I, your ever-living God, am a jealous God, visiting the sins of the fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation of those who hate me. But I show mercy for thousands to those who love me and keep my commandments. You shall not take the name of your ever-living God in vain, for the Lord will not hold guiltless the taking of his name in vain. Remember the seventh day to keep it holy. 6 days you may labor and do all your business, but the seventh day is a rest to your ever-living God. You shall not then do any business, you or your son or your daughter, your manservant or your maidservant, or your cattle, or your stranger who is within your gates. For in 6 ages the ever-living made the heavens and the earth, the sea and all that is in them, but rested at the 7th age. Therefore the ever-living blessed the 7th day and hallowed it. Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land which the ever-living God will give to you. You shall not murder. You shall not commit adultery. You shall not steal. You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor. You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his manservant, or his maidservant, or his ox, or his ass, or anything that is your neighbor's. And all the people perceived the sounds, and the flamings, and the trumpet voice, and the smoke from the mountain. So the people feared and shook in themselves, and stood at a distance, and said to Moses, "You speak with us, and we can listen. But let not God speak with us, for fear we should die." Moses, however, answered to the people, "Fear not, for God has come to you to try you, and to test whether you will fear him henceforward, and not sin." So the people stood afar off, but Moses approached the thick darkness where God was. Then the ever-living said to Moses, "Say this to the children of Israel, You have seen that from the heavens I have spoken with you. Never make for yourselves a god of silver or a god of gold. You shall not make them for yourselves. You shall make an altar of earth for me, and you shall offer upon it your sacrifices and your thank offerings, your sheep and your oxen. In every place where I record my name, I will come to you and bless you. But if you make an altar of stone to me, it shall not be of cut stones. For if you carve with a cutter upon it, then it will be polluted. And you shall not pile up pyramids for an altar, so that your nakedness may not be discovered when you go up to it." Chapter 21. Now these are the decrees which you shall put before them. A servant shall serve 6 years' servitude, and in the 7th he shall go out to freedom. If he is single, he shall go out single. If he has a wife, his wife shall go out with him. But if his master has given him a wife, and she has borne sons or daughters to him, the wife and her children which she has borne shall belong to the master, and he shall go away single. If, however, the servant says, "I like my master, my wife, and my children," he shall not go into freedom, but his master shall present him to the magistrates, and station him at the door or at the doorposts, and his master shall pierce his ear with an awl, and he shall serve continuously. If a man sells his daughter to be a mother, she should not go as if going into slavery. If she is not pleasing in the eyes of her master when he has not known her, then he shall free her to her own people without a payment. He shall not have power to sell her because of his treachery to her. But if she has borne a child to him, then he shall treat her according to the law about wives. If he takes another to her, he shall not diminish her share for clothing and conjugal rights. And if a third to these, he shall not send her away destitute without money. Whoever assails a man and he dies, he shall be put to death. But if he did not lie in wait, but his stroke came from God, then you shall provide a place where he may fly. If, however, a man plans against his neighbor to murder him, then you shall take him from my altar to kill him. And whoever assaults his father or his mother, he shall be killed. Whoever steals a man and sells him, when he is caught, he shall be put to death. Whoever curses his father or mother, he shall be put to death. And when men contend, and a man assaults his neighbor with a stone or a clod, but he does not die, yet is reduced to his bed, if he recovers and can walk out upon his crutch, and he escapes from the injury except his loss of time, he shall be compensated, and the physician paid for his cure. And if a man strikes his slave or his maidservant with his stick, and he dies under his hand, they shall be avenged. Yet if these continue a day or some days, they shall not be avenged, for they were his property. And when two persons quarrel, and they strike a pregnant woman, and her child comes out, and mischief does not ensue, he shall be fined according to what is laid upon him to compensate the woman, and that shall be fixed by the judges. But if mischief ensues, you shall inflict life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, mark for mark, mutilation for mutilation, wound for wound, blow for blow. And if any man strikes his slave in the eye, so that his eye becomes blind, he shall let him go free instead of his eye. And if a tooth from his slave, so that the tooth is destroyed, in compensation he shall set him free instead of his tooth. And if a bullock butts a man, and the man dies, you shall stone the bullock, and not eat of its flesh, but destroy the bullock for nothing. But if the bullock were accustomed to butt formerly, and his owner knew it, and did not guard it, and it kills a man or a woman, the bullock shall be stoned, and the owner put to death. But if a fine is laid upon him, he shall pay it, and his life be free from all, because of the fine laid upon him. Whether a man or a woman is butted, it shall be done according to this decree. If a slave man or woman is butted by a bullock, 30 shekels of silver shall be given to their master, and the bullock be stoned. And if a man opens a well, or digs a well, and does not cover it, and an ox or an ass shall fall into it, because of the well he shall pay a money fine to its owner, and the dead shall be his. And if the bullock of a man gores the bullock of his neighbor, and it dies, then they shall sell the living bullock and divide the money, and they shall also divide the dead. But if its master know that the bullock gored formerly, and he did not guard it, he shall compensate with a bullock for the bullock, and the dead shall be to him. If a man steals a bullock or a sheep, and slaughters it or sells it, he shall compensate with 5 bullocks in place of the ox, or 4 sheep in place of the sheep. Chapter 22. If a thief is found breaking in, and is struck and dies, there is not blood guilt for him. If the sun was shining on him, he may redeem his blood. If he has nothing, then he shall be sold for stealing. If you find his theft in his hand, as a bullock, or an ass, or sheep alive, he shall be fined by 2. If the farm or vineyard of a man is burnt, and ruffians from his village burn his farm, or part of his farm, or a part of his vineyard, it shall be compensated. If you make a fire, and it fires the bushes, and consumes the standing corn, or a homestead, or a farm, it shall be compensated from the burner to the burnt. Whoever places with his neighbor money or goods as trustee, and they are stolen upon the premises of that person, if the thief is discovered, he shall repay twice as much. If the thief is not found, then the master of the premises shall approach the house of God, and swear he has not put his hand upon the property of his neighbor, upon anything lost, upon ox or ass or sheep or clothing or anything strayed, and shall say that as a witness to God, he brings twice as much as was lost to God. He shall recompense his neighbor double. If a man entrusts to his neighbor an ass, or ox, or sheep, or any cattle, to take care of, and it dies or is torn, or tears out of his sight, there shall be an oath to the Lord between the two, that he has not put his hand upon the property of his neighbor, and its owner shall take it and not be compensated. But if it has been stolen from him, he shall compensate its owner. If it is torn, he shall bring the torn pieces as a proof. He shall not compensate. And if a man hires it of his neighbor, and it is broken or dies, and its owner is not with it, he shall be compensated. If its owner is with it, he shall not be compensated. If it was hired, he went for the wages. And if a man seduces a girl who has not been betrothed to him, and lies with her so that she conceives, she shall be his wife. But if her father is unwilling to give her to him, he shall pay money as a dowry for the girl. She shall not live as a slave. Whoever lies with a beast shall be put to death. No sacrifice shall be burnt to gods, except to the ever-living only. You shall not persecute or oppress foreigners, for you were foreigners in the land of the Mitzrayim. You shall not annoy any widow or orphan. If you wrong them so that they cry to me, I shall hear their cry, and my anger will burn, and I will slay you by the sword, and your own wives shall be widows, and your own children orphans. If you lend money to my people, my poor among you, you shall not be to them like a usurer. You shall not put upon them usury. If your neighbor deposits with you as a pledge a garment, at the setting of the sun you shall return it to him, for it is his only covering with which he clothes his body, in which he lies down. And it may be he will cry to me, when I will hear, for I am merciful. You shall not blaspheme God, and shall not curse the princes of your nation. You shall not delay to give to me the first produce of your farm and vineyard. You shall do the same with your cow and your sheep. It shall be 7 days with its mother, and on the 7th day you shall give it to me. As you shall be holy men to me, you shall not eat of torn flesh that has been torn in the field. You must throw it to the dogs. Chapter 23. You shall not make a false oath. You shall not set your hand to commit fraud. You shall not be a false witness. You shall not go with the powerful to do wrong, and you shall not plead for the powerful to make excuse for their wrongdoing, and you shall not turn away from the poor man when he pleads. When you meet with the cow or ass of your enemy straying, you shall take it back to him. When you see the ass of your enemy fallen under its load, and you can seize and free it for him, you shall help to free it with him. You shall not pervert justice from the destitute when he pleads. Keep far off from false pretense. You shall not kill the innocent and the righteous, for I will not acquit the wicked. And you shall not receive bribes, for bribes blind open eyes and pervert the words of the righteous. And you shall not oppress a foreigner, for you know the feelings of a foreigner, since you were foreigners in the land of the Mitzrayim. For 6 years you shall sow the earth and gather its produce, but in the 7th you shall manure it and spread it out, and the destitute of your people shall eat, and the rest the animals of the field shall eat. You shall do the same with your vineyards and olive plantations. 6 days you shall do all your business, but the 7th day you shall rest, so that your ox and your ass may take comfort, and your servants and foreigners refresh themselves. And all that I say to you, you shall regard, for you shall not remember a name of other gods, and it shall not be heard from your mouth. 3 times in a year you shall make a festival to me. The feast of unfermented bread you shall keep for 7 days. You shall eat biscuits, as I commanded you, at the season of the month of harvest, for in it you came out of Mizar, and you did not see my presence in vain. And you shall make the feast of the firstfruits of harvest when you sow in the field, and the feast of harvest home at the end of the year when you gather in your produce from the fields. 3 times in the year all your men shall come before me, the Almighty Lord. You shall not sacrifice with fermented bread a blood sacrifice to me, and the fat of my feast shall not be kept till the morning. The best of the first fruits of your ground you shall bring to the hand of your ever-living God. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. Then I will send my messenger before your face to guard you in your way, and to bring you to the place where I will fix you. Regard his presence, and listen to his voice. Grieve him not, that he may not rise to punish you, for my power is around him. But if you listen to his voice, and do all that I shall command, then I will love you, but I will distress your distressors. For my messenger shall march before you, and bring you to the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, and the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and destroy them. You shall not worship their gods, and not serve them, and you shall not make like them, but you shall destroy, and you shall break their pillars, and you shall serve your ever-living God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and will turn war away from around you. You shall not be childless and sterile in your land. You shall fulfill your days. I will send my terror before your face, and will terrify every nation when you arrive at them. And I will make all your enemies to turn their back to you. And I will send the destroyer before you, and drive out the Hittites, and the Canaanites, and the Hivites from before your approach. I will not drive them away in a year from before you, lest the earth should become waste, and the beasts of the field should increase upon you. I will drive them out little by little before you, until you multiply and can inherit the country. And your two boundaries shall be from the Sea of Weeds at the Sea of Philistia, through the desert to the river, which I will give to your hand, and I will drive the inhabitants of the country from before you. You shall not make a treaty with them, or a covenant with their gods. They shall not reside in your land, for fear they would cause you to sin against me, so that you would serve their gods. For I am the ever-living, for you to reverence. Chapter 24. Then it was commanded to Moses, Go up to the Lord, you and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the princes of Israel, and let them worship at a distance. But Moses shall approach alone to the ever-living, for they must not approach, nor the people go up with him. So Moses went and reported to the people the whole of the commands of the ever-living, and the whole of his decrees. When all the people answered with one voice, and said, All the commands which the ever-living commands we will do. Moses afterwards wrote down all the commands of the Lord, and arose in the morning, and built an altar under the hill, and 12 pillars for the 12 tribes of Israel. And he commissioned representatives of the children of Israel, who went out and offered burnt offerings, and sacrificed peace offerings to the ever-living. Moses also took part of the blood, and put it in basins, and part of the blood he sprinkled upon the altar. Then he took the book of the covenant, and read it in the hearing of the people. And they said, All that the ever-living has commanded, we will do and listen to. Moses consequently took the blood, and sprinkled it upon the people, and said, This is the blood of the covenant which the ever-living has settled with you in all these commands. Afterwards Moses, Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, and the 70 princes of Israel went up, and saw the God of Israel. And under his feet was like the dazzle of sapphire stones, and the splendor of the clear sun. But upon the nobles of the children of Israel he did not extend his hand. They, however, gazed upon God, and they ate and drank. Then the ever-living said to Moses, Come up to the mountain to me, and stay there, and I will give you stone slabs with the laws and commandments which I have written for your instruction. Therefore Moses arose with Joshua his attendant, and Moses went up the mount to God. But the princes said, Let us remain here until you return to us, and also Aaron and Hur with us. Why should the words of the ever-living come to us? Consequently Moses ascended the hill, and a cloud covered the hill, and the splendor of the ever-living rested upon the hill of Sinai. And the cloud covered it 6 days. Then he called to Moses on the 7th day out of the cloud, and the glory of the ever-living appeared like a consuming fire on the head of the mountain to the eyes of the children of Israel. Moses therefore went into the midst of the cloud, and ascended the hill. And Moses was upon the hill 40 days and 40 nights. The end of chapters 17 through 24 of the book of Exodus. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 25 through 32 of the Book of Exodus, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Exodus, chapters 25 through 32. Chapter 25. There the Ever-Living spoke to Moses and said, "Tell the children of Israel that they must bring offerings to me. From anything their heart induces them they may offer, and these are the offerings they may offer for themselves: gold, silver, and brass, and blue, and purple, and scarlet, and red, spun goat's hair, and red ram skins, and badger's skins, and acacia wood, oil for the light for the lamps, with oil to anoint, and incense to perfume, and make for me a sanctuary, and I will dwell amongst them. Exactly according to the pattern I have shown you, you shall form the dwelling, and form all its furniture. Thus you shall make it. You shall also make an ark of acacia wood, of 2 cubits and a half long, and 2 cubits and a half breadth, and 1 cubit and a half high. And you shall plate it with pure gold, inside and out, and wreathe and make a border of gold around it. You shall also cast rings of pure gold, and place on the 4 corners of it, that is, 2 rings on one side of it, and 2 rings on the other side of it. And you shall make staves of acacia wood, and plate them with gold, and put the staves into the rings on the sides of the ark, to carry the ark by them. The staves shall remain in the rings, they shall not be removed from them. You shall then put into the ark the evidences that I will give to you. You shall also make a cover of pure gold of 2 cubits in length, and 1 cubit and a half in breadth. You shall besides make 2 covers of gold, shaped as dishes, in 2 divisions for the covers. Make the cases thus: 1 for each side, and a cherub for that division of the cover. You shall make it with cherubim upon the 2 divisions. Thus the cherubim will be stretching their wings as overshadowing the covers with their wings, with the wings of each towards his brother over the covers. The cherubim shall be face to face. Then you shall place the covers upon the top of the ark, and you shall put into the ark the evidences that I will give to you. Then I will instruct you there, and I will speak to you from off the covers, from between the 2 cherubim, which are upon the ark, all that I command you for the children of Israel. You shall also make a table of acacia wood, 2 cubits long, and 1 cubit broad, and 1 cubit and a half high, and plate it with pure gold, and make a border of gold around it. Construct thus a border like a coping around it, and make points of gold upon the surrounding border. Also make for it 4 staves of gold, and put the staves in the 4 sockets which are above the legs. These 4 sockets shall be above the border for the staves to carry the table by. So you shall make the staves of acacia wood, and plate them with gold to carry the table. You shall also make dishes, and spoons, and bowls, and the cups in which the wine is, of pure gold, and place upon the table the shewbread before me continually. You shall also make lamps of pure gold. Make the lamp with spreading branches, with a stalk rising upwards like a blossom, with a bowl on it. Let there be 6 stalks going from the sides of it. 3 stalks for lamps on one side of it, and 3 stalks for lamps on the other side of it. 3 knobs with almonds on each stalk, a flower and a bowl, the same for each of the 3 stalks that are provided for the lamps, and for the 4th lamp a knob with an almond, a knob and a bowl, and a knob under 2 of the stalks between them, and a knob under 2 of the stalks between them, and a knob under 2 of the stalks between them, for the 6 branches that come from the lamp. The knobs and the stalks between them shall be, all of them, each one, turned from pure gold. You shall also make 7 reflectors to throw the light in front of themselves, and dishes and snuffers of pure gold. You shall use a talent of pure gold for it, and all its instruments. And be careful to make them according to the pattern I showed you on the mountain. Chapter 26. You shall also make for the tent 10 curtains of twisted linen, and azure, purple, and blue, ornamented artistically with 2 cherubs. The width of each curtain shall be 18 cubits, and the height of it 4 cubits. The extent of each curtain shall be the same to all the curtains. 2 curtains shall be attached one to the other, and 5 curtains attached one to the other. You shall also make loops of azure on the edge of each of the curtains in the selvage to join them, and make the same in the selvage of the 2 curtains to join them. Make 5 loops to each curtain. Thus make 5 loops on the selvage of the 2 curtains that are joined by the opposite loops to the first one. And make 5 golden hooks to unite the curtains, each to the other by hooks, so that they may be one tent. Also make curtains of goat skin as a covering for the first tent. Make 11 curtains of them. The length of the first curtain to be 30 cubits, and the breadth 4 cubits. Make each one of the 11 curtains the same. Then join 5 of the curtains together, and 6 curtains together, for the doublings of the 6th curtain in the front of the tent. You shall also make 50 loops upon the edge of the first curtain, upon the selvage at the juncture, and 50 loops upon the edge of the second curtain. And make hoops for the loops, and unite them for the pavilion, and let it be one. But part of the curtains must hang down from the roof of the pavilion. Half the curtains of the roof you shall hang over the back part of the tent, with a cubit on this side and a cubit on that side, for the fold in the length of the curtains of the pavilion shall hang down over the sides of the tent on this side and that side, to conceal it. You shall in addition make a covering to the tent of red ram skins, and a covering of skins of badgers all over it. You also make the boards of the sanctuary of acacia wood, planed, 10 cubits the length of each board, and 1.5 cubits the breadth of each plank. You shall set clasps upon the first plank at the edges of each of its counterparts. You shall do the same to all the planks of the sanctuary. And make the planks for the sanctuary 20 planks for the face to the right, with 40 sockets of silver to fix under the 20 planks, 2 sockets under each plank to fix the clutches into. And upon the second side of the sanctuary, to face the north, 20 planks, and 40 sockets of silver, 2 sockets under each plank, and 2 clutches under each plank. And to the breadth of the sanctuary westward you shall make 6 planks, with 2 planks made for a corner of the sanctuary at its lengths. And there shall be rings to fasten them. For the one shall have a ring on the top of it to meet the ring of the other. This shall be for the 2 corners. That is 8 planks with their sockets of silver, 16 sockets, 2 sockets for each plank. Make also crossbars of acacia wood, 5 to a plank at one side of the sanctuary, and 5 crossbars for the second side of the sanctuary, and 5 crossbars to the planks at the side of the sanctuary stretching west. And fix the crossbars in the middle of the planks, with bolts from one junction to the other junction. And overlay the planks and their rings with gold. Make also of gold rests for the crossbars, and plate the crossbars with gold, and erect the sanctuary according to the plan I showed you in the mount. Make besides a veil of azure, and purple and blue, and red and twisted linen. Ornament it with an embroidery of cherubim, and place it upon 4 supports of acacia, overlaid with gold, with pins of gold, upon 4 sockets of silver. And hang the veil below the hooks, and bring there within the veil to the Holy of Holies the Ark of the Witnesses. Then put the covers upon the ark in the Holy of Holies, and place the table outside the veil, and put the lamp upon the table at the south side of the sanctuary, and place the table towards the north side. Then make a screen for the door of the tent, of azure and purple and blue, and have it embroidered with spun flax. Also make 5 standards of acacia for the screen, and plate them with gold, and have pins of gold, and cast for them 5 sockets of brass. Chapter 27. Make besides an altar of acacia wood, 5 cubits long and 5 cubits broad. The altar shall be square, and its height 3 cubits. And make horns to it upon its 4 sides. The horns shall project from it. You shall also sheathe it in brass. And make buckets for the ashes, and shovels, and brushes, and tongs. Make all its instruments of brass. Make also a net like a lattice of brass, and form on the network 4 projections of brass on its 4 corners, and fix it below the fireplace of the altar by its projections, so that the grating may be in the center of the altar. Make also staves for the altar, staves of acacia wood, and plate them with brass, so that the staves may go into projections, and let the staves be upon the two sides of the altar to carry it by. Make it with hollow panels, such as were shown to you in the mountain. You shall make them the same. Make the court of the sanctuary to face towards the south. The curtains of the court of spun linen, 100 cubits in length on one face, with 20 standards, and 20 sockets of brass, with spikes to the standards, and hooks of silver. And then on the length of the north side 100 cubits of curtains, and 20 standards, with their 20 sockets of brass, with spikes for the standards, and hooks of silver. Let the breadth of the court to face the west be 50 cubits of curtains, 10 standards, and 10 sockets. And the breadth of the court to face the east, towards the sunrise, 50 cubits, with 15 cubits of curtains to the gateway, with 3 standards and 3 sockets. And from the other shoulder 15 cubits with 3 standards and 3 sockets. But for the gate of the court, let there be a mask of 20 cubits, made of azure, and purple, and crimson, and blue, and red, and embroidered spun linen, with 4 standards and 4 sockets. All the standards around the court shall have silver connecting rods and pins of silver, and sockets of brass. The length of the court 100 cubits, and the breadth 50 by 50. And the height 5 cubits of spun linen with standards of brass, with all the furniture of the sanctuary, and all the service, and all its nails, and all the nails of the court of brass. You shall further command the children of Israel that they must bring to you pure pressed olive oil for the lamps, for a continual offering in the pavilion of the testimony, outside the veil which is over the evidences, providing it for Aaron and his sons to serve till the morning before the ever-living, as an everlasting institution for their descendants among the children of Israel. Chapter 28. And you shall separate to yourself Aaron your brother and his sons with him from among the children of Israel, to be priests to me. Aaron, Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron. Also make sacred robes for Aaron your brother, to honor and beautify him. And speak to all the skillful-minded, who have a skillful intellect, that they should make those robes for Aaron, to consecrate him as a priest to me. And these are the robes which they shall make: a breastplate, and ephod, and a cloak, and a cape of embroidery, with a turban and girdle. These are the sacred robes to be made for Aaron your brother and for his sons, as priest to me. They must also bring gold and azure, and purple and blue and red and thread. Make the ephod of gold, azure, purple, blue, red, and spun linen embroidery. The 2 shoulder pieces shall be joined to it on the 2 sides, and fastened. And the embroidery which they work upon the ephod shall be of gold, azure, and purple, and blue, red, and spun flax. Then you shall take 2 onyx stones, and engrave upon them the names of the sons of Israel, 6 of their names upon 1 stone, and the names of the other 6 of them upon the 2nd stone, in order of their birth. You shall make the engraving like a seal. Having engraved the 2 stones with the names of the sons of Israel, you shall cause them to be surrounded with settings of gold. And set the 2 stones upon the 2 shoulders of the ephod, as stones of remembrance for the sons of Israel. And Aaron shall carry their names before the ever-living upon his 2 shoulders, for a remembrance. Make as well settings of gold, and 2 chains of pure gold. Make them with edgings, as a wreath is made, and fix the chains on to the settings. Also make a breastplate of justice, of embroidery like the ephod. Make it of gold, azure, and purple, and blue, red, and spun linen combined. It shall be square, a double span long, and a span wide, with settings in it, a setting of 4 stones in a row. A ruby, a topaz, and a diamond for the 1st row. The 2nd row, an emerald, a sapphire, a jasper. The 3rd row, a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. The 4th row, an amber, an onyx, and pearl. They shall be in settings of gold with their fastenings. And the stones shall have the names of the 12 sons of Israel, their names engraven like a seal. Each shall have 1 name of the 12 tribes. Also make for the breastplate linked chains of pure gold, as a wreath. Also make for the breastplate 2 buttons of gold, and fix the 2 buttons on the 2 edges of the breastplate, and fix the 2 wreaths of gold upon the 2 buttons at the edges of the breastplate. And the 2 ends of the 2 wreaths you shall fasten on to the 2 settings, and put them upon the shoulders of the ephod, upon its front face. Also make 2 buttons of gold, and place them on the 2 sides of the breastplate, upon its edges, where the ephod turns over to its inside. Besides, you shall make buttons of gold, and fix them upon the 2 shoulders of the ephod, extending from the top of it to the juncture at the top of the girdle of the ephod, and shall bind on the breastplate by its button to the hook of the ephod, so that the breastplate shall not fall off from the ephod. Thus Aaron will carry the names of the sons of Israel upon the breastplate of justice, upon his heart, when he goes to the sanctuary, as a remembrance before God continually. Also fix onto the breastplate the Urim and Thummim, so that they may be over the heart of Aaron when he goes before the ever-living, and Aaron shall carry justice for the children of Israel before the ever-living continually. Also make for the cape of the ephod loops of azure, and let there be eyelets at the middle of the edge, at the seam around it, made like the weaving for the eyelets of a coat of mail, so as not to tear away. Also make upon the hem pomegranates of azure, and purple, and blue, and red on the hems around, and bells of gold beside them around, a bell of gold and a pomegranate upon the hem of the cape around. And they shall be upon Aaron when ministering, so that their sound may be heard at his going into the sanctuary before the ever-living, and coming from him, so that he may not die. Make also a flower of pure gold, and engrave upon it like the engraving of a seal, Holiness to the Lord, and fasten to it an azure cord, that it may be held upon the turban, in the front of the turban, and be above the brow of Aaron, so that Aaron may carry their weaknesses to the sanctuaries when he sanctifies the children of Israel, sanctifying them with every offering. So it shall be above his brow continually, to bring favor to them from the ever-living. Also embroider a robe of white linen, and make a turban of white linen, and make an embroidered sash. Also make robes for the sons of Aaron, and make for them sashes, and make them mitres to honor and adorn them. And clothe with them Aaron your brother, and his sons with them. Then consecrate them, and put a ring on their hands, and sanctify them, and they shall be my priests. Also make drawers for their legs, to cover their naked body from the waist, and to extend down the thighs. These shall be worn by Aaron and his sons when they go into the tent of the congregation, or to clothe them at the altar, when serving religion, so that they may not excite passion and die. This is a perpetual order to him and his descendants after him. Chapter 29. And these are the things you shall use in consecrating them to be priests to me. You shall take an heifer from the cows, and 2 perfect rams, and unfermented bread, and unfermented cakes mixed with oil, and then unfermented wafers buttered with oil, which you shall make of wheaten flour, and put them in a basket, and offer them in the basket with the heifer and the 2 rams. Then Aaron and his sons shall approach the door of the hall of assembly, and you shall wash them with water. Next you shall take the garments and clothe Aaron with the robe, and the cape of the ephod, and the breastplate, and you shall invest him with the adjuncts of the ephod. Then you shall place the turban upon his head, and the crown of righteousness upon the turban. Afterwards take the oil of consecration and pour it upon his head, and consecrate him. Then bring forward his sons, and clothe them with their robes, and gird Aaron and his sons with the sashes, and bind the mitres on them, which shall indicate the priesthood as a perpetual institution. Appoint Aaron and appoint his sons in this manner. Next you shall bring forward the heifer before the hall of assembly, and Aaron and his sons shall strike their hands upon the head of the heifer. Then slay the heifer before the ever-living at the door of the hall of assembly, and take of the blood of the heifer, and put upon the horns of the altar with your finger, and the rest of the blood pour out at the foundation of the altar. Then take all the fat of the caul of the bowels, and the caul over the liver, and 2 kidneys, and the fat which is about them, and burn them before the altar. But the flesh of the heifer, and its skin, and the dung you shall burn with fire outside the camp as a sin offering. Then you shall take one of the rams, and Aaron and his sons shall strike their hands upon the head of the ram. Afterwards slay the ram, and take its blood, and sprinkle upon the altar all round. But divide the ram into portions, and wash its entrails and its legs, and lay them upon the portions with its head, and burn all the ram upon the altar. It is a whole burnt offering to the ever-living. It is a sweet odor to the ever-living. Afterwards take the second ram, and let Aaron and his sons strike their hands upon the head of the ram. Then slay the ram, and take some of its blood, and put upon the tip of the right ear of Aaron, and on the tip of the ears of his sons, and upon the thumb of their right hands, and upon the great toe of their feet, and sprinkle the blood all around the altar. Next, take some of the blood which is upon the altar, and some of the oil of consecration, and sprinkle upon Aaron and upon his robes, and upon his sons, and upon their robes with him, and sanctify him and his robes, and his sons, and their robes as well. Afterwards take from the ram the fat, and the suet, and the fat of the caul of the bowels, and the lobe of the liver, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is over them, for it is a ram of consecration, and 1 round loaf of bread, and 1 loaf buttered with oil, and 1 thin cake from the basket of unfermented cakes that are before the ever-living, and place the whole on the hands of Aaron and the hands of his sons, and they shall wave them before the ever-living. Then take them from their hands, and burn with incense upon the altar for a whole offering, as a sweet smell before the ever-living. They shall be for the ever-living. Next take the breast of the ram of consecration which was for Aaron, and you yourself shall wave it before the ever-living, and it shall be to yourself for a portion. And sanctify the breast of the wave offering, and the legs of the wave offerings which were raised up from the ram of consecration, which was for Aaron and for his sons, and they shall be for Aaron and his sons to take always from the children of Israel, a sacrifice of thanks. You shall raise them to the ever-living. And the sacred robes that are for Aaron shall be for his sons after him to be consecrated in, and to serve with their hands in them. The priests from his sons after him, who come to the hall of assembly for the holy service, shall be clothed in them 7 days. Next take the ram of consecration, and boil its flesh in the holy place. And Aaron and his sons shall eat the flesh of the ram, and the bread which was in the basket at the door of the hall of assembly. They shall eat it as a protection to them in the work of their hands, in the sanctuary alone. And a stranger shall not eat that holy thing with them. But if there remains any of the flesh of the consecration, or of the bread until the morning, you shall burn the remnants by fire. They shall not be eaten, because they are holy. Do this with Aaron and his sons, exactly as I have commanded. Thus for 7 days you shall fill their hands, and offer a bullock for a sin offering daily, as a protection for them, with a sin offering upon the altar to protect yourself. And you shall consecrate it to sanctify it. You shall protect for the altar 7 days, and sanctify it. Then the altar shall be holy of holies. All approaching to the altar shall be sacred. This is what you shall offer daily upon the altar: 2 lambs of a year old continually. Offer the first ram in the morning, and offer the second lamb between the dusks, with 1/10 of flour mixed with 1/4 of a hin of olive oil, and 1/4 of a hin of wine with the first lamb, as a drink offering. And offer the second lamb between the dusks, like the offering in the morning, and offer a similar drink offering with it, a sweetmeat to the ever-living, as continuous offerings from your posterity before the ever-living at the door of the hall of assembly, at the place he indicates to you, where he will speak to you. For I will show myself to the children of Israel, and will sanctify them by my majesty. Thus you shall sanctify the hall of assembly and the altar for me, but I will sanctify Aaron and his sons to myself as priests, and I will dwell in the midst of the children of Israel, and be their God, and they shall know that I am the ever-living, the God who brought them from the land of the Mitzrayim, and dwell in the midst of them. I am the ever-living God. Chapter 30. Make also an altar for incense of acacia wood. It shall be square, a cubit long and a cubit wide, and 2 cubits high from the base of it. And you shall plate it with pure gold, its top and its sides all round, and round its top make battlements of gold. You shall also make 2 projections of gold on it, below the battlements. Make also 2 golden rings below the battlements. You shall form them upon both sides, as sockets for 2 staves to carry it by. Make the staves of acacia wood, and plate them with gold, and place it before the veils which are over the ark of the witnesses, before the veils which are over the witnesses that give evidence to you there. And Aaron shall offer incense of spices upon it, evening by evening. He shall burn the incense at the lighting of the lamps. When Aaron's sons light the lamps between the dusks, he shall burn the incense perpetually before the ever-living among your descendants. You shall not offer upon it scattered incense, or whole burnt offerings or gifts, nor shall you pour a drink offering upon it, but Aaron shall expiate once a year upon its horns with blood. He shall expiate upon it with a sin offering of expiations once in a year for your descendants. It is the holy of holies to the ever-living. Afterwards the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, When you take a conscription of the children of Israel, to regiment them, then each shall give an expiation for his life to the ever-living for conscripting them, so that the Lord may not punish them for conscripting. This is the offering for everyone passing to the conscription, 1/2 shekel by the sacred shekel, 12 gerahs to the shekel. You shall offer 1/2 shekel to the ever-living. Everyone passing to the conscription from the age of 20 years old and upwards shall give this offering to the ever-living. The rich shall not add, and the poor shall not diminish from the 1/2 shekel, given as an offering to the ever-living, as a protection for their lives. And you shall take the protection money from the children of Israel, and give it to the workers in the hall of assembly, and it shall be as a remembrance for the children of Israel before the ever-living, to protect their lives. Another time the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, Make a bath of brass, with a base of brass, for washing, and place it between the hall of assembly and the altar, and put water in it, and Aaron and his sons shall bathe themselves in it, both their hands and their feet. Upon coming into the hall of assembly, they shall wash with water, so that they may not die when they approach the altar to offer sweet perfumes to the ever-living. They shall wash their hands and their feet, so that they may not die. And this shall be a perpetual order to him and to his descendants in their generations. Again the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, Now take to you perfumes, of heads of flowering myrrh 500, of sweet cinnamon 125, and of sweet cane 125, of sweet cassia 500 shekels weighed by the sacred shekel, and a hin of olive oil, and make from them the holy consecrating oil, a compound of compounds. It shall be a perfumed holy consecrating oil, to consecrate the hall of assembly and the ark of witnesses, and the table and all its instruments of the altar, and its furniture, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offering and all its furniture, and the bath and its appliances. Consecrate them thus, and they shall be holy. Consecrate Aaron and his sons also. Consecrate them to be priests to me. Then you shall speak to the children of Israel, saying, This is the holy oil of consecration to me in all your generations. It shall not be poured upon a man's body, nor shall you make any of similar ingredients. It is holy of holies for you to the ever-living. The man who compounds like it, and whoever puts it upon a foreigner, shall be excommunicated from his people. The ever-living also said to Moses, Take to yourself sweet drops, and scented shell, and sweet galbanum, and pure frankincense of equal weights, and make of them a sweet compound, seasoned with pure holy salt, and pound it very fine. Lay some of it before the witnesses in the hall of assembly, where I will meet you. It shall be holy of holies for you. And this perfume that you make by weight they shall not use for themselves. It is sacred to you and the ever-living. The man who uses it as a personal perfume shall be excommunicated from his people. Chapter 31. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, See, I have called by name Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hor, of the tribe of Judah. I have also filled him with a divine spirit of skill, and understanding, and knowledge, and with constructive ability, and with inventive genius to work in gold, and silver, and brass, and to cut stone for all works, and to cut timber to work for any purpose. I have also given him Aholiab, the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan, and I have endowed him also with intelligence and science, so that they may construct all I have commanded you. The hall of assembly, and the ark of witnesses, and the covers which are upon it, and all the furniture of the tabernacle, with the table and its appurtenances, and the lamps of purity, and all their appliances, and the altar of incense, and the altar of burnt offerings, and all its furniture, with the bath and its bases, and the robes for service, and the sacred robes of Aaron the priest, and the robes of his sons to officiate in, besides the oil of consecration and the sweet perfumes, to sanctify all, as I commanded you. Afterwards the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, Now speak to the children of Israel, and say, Take care and keep my Sabbaths, for they are a witness between you and me in your generations, that I am the ever-living who sanctifies you. Therefore you shall keep the rest, for it is sacred to you. Whoever curses it, he shall die, and whoever does work in it, that person shall be excommunicated from the community of his people. You may do your business upon 6 days, but on the 7th is the day of rest. It is a holy rest to the ever-living. All who do business upon the day of rest shall die. The children of Israel shall keep the Sabbath to make a rest for their posterity as an everlasting covenant. It is a sign between me and the children of Israel forever. For in 6 ages the ever-living made the solar system and the earth, but upon the 7th age he rested and refreshed. Then he gave to Moses, when he had finished his commands to him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tablets of stone, with the evidence written by the finger of God. Chapter 32. When the people saw that Moses delayed to descend from the mountain, they called upon Aaron and said to him, Rouse up and make for us gods who may go before us. For as for this fellow Moses, who brought us up out of the land of the Mitzrayim, we know not what has become of him. Then Aaron replied to them, Pull off the earrings of gold that are in the ears of your wives, sons, and daughters, and bring them to me. All the people pulled off the rings of gold which were in their ears, and brought them to Aaron, and he took them from their hands, and modelled for it with a tool, and made a calf by casting, and said, Israel, these are your gods who brought you up out of the land of the Mitzrayim. Then Aaron paid it reverence and built an altar before it. Aaron also proclaimed and said, A feast to the power tomorrow. So they arose early on the morrow, and offered sacrifices, and presented thank offerings. Then the people sat down to eat and drink, and got up to play. The Lord, however, said to Moses, Go, descend, for your people whom you led out of Mitzr have corrupted themselves. They have soon turned from the path which I commanded them. They have made for themselves a cast metal calf, and they are worshipping it. And they sacrifice to it and say, This is your God, Israel, that brought you up from the land of the Mitzrayim. And the Lord said to Moses, I fear for this people, for it is a people of stiff neck. So now let me alone, and my anger will burn against them, and consume them, and I will make from you a great nation. But Moses fell upon his face before his ever-living God, and said, Why, Lord, should your anger burn against your people, whom you have brought up out of the land of the Mitzrayim with great power, and with a strong arm? Why should the Mitzrayite say, He brought them out for evil, to kill them among the mountains, and to exterminate them from the face of the earth? Turn away your anger and forgive your people. Remember Abraham and Isaac and Israel your servants, what you swore to them by yourself, and promised them that their race should be as numerous as the stars of heaven. And also of this land which you promised to give to their descendants, to inherit forever. So the ever-living had compassion upon the sin which his people had done against him. Then Moses turned and descended from the hill with the 2 tables of the law in his hands, both tablets written upon both sides with writing. And God had made those tablets, and God wrote the writing that was engraved upon the tablets. When Joshua heard the voice of the people at Sin, he said to Moses, There is the sound of war in the camp. But he replied, It is not the sound of contention with swords, nor is it the sound of contention in charging that I hear the roar of. And when they approached the camp, and saw the calf and the dancing, then the anger of Moses burnt, and he flung the 2 tablets from his hands, and broke them under the mountain. He afterwards took the calf which they had made, and burnt it in the fire, and ground it until it was like dust, and threw it upon the face of the water, and made the children of Israel drink it. Then Moses demanded of Aaron, "What have this people done to you, that you should bring upon them this great sin?" But Aaron replied, "Let not my prince's anger burn. You know this people, how bad they are, and they said to me, 'Make gods for us who can go before us.' For as for this fellow Moses, who brought us up from the land of the Mizraim, we know not what has become of him. So I said to them, 'Bring me gold.' And they brought it, and gave me it, and I threw it into the furnace, and this calf was produced." Then Moses saw that the people were in revolt, and had involved Aaron in their insurrection. Therefore Moses stood up at the gate of the camp, and cried, "Who is for my ever-living God?" When all the sons of Levi joined him. And he said to them, "Thus says the ever-living, the God of Israel, let every man bind his sword upon his thigh, go through and return from gate to gate of the camp, and kill every man his brother, and every man his neighbor, and every man his friend." So the sons of Levi did it as Moses commanded. And there fell of the people in that day 3,000 men. Moses afterwards said, "Your hands today have worked for the ever-living. Thus each man has gained for himself a blessing through his son and through his brother." Some days afterwards, however, Moses said to the people themselves, "You have sinned a great sin. So now I will offer to the ever-living a ram as an expiation on account of your sin." Therefore Moses turned to the ever-living and said, "Certainly, this people have sinned a great sin, when they made a god of gold for themselves. But yet remove their sin, and if not, strike me out of your book which you have written." Then the ever-living answered Moses, "What is their sin to me? I will strike them from my book. But now go, lead the people to where I command you, and my messenger shall go before your face, and in the day of visitation I will visit upon them their sin." Thus the ever-living punished the people for what they had done, regarding the calf that Aaron had made. The end of chapters 25 through 32 of the book of Exodus. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 33 through 40 of the book of Exodus, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The book of Exodus, chapters 33 through 40. Chapter 33. Then the ever-living said to Moses, "Go from here, you and the people whom you brought up from the land of the Mizraim to the land which I promised to Abraham, and to Isaac, and to Jacob, saying, 'To your descendants I will give it.' And I will send my messenger before your face, and drive out the Canaanites, the Amorites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, from the land flowing with milk and honey. Yet I shall not bring you straight to it, for you are a stiff-necked people, therefore I shall march you by a journey." When the people heard this hard command, they grieved, and many men would not put on their armor. Therefore the ever-living spoke to Moses, "Say to the children of Israel, you are a stiff-necked people, a rebellious one. If I came a single moment into your midst, I could destroy you. However, strip off your arms, and I will make known what I will do to you." So the children of Israel quickly stripped off their armor. Then Moses seized the tabernacle and pitched it for himself outside the camp, at a distance from the camp, and named it his hall of meeting, so that all who wished to inquire of the ever-living were obliged to come to him to his hall of assembly that was outside the camp. But when Moses had gone away with the tabernacle, all the people rose in insurrection, and every man stood at the door of his tent and looked after Moses as he went off with the tabernacle. And when Moses went with the tabernacle, the cloud tremblingly descended and stood at the door of the tabernacle, and the word was with Moses. When all the people saw the trembling cloud standing at the door of his tabernacle, then all the people arose, and every one bowed down towards that tent. There the ever-living spoke with Moses face to face, as a man speaks with his friend. Then he turned towards the camp and watched it. But Joshua the son of Nun, his attendant, did not depart from the inside of the tabernacle. And Moses said to the ever-living, See, you spoke to me to bring up this people, but yet you have not instructed me as to whom you will send with me. You have, however, said, I know you by name, and you have found favor in my eyes. So now, if I have found favor in your eyes, teach me your path, that I may know you, since I have found favor in your sight, and perceive that your people are this nation. Then he replied, Turn their advance back, and I will support you. But he answered to him, If your presence is not with our marches, do not take us from here. And by what can it be possibly known that I have found favor in your sight, I and your people? Would it not be by your marching with us, and distinguishing me and your people from every nation upon the face of the earth? Then the ever-living answered Moses, I will grant also this request which you have made, for you have found favor in my eyes, and I have made myself known to you by a name. He therefore replied, Show me, I pray, your majesty. And he was answered, I have passed all my beauty before your face, and I made myself known to you openly by my name of the ever-living. I show favor to those I love, and compassion to those I compassionate. But, he added, you are not able to see my face, for no man can see me and live. However, said the ever-living, mount up to me and sit on the rock, and my majesty shall pass over, and I will place you in a cleft of the rock, and shade you with my hand over you, until I pass over, so that upon removing my hand you may see my back, for you cannot look upon my face. Chapter 34. The ever-living afterwards said to Moses, Cut for yourself 2 tablets of stone like the former ones, and I will write upon them the commandments which were upon the first that you broke. And when dawn comes, go up at dawn to the Mount Sinai, and sit with me upon the top of the hill. But no man shall come up with you, for no man must be seen in all the hill, nor sheep or beast approach to the hill. Moses accordingly cut 2 tablets of stone like the former, and arose at morning, and ascended Mount Sinai, as the ever-living commanded him, and took in his hands the 2 tablets of stone. Then the ever-living descended in the cloud, and sat there with him. And he called on the name of Jehovah, when the ever-living passed over before his face, and he cried out, Ever-living, living God of gentleness and pity, slow to anger but great in mercy and truth, preserving mercy to thousands, taking away passion and rebellion, and forgiving sin, but not ceasing to visit the passions of the fathers upon their children, and upon the children of their children, to the 3rd and the 4th generation. Then Moses hastily rose and fell to the earth and worshipped, and said, If now I have found favor in your sight, Almighty, come, I pray, Almighty, near to us, for they are a stiff-necked people, and pardon our passions and sins, and give us our inheritance. And he replied, Now I make a covenant with all your people. I will produce wonders such as have not been from creation in all the earth or in any nation. And every people among whom you are shall see the work of the ever-living, for what I will do by you will be splendid. Attend to what I have communicated to you today. Then I will drive before you the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Hittites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and Jebusites. Keep yourselves from making treaties with the residents of the land when you come to it, for fear they should be a snare in your midst. Therefore overthrow their altars, and break down their pillars, and cut down their shrines. For you shall not worship another god, for the ever-living is jealous of his name. He is a jealous God. Beware of making alliances with the inhabitants of the land, for fear you whore after their gods, and sacrifice to their gods, and approach to eat at their altars, or take from their daughters for your sons, for their daughters will whore after their gods, and your sons whore after their gods. Nor shall you make a metallic god for yourselves. You shall keep the feast of unleavened bread for 7 days. You shall eat biscuits, as I have commanded you, at the assembly in the harvest month. For in the month of harvest I brought you from among the Mitzrayim. All breaking the womb is mine, and every male of your possessions, of cattle or sheep, bursting it. But an ass bursting it you shall redeem with a sheep, and if you do not redeem it, you shall break its neck. All your eldest sons you shall redeem, for you shall not see my presence empty-handed. You shall labor 6 days, but on the 7th you shall cease from plowing, and rest in harvest. You shall also make a festival of rest for yourselves at the first fruits of the wheat harvest, and a festival at the completion of the solar circuit of the year. 3 times in a year all your men shall appear before the presence of the Lord, the ever-living God of Israel, for I will drive out the heathen before you, and will extend your boundaries. Therefore no man of your land shall neglect to go up 3 times in a year to see the presence of your ever-living God. You shall not shed the blood of my sacrifices away from it, and you shall not leave until the morning the sacrifice of the Passover. You shall also decorate the house of your ever-living God with the first fruits of your fields when you come up. You shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk. Finally the ever-living said to Moses, Write these commands, for upon the basis of these commands I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. And he was there with the ever-living 40 days and 40 nights, and ate no bread, nor drank water, but wrote upon the tablets the commands of the covenant, the 10 commandments. Then Moses descended from Mount Sinai with the tables of the testimony in the hands of Moses. On his descent, however, from the hill, Moses did not know that blinding rays of light from his face prevented their speaking to him. But Aaron and all the children of Israel saw those rays of light from his face, and they were afraid to approach him. Moses, however, called to them when Aaron turned to him with all the leaders of the assembly, and Moses addressed them. And after that all the children of Israel approached, and he communicated all that the ever-living had commanded him in Mount Sinai. But that Moses might speak to them, he put a veil over his face. But when Moses went to speak with the ever-living, he removed the veil from his face until he returned, and came and related to them what he had been commanded. So the children of Israel feared in the presence of Moses, for rays of splendor preceded Moses. Therefore Moses placed the veil over his face when he went to speak with them. Chapter 35. Then Moses assembled all the parliament of the children of Israel, and said to them, These are the commandments which the ever-living has commanded you to practice. You shall do your work for 6 days, but the 7th day shall be a holy rest for you. You shall rest to the ever-living. Every one doing business on it shall die. No man shall labor in all your habitations upon the day of rest. Moses continued to speak to all the parliament of the children of Israel, saying, This is also a commandment which the ever-living commanded, saying, Let every one of willing heart bring an offering from themselves to the ever-living. All of free heart consequently brought an offering from themselves to the ever-living, of gold, silver, and brass, and azure and purple, and blue, red, and spun linen, and rams' skins dyed red, and badger skins, and acacia wood, and oil for the lamps, and perfumes for the oil of consecration, and incense for the veils, and onyx stones, and stones for the setting of the ephod and breastplate. Whilst those of skill among them came and made all that the ever-living commanded. The enclosures of the tent and its veils, the hooks and the planks, the crossbars, the standards and the bases, the ark and the staves for it, the covers and the covering veil, the table and its staves, and all its appurtenances, and the shewbread, and the reflectors for the lamps, and the appurtenances for them, and the burners, and the oil for the lights, and the incense altar and its staves, and the oil of consecration and the perfumes for the aromatics, and the veil for the door at the opening of the sanctuary, the altar of burnt offering and its base of brass, the staves and the whole of the instruments, the bath and its bases, the curtains for the court and its standards and their bases, and the screen for the gate of the court, the stakes for the sanctuary and the stakes for the court and the rest, the robes for the service when serving in the holy place, the sacred robes for Aaron the priest, and the robes for his sons the priests. Then the whole of the chiefs of the children of Israel came before Moses, and brought whatever their heart suggested, and all that their spirit dictated to them they brought as an offering to the ever-living, to supply the hall of assembly and its appurtenances, and for the sacred robes. Thus the chiefs coming to Moses, all who were of liberal heart, brought ear and nose rings, and brooches, and beads, and all things made of gold, and everything which was adorned with gold, to the ever-living. Every man also who possessed azure, and purple, and blue, red, and spun linen, and red goat skins, and badger skins, brought them. Many nobles brought gifts of silver and brass as presents to the ever-living, or of anything they possessed. Some brought acacia wood for the works. And the skillful women brought yarn in their hands, azure yarn, and purple, and blue-red, and linen. All the men also who were skillful in spinning, invited by their hearts, gave goat-hair yarn. Other men brought precious stones to set the ephod and the breastplate, and perfumes and oil for the lights, and for the consecration oil, and perfumes for the incense. Every man and woman with a liberal heart brought all the things that the ever-living commanded by the hand of Moses to be made as gifts to the ever-living. Then Moses said to the children of Israel, "The ever-living has called Bezalel, the son of Uri, the son of Hur, of the tribe of Judah, and has filled him with genius, skill, intelligence, and knowledge, and a mechanical mind, and inventive faculties, for working in gold and silver and brass, and to cut stones for jewelry, and to shape timber for use, and for all engineering work. He has also given as a fitting assistant to him Ahialab, the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan, filling them with intelligence to work in every kind of contrivance, in jewelry and embroidery, in azure and purple, in blue and red and flax, and to weave all materials, and to make patterns." Chapter 36. Bezalel and Aholiab consequently worked, with all the skillful men, to whom the ever-living had given intelligence and understanding, to assist them in their operations for the production of all the furniture for the sanctuary which the ever-living had commanded. Thus Moses appointed Bezalel and Aholiab, and all the skillful men, to whom the ever-living had given an intelligent mind, with every one whose mind invited them to go to the work to effect it. And they received in the presence of Moses all the offerings that the children of Israel had brought to make the appliances for the services of the sanctuary. They fetched their part from the treasury, morning by morning, and every skilled worker brought back the articles for the sanctuary which he had made from his workshop, until they reported to Moses, saying, "The material which the people have brought is more than the requirements for the furniture that the ever-living commanded to be made from it." Moses therefore ordered to make a proclamation in the camp, to inform every man and woman not to bring further material to offer for the sanctuary. So the people ceased to bring it, for the material was sufficient for all the appliances that had to be made, and in excess. So the workmen made the furniture for the tent. 10 curtains of spun linen, and azure, and purple, and blue-red, with pictures of cherubim, formed in damask. The length of the curtains was 18 cubits each, and the width 4 cubits, each curtain, the same to each curtain, and the end of one curtain was joined to the other, and the next curtain's edge was joined to the following. For they made loops upon the selvage of each of the curtains at the end of the edges. Thus they made the curtains with attachments to join the two. They made 50 loops on each curtain, and 50 loop attachments were made upon the second curtain, which joined it to the next, opposite to the loops, one for one. They also made 50 hooks of gold to join the curtains one to the other, so as to form one tent. They also made curtains of goatskins for the canopy over the tent, which were divided into 20 curtains. The length of each curtain was 30 cubits, and 4 cubits broad for each curtain. All the 20 curtains were made equal, and they joined 5 of the curtains together, and 6 of the curtains together, and made 50 loops on the lip of a curtain, at its edge to fasten with, and made 50 loops upon the lip of the second curtain for fastenings. They also made hooks of brass to join the canopy, to form it into one piece. Then they made the hall of assembly of red ram's skins, with a veranda of badger skins over all of it. They also made the planks for the tabernacle of acacia wood planed. The length of a plank was 10 cubits, and 1.5 cubits broad for each plank. There were 2 hands to each plank at the joinings on one side and the other. They made the same to all the planks of the tabernacle. 20 planks were made for the tabernacle on the side towards the south, and 40 bases of silver were formed under the 20 planks, 2 bases under a plank with 2 hands on them. And for the opposite side towards the north they made 20 planks, with 40 bases of silver, 2 bases for each plank. But the width of the tabernacle to the west was 6 planks, and 2 planks made the corners of the tabernacle at the corners. And there were clutches fitting together and uniting them. Thus both were fastened at their edges. Thus there were 8 planks and 16 silver bases, 2 bases and 2 bases under each plank. He also made bars of acacia wood, 5 bars for the planks at the first side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars to the planks at the other side of the tabernacle, and 5 bars to the planks of the tabernacle at its length towards the west. And bars were made for the uprights placed between the sets of planks from end to end. The planks, however, were plated with gold, and their buttons were made of gold with lock holes to each one, and the bars were plated with gold. The veils also were made of azure, and purple, and blue-red, and spun linen, with damasked cherubims worked on them. They also made 4 posts of acacia, and plated them with gold, with pins of gold, and cast for them 4 bases of silver. They also made a screen for the door of the sanctuary of azure, and purple, and blue-red, and spun linen, worked as embroidery. And the 5 pillars, and the pins, with the chapiters on their heads, and the rods were of gold, but the 5 bars were of brass. Chapter 37. Bezalel himself made the ark of acacia wood, its length 2½ cubits, and its breadth 1½ cubits, and 1½ cubits its height. And he plated with pure gold within and without, and made it a wreath of gold around, and cast 4 knobs of gold for its 4 feet, 2 knobs at the one side, and 2 knobs at the other side. He also made staves of acacia wood, and plated them with gold, so that they could put the staves into the ears upon the sides of the ark to carry the ark by. He also made covers of pure gold, 2½ cubits in length, and 1½ cubits in width. Besides, he made 2 cherubim of gold. They were made standing at the 2 ends of the covers, 1 cherub at this end, and the other at that. But the cherubim were extending their wings like a protection from above, with their wings over the covers, with the face of each towards the other over covers. The cherubim faced each other. He also made the table of acacia wood, 2 cubits in length, and 1½ cubits in breadth, and 1½ cubits in height, and plated it over with pure gold, and made a coronal round about it of gold. He also made a ridge of a handbreadth around it, with rays of gold upon the ridge all round, and cast 4 tabs of gold, and fixed the tabs upon the 4 sides where its feet were. The tabs were fixed near the ridge for the staves to carry the table with. He made the staves to carry the table of acacia wood, and plated them with gold, as well as the instruments that were upon the table, the dishes and the snuffers, and the cups and the plates which covered them, of pure gold. He also made the lamp of turned work of pure gold. Its shank, upright stalk, its branches, its cups, and blossoms were made of it. And there were 6 branches going from the sides, 3 branches from one side, and 3 branches from the other side. There were 3 almond cones and flowers upon one branch, a cup and a blossom, and 3 almond cones and flowers on an alternate branch, a cup and a blossom. Thus 6 branches rose up for the lamps. And upon the lamp 4 cones like almonds, a cup and a blossom. But there was a ball between 2 of the branches mutually, and a ball between 2 of the branches mutually, and a ball between 2 of the branches mutually, for the 6 branches that rose up from them. There were balls and branches for them mutually. All the appliances were of pure gold. He also made 7 reflectors, and holders, and snuffers of pure gold. A talent weight of pure gold made these, and all the instruments. Afterwards he made the altar of incense of acacia wood. Its length was 1 cubit, and its breadth 1 cubit square, and its height 2 cubits, with its horns. And he covered the top of it with pure gold, and around its sides and its horns, and made a coronal of gold around it. He also made 2 tabs of gold for it between the coronal, upon the 2 sides, upon its opposite sides, to insert the 2 staves to carry it by. He made the staves also of acacia wood, and plated them with gold. He also made the holy consecration oil, and the incense of pure spices for perfume. Chapter 38. Then he made of acacia wood the altar of burnt offerings. Its length was 5 cubits, and its breadth 5 cubits square, and its height 3 cubits. He also made horns upon its 4 faces. Its horns were all alike, and he plated them with brass. Besides, he made all the instruments for the altar, the cauldrons, and the brushes, and the sprinklers, and the rakes, and the shovels he made of brass. He also made for the altar a netted sieve of brass under its fireplace, with projections at its edges. And he cast 4 tabs of brass for the borders of the sieve, as receptacles for staves which he made of acacia wood, and covered them with brass, and placed the staves in the tabs at the sides of the altar to carry it by. He made them to fit into valves. He also made the bath and its pedestals of brass, with the mirrors for the use of whoever served before the hall of assembly. He also made the court at the side towards the south. The curtains for the court were 100 cubits of spun linen, the pillars 20, and the bases 20. The spikes of the pillars and the pins were of brass, but the rods of silver. And on the north face it was 100 cubits, with 20 pillars and 20 bases. The spikes of the pillars were brass, but the rods of silver. But on the west face the curtains were 50 cubits, 10 pillars and the bases, with spikes for the pillars, but the rods were of silver. And upon the eastern face the sunrise, 50 cubits, 15 cubits of curtains to the gateposts, 6 pillars and 6 bases, but from the other gatepost on this side and that, to the gate of the court, curtains for 15 cubits, 6 pillars and 6 bases. All the curtains around the court were of spun linen, and the bases of the pillars were of brass, but the spikes of the pillars and the rods were of silver, and the capitals of the pillars of silver, with rods of silver for all the pillars of the court. The screen for the gate of the court, however, was made of embroidery of azure, and purple, and blue-red, and spun linen, and its length was 20 cubits, and in height at the fold-back 5 cubits, to the juncture with the curtains of the court, with 4 pillars and 4 bases of brass, but the pins of silver, and the capitals of the heads of the pillars of silver, with all the other things for the tent and the court around of brass. These were the officers of the tent, the hall of assembly, which were appointed by the mouth of Moses for the service of the Levites, under Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest, with Bezalel the son of Uri, the son of Hor of the tribe of Judah, to make everything that the ever-living had commanded by Moses, and with them Aholiab the son of Ahisamach of the tribe of Dan, to engrave and damask and embroider in azure and purple and blue and red, and in spinning. The whole of the gold that was used in the furniture of the sanctuary was 29 talents, and 930 shekels by the sacred weight. And of silver from the chiefs of the congregation 100 talents, and 1,757 shekels by the sacred weight. The half-shekel poll tax by the sacred weight, from those who were passed into the regiments, from 20 years of age and over that, was 630,550. And there were used 100 talents of silver in casting the bases of the sanctuary, and the bases of the doors, 100 bases from 100 talents, a talent to a base. They also used 1,775 for the spikes to the pillars, and the capitals on their heads, and the rods for them. Besides, the brass offered was 70,000 talents, and 400 shekels, which were used for the bases of the doors of the hall of assembly, and the brass of the doorposts, and the brazen altar, and the lattice work of brass for it, and the whole of the instruments of the altar, with the bases of the court around, and the bases of the gates of the court, and all the rest of the tent, and the remainder of the court around. Chapter 39. And of the azure, and purple, and blue-red, they made the service robes, to serve in the sanctuary, as well as the holy robes for Aaron, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. They also made the ephod of gold, azure, purple, and blue-red, and spun linen. And there were strips of golden wire twisted in the working among the azure, and among the purple, and among the blue-red, and among the linen threads that made the damasking. They made shoulder-pieces that joined upon the 2 halves by a seam. They also made the breastplate of the ephod to be worn over it, of gold, azure, and purple, and blue-red, and spun linen, as the ever-living commanded Moses. Besides, they made 2 onyx stones surrounded with gold settings, engraved like the engraving of a seal, with the names of the sons of Israel, and placed them upon the shoulders of the ephod as memorial stones for the sons of Israel, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. They also made the breastplate of damasked work, as they made the ephod, of gold, and azure, and purple, and blue-red, and spun linen. The breastplate was made a square doubled, a span long and a span broad, doubled, and it was filled with 4 rows of stones. The first row was a ruby, a topaz, and a diamond. The second row was an emerald, a sapphire, and an opal. The third row was a ligure, an agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row was a tarshish, an onyx, and a jasper, surrounded by settings of gold to fix them. Thus there were 12 stones with the names of the sons of Israel, with the names engraven like a seal, each with one name of the 12 tribes. They also made for the breastplate chain borderings of plated work of pure gold, beside which they made 2 gold fastenings and 2 buttons of gold, and fixed the 2 buttons upon the 2 sides of the breastplate, and placed the 2 chains of gold upon the 2 buttons at the sides of the breastplate, and the 2 ends of the 2 chains they fixed upon the 2 buttons, and fastened them upon the 2 shoulders over the front of them. They also made 2 gold buttons, and placed them upon the 2 edges of the breastplate, upon the lips which went over the ephod inwards. Besides, they made 2 buttons of gold, and fixed them upon the 2 shoulders of the ephod, before and behind, to unite together at the top of the ephod with the breastplate. And they laced the breastplate, from button to button, to the ephod with laces of azure, to secure the breastplate to the ephod, so that the breastplate might not fall off from the ephod, as the Ever-living had commanded to Moses. They also made a mantle for the ephod, of azure woven velvet, and the mouth of the mantle was in the middle of it, like a coat of mail, with a binding around it, so that it might not tear. And they made on the hem of the mantle pomegranates of azure, and purple, and blue-red, with embroidery, and also made bells of pure gold, and fixed the bells between the pomegranates, upon the hem around the mantle between the pomegranates, a bell and a pomegranate upon the hem around the mantle, as the Ever-living commanded to Moses. They also made vests of woven linen work for Aaron and his sons, and turbans of linen, and mitres of linen, and white drawers of spun linen, with girdles of spun linen, and azure, and blue-red, as the Ever-living commanded Moses. They also made the flower of the holy crown of pure gold, and engraved upon it, with the engraving of a seal, Holiness to the Ever-living, and fixed a cord of azure upon it, to fasten it upon the top, as the Ever-living commanded to Moses. Thus were completed all the appliances for the hall of assembly. They were made in the manner that the Ever-living commanded to Moses. Therefore they brought the tent to Moses, the sanctuary and all its furniture, its hooks, its planks, its bars, its pillars and bases, and the awning of red ram skins, and the awning of badger skins, and curtains for the screen, with the ark of witnesses, and its staves and its covers, and the table and all its furniture, and the shewbread, with the lamp of splendor, and its reflectors, and its series of lamps, and the whole of its appliances, and the oil for the lamps, with the altar of gold, and the oil of consecration, and the sweet incense, and the screen of the veil of the pavilion, the brazen altar, and the brass grating for it, its staves and all its instruments, the bath and its buckets, the curtains of the court, its pillars and their bases, and the screen for the gate of the court, its ropes and pegs, and the rest of the appliances for the uses of the tent of the hall of assembly, the ornamented robes for service in the sanctuary, the sacred robes for Aaron, the priest, and the robes for his sons, the priests. According to all that the Ever-living commanded to Moses, the children of Israel made the whole for the service. Then Moses inspected all the work to see if they had made all of it according to the command of the Ever-living. They had done so, and Moses blessed them. Chapter 40. Then the Ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, Tomorrow is the 1st month. Upon the 1st of the month you shall set up the tent of the hall of assembly, and place there the ark of witnesses, and cover the ark with the veil. Then you shall bring the table, and arrange its appliances, and bring the golden lamp, and set up its reflectors. And place the golden altar of incense before the ark of the witnesses, and fix the screen of the doors to the tabernacle. Then place the altar of burnt offering opposite the door of the hall of assembly, and set the bath between the hall of assembly and the altar, and put water in it. Afterwards fix up the court around, and put the screen to the gate of the court, and then take the oil of consecration, and consecrate the tent, and everything in it, and sanctify it, and the whole of its furniture, when it shall be sacred. The altar shall be holy of holies. Next consecrate the bath and its buckets, and sanctify it. Then present Aaron and his sons at the door of the hall of assembly, and wash them with water, and clothe Aaron in the sacred robe, and consecrate him. Thus you shall make him holy, and he shall be a priest to me. Afterwards present his sons, and clothe them with vests, and consecrate them as you consecrated their father, and they shall be priests to me. And the consecration shall be an appointment of them as priests forever in their descendants. Moses consequently did all that the ever-living commanded him. He effected it. Thus it was in the 1st month, in the 2nd year, on the 1st of the month, they erected the tent. And Moses set up the tent, and fixed its bases, and placed its planks, and fixed its curtains, and erected its pillars, and spread the canopy over the tabernacle, and put the awning of the tabernacle over its roof, as the ever-living commanded him. Then he took and put the witnesses into the ark, and placed the staves to the ark, and put the covers upon the top of the ark, and brought the ark to the tent, and hung the veil of the screen, and veiled off the witnesses, as the ever-living commanded Moses. Then he placed the table in the hall of assembly at the north side of the tabernacle, outside of the veil, and arranged upon it the prepared bread before the ever-living, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. Next he placed the lamp in the hall of assembly, upon the table opposite at the south side of the tabernacle, and raised the lights before the ever-living, as the ever-living commanded Moses. Then he placed the golden altar in the hall of assembly before the veil, and offered sweet incense upon it, as the ever-living commanded Moses. Then he put the screen to the door of the tabernacle, and set the altar of burnt offering at the door of the tent of the hall of assembly, and offered upon it the burnt offering and the gift, as the ever-living commanded Moses. Then he placed the bath between the hall of assembly and the altar, and put water in it to wash with, and Moses washed himself his feet and hands there, with Aaron and his sons. Before going into the hall of assembly and approaching the altar, they washed themselves, as the ever-living commanded Moses. They also erected the court around the tabernacle, and the altar, and fixed the screen at the gate of the court. Then Moses ceased from his labors. Then the cloud covered the hall of assembly, and the splendor of the ever-living filled the tabernacle. And Moses was not able to go into the hall of assembly, for the cloud rested upon it, and the splendor of the ever-living filled the tent. Afterwards, when the cloud arose from off the tabernacle, the children of Israel marched in all their marches. And if the cloud did not arise, then they did not march until the day when it arose. For the cloud of the ever-living was upon the tabernacle by day, and there was a fire by night. It was in the sight of the house of Israel in all their marches. The end of chapters 33 through 40, and the end of the book of Exodus. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 1 through 7 of the book of Leviticus, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The book of Leviticus, chapters 1 through 7. Chapter 1. Then the ever-living called to Moses and spoke to him from the hall of the assembly, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, A man of you who would offer an offering to the ever-living can offer it from the herd, or from the fold, or from the flock. If they offer a burnt offering from the fold, it shall be a perfect male. It shall be offered at the door of the tent of assembly, as a pleasure to him before the ever-living. Then he shall lay his hand upon the head of the sacrifice, and present it before the ever-living to expiate for himself. And he must slay the son of the fold before the ever-living. Then the sons of Aaron the priest shall approach the blood, and sprinkle some of the blood around over the altar that is at the door of the hall of assembly. Afterwards he shall skin the sacrifice and divide it into parts, Then the sons of Aaron the priest shall lay the parts of the head and fat in order upon the wood, and put fire upon the altar, and arrange wood upon the fire that is on the altar, after washing the inwards and the feet in water. And the priest shall burn the whole of them on the altar as a sweet, delightful perfume to the ever-living. But if he offers from the sheep or from the lambs or from the goats, he shall offer as a burnt offering a perfect male, and slay it at the north side of the altar before the ever-living. And the sons of Aaron the priest shall sprinkle some of its blood around the altar. Then he shall divide it into parts, and the priest shall arrange its head and its fat upon the wood that is upon the fire that is on the altar. Then he shall wash its inwards and legs in water. And the priest shall offer the whole of them with incense upon the altar of burnt offering as a sweet breath, delightful to the ever-living. But if he sacrifices a gift from the birds to the ever-living, let him offer his gift from the turtle-doves or the young of pigeons. And the priest shall take it to the altar, and wring off its head, and perfume the altar, and present its blood at the side of the altar, and pull out its crop and feathers, and throw them to the eastern side of the altar, into the receptacle for the fat. Then the priest shall cleave it, not separate, and perfume the altar for it, offering it upon the wood which is on the fire. It is sweet smell, delightful to the ever-living. Chapter 2. And the soul that gives a present to the ever-living, let it be a fine flour, and pour oil upon it, and put frankincense on it, and bring it to the sons of Aaron the priest. And the priest shall grasp a handful from the fine flour and the oil, with all the frankincense, and shall burn as a remembrance on the altar a sweet perfume delightful to the ever-living. But the rest of the offering shall be for Aaron and his sons, holy of holies from the fire of the ever-living. But if he would offer a present baked in the oven, let it be of fine ground flour, biscuits mixed with oil, or wafer biscuits buttered with oil. If, however, your gift is a present of baked bread, it shall be of fine flour with oil, unfermented and broken in pieces with oil poured upon it. It is a present. But if you give a boiled present, let it be made of fine flour with oil. And you shall bring the present that you have made from it to the ever-living, and approach to the priest, and he shall carry it to the altar. Then the priest shall lift up the present as a remembrance, and perfume the altar, a sweet smell delightful to the ever-living. But the rest of the present shall be for Aaron and his sons, holy of holies from the fire of the ever-living. Any present which they offer to the ever-living shall not be made with ferment, for not any ferment or any honey shall be burnt with it as a delight to the ever-living. You shall bring them as an offering of the best kinds to the ever-living. They shall not be burnt upon the altar as a breath of delight. Every offering presented by you shall be salted with salt, and you shall not withhold the salt of the covenant of your God from your presence. Upon every offering you shall offer salt. And if you offer a present from your crops to the ever-living, it shall be ears of wheat or oats from the field, as a present from your crops. You shall also put upon it oil, and add along with it frankincense. It is a present. Therefore the priest shall burn the remembrance from the corn and from the oil, with all the frankincense, as a perfume to the ever-living. Chapter 3. But if anyone offers a thank offering, let it be offered from the herd. Only a perfect, spotless male may be offered to the ever-living, and he shall lay his hand upon the head of his offering, and slay it at the door of the hall of assembly, and the sons of Aaron the priest shall sprinkle some of the blood around upon the altar. He shall offer on the altar the thank offering as a delight to the ever-living, the fat of the caul, the chest, and the whole of the fat that is upon the chest, with the 2 kidneys and the fat that is upon them, and on the viscera, but the rest on the liver, and upon the kidneys he shall put aside, for the sons of Aaron shall offer them upon the altar of burnt offering, with wood and fire, as a sweet breath to the ever-living. But if he offers a sacrifice from the flock as a thank offering, let him offer a perfect male or female. If he offers a lamb as his gift, then he shall bring it before the ever-living, and lay his hand upon the head of the gift, and slay it before the hall of assembly. And the sons of Aaron shall sprinkle some of its blood around the altar, and shall carry to the altar, from the thank offering made by fire to the ever-living, the entire fat of the rump cut near the backbone, and the fat of the caul, and of the chest, and all the fat that is upon the chest, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat which is upon them, with that upon the bowels, and the remainder that covers the kidneys he shall put aside. And the priest shall offer them upon the altar as a sweet scent to the ever-living. But if he offers a gift of a goat before the ever-living, he shall lay his hand upon its head, and slay it before the hall of assembly. And the sons of Aaron shall sprinkle some of its blood around the altar, and offer of the gift as a sweet scent to the ever-living, the fat of the caul, and the chest, and the whole of the fat that is upon the chest, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat that is on them, with that upon the bowels, but the remainder covering over the kidneys he shall put aside. Thus the priest shall burn them on the altar, consuming as a sweet breath, delightful to the ever-living, all the fat. It is an institution forever, for your descendants, in all your dwelling places, that you shall not eat any fat or any blood. Chapter 4. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, to command, the soul that sins by ignorance in any of the commands of the ever-living, through not having done, or doing it unconsciously, if a consecrated priest shall sin to the injury of the people, then he shall offer for the sin which he has sinned a perfect bullock from the fold, to the ever-living for his sin. And he shall bring the ox to the door of the hall of assembly before the ever-living, and lay his hand upon the head of the ox, and slay the ox before the ever-living. Then the consecrated priest shall take some of the blood of the ox, and carry it into the hall of assembly, where the priest shall dip his forefinger into the blood 7 times before the ever-living, opposite the door of the sanctuary. And the priest shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar of perfumed incense which is before the ever-living in the hall of assembly. And the rest of the blood of the ox shall be poured at the side of the altar which is at the door of the hall of assembly. Then he shall remove the whole of the fat of the ox of the sin offering from it, the fat of the caul, with the chest and all the fat upon the chest, and the 2 kidneys, and the fat which is upon them, with the fat of the bowels, and the remainder covering the kidneys, he shall put aside, exactly as it is taken from the ox sacrificed as a peace offering. Then the priest shall burn it upon the altar of burnt offering. But all the skin of the ox, and the whole of the flesh, with its head and chest and dung, he shall also cause to be brought, the whole of the ox, to the outside of the camp, to a clean place, to burn the fat upon wood with fire. It shall be burnt where the ashes are poured out. But if any of the fathers of Israel goes and secretly commits out of the sight of the public a breach of one of the commandments of the ever-living, which they should not do, and he sins, then he shall confess the sin that he has sinned, and shall offer publicly an ox from the fold for his sin, and bring it to the front of the hall of assembly, where the elders of the parliament shall lay their hands upon the head of the ox before the ever-living, and slay the ox before the Lord. Then the consecrated priest shall bring some of the blood of the ox to the hall of assembly, where the priest shall dip his forefinger into some of the blood, and sprinkle it 7 times before the ever-living at the front of the veil. But he shall put some of the blood upon the horns of the altar, that is before the ever-living in the hall of assembly. And all the rest of the blood he shall pour out at the side of the altar of burnt offerings, at the door of the hall of assembly. He shall then remove the whole of the fat from it, and offer it on the altar. And do with the ox, as he does with the ox for a sin offering, he shall do the same. Thus the priest shall expiate for him, and forgive him. Next he shall cause the ox to be brought outside of the camp, and burn it, as he burnt the former ox. It is a public offering. When a man sins, and breaks one of all the commandments of his ever-living God, which he ought not to do, by ignorance and has sinned, or if he is informed of his sin that he has sinned, then he shall offer as a gift a perfect ram of the goats, and lay his hand upon the head of the ram, and slay it in the place where the burnt offerings are slain before the ever-living. It is a sin offering. Then the priest shall take some of the blood upon the tip of his forefinger, and put it upon the horns of the altar of burnt offerings, and pour the rest of the blood at the side of the altar of burnt offerings, and offer all the fat on the altar, like the fat of the thank offering, and expiate for him for his sin, when it shall be forgiven to him. But if any of the people of the land break a commandment of the ever-living, which ought not to be done, and transgresses, or he is informed that he has sinned some sin, he shall then bring a perfect she-goat as an offering for the sin he has sinned, and lay his hand upon the head of the sin offering, and slay the sin offering in the place of burnt offerings. Then the priest shall take some of the blood upon his forefinger, and put on the horns of the altar of burnt offerings, and pour out the rest of the blood at the side of the altar, and remove the whole of the fat, as he removed the fat from off the thank offering. Then the priest shall offer it upon the altar as a breath delightful to the ever-living, and the priest shall expiate for him, and he shall be forgiven. But if a person brings his gift for sin, let him bring for it a perfect female, and lay his hand upon the head of his sin offering, and slay it in the place where the burnt offerings are slain. Then the priest shall take some of the blood of the sin offering on his forefinger, and put it on the horns of the altar of burnt offerings, but pour out all the rest of the blood at the side of the altar, and remove all the fat, as he removed the fat of the lamb offered for thanks. And the priest shall consume it upon the altar as a perfume to the ever-living, and the priest shall expiate for him for his sin that he sinned, and it shall be forgiven to him. Chapter 5. When a person who is a witness sins when he has taken the declaration of an oath about an event he saw or knew, if he does not relate it, he shall bear his crime. Or a person who has touched anything unclean, or a corpse that is unclean, or carcass of an unclean beast, or an unclean reptile, and it was unknown to him, he is unclean and guilty. Or if he touches uncleanness of blood, or any uncleanness that may defile him, and he did not know it, yet he is guilty. Or a person listening to a libel injurious to his neighbor, or who delights in anything which injures the man by being reported, and hides it when he knew it, then he is guilty by it. And as he has offended in this, he shall make confession that he has sinned over it, and shall bring to the ever-living for his fault that he has sinned a female lamb from the sheep, or a female goat for a sin offering, and the priest shall expiate for his sin. But if he did not personally participate with the fault, then he shall bring for the fault that he has sinned 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons to the ever-living, one for a sin offering, and one for a burnt offering. Let him bring them to the priest, and offer that which is for the sin offering first, and wring off its head from its neck, but not separate it, and sprinkle some of the blood of the sin offering at the side of the altar, and throw the rest of the blood to the side of the altar for sin offerings. But make of the second a burnt offering for judgment, and the priest shall expiate for him for the sin he has committed, and it shall be forgiven to him. But if he does not possess the 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, then let him bring as his gift for the sin he has sinned the 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour. He shall not pour upon it oil, nor put frankincense with it, for it is a sin offering, but bring it to the priest, and the priest shall grasp a handful of it for a remembrance, and burn it on the altar for a perfume to the ever-living. It is a sin offering. Then the priest shall expiate for him over the sin which he has sinned, and it shall be forgiven to him. But the gift shall belong to the priest. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, A person who perversely sins in what is holy to the ever-living shall bring for his gift to the Lord a perfect ram of the sheep, of the value of 2 shekels by the sacred shekel, for his fault. And that in which he has sinned, in what is holy, he shall restore 5-fold as much for it, and give it to the priest. And the priest shall expiate with the ram for his fault, and it shall be forgiven to him. But if a person has sinned and broken one of the commandments of the ever-living, which should not be done, and did not know it, yet he is faulty, and shall bear his fault and bring a perfect ram of the sheep on account of his fault, to the priest. And the priest shall expiate for him over his error which he has erred when he knew it not, and it shall be forgiven to him. It is a fault offering for error to the ever-living. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, A person who sins with willful perversity against the ever-living by deceiving his neighbor in a contract or in a confidential trust, or robs or betrays his neighbor, or retains a find and lies about it, and swears with falsehood about anything which may injure the man, sins by it. But if it be that he has sinned and done wrong, but returns the theft that he has stolen, or the deception that he has sinned in, or the trust that was entrusted to him, or the strayling that he has found, or in anything where he has sworn about it to deceive, and rectifies it, on the head of it he shall add fivefold to what he took to himself. They shall be given in place of his fault. Then the guilty man shall bring for the ever-living a perfect ram of the sheep to the priest, because of his fault. And the priest shall expiate for him before the ever-living, and he shall be forgiven at once for all that he has done wrong in it. Chapter 6. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, Command Aaron and his sons, saying, These are the laws of the burnt offerings, that is, the offerings for burning upon the altar. All the night until daybreak, fire shall burn upon the altar for it. The priest shall be clothed with his garments upon his limbs, and his frock on to cover his flesh. And he shall rake out the ashes that the fire upon the altar produces, and supply wood to the altar. Then he shall strip off his clothes, and put on other clothes, and carry the ashes outside the camp to a clean place. The fire of the altar must burn unextinguished upon it. None shall quench it. But the priest shall lay wood upon it every morning, and lay upon it the burnt offering and incense with the fat of the peace offerings. The fire shall always burn upon the altar. It shall not be quenched. And these are the laws of the food gifts that the sons of Aaron shall offer before the ever-living in front of the altar. They shall take some from the flour of the gift, and put upon the altar, with the whole of the frankincense which is with the gift, and burn as incense upon the altar, as a delightful breath of remembrance to the ever-living. But the rest of it Aaron and his sons shall eat. They shall eat it unfermented in the holy place, in the court of the hall of assembly. They shall not bake their portion with ferment. I give it to them for a flavor. It is holy of holies, like the sin offering, and like the trespass offering. Any male of the children of Aaron may eat of it. This is a perpetual constitution for their descendants. As it is a flavor of the ever-living, let all be holy who touch it. The ever-living further spoke to Moses, saying, This is the gift that Aaron and his sons shall offer during the period of their consecration, 1/10 of an ephah of flour as a perpetual offering between daybreak and evening, or half at the daybreak and half at the dusk. Let it be made saturated with oil in a pan. Bring it in baked flat cakes, a delightful breath to the ever-living. The consecrated priest of that course shall make it. It is a perpetual constitution to the ever-living, to be totally burnt. Every food offering from a priest shall be burnt. You shall not eat it. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, Speak, commanding Aaron and his sons. These are the laws of the sin offering. In the place where you slay the burnt offering, you shall slay the sin offering before the ever-living. It is holy of holies. The priest that offers it for sin shall eat it in the holy place. Eat it in the court of the hall of assembly. All who touch the flesh shall be holy. And whoever is sprinkled with a blood upon his garments, whatever is sprinkled with it, shall wash his clothing in the holy place. Any vessel of pottery also in which it is boiled shall be broken. And if it is boiled in a vessel of bronze, it shall be scoured and washed with water. Every male of the priests may eat of it. It is holy of holies. But any sin offering that is brought to the hall of assembly for a holy expiation you shall not eat. It shall be consumed by fire. Chapter 7. These are also laws of the trespass offerings. They are holy of holies. In the place where they slay the sacrifices for sin, they shall slay the trespass offerings, and their blood shall be sprinkled around the altar, and all the fat of it shall be offered up, the fat of the tail, and the fat of the caul, and of the chest. But the 2 kidneys with the fat that is upon them he shall put aside. Then the priest shall burn them with incense at the altar, as a flavor to the ever-living. It is a trespass offering. As with the sin offering, so with the trespass offering, there is one law for them. The priest who has expiated with it shall have it for himself. The priest who offers up the burnt offering for a man, the skin of the burnt offering that he has offered, shall belong to the priest. Every food offering which is baked in an oven, and all made in a pan or upon a pan, it shall belong to the priest who presents it. But every food offering mixed with oil or dry shall belong to all the sons of Aaron, each one as brothers. And these are the laws of the sacrifices of thanks which may be presented to the ever-living. If a man offers for thanksgiving, let him offer as a sacrifice of thanksgiving cakes of unfermented bread mixed with oil, and unfermented wafers buttered with oil, and flour saturated by rolling in oil. Let him offer no cakes of fermented bread with his gift upon the altar when thanksgiving for a benefit. And let him offer the same with every offering lifted up to the ever-living. It shall belong to the priest who sprinkles the blood of the thank offering for him to the ever-living. But the flesh of the sacrifice of the thank offering shall be eaten that day. None of it shall be left till the next morning. But if he gives a sacrifice for a vow or a freewill gift, he may eat of it the day it is offered in sacrifice, and what remains of it he may eat tomorrow. But the remainder of the flesh of a sacrifice shall be burnt with fire on the third day. And if he eats of the flesh of a sacrifice for a benefit on the third day, it shall not be accepted as an offering from him. It shall not benefit him. It will be unclean, and the person who eats of it shall bear his punishment. Flesh also that has touched anything unclean shall not be eaten. It shall be burnt with fire. But the flesh of everything clean may be eaten as food. But the person who eats the flesh of a sacrifice made to the ever-living for a benefit, and defiles himself over it, that person shall be excommunicated from his people. The person also who touches anything defiled by the defilement of blood, or by an unclean beast, or by any unclean reptile, and yet eats of the flesh as a sacrifice of thanksgiving to the ever-living, that person shall be excommunicated from his people. Again the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, Any of the fat of an ox, or sheep, or goat you shall not eat, but the fat of a carcass and the fat of a torn animal may be used for any work, but you shall not eat of it, for whoever eats the fat of a beast which is offered to the ever-living, that person shall be excommunicated from his people. Nor shall you eat any blood in any of your dwelling places, either of bird or beast. Every person who eats any blood, that person shall be excommunicated from his people. The ever-living spoke further to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, saying, Whoever offers at the altar his thank offering to the ever-living, let him bring his gift to the altar of the ever-living for his benefit. He shall bring in his hand the present to the ever-living. Bring the breast with its fat to be waved, for waving before the ever-living. But the priest shall burn the fat upon the altar, and the breast shall be for Aaron and his sons. The raised leg also you shall give to the priest who lifts it up as a sacrifice for a benefit. Whoever of the sons of Aaron offers the blood of the thank offering shall have the right leg for a gift. For the waved breast and the raised leg I have taken from the children of Israel from their sacrifice of thanks, and I give them to Aaron the priest and to his sons to be taken by them forever from the children of Israel. They are the portion of Aaron and the portion of his sons from the gifts to the ever-living, during the time they offer them as priests to the ever-living, which the ever-living commanded to be given to them at the time he consecrated them, as an endowment from the children of Israel and their posterity forever. This is the law for burnt offerings, and for sins, and for trespasses, and for consecrations, and for sacrifices of thanks, which the ever-living commanded to Moses upon Mount Sinai, at the time he commanded the children of Israel to offer gifts to the ever-living in the desert of Sinai. The end of chapters 1 through 7 of the book of Leviticus. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 8 through 14 of the Book of Leviticus, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Leviticus, chapters 8 through 14. Chapter 8. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, Take Aaron and his sons with him, with the robes and the oil of consecration, and the bowl for a sin offering, and the 2 rams, and the basket of biscuits, and the whole of the chiefs of the parliament to the door of the hall of assembly. Moses consequently did as the ever-living commanded him, and summoned the chiefs to the door of the hall of assembly. Then Moses said to the chiefs, "The ever-living commands this to be done." Then Moses took Aaron and his sons, and washed them in water, and put the vests upon them, and girt them with the girdle, and clothed them with the mantle, and put the ephod on him, and girt him with the embroidered belt of the ephod, and ephoded him with it. Then he put on the breastplate of the Urim and Thummim, and put the turban upon his head, and fastened upon the turban, at the front of it, the golden flower consecrated to holiness, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. Moses next took the oil of consecration, and consecrated the tabernacle and all that was in it, and sanctified them, and sprinkled with it 7 times on the altar, and consecrated the altar and all its instruments, and the bath and all its cans, to sanctify them, and poured the oil of consecration on the head of Aaron, and consecrated him to sanctify him. Then Moses brought forward the sons of Aaron, and dressed them with vests, and girt them with girdles, and bound upon them the mitres, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. Next he brought up the bull for a sin offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the bull for a sin offering. Then he slew it, and Moses took some of the blood, and put it around the horns of the altar with his forefinger, to purify the altar from sin. And he poured out the rest of the blood at the side of the altar, and sanctified it with an expiation for it. He also took the fat which is on the chest, and the other fat of the liver, and the 2 kidneys with the fat upon them, which Moses burnt upon the altar. But the bull and its skin, and its flesh, and its dung he burnt with fire, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. Then he took the ram for the burnt offering, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram. Then Moses slew it, and sprinkled some of the blood on the altar around, and divided the ram into parts. Moses then burnt the pieces of the head and its fat. But the chest and the feet Moses washed in water, and burnt the whole of the ram upon the altar, as a whole burnt offering. It was a pleasant breath given to the ever-living, as the ever-living commanded Moses. Then he took the ram, the 2nd ram, of consecration, and Aaron and his sons laid their hands upon the head of the ram. Moses afterwards slew it, and took some of its blood, and put it on the tip of Aaron's right ear, and on his right thumb, and on his right great toe. Moses also sprinkled the blood upon the altar around. Next Moses took the sons of Aaron, and put some of the blood on the tips of their right ears, and on the thumbs of their right hands, and on the great toes of their right feet. Moses afterwards sprinkled some of the blood around the altar. He also took the fat, and the tail, and the whole of the fat that is on the chest, and the rest of the fat, and the 2 kidneys with their fat, and the right leg, and some from the basket of biscuits which was before the ever-living. He took 1 biscuit, and 1 oil-bread cake, and 1 wafer, and placed them with the fats upon the right leg, and put the whole into the hands of Aaron and the hands of his sons. And they waved them before the presence of the ever-living. Then Moses took them from their hands, and offered them as a whole burnt offering on the altar, as an appointment of them. It was an offering of pleasing flavor to the ever-living. Moses then took the breast of the ram of consecration, and waved it before the ever-living. It was as a portion for Moses, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. Moses afterwards took some of the oil of consecration, and some of the blood from the altar, and sprinkled upon Aaron, upon his sons, and upon his robes, and upon the robes of his sons with him, and sanctified Aaron and his robes, and his sons and the robes of his sons with him. Moses also said to Aaron and his sons, "Boil the flesh at the door of the hall of assembly, and sit to eat it, with the bread that is upon the basket of consecration, as I have been commanded to instruct Aaron and his sons that they should eat. But what is left of the flesh and bread, burn with fire. You shall, however, not quit the hall of assembly for 7 days, until the days are fulfilled, the days of your consecration, for 7 days will complete their number. What has been done today, the ever-living commanded to be done, to expiate for you. You shall remain at the door of the hall of assembly day and night for 7 days, and guard the trust of the ever-living, and not remove, for so I have been commanded." Aaron and his sons consequently did all the things that the ever-living commanded by the hand of Moses. Chapter 9. But when the 8th day came, Moses summoned Aaron and his sons, and the judges of Israel, and said to Aaron and his sons, "Select for yourselves a perfect heifer from the fold for a sin offering, and approach to the presence of the ever-living." Then he addressed the children of Israel, saying, "You must take a ram from the goats for a sin offering, and a lamb and bullock of a year old, both perfect, for a burnt offering, with a bull and a ram for a thank offering, to sacrifice before the ever-living, and a food offering mixed with oil, for today the ever-living will appear to you." They consequently brought what Moses ordered to the front of the hall of assembly, and all the chiefs approached and stood before the ever-living. Then Moses said, "This is the thing that the ever-living commanded you to do. Now the majesty of the ever-living will appear to you." Moses next said to Aaron, "Advance to the altar and offer the sin offering and the burnt offering for yourself, and expiate first on account of yourself, afterwards on account of the people. And make a gift for the people, and expiate on account of them, as the ever-living has commanded." Aaron consequently advanced to the altar, and slew the calf that was for his sin offering. The sons of Aaron also advanced to the blood of it, and dipped their forefingers into the blood of it, and placed upon the horns of the altar, and poured the rest of the blood at the side of the altar. But the fat and the kidneys, and the rest from the breast of the sin offering, he burnt on the altar, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. But the flesh and the skin and dung he consumed in fire outside the camp. Then he slew the burnt offering, and the sons of Aaron took some of its blood, and poured it upon the altar around. Then he took the whole burnt offering to him to divide it, and burnt its head upon the altar. Afterwards he washed the chest and the feet, and burnt them as a burnt offering on the altar. Then he offered the gift for the people, and took the goat for the sin of the people, and made a sin offering, like the former sin offering. Next he presented the burnt offering, and did as with the offering for righteousness. Afterwards he presented the food offering, and filled his hand from it, and burnt it upon the altar, besides the burnt offering of the morning. Then he slew the bull and the ram as a sacrifice of thanks from the people, and the sons of Aaron brought some of the blood, and sprinkled it around upon the altar, with the fats from the bull, and the fat from the tail of the ram, the caul and the kidneys, and the rest of the breast. And they piled up the fats upon the chest, and burnt the fats upon the altar. But the breast and the right leg Aaron waved before the ever-living, as the ever-living commanded Moses. Then Aaron raised his hands and blessed the people, and came down from making the sin offering, and the burnt offering, and the thank offering. Moses and Aaron next entered the hall of assembly, and went and blessed the people. When the splendor of the ever-living appeared to all the people, the fire came from the presence of the ever-living, and consumed the burnt offering on the altar, and the fats. When all the people saw it, they cheered and fell upon their faces. Chapter 10. But the sons of Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, each took a fire pan, and placed on them fire, and put incense upon it, and presented strange fire before the ever-living, which they were not commanded. Therefore fire came out from the presence of the Lord, and consumed them, and they died before the Lord. Consequently Moses said to Aaron, "What was it that the ever-living spoke, saying, 'In approaching me I will be sanctified, and respected before all the people'?" And Aaron was silent. Then Moses called to Mishal and to Elzaphan, sons of Aziel, the uncle of Aaron, and said to them, "Approach, and take up those from the presence of the sanctuary to the outside of the camp." So they approached, and carried them in their vestments to the outside of the camp, as Moses had ordered. Then Moses said to Aaron and to Eleazar and to Ithamar his sons, "You shall not uncover your heads, and you shall not strip off your robes, lest you should die, and anger come upon all the congregation. But your relatives of all the house of Israel shall weep for the burning that the ever-living has burnt. You shall also not come out of the hall of assembly, lest you should die, for the oil of consecration to the ever-living is upon you." So they did as Moses ordered. Then Moses spoke to Aaron and commanded, "You or your sons with you shall not drink of wine or an intoxicant when you are going to the hall of assembly, so that you may not die. This is an everlasting institution for your posterity. For you shall distinguish between the sacred and the common, and between sin and purity, so that you may teach the sons of Israel all the institutions which the ever-living dictated to them by means of Moses. Moses also spoke to Aaron, and Eleazar, and Ithamar his sons. Take again another food offering for a present to the ever-living, and eat it with biscuits at the side of the altar, for it is holy of holies. Therefore you shall eat it in the holy place. For it is a portion to you, and a portion to your sons from the presents to the ever-living, for so I have been commanded. But you may eat the waved breast and the raised leg in a clean place, you and your sons and your daughters with you, for they are given from my altar as a portion to you and to your children, as thank offerings from the children of Israel. The raised leg and the waved breast, with the presence of the fats which they bring to be waved, you shall wave before the ever-living, and they shall be for you and your children for a perpetual portion, as the ever-living has commanded. But when Moses inquired for the goat for the sin offering, he found it had been burnt. Therefore he was angry with Eleazar and Ithamar, the sons of Aaron, again, and said, Why have you not eaten the sin offering in the holy place? For it is holy of holies, and it was given to you to bear the frailty of the congregation, to expiate for them before the ever-living. Look, its blood was not brought into the sanctuary. You ought to have eaten it in the sanctuary, as I commanded. Then Aaron spoke to Moses. On the day they presented their sin offering and their burnt offering before the ever-living, you instructed me about it, and I ate the sin offering that day. Let that compensate in the eyes of my Lord. So Moses listened, and it compensated in his eyes. Chapter 11. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying to them, Speak to the children of Israel to command. These are what you may eat of all the animals that are upon the earth. All that have hoofs and divide the hoofs, and chew the cud, you may eat those beasts. But you shall not eat those that chew the cud and do not divide the hoof. The camel, for it chews the cud, but has not divided the hoof, it is unclean to you. And the jerboa, for it chews the cud, but has not a divided hoof, it is unclean to you. And the leper, for it chews the cud, but has not a divided hoof, it is unclean to you. And the swine, although it has hoofs and divides the hoof, but it does not chew the cud, it is unclean to you. You shall not eat of their flesh, nor touch their carcasses. They are unclean to you. You may eat of all these that are in the waters. All that have fins and scales, in the waters and the seas and the rivers, you may eat them. But all that have not fins and scales on them in the waters and rivers, of all the swarms of the waters, and of every form of life that is in the waters, they must be loathsome to you, and their flesh shall be loathsome to you. You shall not eat of their carcasses, you shall loathe them. All in the waters that have not fins and scales shall be loathsome to you. And these shall be loathsome to you among birds. You shall not eat them, they are loathsome. The eagle, and the osprey, and the fishhawk, the kite, and the vulture species, and all the raven species, and the ostrich, and the goatsucker, and seagull, and the buzzard species, and the pelican, and the gannet, and the owl, and the crested owl, and the turkey buzzard, and the carrion eagle, and the stork, and snorter species, and hoopoe, and the bat, and every winged reptile that crawls shall be loathsome to you. However, you may eat of these, of all the swarms of wing that crawl, that have knees above their feet to leap upon the earth, you may eat these from among them. The locust kind, and the cockchafer kind, and the grasshopper kind, but all the winged breed that crawls on its feet shall be loathsome to you, and they defile. All who touch their dead bodies are unclean until the evening, and anyone who carries their carcasses shall wash his clothes and be unclean until the evening. Besides every beast that has hoofs, but does not divide its hoofs, and does not chew the cud, they are unclean to you. All who touch them are unclean. And everything that walks upon its paws, every insect that goes on all fours, they are unclean to you. Everyone who touches their dead bodies is unclean, and whoever carries their dead bodies shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. They are unclean to you. These also are unclean to you of the species breeding upon the earth, the mole, and the mouse, and the lizard species, the groaner, and the panter, and the shrew, and the ignanodon, and the chameleon. These are unclean to you in all their breeds. All touching them when dead shall be unclean until the evening, and all who eat of them when dead are unclean. And all upon which any of them may fall, and any vessel of wood, or clothing, or skin, or a sack, any article that is made use of, shall be put into water, and be unclean until the evening, then pure. And any vessel of earthenware that they fall into, all that they fall into is unclean, and it shall be broken, and all food that they have gnawed, or their water falls upon, is unclean, and any cup from which they drink of all vessels is unclean. And anything upon which their dead bodies may fall is unclean. Pan or tub, it shall be broken. They are unclean, and shall be unclean to you. Except a spring, or well, or reservoir of water, they shall be pure. But all touching their dead bodies are unclean. But if their dead bodies fall upon any grain to be used for seed that is to be sown, it is pure. Also, if you have put water upon the seed after their dead bodies fall upon it, it is clean to you. And when any of the cattle that you possess for food dies, whoever touches its carcass is unclean until evening. And whoever eats from its carcass shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. And whoever carries the carcass shall wash his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. All vermin also of the vermin on the earth shall be loathsome, it shall not be eaten. Everything going upon its belly, and everything going by crawling upon many feet, of all the vermin of the earth, you shall not eat, for they are loathsome. You shall not make yourselves loathsome with the bodies of any of the spawn of the vermin, and you shall not defile yourselves with them, nor be defiled by them. For I am your ever-living God, who sanctifies you, and you shall be healthy, for I am holy, and you shall not defile yourselves or your lives by any of the vermin that crawls upon the earth. For the ever-living brought you up from the land of Mitzar to be a God to you, so you must be healthy, for I am holy. These are the laws about cattle and birds, and every animal life that crawls in the waters, and every animal life that spawns upon the land, with the difference between the unclean and the pure, and between the animals for food and the animals that are not for food. Chapter 12. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, commanding, A woman who is delivered and bears a boy is unclean for 7 days, as though she were unclean with the uncleanness of menstruation. And at the 8th day his foreflesh shall be circumcised. But for a period of 33 days she shall be secluded for her purification. She shall not approach anything sacred, and shall not come to the sacred place until the days of her purification are completed. But if she bears a girl, then she shall be separated as unclean for twice 7, as in menstruation. And for a period of 66 days she shall be secluded, for purification from her blood. But upon the completion of the days of her purification for a son or for a daughter, she shall bring a she-lamb of 1 year for a burnt offering, and a young dove or a turtle dove as a sin offering to the door of the hall of assembly, to the priest, and he shall present them before the ever-living, and expiate for her, and purify her for the flow of her blood. These are the laws about the childbirth of a boy or girl. But if she does not possess a she-lamb, then she shall take 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons, one for a burnt offering, and the other for a sin offering, and the priest shall expiate for her, and she shall be pure. Chapter 13. The ever-living also spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, When a man has on the skin of his flesh a swelling or scab or scurf, and there is on the skin of his flesh an irritation, he shall go to Aaron the priest, or to one of the medical priests, and shall show the priest the spot on the skin of his body, and the hair in the spot turned white. Should the spot appear hollow under the skin of his body, it may be a contagion, and the priest shall diagnose it, for it is a disease. But if a white scurf is upon the skin of his body, which does not appear to be below the skin, and the hair is not changed to white, Then the priest shall isolate the patient for 7 days, and upon the 7th day the priest shall examine the patient. And if the mark appears to him to stand still without the spot spreading, the priest shall isolate him for a second 7 days. But the priest shall examine him on the 7th day the second time. And if the mark is mitigated, and the spot has not spread on the skin, then the priest shall cleanse off the scurf from it, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if the eruption spreads, and with scabs on the skin, after he has shown himself to the priest to be pronounced clean, then he shall show himself again to the priest, and the priest shall examine him. And if the eruption has spread on his skin, the priest shall declare him diseased with a contagion. When a man has been attacked by a contagion, he shall go to a priest, and the priest shall examine him. And if he sees a white swelling in his skin, and if the hair has turned white, and corrupting flesh lives in the swelling, it is chronic leprosy on the skin of his body, and he is unclean. The priest shall not isolate him, but he is unclean. But if the disease spreads on the skin, and the irritation covers the whole of his skin with an attack, from his head to his feet, he shall show all to the eye of the priest, and the priest shall examine it. And if the irritation covers the whole of his body, and the eruption is bright, all of it turned white, he is clean. But if at any time raw flesh appears, he is contagious. Therefore he shall show the raw flesh to the priest, and be declared contagious. The raw flesh is a contagion. It is contagious. But if the raw flesh ceases and turns white, he shall also go to the priest, and the priest shall examine it. And if the eruption has turned white and bright, the priest shall declare him free from contagiousness. When there is on the body a burning ulcer to be cured, and there may be on the inflamed part a white swelling or a white reddish scurf, it shall be shown to the priest, and the priest shall examine it, and if he sees a sinking of the skin and the hair turning white, the priest shall declare him unclean with a contagion of spreading inflammation. But if when the priest examines him there is no white hair, and there is no sinking in the skin, but there is degeneration, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 days, and if it spreads in the skin, then the priest shall declare him diseased by a contagious attack. But if afterwards, the inflammation abating, the irritation ceases to burn in the ulcers, the priest shall declare him clean. When there is in the flesh an acute inflammation, and there is rawness on the inflammation, with white scurf, and red and white pimples, when the priest examines him, and observes the hair to be turning white on the scurf, and he observes pitting in the skin, it is an attack of inflammatory ulceration, and the priest shall pronounce him diseased. It is a contagious disease. But if on examining it the priest does not perceive white hair on the inflammation, nor a pitting in the skin, but it is fiery, then the priest shall isolate him for 7 days. But when the priest shall re-examine him on the 7th day, if it is spreading over the skin, the priest shall declare him unclean. It is a contagious disease. But if afterwards the inflammation abates and does not spread on the skin, but the inflammation of the swelling is relaxed, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, for it is only an attack of inflammation. And when a man or woman may have spots on the head or chin, the priest shall examine the spot, and if he sees on examining it a sinking in the skin, and with it a small yellow hair, then they are unclean until the priest has extirpated it. It is a disease of the head or chin. But when the priest examines, if the attack is extirpated, and discovers after examination that there is no depression on the skin, and strong black hair on it, then the priest shall isolate the patient he has cured 7 days. But the priest shall examine the patient on the 7th day, and if it has not spread during the seclusion, and there is not on him a yellow hair, and he observes not upon the isolated person a depression in the skin, the priest shall cause the patient to be shaved, and the priest shall isolate the patient for a second 7 days. But the priest shall examine the patient on the 7th day, and if it has not spread upon the patient's skin, and he observes that there is not a pitting of the skin, then the priest shall pronounce him clean, and he shall wash his clothes and be clean. But if it spreads upon the patient's skin after he has been pronounced clean, the priest shall re-examine him. And if he observes a spreading on the skin of the patient, the priest need not examine for the yellow hair. He is unclean. But if when the patient stands for re-inspection and black hair has sprung up on him, the patient is cured, the priest shall pronounce him clean. And if a man or woman has in the skin of their body a bright shining with whiteness, then the priest shall examine, and if he observes in the skin of their body a bright shining with whiteness, it is an eruption flowering in the skin, it is clean. And if a person is sprinkled with baldness on his head, he is clean. And if at the front of his face his head is sprinkled, it is for baldness, he is clean. But if there should be upon his bald head or forehead a whitish red outbreak, it is an ulcerous attack, whether on the crown or the forehead. So the priest shall examine it. And if he observes a rising white reddish eruption upon the crown or the forehead when he examines the scurf on the skin of the body, the man is diseased, he is unclean. The priest shall declare him unclean by a disease of the head, but the attack is constitutional. His clothes shall be torn, and his head shall be uncovered, and he shall not curl his beard, but shall cry, "Unclean! Unclean!" all the time he is suffering it. He is unclean. He must be isolated outside the camp, must be made to remain outside. The clothing also that may be upon him is infected by the disease, whether woolen clothing or cotton clothing, whether warped and wefted with wool or cotton, or of skin, or of any preparation of skin. And if there is a greenish or reddish stain on the clothing or skin, whether of warp or weft, or any article of skin is marked by the discharge, it shall be examined by the priest. The priest who examines the patient shall then isolate the sufferer for 7 days, but shall re-examine the patient on the 7th day, when if the infection has discharged upon the clothing, whether in warp or weft, or on the skin of any article made of skin for use, it is an attack of itch, it is unclean. Consequently he shall burn that clothing, whether warped and weft, whether of wool or cotton, or of any article of skin in which the infection may be, for it is infected with itch, it must be burnt in fire. But if when the priest examines it, he observes that the infection has not spread in the fabric of warp and weft, or in the leather or any article of leather, then the priest shall order them to wash whatever has the infection upon it, and isolate them for a second 7 days. But the priest shall examine the infected articles after the washing. And if he observes that the infection has not disappeared from sight, and the stain has not gone, it is unclean. They shall consume it in fire. It is corroded by vermin or microbes. But even if when the priest examines, and observes a mitigation of the attack, after the washing of it, yet there is a wearing away from the garment, or from the skin, or from the warp, or from the weft, and he perceives that the garment of warp and weft, or any article of leather, is still fretted, they shall burn in fire everything in which the infection remains. But the clothing of warp and weft, or any article of leather which has been washed, and the infection has departed from them, shall be washed a second time, and be clean. These are the laws respecting infection in clothing of wool or cotton, of warp and weft, or any article of skin, as to cleanness or uncleanness. Chapter 14. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, These are the laws about sufferers from infectious diseases at the time they are cured and submitted to the priest. The priest shall go to the outside of the camp, and the priest shall examine and look at the patient recovered from infection. Then the priest shall prepare and take for purification 2 clean living birds, and cedar wood, and scarlet wool, and hyssop. And the priest shall prepare and slay the first bird into a vessel full of living water, then take the living bird to him, and the cedar wood, and the scarlet wool, and the hyssop, and sprinkle them and the living bird in the blood of the slain bird and the living water, and also upon the man cleansed from the infection 7 times, and declare him clean, and send the living bird out into the open field. Afterwards the cleansed man shall wash his clothes, and shave his head, and bathe in water, and be clean, and after that go into the camp. He shall, however, keep out of his tent for 7 days. But on the 7th day he shall shave the whole of his head, both the head and his beard, and his eyebrows. He shall also shave the whole of his hair, and bathe his clothes, and bathe his body in water, and be clean. Upon the 8th day he shall also take 2 perfect he-lambs, and a perfect ewe-lamb of 1 year, and 3/10 of flour mixed with oil as a food offering, and 1 log of oil, and the priest shall station the cleansed man or the cleansed woman before the presence of the ever-living, at the door of the hall of assembly. Then the priest shall take one of the he-lambs, and present it as a trespass offering with the log of oil, and wave them before the ever-living, and slay the lamb in the place where they slay the sin offering and the burnt offerings in the holy place. For as a sin offering, the trespass offering shall be holy of holies to the priest. The priest shall also take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and place upon the tip of the right ear of the recovered man, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot. Then let the priest take some of the log of oil, and pour it into the palm of the priest's left hand, and dip the right hand of the priest in the oil that is in his left hand palm, and sprinkle the oil 7 times with his finger before the ever-living, and from the rest of the oil that is in his palm. The priest shall put some upon the tip of the right ear of the restored person, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, with some of the blood of the trespass offering. And the rest of the oil that is in the palm of the priest he shall put upon the head of the recovered person. Thus shall the priest expiate for him before the ever-living. The priest shall also make a sin offering, and expiate for the recovered man for his sins, and slay a burnt offering for him. Thus the priest shall offer up the burnt offering and the food offering on the altar, and expiate for him. The priest shall afterwards declare him clean. But if he is poor and has no property, then he shall take a single he-lamb for a trespass offering to wave, to expiate for himself, and 1/10 of flour mixed with oil for a food offering, and a log of oil, or 2 turtle-doves or 2 young pigeons, whichever he may possess, and one shall be for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering. He shall bring them upon the 8th day after his recovery to the priest at the door of the hall of assembly, to present to the ever-living. Then the priest shall take the lamb for a trespass offering and the log of oil, and the priest shall wave them before the ever-living, and slay the lamb for a trespass offering. Then the priest shall take some of the blood of the trespass offering, and put it upon the tip of the right ear of the recovered person, and upon the thumb of the right hand, and upon the great toe of the right foot. The priest shall also pour some of the oil into the priest's left hand palm, and the priest shall sprinkle with his right forefinger some of the oil which is in his left palm, 7 times before the ever-living. Then the priest shall put some of the oil that is in his left palm upon the tip of the right ear of the recovered person, and upon the thumb of his right hand, and upon the great toe of his right foot, on the place for the blood of the trespass offering. But the rest of the oil that is in the palm of the priest he shall put upon the head of the recovered person, to expiate for him before the ever-living. Or he shall take one of the turtle-doves, or young pigeons which he possesses, which he holds in his hand, the one for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, with the food offering. Thus the priest shall expiate for the recovered person before the ever-living. These are the laws about those attacked by contagious disease who do not possess enough for the regular purification. The ever-living also spoke to Moses and to Aaron, to command, "When you arrive in the land of Canaan, which I shall give to you to possess, and find a contagious disease in a house in the land you possess, then the owner of the house shall go to the priest and inform him, saying that a contagious disease has appeared in his house, and demand that the priest should visit the house. The priest shall at once go and inquire the nature of the disease, and declare all in the house unclean. Then after that the priest shall go to examine the house itself, and inquire into the disease. And if he finds the infection in the walls of the house, the drains having a greenish-yellow or purplish rotting, and there appears decay in their walls, then the priest shall remove the family from the neighborhood of the house, and isolate the house for 7 days. But the priest shall revisit it on the 7th day, and examine it again. And if the infection has spread in the drains of the house, the priest shall command, and they shall pull away the stones in which the infection is, and remove them to the outside of the town, to the receptacle for refuse. And the house shall be cut off from the houses surrounding it, and they shall pour out the rubbish caused by the cutting it off at the outside of the town, into the receptacle for refuse. Then they shall take other stones in the place of these stones, and take other mortar, and repair the house. But if the infection returns and spreads in the family after the removal of the stones, and after the destruction of the stones, and after the cutting off of the house, and after its repairing, Then the priest shall come and examine it, and if he observes the infection spreading in the house, it is a virulent contagion. The house itself is unclean. Therefore he shall break down the house with its stones, and its timber, and all the mortar of the house, and carry it outside the town to the refuse heap. And whoever enters that house, all the time that it is isolated, shall be unclean until the evening. Whoever rests in that house shall wash his clothes, and whoever eats in that house shall wash his clothing. But if the priest upon coming to examine observes that the infection is not spreading in that house after the house has been repaired, then the priest shall pronounce the house clean, for it is cured of the infection. Then he shall take as a sin offering for the house 2 he-goats, and cedar wood, and scarlet wool, and hyssop, and slay one of the goats into an earthen bowl filled with living water, then prepare the cedar wood, and hyssop, and scarlet wool, and the living goat, and dabble them with some blood of the slain goat, and with the living water, and sprinkle the house 7 times, and expiate for the house by the blood of the goat, and by living water, and by the living goat, and by the cedar wood and scarlet wool. Afterwards he shall turn the living goat outside the village on the face of the field, and expiate for the house, and declare it clean. These are the laws about any infectious disease, and its removal, and for infected fabrics or houses, and for ulcerations, and running sores, and for scrofula, with eruptions, from the day of contagion until the day of their cure. These are the laws of infection. The end of chapters 8 through 14 of the book of Leviticus. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 15 through 21 of the book of Leviticus, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Leviticus, chapters 15 through 21. Chapter 15. The Ever-Living also spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, If any one of you has a discharge from their generative organs, they are diseased. These then are the diseases in his genitals, a discharge from his generative organ, or if the organ ceases from generative power, he is then unhealthy. Any bed upon which the sufferer from such discharge lies is defiled, and every chair upon which he sits is defiled, and any persons touching his bed shall wash their clothes, and bathe in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whoever sits on an article where the sufferer from the discharge has sat, shall wash their clothing, and bathe in water, and be unclean until the evening. And whoever touches the discharging flesh shall wash his clothing, and bathe in water, and be unclean until the evening. And upon whoever the issue spurts in cleansing it, they also shall wash their clothing, and bathe in water, and be unclean until evening. And every carriage upon which the patient rides is unclean. And anyone touching anything that has been under him shall be unclean until the evening, and whoever carries them shall wash their clothing, and bathe in water, and be unclean until evening. And every one who touches the sufferer from that discharge with his hand shall plunge it in water, and wash his clothes, and bathe in water, and be unclean until the evening. And an article of pottery that has touched the patient with that discharge shall be broken, and any article of wood shall be washed with a rush of water. But when he is cured of the discharging, fix for him 7 days to purify himself, and to wash his clothing, and to bathe his body in living water, and to cleanse. Then upon the 8th day let him prepare 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and go to the priest before the Ever-Living at the door of the hall of assembly, and the priest shall offer one of them as a sin offering, and the other as a burnt offering. Thus the priest shall expiate for him before the Ever-Living for the discharge. And a man from whom has come the pouring of seed shall wash the whole of his flesh in water, and be unclean until the evening, and any fabric or any skin upon which shall be the pouring of seed shall also be washed in water, and be unclean until the evening. And every woman with whom a man has poured the pouring of seed shall also wash in water, and be unclean until evening. And a woman with whom may be menstruation shall have 7 days for the discharge of her body in seclusion, and all touching her shall be unclean until the evening. And all that she has upon her during her seclusion is unclean, and all she sits upon is unclean, and all who touch her bed shall wash their clothes and bathe in water, and be unclean until the evening. And all touching any article upon which she has sat shall wash their clothing and bathe in water, and be unclean until the evening. And if any one lies down with her, or upon any article where she has sat, or touches it, they are unclean until the evening. And if any husband copulates with her, when there is menstruation on her, then he shall be unclean for 7 days, and any bed upon which he copulated with her is unclean. But a woman who has a discharge of blood for many days, which is not her menstruation, or who discharges sap at her menstruation for a long period, beyond the time of her menstrual period, is unclean. Every bed upon which she lies all the time of her discharge shall be to her as a bed of menstruation, and every article upon which she sits shall be unclean, as with menstrual uncleanness. And whoever touches her is unclean, and shall wash their clothes and bathe their bodies, and be unclean until the evening. But if she is cured of her discharge, appoint 7 days for her, and afterwards she shall be clean. Then at the 8th day she shall take 2 turtle doves or 2 young pigeons, and bring them to the priest at the door of the hall of assembly. And the priest shall make of the one a sin offering, and of the other a burnt offering, and the priest shall expiate for her before the ever-living for the defect of her uncleanness. In this way the children of Israel shall separate themselves from their sins, and not die in their sins, with the sins of the populations among whom you reside. These are the laws regulating generative diseases that come to you from sexual sins. Chapter 16. The ever-living also spoke to Moses after the death of the 2 sons of Aaron, while offering in the presence of the Lord, when he killed them. The ever-living then said to Moses, Say to Aaron your brother that he must not come at all times from the sanctuary of the house to within the veil before the expiatories which are over the ark, lest he should die, for I appear in the cloud upon the coverings. This is how Aaron must go to the sanctuary, with a bull, the son of the fold, for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, his body clothed with the sacred robes, and his trousers shall be upon his body, and girt with his waist belt, and turbaned with his turban, and with the sacred robes, and his body and clothing washed in water, and he shall take 2 goats for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering, for the chiefs of the children of Israel. And Aaron shall present the bull he has with him for the sin offering, and expiate for the sins of himself and the family of his own house. Then take the 2 goats and place them before the ever-living at the door of the hall of assembly, where Aaron shall cast lots over the 2 goats, to allot one to the ever-living, and allot the other as a scapegoat. Aaron shall afterwards sacrifice the goat which the lot came upon for the ever-living, and the goat which the lot came upon for a scapegoat he shall place alive before the ever-living, to expiate with it, by sending it as a scapegoat into the field. Aaron shall next sacrifice the bull on account of his own sins, and expiate for himself and on account of his own house, and slay the bull for his own sins. Then he shall take a shovel full of burning coals from off the altar before the ever-living, and fill his hand with sweet incense powder, and bring it from the house to the veil, and put the incense on to the fire before the ever-living, and the cloud from the incense shall cover the veil that is over the witnesses, and he shall not die. Let him next take some of the blood of the bull, and sprinkle with his forefinger before the veil towards the east. And before the expiatories he shall sprinkle the blood 7 times with his finger. Then slay the goat that is for the sins of the nation, and bring some of its blood from the house to the veil, and do with that blood as he did with the blood of the bull, and sprinkle some of it upon the veil and before the veil, and expiate for the sins of the children of Israel, and for their rebellions with all their sins. And do the same to the hall of assembly which is erected in the midst of their sins. And no person shall be in the hall of assembly when he goes to expiate in the sanctuary, when he expiates on account of himself, and on account of his house, and for the whole congregation of Israel. Then he shall come to the altar that is before the ever-living, and expiate for himself, and take some of the blood of the bull, and some of the blood of the ram, and put upon the horns at the side of the altar, and sprinkle some of the blood with his forefinger 7 times, and purify it, and sanctify himself from the sins of the children of Israel. When he has finished expiating for the sanctuary, and the hall of assembly, and the altar, he shall then present the live goat, and Aaron shall lay his 2 hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess upon it the whole of the frailties of the children of Israel, and the whole of their faults, and the whole of their sins, and lay them upon the head of the goat, and send it by the hand of a man of my people into the desert. And that goat shall carry upon itself the whole of their frailties to the land of forgetfulness. Thus the goat shall be sent to the desert. Aaron shall next go to the hall of assembly, and strip off from himself the robes with which he was clothed at his going to the sanctuary, and leave them there, and bathe his body in water in the holy place, then put on his robes, and come and offer the burnt offering for himself, and the burnt offering for the nation, and expiate on account of himself and on account of the nation, and burn the fat of the sin offerings with incense upon the altar. The man who drove out the scapegoat shall afterwards wash his clothes, and bathe his body in water, and then he may go into the camp. Next the bull of the sin offering, and the ram of the sin offering, some of whose blood was brought for expiating to the sanctuary, shall be brought to the outside of the camp, and burnt with fire, the skin, and the flesh, and the dung. But the person who burns them shall wash his clothes, and bathe his body in water, previous to returning to the camp. This shall be a perpetual institution for you in the 7th month, in the 10th day of the month, that you may humble yourselves and do no business, either the native or the foreigner living amongst you. For on that day there is an expiation made for you, to purify you from all your sins before the ever-living. You must be pure. It shall be to you a rest of rests, when you shall humble your lives, an institution forever. At that time the priest who has been consecrated, and who has been appointed as priest in the place of his fathers, and has put on himself the sacred robes, shall thus expiate for the Holy of Holies and the hall of assembly, and also expiate for the altar, and for the priests, and expiate for all the people of the congregation. And this shall be a perpetual institution for you, to expiate for the whole of the children of Israel on account of all their sins, once every year. And it was done as the ever-living had instructed Moses. Chapter 17. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to Aaron and his sons with all the children of Israel, and say to them, This is the thing that the ever-living has commanded to be said. Any man of the house of Israel who slays a bullock, or sheep, or goat at the altar, or who slays it outside the camp or at the door of the hall of assembly, who comes not to offer a gift to the ever-living before the dwelling of the ever-living, blood shall be imputed to that man, blood spilt. That man shall be excommunicated from association with his people, so that instead of the children of Israel going to their altars that they have in the open fields, they must bring their offerings to the ever-living at the door of the hall of assembly to the priest, that he may offer for them to the ever-living. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the ever-living at the door of the hall of assembly, and burn the fat with incense, as a delightful breath to the ever-living. For you shall never sacrifice your sacrifices to demons that you whore after. This is an everlasting command to them and their posterity. Say also to them, Any man of the house of Israel or of the foreigners who reside among them, who offers a burnt offering or sacrifice, and does not cause it to be brought to the door of the hall of assembly to offer it to the ever-living, that man shall be excommunicated from his people. And every person of the children of Israel or of the foreigners who reside amongst them, who eats any blood, or places before me what he has eaten with a life blood in it, I will cause him to be excommunicated from association with the nation. For the life of the body is in its blood, and I have given it to you for the altar, to expiate for your sins, for the blood with its life expiates. Therefore I say to the children of Israel, No person of you shall eat the blood, and the foreigner that resides among you shall not eat blood. Any person also from the children of Israel, or from the foreigners who reside among you, who hunts animal or bird, that he may eat it, shall also pour out the blood, and cover it with dust, because the life of all flesh is in its blood, as its life. Therefore say to the children of Israel, you shall not eat the life with the blood of any flesh, for the life of all flesh is in its blood. All eating of it shall be excommunicated. And every person who eats of a dead carcass, or one torn, or mangled, or worried, shall wash his clothes, and bathe in water, and be unclean until the evening, and then clean. But if he does not wash his body or bathe, he shall bear his sin. Chapter 18. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, I am your ever-living God. You shall not do as in the land of the Mitzrayim when you dwelt there, and you shall not do as the land of Canaan does, to which I shall bring you. You shall not continue their customs. You shall practice my decrees, and observe my institutions, to walk by them. I am your ever-living God. And you shall guard my institutions and my decrees which were made for you, and live in them. I am the ever-living. No person shall approach to a relative of his body to uncover their sexuality. I am the ever-living. The sexuality of your father or the sexuality of your mother you shall not uncover. She is your mother. You shall not uncover her sexuality. You shall not uncover the sexuality of a wife of your father. I am the ever-living. The sexuality of your sister, a daughter of your father or a daughter of your mother, born in the house or born out of it, you shall not uncover the sexuality of them. You shall not uncover the sexuality of the daughter of your son or the daughter of your daughter, for that is your own sexuality. You shall not uncover the sexuality of the daughters of the wives of your father, born to your father. She is your sister. You shall not uncover the sexuality of the sister of your father. She is of your father's blood. You shall not uncover the sexuality of the sister of your mother. She is of your mother's blood. You shall not uncover the sexuality of the wife of the brother of your father. Your love shall not approach to her. You shall not uncover the sexuality of your daughter-in-law. She is the wife of your son. You shall not uncover her sexuality. You shall not uncover the sexuality of your brother's wife. She is your brother's wife. You shall not uncover the sexuality of a woman and her daughter, the daughter of her son, or the daughter of her daughter. You shall not take to uncover their sexuality. Copulation with them is wickedness. And you shall not marry a wife's sister, to grieve her by uncovering her sexuality whilst she lives. You shall not approach to a woman unclean by menstruation, to uncover her sexuality. And to the wife of your neighbor you shall not give your copulation for seed, to defile her. And you shall not give of your seed to pass to Moloch, and thus defile the name of your God. I am the ever-living. And with a man you shall not copulate with the copulation of a woman. It is abominable. And to any beast you shall not give your copulation to defile it. And a woman shall not place herself to the face of a beast to copulate. It is incest. You shall not defile yourselves with any of these, for with all these the heathen defiled themselves, whom I shall drive out from before you, and they defiled the land. Therefore I punish the sin in it upon them, and the land spews out its inhabitants. Therefore you yourselves must preserve my institutions and decrees, and not practice any of these abominations, either you natives or foreigners residing among you. For the whole of these abominations the population of the land, whom I shall drive out from before you, practiced, and they defiled the land. If you do so, the land will spew you out for your defiling it, as it spewed out the heathen who were before you, for all that they did with all these abominations. Therefore the people who do them shall be cut off from the boundaries of your people. Chapter 19. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to all the chiefs of the children of Israel, and say to them, Be holy, for I, your ever-living God, am holy. Each of you reverence your mother and father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the ever-living God. You shall not turn to idols, and you shall not make metal gods for yourselves. I am the ever-living your God. And when you offer a thank offering, you shall offer it to your ever-living strength. You shall eat it in the day of sacrifice and the day after, but the remainder to the third day you shall burn with fire. And if anyone eats of it on the third day, it is worthless, and will not be accepted, and the eater of it shall bear his fault, for he profanes the holiness of the ever-living, so that person shall be excluded from his family. And when you reap the harvest of your land, you shall not continue cutting to the sides of your field, cutting and gleaning. You shall not cut the gleanings. And you shall not strip your vineyard, nor shall you glean the scatterings of your vineyard. You shall leave them for the poor and the foreigner. I am your ever-living God. You shall not rob, and you shall not deceive, and you shall not lie each to his neighbor, and you shall not swear by my name to a lie, and disgrace the name of your God. I am the ever-living. And you shall not oppress, and you shall not plunder, nor retain the wages of a workman with yourself until the morning. You shall not curse the deaf, and before the blind you shall not place a stumbling block, but you shall fear your God. I am the ever-living. You shall not do wrong instead of justice. You shall not despise the face of the lowly, and honor the face of the great. You shall judge your neighbor in righteousness. You shall not go about slandering your neighbor. You shall not lie in wait for the blood of your neighbor. I am the ever-living. You shall not hate your brother in your heart. You may reprove your neighbor, but not bear ill will against him. You shall not take revenge upon the child of your neighbor, but you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am the ever-living. You shall preserve my institutions. You shall not yoke together different kinds of cattle. You shall not sow in your field mixed kinds of seed. And you shall not put on yourself cloth woven of different materials. And anyone who lies with a woman in pouring of seed, and she was enslaved as a slave to the man, and was not free as a free woman, or at liberty, punishment shall not be given to her. She shall not be killed, for she was not free. But she shall bring to the ever-living, to the door of the hall of assembly, a ram for a sin offering, and the priest shall expiate for her before the ever-living, with the ram as a sin offering, for the sin which she has sinned, and the sin which she has sinned shall be forgiven. When you arrive in the land, and plant any tree for food, you shall consecrate its fruit. It shall remain upon it 3 years for a consecration. You shall not eat of it. But in the 4th year all its fruits shall be devoted as thanks to the ever-living. But in the 5th year you may eat its fruit. Its produce shall be for yourselves. I am your ever-living God. You shall not eat anything with its blood. You shall not worship serpents. You shall not worship clouds. You shall not cut off the beard on your cheeks, and you shall not destroy the beard of your chin. You shall not make tattooings on your flesh for spirits, nor put written brands upon yourselves. I am the ever-living. You shall not pollute your daughters to whoredom by causing them to whore and filling the country with wickedness. You shall keep my Sabbaths, and you shall reverence my sacred things. I am the ever-living. You shall not turn to spirits or to fortune-tellers to inquire of them, to sin with them. I am your ever-living God. You shall rise up before the gray-headed, and pay respect to the presence of a judge, and reverence to your God. I am the ever-living. And when a foreigner resides in your land, you shall not oppress him. As it is with you natives, so it shall be with the foreigners among you. You shall love them as yourselves. For you were foreigners in the land of the Mitzrayim. I am your ever-living God. You shall not do wrong in measuring as to length, weight, or measure. You shall have a true scale, true weights, a true bushel, a true gallon. I am your ever-living God, who brought you out of the land of the Mitzrayim. Therefore you shall keep the whole of my institutions and all my decrees, and practice them. I am the ever-living. Chapter 20. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the children of Israel, to each one of the sons of Israel, and to the foreigners among Israel. Whoever gives their offspring to Moloch, they shall be killed. The people of the country shall stone them with stones, and I will place my face against that person, and will cut him off from his people, for giving his offspring to Moloch, to defile my holiness and to pollute my holy name. And if to conceal it, the people of the country cover their eyes from the person who gives his offspring to Moloch, to destroy him in death, I, however, will set my face against that person, and destroy him, and cut him off, with all those who whore after him, whoring after Moloch, from the midst of their people. The person also who turns to spirits and to wizards to whore after them, I will put my face against that person, and will excommunicate him from the midst of his people. For you shall make yourselves holy, and be holy, for I am your ever-living God. Therefore you shall preserve my institutions, and practice them. I, the ever-living, must make you holy. Whatever person outrages his father or his mother, let him be put to death. The blood of the outrager of his father or mother is upon himself. The man who commits adultery with a wife, the man who commits adultery with a wife of his neighbor shall be killed, both the adulterer and adulteress. The man who copulates with a wife of his father, uncovering the sexuality of his father, they shall both die. Their blood is on themselves. The man who copulates with his daughter-in-law, both who have done that villainy, shall die. Their blood is upon themselves. And the man who copulates with a male, with the copulation of a woman, commits abomination. They shall both die. Their blood is on themselves. And the man who takes a woman and her mother, it is wickedness. They shall burn him in fire with them. That wickedness shall not be in the midst of you. And the man who copulates with a beast shall be killed, and the beast shall be slaughtered. And the woman who approaches to a beast to copulate with it, with the copulation of a woman, both the beast and she shall be killed. Their blood is on themselves. And the man who takes his sister, the daughter of his father, or the daughter of his mother, and sees her sexuality, and she sees his sexuality, they are disgraceful, and shall be excommunicated in the sight of their people. He shall bear his sin for uncovering the sexuality of his sister. And a man who copulates with a sick woman, and uncovers the nakedness of her fount upon her, and uncovers the fount of her blood, both shall be cut off from association with their people. You shall not uncover the sexuality of the sister of your mother, or the sister of your father, for they are his flesh. Whoever uncovers them shall bear their sin. The man who copulates with his aunt, uncovering the sexuality of his aunt, they shall each bear their sin. They shall be killed openly. And the man who takes the wife of his brother, in uncovering the sexuality of his brother, they shall be exposed. Thus you shall keep all my institutions and all my decrees, and shall practice them, and then the land that I will bring you to as a residence will not spew you out. Thus you shall not conduct yourselves according to the customs of the heathen, whom I shall drive out from before you, for they practiced all these things in their land. Therefore I promised you should inherit their country, and I will give to you the inheritance of that land flowing with milk and honey. I am your ever-living God, who will destroy them from among the nations. You shall also distinguish between the clean animals and the unclean, and between the unclean birds and the clean. And you shall not pollute your lives with animal or bird, or any reptile of the field, which I have pointed out to you as unclean. But you shall be healthy before me, for I, the ever-living, am holy, and have separated you from the nations, to be for myself. Therefore the man or woman who possesses a spirit, or a foreteller, shall be put to death. They shall be stoned with stones. Their blood is upon themselves. Chapter 21. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the priests, the sons of Aaron, and command them that they shall not defile themselves for their relatives, not even for a near blood relation of them, for their mother, or for their father, or for their son, or for their daughter, or for their brother, or for their sister, or their dearest loved daughter who has not been to a man to wed her. He shall not debase or degrade himself with grief. They shall not shave strips upon their heads, nor shave off their whiskers, nor cut gashes on their bodies. They are sacred to their God, and shall not lower the name of their God, for they offer bread to the ever-living their God. They offer themselves, and they shall be healthy. They shall not take for a wife a whore or a loose woman, and they shall not marry a woman who has been divorced, for they are holy to the ever-living, and they shall keep themselves holy as an offering to your God. He who approaches the holy must be the same, for I, the ever-living, make you holy. And the daughter of a priest who defiles herself with whoredom, she defiles her father. You shall burn her with fire. The chief priest also over his brothers, upon whose head has been poured the oil of consecration, and his hand filled by the investiture of the robes, shall not neglect his head, and shall not neglect his robes, and never disorder his person for a death. Not if it comes to his father or his mother shall he degrade himself. Nor shall he go from the sanctuary, nor shall he wail, for he has been separated by the oil of consecration to his God. I am the ever-living. Therefore he shall take a maiden for his wife. He shall not take a widow or a divorced woman, or one abandoned to whoredom, any of them, but he shall take a wife only from the virgins of his own people. He shall not degrade his race or his family, for I, the ever-living, have sanctified it. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to Aaron and say, Any man from the offspring of your posterity, who may be disfigured, shall not approach to offer bread to his God. For any man in whom there is a defect shall not approach, anyone blind, or lame, or flat-nosed, or deformed, or a man who has a broken leg, or a broken hand, or humpbacked, or a dwarf, or squint-eyed, or scurvied, or scabbed, or defective in his testicles. Any man of the race of Aaron the priest in whom there may be a defect shall not approach to present offerings to the ever-living. Because of his defect he shall not approach to present bread to his God. It is the bread of God for them, holy of holies, and the healthy shall eat it. He shall also not come within the veil, nor approach to the altar, because of his defect, so as not to profane my holiness. For I am the ever-living sanctifier. Moses consequently spoke this to Aaron and his sons, and to all the children of Israel. The end of chapters 15 through 21 of the book of Leviticus. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 22 through 27 of the book of Leviticus, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The book of Leviticus, chapters 22 through 27. Chapter 22. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to Aaron and his sons, and separate them as consecrated from the children of Israel, so that they may not defile my holy name by which they are sanctified to me. I am the ever-living. Say to them for their posterity, Every man of all your race who approaches to the sanctuary which the children of Israel have sanctified to the ever-living, whilst there is uncleanness upon him, that person shall be excommunicated from before me. I am the ever-living. Any man from the race of Aaron who has leprosy or the disease of fornication shall never eat of what is pure, or if he has a contagion of any disease on his body, or a man who comes from procreative copula, or a man who has touched any reptile that may defile him, or a man that may defile himself by anything that defiles him, a person who defiles him by touch until the evening, he shall not eat of the sacred offerings unless he bathes his body in water. But when the sun sets, then he will be clean, and afterwards may eat of the sacred offerings, for he is clean. Of a dead or torn carcass he shall not eat, to defile himself with it. I am the ever-living. Thus they shall reverence my trusts, and not bring sin upon themselves, and die in it to condemn themselves. I, the ever-living, consecrate them. No foreigner shall eat of the sacred offerings. A visitor to the priest, and the hired servant of the family shall not eat of the sacred offerings, but a priest who buys a person, having bought him for money, that person may eat, and those born in his house may eat of the food. But the daughter of a priest who has a foreign husband may not eat of the raised leg of the sacred offerings. But the daughter of a priest who may be a widow or divorced, and has no offspring for herself, and dwells in the house of her father as in her youth, she may eat of the bread of her father, but any foreigner may not eat it. Any person, however, who unknowingly eats of sacred offerings, shall return 5 times as much for it, and give it to the priest for the offerings. For the children of Israel shall not profane my sacred offerings, which are lifted up to the ever-living, and they shall bear the sin of trespass, if they eat of the sacred gifts, for I am the ever-living, who sanctifies them. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, and said, Speak to Aaron and to his sons, and to all the children of Israel, and say to them, Any man of the house of Israel, or of the foreigners in Israel, who offers a gift for any of their vows, or for any freewill gift which they present to the ever-living for a burnt offering that will please, let it be a perfect male from the oxen, or sheep, or goats. Anything that has a defect in it they shall not present, for it will not be pleasing to the ever-living from them. And the man who presents a sacrifice of thanks to the ever-living to fulfill a vow or a freewill offering, let it be a perfect, beautiful sheep. There must be no defect in it. The blind or torn shall not be presented to the ever-living, or the sick, or broken-winded, or scurvied, or scabbed. A female also shall not be offered by them at the altar of the ever-living. And an ox or sheep that is deformed, or a dwarf, if you make a vow of them, they will not be accepted. And if castrated, or crushed, or mutilated, or wounded, you shall not present them to the ever-living, and you shall not so mutilate them in your country. You shall also not present food to your God from any of these by the hand of a foreigner, for to offer by him would be to desecrate them. They would not be accepted from you. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, When a cow or a sheep or a goat has young, then you shall let it be for 7 days with its mother, but on the 7th day it will be acceptable as a gift of trespass to the ever-living. But you shall not slay a cow or a sheep and their young upon the same day. And when you sacrifice a sacrifice of thanksgiving to the ever-living, you should sacrifice it for your delight. Eat it upon the same day, leave nothing of it until the morning. I am the ever-living, and you shall keep my commandments and practice them. I am the ever-living. And you shall not defile my holy name, for I would be sanctified in the midst of the children of Israel. I am the ever-living, who consecrated you. I brought you out from the land of the Mitzrayim to be a God to you. I am the ever-living. Chapter 23. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, These are the festivals of the ever-living, which you shall proclaim with a holy proclamation as my festivals. You shall do your work for 6 days, but on the 7th day there shall be a rest of rests, with a holy proclamation from all work. You shall do none on the Sabbath. It is for the ever-living in all your dwelling places. These are festivals to the ever-living, with a holy proclamation, which you shall proclaim at your festivals. In the 1st month, in the 14th day of the month, between sunrise and sunset, is the Passover of the ever-living. And on the 15th day of that month is the feast of unfermented bread to the ever-living. For 7 days you shall eat unfermented bread. Upon the 1st day you shall make a holy proclamation. You shall do no servile work, and you shall offer a trespass offering to the ever-living for 7 days. For 7 days, by a holy proclamation, you shall do no laboring work. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you come into the country that I will give to you, and reap its harvest, you shall bring the first sheaf of your harvest to the priest, and he shall wave the sheaf before the ever-living to delight you. The priest shall wave it the day after the Sabbath, and you shall offer on the day of your waving of the sheaf a perfect lamb, the son of that year, as a burnt offering to the ever-living, with a food offering of 1/12 of flour mixed with oil as a perfume to the ever-living, a pleasant breath. And as a draught of wine, the quarter of a hin. And you shall not eat in public bread, or oats, or vegetables on that day, until you have brought this gift to your God. This is a perpetual institution for your posterity in all your dwelling places. You shall also count for yourselves from the day after the Sabbath that you bring the wave sheaf 7 Sabbaths. They must be complete. Then after the 7th Sabbath you shall count 50 days, when you shall present a new offering to the ever-living. You shall bring from your dwellings 2 wave cakes of 2/10 of fine flour. They shall be fermented, baked in an oven for the ever-living. You shall also offer with this bread 7 perfect lambs of a year, and a bullock, a son of the fold, and 2 rams, which shall be a burnt offering to the ever-living, with their food offerings and their drink offerings, as a gift of sweet odor to the ever-living. You shall offer as well 1 he-goat for a sin offering, and 2 lambs of a year old for a thank offering, and the priest shall wave them with the first made bread. He shall wave them before the ever-living. They shall be sacred to the ever-living, with the 2 lambs for the priest. Then there shall be made a holy proclamation to the public on that day. It shall be holy of holies to you. You shall not do any laboring work. This is an everlasting institution in all your dwellings for your posterity, that in reaping your harvests you shall not reap to the edge of your fields in your reaping, and you shall not glean. Leave the gleanings for the poor and the foreigners amongst you. I am your ever-living God. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, to say, In the 7th month, in the 1st day of the month, there shall be a rest for remembrance of sins. It is holy of holies. You shall not do any laboring work, and you shall offer a burnt offering to the ever-living. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, to say further, On the 10th of the 7th month there shall be a day of expiation. It shall be holy of holies to you. And you shall humble yourselves and offer a burnt offering to the ever-living. You shall do no laboring work on that day, for it is a day of expiation, to expiate for you before your ever-living God. Therefore every person who does not humble himself publicly on that day shall be cut off from his family. And every person who does any laboring work on that day, I will trouble that person in the midst of his family. You shall do no work. This is a perpetual institution for your posterity in all your dwellings. It is a rest of rests for you, when you shall humble your souls on the 9th of the month at daybreak, from dawn to evening. You shall rest to refresh yourselves. The ever-living also spoke to Moses. Speak to the children of Israel and say, On the 15th day of the 7th month there shall be the Feast of Tabernacles to the ever-living for 7 days. From the 1st day proclaimed holy, you shall do no laboring work. You shall present a burnt offering to the ever-living for 7 days. The 8th day shall be proclaimed holy for you, and you shall present a burnt offering to the ever-living. It shall be a public holiday. You shall do no laboring work in it. These are the assemblies of the ever-living, which you shall proclaim with a holy proclamation, for presenting and offering a burnt offering to the ever-living, a whole burnt offering and a food offering, a sacrifice and fragrance day by day, besides the Sabbaths of the ever-living, and besides your gifts, and besides all your vows and free wills which you give to the ever-living. Also on the 15th day of the 7th month after the reaping of the produce of your land, you shall enjoy the feast of the ever-living for 7 days, from the 1st day after the Sabbath until the 8th day after the Sabbath. You shall then take for yourselves on the 1st day handfuls of the finest fruits from the trees, with the palm and boughs of the bushes and willow, and enjoy yourselves before your ever-living God for 7 days. Thus you shall feast in this feast to the ever-living 7 days every year. It shall be a perpetual institution for your descendants. You shall hold the festival in the 7th month, living in tents for 7 days. All the natives of Israel shall live in tents, so that your posterity may know that the sons of Israel dwelt in tents when I brought you out from the land of the Mitzrayim. I am your ever-living God." Moses consequently commanded these feasts of the ever-living to the children of Israel. Chapter 24. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, "Order the children of Israel to bring to you olive oil, pressed pure, for the lamps, to raise a clear light outside the veil of the witnesses in the hall of assembly, which Aaron shall arrange continually from evening till dawn before the ever-living. It shall be an institution for your posterity forever, to arrange a pure light before the ever-living continually. Yourself also take flour and bake from it 12 cakes. These 12 cakes shall be of equal size, and place them in 2 piles, 6 in a pile, on the pure table before the ever-living. And place upon the piles pure incense, and they will be the bread of remembrance, like a burnt offering to the ever-living. From a Sabbath day to a Sabbath day they shall be always arranged before the ever-living, as an everlasting covenant with the children of Israel. And they shall belong to Aaron and to his sons, and be eaten in the holy place, for they are holy of holies to them from the offerings to the ever-living. This is a perpetual institution." It occurred once that the son of an Israelitish woman, who was also the son of a Mitzrayite man, among the sons of Israel, quarreled in the camp with the son of an Israelitish woman and an Israelite man. And the son of the Israelitish woman cursed the name, and insulted it. They therefore brought him to Moses. The name of his mother, however, was Shelemith, the daughter of Dibri of the tribe of Dan. So they put him under guard to inquire about him from the ever-living. The ever-living consequently spoke to Moses, commanding, "Take the blasphemer outside the camp, and let all who heard him lay their hands upon his head, and let all the assembly kill him. Then you shall command the children of Israel, saying, Whatever person curses his God shall bear his sin, and the blasphemer of the name of the ever-living shall die. You shall kill him. All the assembly shall stone him. All of the population who blasphemes the name, whether native or foreigner, shall die. And whoever strikes off the life of a man shall die. And whoever strikes the life of a beast shall pay life for life. And a person who inflicts injury upon his neighbor, as he has done, so you shall do to him. Wound for wound, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. Whatever injury he has done to a man, the same shall be done to him. Thus whoever kills a beast shall compensate for it, but whoever kills a man shall die. There shall be equal justice with you for the foreigner and the native, for I am your ever-living God." Moses consequently spoke to the children of Israel, and they brought out the blasphemer from the camp, and killed him with stones. Thus the children of Israel did as the ever-living commanded to Moses. Chapter 25. The ever-living also spoke to Moses in Mount Sinai, commanding, "Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you arrive in the land that I will give to you, you shall grant the land a rest of rests to the ever-living. You shall sow your fields for 6 years, and prune your vineyards for 6 years, and then cease to go to them. And in the 7th year there shall be a rest of rests for the land to the ever-living. You shall not sow your fields, nor prune your vineyards. You shall not reap the self-grown harvest, nor cut off the bunches from your vine. It is a rest of rests for the earth. There shall be a rest of the earth to feed it, for you and for your servant and for your maidservant and for your hired laborer and for the foreigners residing with you and for your cattle and animals that are in your country, who shall all be allowed to eat of it. Also reckon for yourselves 7 Sabbaths of years, 7 years 7 times, and they shall be for you a period of 7 sevens of years, 49 years. Then pass a loud-sounding trumpet through all the country. It shall be sent out upon the 10th day of the 7th month, on the day of expiation, to sanctify the 50th year, and proclaim liberty in the country to all its inhabitants. It shall be a jubilee to you, when every person shall return to his inheritance, and every one shall be restored to his family. Every 50th year shall be a jubilee for you. You shall neither sow nor reap, nor prune the vines, for it shall be a holy jubilee for you. Eat from the field what springs from it. In this jubilee year every one shall return to his inheritance. For what you buy in a sale of your neighbor, or acquire from the hand of your neighbor, does not dispossess your brother of it. According to the number of years after a jubilee you must purchase from your neighbor, you must buy it according to the number of years to run for yourself. In proportion to the number of years you shall increase the money, and in proportion to the fewness of the years you shall decrease the purchase price. Thus from the number to run it shall be purchased for yourself. For you shall not dispossess any of your neighbors, but fear your ever-living God. For I am your ever-living God, and you shall practice my institutions and my decrees, guarding and observing them, and dwell in the land in safety. Then the earth will give her fruits, and you can eat them to your fill and live securely upon it. But if you ask, what shall we eat in that 7th year, when we have neither sown nor continued our labors? I will then send my blessing to you in the 6th year, and make the produce of it for 3 years. But you may sow in the 8th year, and eat the stored produce in the 8th year, until the coming in of products in the 9th year. Until its produce comes, you must eat what was stored. Thus you shall not sell your land forever, for the land is mine, and you only foreigners and visitors with me, and with all the land you purchase, a power of redemption for the inheritance shall be given with the land. When your brother is reduced to poverty and sells some of his inheritance, if a relative of his brings the redemption for it, then the purchaser shall restore it to his brother. But if the person has not the redemption money, but he acquires it, and obtains possession of the amount for its redemption, then the years from its purchase shall be counted, and the balance paid to the person who purchased it, and his inheritance shall be restored. But if he cannot attain possession of enough to pay to the purchaser, it shall remain in his possession until the year of Jubilee, and when the Jubilee comes, then he shall return to his inheritance. But if a person sells a dwelling house in a walled town, then the redemption shall be at the end of a year from its purchase. That shall be the time of its redemption. But if he has not redeemed at the end of the complete year, and the house stands in a town which has walls, he is dispossessed forever. It shall not return to his posterity at the Jubilee. But houses in a court, where there are not fortified walls around, shall return with the land of the farm that belongs to them. They shall return with it when the Jubilee comes. But the cities of the Levites, the houses in the cities of the Levites are their inheritance. They shall always be redeemable to the Levites. But when redeemed, it shall be by the Levites, and the purchaser shall quit the house or village he has acquired at the Jubilee. For the village homes of the Levites are their inheritance in the midst of the children of Israel. But they shall not sell the grazing lands around their villages, for they are a perpetual inheritance for them. But if your brother becomes poor, and his hand fails among you, you must help him like a foreigner and settler, and let him live with you. Take no usury or increase from him, but fear your God, and let your brother live with you. You shall not lend your money to him at usury, and you shall not lend him food at increase. For I am your ever-living God, who brought you from the land of the Mitzrayim, to give you the land of Canaan, to be for you from the ever-living. Therefore when your brother becomes poor with you, and sells himself to you, you shall not work him as slaves work. He shall be with you as a hired man until the year of Jubilee, to serve you. Then he shall go from you, he and his children with him, and return to his family, and to the inheritance of his fathers. For you were slaves in the land of the Mitzrayim when I brought you out. You shall not purchase him as you purchase a slave. You shall not reduce him to slavery, but shall fear your God. Your men and women slaves, however, you may buy from the nations that surround you. They shall be your slaves. And you may also buy the children of the foreign residents among you, and from their families who are with you, who are born in your country, and they shall be your property. You may also bequeath them to your children after you, to hold them as property forever, and they shall serve you. But your relatives of the children of Israel are men, and your brothers. You shall not reduce them to slavery. When, however, a foreigner or settler among you obtains property in one of your poor brethren, and he is sold to the foreign resident, to be added to the family of the foreigner, he shall be redeemable after he has been sold to him. Any one of his relatives may redeem him. His uncle or cousin may redeem him, or any relation by blood of his family may redeem, or he may acquire property and redeem himself, and pay to his purchaser according to the years he bought him for, up to the year of Jubilee. That shall be the price given to his purchaser, proportionate to the number of years by the scale of wages that might belong to him. If the years are many before them, he shall give back equivalent money to his purchaser. And if few of the years are remaining to the year of Jubilee, then he shall repay to him proportionate to the space of years as the redemption fee. According to the wages year by year it shall be. You shall not add a profit for your eyes. But if he is redeemed by none of these, then he shall be freed at the year of Jubilee, both himself and his children with him. For the children of Israel are my servants, whom I brought up out of the land of the Mitzrayim. I am their ever-living God. Chapter 26. You shall not make idols for yourselves, nor shall you set up columns for yourselves, nor shall you erect stone images in your country for objects of worship. For I am your ever-living God. You shall keep my Sabbaths, and you shall reverence my sanctuary. I am the ever-living. If you are guided by my institutions, and guard my commandments and do them, I will then give my rain upon you, and the earth will give her produce, and the trees of the field their fruit. And your thrashing shall last till vintage, and vintage shall overtake seed time, and you shall eat to fullness, and live securely in your land. And I will give the land peace, and drive savage beasts from the land, and the sword shall not govern your country, and you shall subdue your foes. They shall fall before your sword. 5 of you shall conquer 100, and 100 defeat 10,000, and your foes fall to your sword. And my presence shall be with you, and you shall increase and grow. I will fix my covenant with you, and feed till your rest in quiet, and sleep and rise refreshed. I will fix my home among you, and turn not away my soul, but march with you and be your God, and my people you shall be. For I am your living God, who brought from the Mitzrites' land, to whom you had been enslaved, and from off you broke their rod, and in triumph marched you out. But if you refuse to hear me, and obey not all my commandments, and if you despise my statutes, and turn your souls from my laws, to neglect to do my commandments, and break away from my bonds, then I will do this to you. Will send you consumption, and fever, and wasting of eyes, and a fainting soul, and scatter your race to the wind, and your foes shall devour yourselves. I will set my face against you, and strike you before your foes. And those who hate you shall drive, and you fly from instead of pursue. And if for this you will hear me not, I will 7-fold punish your sins, and break the pride of your strength, and turn your skies into iron, and make your ground like brass, and send you a choking wind, and your land not give her growth, nor the trees of the land their fruit. And if you load me perversely, and will not listen to me, I will 7-fold punish your sins, and wild beasts shall destroy your sons, and cut off your herds, and reduce, and haunt you upon your roads. If for these you turn not to me, but perversely load me still, then I will load you with grief, and heavily strike your sins, and bring cruel slaughter upon you, to avenge the broken law, and crowd you into your cities, and there send the plague to you, and give to the hand of your foemen. I will then break the staff of bread, and in one oven 10 shall bake, and your bread shall be given by weighing. You shall eat, but shall not be filled. If for this you will not hearken, but still recoil upon me, I then will advance on you fiercely, and charge on you in my wrath, I myself, for your 7-fold sins. You shall then eat the flesh of your sons, and the flesh of your daughters consume. And I will destroy your high towers, and cut off your sin gods from you, your carrion fleeing to your carrion idols, and from you my soul turn away. I will turn your cities to deserts, and your sanctifications reject, and smell not the smell of your sweets. Your land shall be turned to a waste, and o'er it your enemies rule, and there shall dwell for themselves, while I fling you out to the heathen, and after you blow scorching wind, and by it your land shall be wasted, and your skins shall be burnt by its breath, till the ground has enjoyed all its Sabbaths, by the time that it lies as a waste, and your haters shall be in the land, whilst it rests and delights in its rest. It shall rest in its desolate time, for you gave it not rest in your rests, while upon it you rested yourselves. Your fragments shall have coward hearts, as you crouch in the lands of your foes, who shall drive you by threatening voice, and you fly as men fly from hot blasts, and fall down when no one pursues. You shall stagger the one on the other, as though from the face of such blasts, though no one pursues, and never stand up to your foes. You shall wander among every nation, and tramp in the lands of your foes, and your remnants shall waste in your sins, in the land of your foes as they watch for the sins of your fathers and selves, till confessing the faults of yourselves, and the faults that your fathers have done, and your treacherous revolt against me, and the fury with which you assailed, I therefore dealt fiercely with you, and brought to the land of your foes. If your hard hearts, however, there bow, and you purify them from their sins, I will think of my bond made with Jacob, and also with Isaac my bond, and with Abraham remember my covenant, and also remember the land. Thus the land rid of their load, and freed, shall in quietude rest. But they shall be gorged with their sins, and gorged by my judgments despised, and my statutes their souls had abhorred. But though thus in the land of their foes, I will not reject them nor loathe, so far as my treaty to break, for I am their still living God. I therefore will bring to their minds my old treaty contracted with them in the sight of the heathen around, to be their God, for I am the life. These are the institutions and judgments and the laws which the ever-living appointed between himself and between the children of Israel at Mount Sinai by the hand of Moses. Chapter 27. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When a person separates himself for you to value his life for the ever-living, you shall value him for a male from 20 years old to 60 years. And your valuation for a male shall be 50 shekels of silver by the sacred shekel, but if it is for a female, your valuation shall be 30 shekels. But if from 5 up to 20 years old, then the value of a male shall be 20 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. But if from a month up to 5 years old, then the value of a male shall be 5 shekels of silver, and for a female the value 3 shekels of silver. But if they are 60 years old or more, if a male, then the value shall be 15 shekels, and for a female 10 shekels. But if the redeemable person is defective, then he shall be placed before the priest, and the priest shall estimate what may be the amount of his value for the vow he is to pay to the priest. But if it is a beast that they sacrifice from, that is vowed to the ever-living, all that belongs to it shall be sacred to the ever-living. They shall not alter or change it good for bad, or bad for good. But if it is changed, it shall be changed for a beast of the same kind, and the exchange shall be sacred. But if of any unclean beast which they do not offer as a gift to the ever-living, then the beast shall be shown to the priest. And the priest shall estimate its value between good and bad, and it shall be redeemed as the priest decides. But if they redeem it, they shall then add a 5th part to the valuation. But if a man devotes his house as sacred to the ever-living, then the priest shall estimate between good and bad. As the priest values it, so it shall stand. But if the consecrator redeems his house, he must add 1/5 to the money value above what has been fixed for it. But if anyone consecrates his inherited farm to the ever-living, it shall then be valued according to its acreage, what takes a comer of seed at 50 shekels of silver. But if he consecrates his farm before the year of Jubilee, the priest shall then calculate for him the money on the basis of the years remaining until the year of Jubilee, and equate the valuation. But if he redeems the farm which he had consecrated, he shall then add a 5th above the valuation price, and it shall continue his. But if he does not redeem the farm, or if he sells the land to another person afterward, He cannot redeem it forever. But the farm shall be consecrated to the ever-living. Until the arrival of the Jubilee, the estate shall be as a farm for cultivation for the priests. But if the farm has been purchased, and was not an entailed estate which he consecrated to the ever-living, then the priest shall fix a redemption for him by the amount of value according to the year of Jubilee, and decide the value from the day he has consecrated to the ever-living. Then the estate shall return at the year of Jubilee from the person who bought it, to the person to whom it was an entailed land. Every valuation shall be by the sacred shekel. 20 gera are a shekel. However, a firstborn that is born to the ever-living, no man shall consecrate, whether an ox or a sheep. It is the ever-living's. But if of an unclean beast, then it shall be valued as an ox, and 1/5 of the price above it, and if it is not redeemed, it shall be sold at the valuation. However, anything devoted to destruction which a person devotes to the ever-living, of anything he possesses, from man to beast, or an estate of inheritance, he shall not sell it, but he shall redeem every devoted thing. It shall be holy of holies to the ever-living. Anything devoted which is devoted by a man, which is unredeemable, shall be put to death. And all tithe of the land, from the grain of the earth, from the fruit of the tree, is sacred to the ever-living. But if a person redeems it from tithe, he shall add 1/5 to it. All tithe of cattle and sheep, all that passes under the measure for tithing, shall be sacred to the ever-living. You shall not distinguish between good and bad, and not change. But if you do change, then the exchange shall be sacred, it shall not be redeemed. These are the commands which the ever-living commanded by Moses to the children of Israel at Mount Sinai. The end of chapters 22 through 27, and the end of the book of Leviticus from the Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 1 through 5 of the Book of Numbers, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Numbers, chapters 1 through 5. Chapter 1. The ever-living also spoke to Moses in the desert of Sinai at the hall of assembly, in the 1st month, in the 2nd year of the years after coming from the land of the Mitzrayim, commanding, Record the names of all the chiefs of the children of Israel by the families of their ancestors in the register of names, each man from his own roll, from 20 years old and upwards, all who can go to war of the children of Israel. You and Aaron organize them into their own regiments. They must be assigned each to his own tribe, each to the captain of the house of his ancestors. And these are the names of the men you shall appoint over them. To Reuben, Elizur, the son of Sheduer. To Simeon, Shemulial, the son of Zurishaddai. To Judah, Machshan, the son of Aminadab. To Issachar, Nakishan, the son of Tsoar. To Zebulun, Eliab, the son of Kilon. To the sons of Joseph, to Ephraim, Elishamar, the son of Ammihud. To Manasseh, Gamaliel, the son of Fidatsur. To Benjamin, Abidan, the son of Gidoni. To Dan, Achiezer, the son of Ammishaddai. To Asher, Phanuel, the son of Acnon. To Gad, Eliashur, the son of Rauel. To Naphtali, Akira, the son of Ainan. I have nominated these to be chiefs to bear the standards of the tribes of their ancestors. They are the princes of the regiments of Israel. Moses and Aaron therefore took these men who were indicated to them by name, and they summoned all the chiefs of families on the 1st of the 2nd month, and they produced to them their records of the houses of their fathers from the books of register, from 20 years old and upwards by their records, as the ever-living commanded to Moses and appointed in the desert of Sinai. And these were descendants of the sons of Reuben, the oldest son of Israel, according to the registers of their ancestral houses in the records of names on their heads, all males of 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Reuben, 46,500. Of the men descended from Simeon, by the register of the house of their fathers, arranged from the records of names on their heads, all males of 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Simeon, 59,600. Of the men descended from Gad, from the registers of their ancestral houses by the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Gad, 45,650. Of the men descended from Judah, by the register of their ancestral houses, by the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Judah, 74,600. Of the men descended from Issachar, by the registers of their ancestral houses in the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Issachar, 50,400. Of the men descended from Zebulun, by the registers of their ancestral houses in the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Zebulun, 57,400. Of the men of Joseph, of the sons descended from Ephraim, by the registers of their ancestral houses, by the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Ephraim, 40,500. Of the men descended from Manasseh, by the registers of their ancestral houses, by the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Manasseh, 30,200. Of the men descended from Benjamin, by the registers of their ancestral houses, by the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Benjamin, 35,400. Of the men descended from Dan, by the registers of their ancestral houses, by the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Dan, 62,700. Of the men descended from Asher, by the registers of their ancestral houses, by the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Asher, 41,500. Of the men descended from Naphtali, by the registers of their ancestral houses, by the record of names, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service, regimented under the standard of Naphtali, 53,400. These were the army divisions that Moses and Aaron organized. And the generals of Israel were 12 men, each was appointed from the house of their fathers. And the officers of the children of Israel were all from the house of their fathers, from 20 years old and upwards, all capable of army service in Israel. And the total number of all the enrolled was 630,550. The Levites, however, were not enrolled among them. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, commanding, "Regarding the tribe of Levi, you shall not enroll it, so that they may not raise their head in the midst of the sons of Israel. However, you shall organize the Levites for the sanctuary of the nation, and for all the services, and for all pertaining to them. They shall carry the sanctuary and all its furniture, and shall encamp round and guard the sanctuary. When the sanctuary is to advance, the Levites shall take it down, and when the sanctuary is to be pitched, the Levites shall raise it, and the stranger who approaches shall be killed. But the sons of Israel shall attend each to their own camp, and each to the flag of their regiments, whilst the Levites must attend about the sanctuary of the nation, that there may not be anger upon the nation of the sons of Israel. Therefore the Levites shall guard the sanctuary of the nation." The children of Israel consequently did all that the ever-living commanded to Moses. They did it. Chapter 2. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, "Let each encamp by his flag at the standard of the ancestral house of the sons of Israel. Let them begin to encamp around the hall of assembly on the east.
The encampment on the east from the sunrising shall be for the standard of the camp of the army of Judah. And let Nachshon the son of Amminadab command the sons of Judah with his organized force of 74,600. And let the tribe of Issachar encamp next them, and the commander of the sons of Issachar be Nathanael the son of Tsoar, with his organized force of 50,400. Next the tribe of Zebulun. Let the commander of the sons of Zebulun be Eliab the son of Chelon, with his organized force of 57,400. All the regiments in the camp of Judah, numbering 186,400. This force shall march first. The standard of Reuben shall be on the south with its force, and the commander of the sons of Reuben shall be Eliezer the son of Shedear, with his organized force of 46,500. And let the tribe of Simeon encamp next them, and the commander of the tribe of Simeon be Shelumiel the son of Surishadai, and his organized force be 59,600. Then the tribe of Gad, and let the commander of the sons of Gad be Eliasaph the son of Reuel, with his organized force of 45,650. All the organized forces in the camp of Reuben were 151,450, and this division shall march second. But the camp of the hall of assembly shall march with the Levites between the camps. As they encamp, they shall march each alongside of their flag. Let the standard of the camp of Ephraim with his force be on the west, and the commander of the sons of Ephraim shall be Elishama the son of Ammihud, and his organized force be 40,500. And next to him let there be the tribe of Manasseh, and the commander of the sons of Manasseh shall be Gamaliel the son of Fidatzur, and his organized force be 32,200. Then the tribe of Benjamin, and the commander of the sons of Benjamin shall be Abidan the son of Kidaonai, and his organized force be 35,400. All the enrollments in the camp of Ephraim were 108,100. They shall march third with their force. Let the standard of the tribe of Dan be on the north with its force, and the commander of the sons of Dan shall be Achiazur the son of Ammishaddai, and his organized force be 62,700. And let the tribe of Asher encamp next them, and the commander of the sons of Asher shall be Phanuel the son of Akron, and his organized force was 140,500. Then the tribe of Naphtali, and let the commander of the sons of Naphtali be Achira the son of Ainan, and his organized force be 53,400. All the enrollments in the camp of Dan were 157,600, who marched in the rear after their flags. These were the divisions of the children of Israel by their ancestral houses. The numbers in the regiments, in the camps of their forces, were 603,550. But the Levites were not enrolled among the sons of Israel, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. The children of Israel did as the ever-living commanded to Moses. They encamped by their regiments, and thus they marched, each with his family by the house of their fathers. Chapter 3. The following were the children of Aaron and Moses at the time the ever-living spoke with Moses at Mount Sinai. And these are the names of the sons of Aaron: the eldest Nadab, and Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. These were the names of the sons of Aaron the consecrated priest, who filled the office of priests. But Nadab and Abihu died before the Lord when they offered strange fire before the ever-living in the wilderness of Sinai. And they had no sons, so Eleazar and Ithamar became priests in the presence of Aaron their father. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, Present the tribe of Levi, and station them before Aaron the priest, and they shall serve with him, and guard what is entrusted to him, and the trusts of all the congregation in the hall of assembly, and perform the services of the sanctuary. They shall also guard all the furniture of the hall of assembly, and the trusts of the children of Israel, and perform the services of the sanctuary. Therefore give the Levites to Aaron and his sons, presenting them to him as an offering for the children of Israel, and instruct Aaron and his sons that they must preserve the priesthood, and the stranger who approaches it shall die. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, I also now have taken the Levites from among the children of Israel,
so the Levites shall be mine. For all the firstborn were mine at the time when I cut off all the firstborn in the land of the Mitzrayim. I then dedicated all the firstborn of Israel to myself, from man and also from beast. They shall be mine. I am the ever-living. The ever-living also spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, commanding, Organize the sons of Levi by their ancestral houses from their registers. You must organize every male from a month old and upwards. Moses consequently organized them as the ever-living commanded. And these were the sons of Levi by their names, Gershon, and Kehath, and Merari. And these were the names of the sons of Gershon by their registers, Libni and Shimei. And the sons of Kehath by their registers, Amram and Itzar, Cabron and Uziel. And the sons of Merari by their registers, Machlai and Mashai. These are from the registers of the ancestral houses of Levi, from the registers of Gershon, from the registers of Libni, from the registers of Shimei. These were from the registers of the Gershonites. They were organized from the books, every male from a month old and upwards. Their enrollment was 7,500. The families of the Gershonites shall encamp behind the sanctuary to the westward, and the commander of the house of the Gershonites shall be Eliasaph, the son of Lael. Thus the duties of the sons of Gershon shall be in the hall of assembly about the sanctuary, and the sacred tabernacle, and the screen before the entrance of the hall of assembly, and the curtains of the court, and the screen at the entrance of the court that is above the sanctuary, and around the altar, and all the instruments for the whole of the services. And those enrolled from the families of the Amramites, and from the families of the Izharites, and from the families of the Cabronites, and from the families of the Azraelites, those who were from the families of Keharites according to the register, all the males from a month old and upwards, were 8,600 to form the guard of the holy place. The families of the sons of Kehath shall encamp upon the south side of the sanctuary, and the commander of the families of Kehathites shall be Elizaphan the son of Azael. They shall be entrusted with the ark, and the table, and the lamp, and the altars, and the sacred furniture, which they shall guard, with the screen and all the appliances of the services. The prince who commands the Levites shall be Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, who shall be appointed to guard the sacred trusts. But in conjunction with Merari were the families of Machlai and the family of Mushai. They were with the family of Merari. They were also enrolled in the register every male from a month old and upwards, 6,200. And the commander of the ancestral house of Merari shall be Tsuriel the son of Abikael. They shall encamp at the north side of the sanctuary, and the duties of the sons of Merari shall be the guardianship of the planks of the sanctuary, and the crossbars, and the pillars, and the bases, and all the appurtenances, as well as the pillars of the surrounding court, and their bases, and the spikes and ropes. But Aaron and Moses shall encamp before the sanctuary on the east, in the front of the hall of assembly, and Aaron and his sons shall guard the sacred things confided to them in trust for the children of Israel. And if a stranger approaches, he shall be killed. All the enrollments of the Levites that Moses and Aaron organized before the ever-living from their families, all males from a month old and upwards, were 22,000. The ever-living also said to Moses, Take a census of every firstborn male of the children of Israel, from a month old and upwards, and record them in a register by name. But you shall separate the Levites for myself, I, the ever-living, instead of all the firstborn of the children of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites also instead of the firstborn of the cattle of the children of Israel. Moses therefore enumerated as the ever-living commanded him, every male of the children of Israel, and all the firstborn males were recorded in the register of names from a month old and upwards, to the number of 40,273. The ever-living afterwards spoke to Moses, commanding, Separate the Levites instead of the firstborn of the children of Israel, and the cattle of the Levites instead of their cattle. The Levites shall be mine. I am the ever-living. And for the redemption of the firstborn of the children of Israel in excess of the number, let there be 20 grains to a shekel, and give the money to Aaron and his sons to redeem that excess. Moses consequently collected the money for their ransom from the persons in excess of the firstborn who were ransomed from the children of Israel. The tax by that money produced 1,365 shekels by the sacred shekel. Moses gave the money of the ransom to Aaron and his sons before the ever-living, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. Chapter 4. The ever-living also commanded Moses, "Enumerate the persons of the sons of Kehath from among the sons of Levi, by the registers of their ancestral house, from the age of 30 years and upwards to 50 years, all capable of army service, to conduct the business of the hall of assembly. The work of the sons of Kehath shall be in the hall of assembly, holy of holies. But Aaron and his sons shall proceed to pitch the tabernacle, and to take down the veil of the screen, and to cover with it the ark of witnesses. And they shall put over it the covering of badgers' skins, and spread the beautiful azure cloth over all, and put in the staves, and spread the azure cloth over the table of the presence, and place upon it the dishes, and the cups, and the hammers, and the coronal, and the pitcher, and the bread, arranged upon it. Then they shall spread over them the blue-red cloth, and cover it with the covering of badger skin, and put the staves into its handles. Then take the azure cloth, and cover the lamps of light, and the reflectors, and the snuffers, and their dishes, and collect the whole of the furniture, whose guardianship is with them, and place them and the whole of the furniture under the covering of badger skin, and put them on the wagons. They shall also spread the azure cloth over the golden altar, and cover it with the covering of badger skin, and put its staves into it. They shall also take the whole of the instruments, the custody of which is with them, to the holy place, and cover with the azure cloth, and wrap them in the covering of badger skin, and put them on the wagons. They shall also clean the altar, and spread over it the purple cloth, and place upon it all its instruments whose custody is with them, the shovels, the rakes and sprinklers, and the brushes, and all the instruments of the altar, and spread over them a covering of badger skin, and put the staves into the handles. And Aaron and his sons shall complete the covering of the sanctuary, and the whole of the sacred furniture, at the striking of the camp. And afterwards the sons of Kehath shall come to carry them. But they shall not approach the sanctuary for fear of death. The sons of Kehath shall carry them to the hall of assembly, and Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest shall provide oil for the lamps, and sweet incense, and pure offerings, and oil of consecration, having the care of all the sanctuary, and all that is in it, with the holy place, and all its furniture. The ever-living also commanded Moses and Aaron, "Separate for me the family of the Kehathites from amongst the Levites, and do this to them, so that they may live and not die. Let Aaron and his sons conduct them up to the Holy of Holies, and set each of them to the work he is to do, and to his labor. But they shall not approach to see, except the covering of the sacred things, for fear of death." The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, "Enumerate the individuals of the sons of Gershon from the registers of their ancestral house, from 30 years old and upwards to 50 years old. Organize all of them capable of army service, to perform the work of the hall of assembly. These are the services for the families of the Gershonites to work and carry out. They shall carry the curtains of the sanctuary, and cover the hall of assembly with a covering of badger skin that is extended above it, and the screen at the door of the hall of assembly, and the curtains of the court that is around the sanctuary, and the altar, and the ropes, and all the furniture of the services. All this is their service. The sons of the Gershonites shall be under the direction of Aaron and his sons for any service, for any carrying, and for any labor, and you shall organize them for every labor by their families. This shall be the service of the families of the Gershonites at the hall of assembly, and also their duties under the order of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. Organize the sons of Merari from the registers of their ancestral house, from 30 years old up to 50 years old. Organize all capable of army service to do the work of the hall of assembly. And this is their duty, to carry in all the appliances of the hall of assembly, the planks of the sanctuary, and the crossbars, and the pillars, and their sockets, with the pillars of the court around it, and their sockets, and pegs, and ropes, with all the furniture and all the instruments, and they shall pack up the furniture carefully for carriage. This shall be the duty of the family of the sons of Merari in all their service in the hall of assembly, under the orders of Ithamar, the son of Aaron the priest. Moses consequently organized, and Aaron enumerated the family of the sons of Kehathites from the registers of their ancestral house, from the age of 30 years old and upwards to 50 years of age, all capable of army service, for work in the hall of assembly. And there were organized from the registers 1,750. These were enrolled from the registers of the Kehathites, all for service in the hall of assembly, as Moses and Aaron were instructed, from the presence of the ever-living, by the hand of Moses. The sons of Gershon were thus enrolled from the registers of their ancestral house, from 30 years of age and upwards to 50 years old, all capable of army service, to serve in the hall of assembly. And there were enrolled from the registers of their ancestral house 1,660. They were organized from the families of the sons of Gershon, all for service in the hall of assembly, whom Moses and Aaron organized by the command of the ever-living. There were also enrolled from the families of the sons of Merari, from the registers of their ancestral house, from 30 years of age upwards to 50 years old, all capable of army service, for the service of the hall of assembly, and their number was by the registers 3,200. These were enrolled from the registers of the sons of Merari, whom Moses and Aaron appointed by an order from the ever-living, by the hand of Moses. Moses and Aaron, and the princes of Israel, with the Levites, appointed all those enrolled from the registers of their ancestral houses, from 30 years of age and upwards to 50 years old, who were all to execute the duties of the service, and do the carrying in the hall of assembly, and their number was 9,580. They were appointed by order of the ever-living, by the hand of Moses, every one to his duty, and to his office and appointment, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. Chapter 5. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Command the children of Israel that they must send out of the camp all afflicted by contagious disease, and all with venereal diseases, and all of foul life, whether male or female, so that they may not infect the camp in the midst of which I dwell. The children of Israel accordingly did so, and sent them to the outside of the camp, as the ever-living had commanded to Moses. The children of Israel did it. Then the ever-living commanded to Moses, saying, Say to the children of Israel, the man or woman who perversely commits any human sin against the ever-living, that person is guilty. But if they make confession of the sin which they have committed, and would remedy the wrong they have done, and remove it from them, let them add a 5th part to it, and give to him who has been wronged. But if the man does not possess the means of restoration for the wrong he has done, the culprit shall return to the ever-living, by the priest, in place of it, a ram as an expiation which shall expiate for him as to the wrong. And every such oblation consecrated by the children of Israel, which they offer through the priest, shall be the priest's. But whatever a person devotes must be his own property, and what a man gives to the priest shall be the priest's property. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, If a man suspects his wife of having gone astray, and of a man having had sinful intercourse with her, and that his wife has hidden from his sight that she has been defiled, but he has no witness of it, and she has not been divorced, yet the breath of suspicion has passed over her, and he suspects his wife, that she has been defiled, or that a breath of suspicion has passed over her, and he suspects his wife, although she may not have been defiled, then the man shall bring his wife to the priest, and shall bring as a gift for her with her the 12th of an ephah of barley meal, without any oil poured upon it, nor shall he put incense with it, for it is an offering of jealousy, an offering of remembrance for reminding of frailty. Then the priest shall make her advance, and place her before the ever-living, when the priest shall take holy water in an earthenware cup, and some dust that is on the floor of the sanctuary, and put it into the water. The priest shall then station the woman before the ever-living, and uncover the woman's head, and place in her hands the gift of remembrance, the gift of jealousy, and the bitter water of cursing shall be in the hand of the priest. The priest shall also administer an oath to her, and say to the woman, If a man has not had connection with you, and if you have not turned to a seducer instead of your husband, be free from the water of this bitter curse. But if you have turned to another than your husband, with whom you have been sinning, and that a man has been to you instead of your husband, Here the priest shall swear the woman with this oath, and the priest shall say to the woman, Then may the ever-living make you a curse and imprecation among your relatives. May the ever-living make your thigh to rot and your belly to swell, and may this water of cursing become in your bowels as rottenness to the bowels, and as swelling to your thigh. Then the woman shall say, So let it be, so let it be. The priest shall afterwards write these curses on a tablet, and wash them off with the bitter water. And the woman shall drink the water of the bitter curses, and swallow the water of the bitter curses. Then the priest shall take from the hand of the woman the gift of jealousy, and wave the gift before the ever-living, and offer it upon the altar. The priest shall also take a handful from the remembrance, and cause it to be burnt at the altar. And after that the woman shall drink the water, and the water drunk shall, if she has been corrupted and has dishonored her husband, then become a bitter curse, and swell her belly, and rot her thigh, and the woman shall be a curse in the circle of her relatives. But if the woman has not defiled herself, and is pure, then she shall be free from them, and be conceiving children. These are the laws about the suspicion that a woman has turned from her husband and degraded herself, or for a man when there passes over him the breath of suspicion, and he suspects his wife and brings her before the ever-living. The priest shall proceed towards them according to this enactment, and free the husband from his passion, and thus continue the woman's marriage rights. The end of chapters 1 through 5 of the Book of Numbers. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 6 through 10 of the Book of Numbers, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Numbers, chapters 6 through 10. Chapter 6. The Ever-Living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the children of Israel, and say that a man or woman may dedicate themselves by a vow. The Nazirite by separation to the ever-living shall not consume grapes or sugar, fermented grapes or fermented sugar, nor shall he drink any decoction of intoxicating berries, or consume cakes of those berries, or their powder. During the days of dedication he shall not consume anything which is made from the vine plant, from its roots to its skins. Nor during the period of his dedication shall a razor be passed over his head, until he has completed the time for which he dedicated himself to the ever-living. The flowing locks of the hair of his head shall be sacred to the ever-living, nor shall he during the whole period of his dedication to the ever-living approach to a dead body, nor defile himself for his father or his mother, or his brother or his sister if they die. For the dedication to his God is upon his head. All the period of his dedication he is sacred to the ever-living. Even if anyone shall die near him suddenly, that incident will defile the dedication of his head. To purify himself he shall shave his head on the same day, and it shall be shaven again on the 7th day. And on the 8th day he shall bring 2 turtle doves, or 2 young pigeons to the priest, at the door of the hall of assembly, and the priest shall use one of them for a sin offering, and the other for a burnt offering, and expiate for him about the defilement of his body, and his head shall be sanctified in that day. But he shall separate himself anew for his dedication to the ever-living, and bring a he-lamb of 1 year as a trespass offering, for the previous period has failed by a defect in his separation. And these are the rules for the Nazirite at the day when he completes the period of his separation. He shall come to the door of the hall of assembly, and present as his gift to the ever-living a perfect he-lamb of the year for a burnt offering, and a perfect ewe-lamb of the year for a trespass offering, and a perfect ram for a peace offering, and a basket of cakes of flour mixed with oil, with their food and drink offerings, and the priest shall offer them before the ever-living, and make the sin offering and the burnt offering. But of the ram he shall make a sacrifice of thanks to the ever-living with the basket of cakes, and the priest shall also offer the food offering and the drink offering. He shall then shave the Nazirite at the door of the hall of assembly at the end of his dedication, and take the hair of his head that he had dedicated, and put it upon the fire which is under the sacrifice of thanks. Then the priest shall take the boiled shoulder of the ram, and one of the unfermented cakes from the basket, and one of the thin cakes, and put them into one of the hands of the Nazirite, who is being released from his dedication. Then the priest shall wave them before the ever-living. They shall be sacred to the priest, as well as the raised breast and the raised leg, and the Nazirite may afterwards drink wine. These are the laws of separation when anyone vows to give himself to the ever-living. He shall not dedicate himself unless he knows he is able to perform what his mouth has vowed. When he has vowed, he shall perform it by this law of separation. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, "Speak to Aaron and to his sons. You shall bless the children of Israel in this way, saying, The Lord bless you and guard you. The Lord spread his canopy over you and be gracious to you. The Lord make his face beam upon you and give you peace. Then I will place my name upon the children of Israel and bless them." Chapter 7. And when the time came that the sanctuary was finished, Moses erected and consecrated and sanctified it with all its furniture, and the altar and all its instruments, and sanctified them. Then the princes of Israel, the heads of their ancestral houses, the princes of the tribes and the commanders of regiments approached, and brought as their gifts to present to the ever-living 6 covered wagons and 12 bullocks, a wagon for 2 princes, and a bullock for each, and presented them before the sanctuary. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, commanding, "Receive them, and they shall be to perform the work of the hall of assembly. Therefore give them to the Levites, each according to the amount of their work." Moses consequently accepted the wagons and the bullocks, and gave them to the Levites. He allotted 2 wagons and 4 of the bullocks to the sons of Gershon for their work. And 4 of the wagons and 8 of the bullocks he allotted to the sons of Merari for their work, under the control of Ithamar the son of Aaron the priest. But to the sons of Kehath he gave none, for the sacred work they did was laid upon their shoulders. The princes also came forward at the dedication of the altar on the day of its consecration, and the princes presented their gifts before the altar. But the ever-living said to Moses, "Let them offer their gifts at the dedication of the altar, 1 prince a day, then another prince a day." So Nachshon the son of Amminadab of the tribe of Judah presented his gift the first day. And his gift was a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weights, both filled with fine flour mixed with oil as a food offering, 1 cup made of gold full of incense, a bullock from the fold, a ram, a sheep of the year for a burnt offering, 1 he-goat for a sin offering, and 2 bullocks for a sacrifice of thanks, with 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 sheep of a year old. These were the gift of Nachshon, the son of Amminadab. On the second day Nathaniel, the son of Tsoar, prince of Issachar, came forward. He offered as his gift a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering pot of 70 shekels by the sacred weight, both of them full of fine flour mixed with oil as a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bullock from the fold, a ram, a sheep of the year for a burnt offering, a he-goat for a sin offering, and as a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 sheep of a year old. This was the offering of Nathaniel, the son of Tsoar. On the third day the prince of the sons of Zebulun, Eliab the son of Kelon, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weights, both full of fine flour mixed with oil for a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bullock from the fold, a ram, a sheep of the year for a burnt offering, a he-goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5-year-old sheep. These were the gift of Eliab the son of Kelon. On the fourth day the prince of the sons of Reuben, Eleazar the son of Shedear, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weights, both full of fine flour mixed with oil for a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bull from the fold, a ram, a lamb of the year for a burnt offering, a he-goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5-year-old sheep. These were the gift of Eleazar the son of Shedeur. On the 5th day the prince of the sons of Simeon, Shalumiel the son of Zurishaddai, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels by the sacred weight, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred shekel, both full of fine flour mixed with oil for a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bull from the fold, a ram, a year-old lamb for a burnt offering, a he-goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 year-old sheep. These were the gift of Shalumiel the son of Zurishaddai. On the 6th day the prince of the sons of Gad, Eliasaph the son of Rauel, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels by the sacred weight, a watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weight, both full of fine flour mixed with oil for a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bull from the stall, a ram, a lamb of 1 year old for a burnt offering, and for a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 year-old sheep. These were the gift of Eliasaph the son of Reuel. On the 7th day the prince of the sons of Ephraim, Elishama the son of Ammihud, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weights, both full of fine flour mixed with oil for a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bull from the fold, a ram, a sheep of a year old for a burnt offering, a he-goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 year-old sheep. These were the gift of Elishama the son of Ammihud. On the 8th day the prince of the sons of Manasseh, Gamaliel the son of Fidatzur, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weights, both full of fine flour mixed with oil for a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bull from the fold, a ram, a year-old sheep for a burnt offering, a he-goat for a sin offering, and for a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 sheep of a year old. These were the gift of Gamaliel the son of Fidatzur. On the 9th day the prince of the sons of Benjamin, Abidan the son of Gadonai, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weights, both full of fine flour mixed with oil as a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bull from the fold, a ram, a sheep of a year old for a burnt offering, and for a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 year-old sheep. These were the gift of Abidan the son of Gadonai. On the 10th day the prince of the sons of Dan, Achiazar the son of Ammishaddai, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weights, both full of fine flour mixed with oil as a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bull from the fold, a ram, a year-old sheep for a burnt offering, a he-goat for a sin offering, and as a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 year-old sheep. These were the gift of Achiazar the son of Ammishaddai. On the 11th day the prince of the sons of Asher, Phanuel the son of Akron, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weights, both full of fine flour mixed with oil as a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bull from the fold, a ram, a sheep of a year old for a burnt offering, a he-goat for a sin offering, and for an offering of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 goats, 5 year-old sheep. These were the gift of Phanuel the son of Akron. On the 12th day the prince of the sons of Naphtali, Achira the son of Ainan, presented a silver dish of 130 shekels, a silver watering can of 70 shekels by the sacred weights, both full of fine flour mixed with oil for a food offering, a cup made of gold full of incense, a bull from the fold, a ram, a lamb of a year old for a burnt offering, a he-goat for a sin offering, and as a sacrifice of thanks, 2 bullocks, 5 rams, 5 he-goats, 5 sheep of a year old. These were the gift of Achira the son of Ainan. These were dedicated on the altar at the time it was consecrated by the princes of Israel. 12 silver dishes, 12 silver watering cans, 12 cups made of gold. Each of the silver dishes was 130, and each of the watering cans 70. All the silver vessels were 1,400, by the sacred shekel. The cups of gold full of incense were 12, 10 to a cup by the sacred shekel. All the gold was 120. All the bullocks for burnt offerings were 12, the bulls and rams 12, the lambs of a year old 12, with their food offerings, and the he-goats were 12 for sin offerings. And all the cattle for the sacrifices of thanks, 24 bulls, 60 rams, 60 he-goats, 60 sheep of a year old. Thus the altar was dedicated after its consecration. Then Moses went into the hall of assembly to speak to him, and heard the voice speaking to him from the mercy seat, which is upon the ark of the witnesses, from between the 2 cherubim, where he spoke to him. Chapter 8. And the ever-living spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to Aaron, and say to him, When you set up the lamps opposite the reflectors, light the 7 lamps. Aaron consequently did so, erecting the lamps opposite the reflectors, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. And this was the form of the reflectors, concaves of gold on stalks at the cups. They were concave that they might reflect the light, as the ever-living showed Moses, so he made the reflectors. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Take the Levites from among the children of Israel, and purify them. Purify them in this manner. Pour water for sin over them, and let them pass it naked over all their body, and wash their clothing, and purify themselves. Then take a bowl from the fold, with its food offering of fine flour mixed with oil, and a second bowl from the fold take for a sin offering, and present the Levites before the hall of assembly, and collect all the chiefs of the children of Israel. And when you have presented the Levites before the ever-living, then the children of Israel shall lay their hands upon the Levites, and Aaron shall wave the Levites before the ever-living for the children of Israel, and they shall be appointed to perform the services of the ever-living. Then the Levites shall lay their hands upon the head of the bulls, and Aaron shall make of the first a sin offering, and of the other a burnt offering to the ever-living, to expiate for the Levites. Afterwards station the Levites before Aaron and before his sons, and wave them to the ever-living, and separate the Levites from the midst of the children of Israel, and the Levites shall be mine. And after that you shall bring the Levites to serve in the hall of assembly, but you must purify them and wave them, for they are a gift given to me from out of the children of Israel. I have taken them to myself instead of the firstborn product of the womb of all the children of Israel. For all the firstborn of the children of Israel were mine, of man or of beast. From the day when I cut off all the firstborn in the land of the Mitzrayim, I sanctified them to myself. Therefore I take the Levites instead of all the firstborn of the children of Israel, and I give the Levites to Aaron and to his sons from among the children of Israel, to perform the duties of the children of Israel in the hall of assembly, and to expiate for the children of Israel, and that the children of Israel may not be struck when the children of Israel approach to the sanctuary. Moses and Aaron consequently did, in conjunction with all the chiefs of the families of the children of Israel to the Levites, according to all that the ever-living commanded to Moses regarding the Levites. The children of Israel did it to them. They also offered sin offerings for the Levites, and they washed their clothing. And Aaron waved them before the ever-living, and Aaron expiated for them, and purified them. And after that the Levites went to perform their duties in the hall of assembly before the ever-living. As Jehovah commanded to Moses about the Levites, so they did. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, The Levites shall do this. From the age of 25 and upwards they must serve in the duties of the hall of assembly. But at the age of 50 they shall retire from service in those duties, and not serve further, except to superintend their brothers in the hall of assembly, to keep guard, but not perform the services. This is how you shall arrange for the Levites who superintend. Chapter 9. The ever-living also spoke to Moses in the wilderness of Sinai, in the 2nd year after coming out from the land of the Mitzrayim, in the 1st month, commanding, Let the children of Israel make the Passover in their assembly, offering it upon the 14th day of this month, between morning and evening. You shall sacrifice it in the assembly with all its ordinances and all its rites. Moses consequently spoke to the children of Israel to sacrifice the Passover. Therefore they offered the first Passover on the 14th day of the month, between morning and evening, in the wilderness of Sinai. The children of Israel did all that the Ever-living commanded to Moses. But there were men who were unclean from a human corpse, so that they were not able to eat of the Passover, or to sacrifice the Passover on that day. So they approached the presence of Moses and the presence of Aaron upon that day, and those men said, "There is a defilement upon us from a human corpse, by which we are prevented from offering the gift to the Ever-living in the assembly, together with the children of Israel." When Moses replied, "Stay, and I will hear what the Ever-living commands about you." Then the Ever-living spoke to Moses, commanding, "Speak to the children of Israel, saying, Any one of you who may be unclean from a human corpse, or away upon a journey, or in your families, still let him sacrifice the Passover to the Ever-living. In the 2nd month he shall offer it. It shall be eaten with unfermented bread and bitter herbs. None of it shall remain with you until the morning, and you shall not break a bone of it, but sacrifice it with all the ordinances of the Passover. And whoever may be clean, and has not been on a journey, and fails to sacrifice the Passover, that person shall be excommunicated from his relatives, for not offering the gift to the Ever-living with the assembly. That person is guilty for his sin. And if a foreigner resides with you and sacrifices the Passover to the Ever-living, it must be with the ordinances of the Passover and its rites. It must be offered with the same ordinances by you, both for the foreigner and the native of the country. On the 2nd day of the erection of the sanctuary, the cloud covered the tabernacle of the hall of witnesses, and in the evening there was over the tabernacle like the light of fire until morning. So it was always, the cloud covered by day, and the light of fire at night. And when the cloud arose from off the hall, then the children of Israel marched, and at the place where the cloud settled, the children of Israel encamped. The children of Israel marched at the command of the Ever-living, and they encamped at the command of the Ever-living every day. They encamped where the cloud rested upon the tabernacle. But when the cloud rested upon the tabernacle many days, then the children of Israel watched the Ever-living and did not march. And if the cloud remained a number of days upon the tabernacle by command of the Ever-living, they encamped, and at the command of the Ever-living they marched. But if the cloud remained from evening to morning, and the cloud went up at the morning, then they marched, whether day or night. Thus when the cloud went up, they marched. But whenever for days, or a month, or long periods, the cloud rested upon the tabernacle, the children of Israel encamped, and did not march. But on it going up, they marched. By command of the Ever-living they marched. They waited the order of the Ever-living by the hand of Moses. Chapter 10. The Ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, "Make 2 silver gongs for yourself. Make them concave, and use them to call the parliament, and to prepare the camp for marching, so that when you beat them, all the parliament will know how to come to you at the door of the hall of assembly. And if you beat one of them, the generals and colonels of the regiments of Israel will know to come to you. When you beat and arise, then the divisions of the camp on the east shall march. When you beat the arise, a 2nd time the divisions of the camp on the south shall march. They shall prepare to march at the arise. But at the call for a meeting you shall blow a trumpet, not sound an arise. The sons of Aaron, the priest, shall beat the gongs, and this shall be a perpetual institution for your posterity. And when you go to war in your land, to distress those who distress you, terrify them with the gongs, and remember the presence of your ever-living God, and he will encourage you against your enemies. Also in the days of your festivals, and in your assemblies, and on the 1st of the months, beat the gongs with your burnt offerings and with your thank offerings, and they shall be reminders for you before your God. I am the ever-living God." It occurred in the 2nd year, in the 12th month, that the cloud arose from off the tent of witnesses. So the children of Israel marched from the wilderness of Sinai, and the cloud settled on the wilderness of Paran. They also marched in divisions by the order of the Ever-living, under the control of Moses. The standard of the sons of Judah marched in divisions as an army, and Nachshon the son of Amminadab was over that army. And Nathaniel the son of Zoar was over the army of the tribe of the sons of Issachar. And Eliab the son of Calon was over the army of the sons of Zebulun. Then the sons of Gershon and the sons of Merari, having taken down the tabernacle, marched, carrying the tabernacle. Then the standard of the tribe of Reuben marched with their army, and Eleazar the son of Shedear was over it. And Shelumiel the son of Zurishaddai was over the army of the tribe of Simeon. And Eliasaph the son of Deuel was over the army of the tribe of the sons of Gad. Then the Kehathites marched carrying the sanctuary, and they erected the tabernacle after the advance. Then the standard of the camp of the sons of Ephraim marched with their army, and Elishama the son of Ammihud was over that army. And Gamaliel the son of Fidatzur was over the army of the tribe of the sons of Manasseh. And over the army of the tribe of the sons of Benjamin was Abidan the son of Gidoni. Then marched the standard of the camp of the sons of Dan by regiments, with all the troops of their army, and Achazer the son of Amishadi was over that army. And Phanuel the son of Achan was over the army of the tribe of Asher. And Achira the son of Anan was over the army of the sons of Naphtali. Thus the children of Israel marched. They marched by their armies. Moses, however, spoke to Reuel the Midianite, the father-in-law of Moses. "March with us to the place that the ever-living said to us, I will give it to you. March with us, and we will benefit you, for the ever-living has promised good to Israel." But he replied to him, "I will not go from my country and from my children with you." But he answered, "Do not now forsake us, for you know the routes of the desert, and you can be eyes for us. And it shall be that if you will go with us, then when we receive the success the ever-living will obtain for us, we will reward you." So they marched from the mount of the ever-living 3 days' journey, and the ark of the covenant of the ever-living marched before them 3 days' journey, to guide them to a halting place. And the cloud of the ever-living was over them by day, in their march from the camp. And when they began their march, Moses stood up and said, "The ever-living deliver you from your enemies, and march before your face supporting you." But when they encamped, Moses said, "Jehovah bring home the many regiments of Israel." The end of chapters 6 through 10 of the Book of Numbers. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 11 through 15 of the Book of Numbers, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Numbers, chapters 11 through 15. Chapter 11. But bad people murmured in the ears of the ever-living, and the Lord heard it and was displeased. So the Lord caused a fire to break out amongst them, and it consumed the rear of the camp. So the people called upon Moses, and Moses prayed to the ever-living, and quenched the fire. He therefore called the name of that spot the Burnings, because the Lord there burnt them with fire. But the mixed people who were amongst them longed and desired and wept. Some of the children of Israel also did the same, and said, "When shall we eat flesh? We remember the fish that we ate in Mitzar for nothing, with the cucumbers and the melons and the lettuces and the onions and the garlic. But now our souls are sick. There is nothing but this manna to look at." Moses, however, heard the people weeping, each family at the door of their tent, and the Lord was very angry, and in the eyes of Moses it was bad. Therefore Moses said to the ever-living, "Why have you brought evil upon your servant? And why have I not found favor in your eyes for you to remove the weight of all this people from off me? Have I begotten all these people? Or have I brought them forth, that you should say to me, Carry them in your lap, as a mother carries in her lap, because as a woman I have sworn to feed them? I have no flesh to give to all this nation, who cry to me, saying, Give us flesh that we may eat. I cannot feed them. I cannot carry all this nation. They are too heavy for me, and therefore do this to me. Kill me now. Kill me if I have found favor in your eyes, that I may not see myself torn to pieces." But the ever-living answered Moses, Add to yourself the 70 men from the rulers of Israel whom you know to be able to rule the people and to control them, and take them with you to the hall of assembly, and present them there with yourself, and I will descend and speak with you there, and will support you with the Spirit that is upon you. And I will put it upon them, and they shall carry, along with yourself, the load of this nation, and you shall not carry it alone. But as for this people, order them to sanctify themselves for tomorrow, and they shall eat flesh, for the ever-living has heard their weeping, saying, Would that we could eat meat, such as we enjoyed among the Mitzrayim. Therefore the ever-living will give them flesh, and they can eat it. They shall not eat it for 1 day only, or for 2 days, or for 5 days, or for 10 days, or for 20 days, but for a month's time, until it is ejected from their mouth, and the greedy loathe it, because they have turned away from the ever-living, who is in the midst of them, and wept before me, saying, Why has he brought us from the Mitzrayim? But Moses replied, There are 600,000 of marching men in the nation I am surrounded by, and you say, Supply them with flesh meat, and let them eat it for a month. If the sheep and cattle are slaughtered for them, could they obtain it? If all the fish in this sea were added to them, could they obtain it? The ever-living, however, answered Moses, Is the hand of Jehovah cut off? Now you shall see whether my word is honored or not. Then Moses went out and related to the people all the words of the ever-living. And he selected 70 from the rulers of the people, and stationed them around the hall. And the ever-living descended in the cloud, and spoke with him, and strengthened him with the Spirit that was over him, and placed it upon each of the 70 rulers. And the Spirit rested upon them, and they addressed the audience, and did not fail. But 2 men separated themselves in the camp. The name of one was Eldad, and the name of the other was Medad. But the Spirit fell upon them, for they were enrolled, although they did not go to the assembly, and they addressed the people in the camp. Therefore a youth ran and reported it to Moses, and said, Eldad and Medad are addressing a meeting in the camp. So Joshua the son of Nun, the lieutenant of Moses, went to inquire, and then said, My lord Moses, restrain them. Moses, however, replied to him, You displease me. For I wish the ever-living would make all the people orators. I wish the ever-living would lay his Spirit upon them. So Moses and the rulers of Israel remained in camp, and a wind came from the ever-living and brought up quails from the sea, and they were scattered over the camp for a day's journey on this side, as far as a day's journey on the other side, all round the camp, and were heaped on the surface of the ground. Then the people arose all that day and all that night, and all the next day, to collect the quails. And the smallest collection was 10 bags, and they spread them all about the camp. The flesh was still between their teeth unconsumed, when the anger of the Lord burnt against the people, and the Lord struck them with a very great stroke. So they called the name of that spot, the Graves of Greed, for they buried there the people who were greedy. Then the people marched from the Graves of Greed to the green fields, and stayed at those fields. Chapter 12. Then Miriam and Aaron quarreled with Moses about the Cushite woman whom he had taken, for Moses had married a Cushite. So they asked, Has the ever-living spoken only with Moses?
Has he not also spoken to us?
And the ever-living heard it. But the man Moses was very gentle, more so than any man on the face of the earth. Then the ever-living spoke suddenly to Moses and to Aaron and to Miriam, Go all 3 of you to the hall of assembly. So all 3 went, and Jehovah descended in the form of the cloud, and stood at the door of the hall, and called Aaron and Miriam. Both of them accordingly went. When he said to them, Listen now to my words. If you are prophets of the ever-living, look at me. When I speak to you, it is a revelation in your dreams. It is not the same as with my servant Moses. He is faithful in all my house. I speak face to face with him, and in visions, and he has not to seek the ever-living in enigmas and parables. Then why have you not regarded the message of my servant Moses? And the anger of the ever-living burnt at them, and he departed. Then the cloud turned from above the hall, and Miriam had become a leper, as white as snow. And Aaron recoiled from Miriam, now she was a leper. And Aaron said to Moses,
pray to the Almighty, so that he may not lay upon us the sin which we attempted, and that we have committed. Let her not be like what comes dead from its mother's womb, with half of its flesh consumed.
Therefore Moses cried to the ever-living, saying, I pray God to cure her now. And the ever-living replied, If her father had spit in her face, would she not be disgraced for 7 days? Let her be isolated for 7 days outside the camp, and afterwards she may return. Miriam was therefore isolated outside the camp for 7 days, and the people did not march until the return of Miriam. But the people marched afterwards from the green fields, and encamped in the wilderness of Paran. Chapter 13. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, commanding, Send men, and let them survey the land of Canaan, which I will give to the children of Israel. You shall send a man from each tribe of their fathers, all of them nobles. Moses consequently sent them from the wilderness of Paran by command of the ever-living. All were nobles, chiefs of the children of Israel, and their names were these. Of the tribe of Reuben, Shamna the son of Yichri. Of the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat the son of Kori. Of the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh. Of the tribe of Issachar, Ezal the son of Joseph. Of the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea the son of Nun. Of the tribe of Benjamin, Phalat the son of Raphna. Of the tribe of Zebulun, Gadial the son of Sodi. Of the tribe of Joseph, the tribe of Manasseh, Gadai the son of Susai. Of the tribe of Dan, Amiel the son of Gamalai. Of the tribe of Asher, Sethor the son of Michal. Of the tribe of Naphtali, Nabai the son of Waphsai. Of the tribe of Gad, Ganal the son of Machri. These were the names of the nobles whom Moses sent to survey the land, and Moses surnamed Hoshea the son of Nun Joshua. Moses then sent them to survey the land of Canaan, and instructed them, Go up from the south, and ascend to the hills, and examine the land, what it is, and what its people are who inhabit it, their strength, their weakness, if they are few or many, and what kind of country it is they live in, whether it is good or bad, and what kind of cities they inhabit, with their camps and fortresses. Also examine the fertility of the land, if it is watered, if there are trees in it or not, and their size. You must also collect some of the fruit of the country, for it is the time of grape harvest. They therefore went up to survey the country from the wilderness of Sin to the plain that extends to Kamoth. Thus they ascended from the south as far as Hebron, where resided Achiman, Shashai, and Talmai, 3 children of Anak. So they only went as far as the brook Eshcol, and decided to cut off a single branch of grapes from there, and carried it on a yoke between 2. They also took pomegranates and figs. Therefore they named that spot the Brook of Grapes, on account of the grapes which they cut from there for the sons of Israel. There they turned back from surveying the country at the end of 40 days, and marched and came to Moses and Aaron, and all the chiefs of the children of Israel, in the wilderness of Paran at Kadesh, and reported the matter to them and all the council, and showed the fruit of the country, and continued, and said, We have been to the country to which you sent us, and it is indeed flowing with milk and honey, and this is its produce. However, the people who inhabit the country are strong, and their cities are very great fortresses, and we saw the sons of Anak there. Amalek inhabits the south country, and the Hittites, and the Jebusites, and the Amorites inhabit the hills, and the Canaanites inhabit along the sea, and alongside the Jordan. But Caleb had been silent before the people and Moses. Now he said, Ascending, let us go up and conquer them, for we are able to do it. But the princes who went up with him replied, We are not able to overpower these people, for they are stronger than us. And they brought reports to the children of Israel about the country they had surveyed, saying, The country that we traveled over to examine it, it is a country that devours its inhabitants, and all the people whom we saw were tall men, and we saw the Nephilim there, sons of Anak, more than giants, and we were in our own eyes like locusts, and we were like gnats in theirs. Chapter 14. Then all the council arose and gave out their votes. The people also wept in that night, and all the children of Israel complained against Moses and against Aaron. And all the council asked, "Which was better for us, to die in the land of the Mitzrayim, or for us to die here in this desert? And why did the ever-living bring us to this country to fall by the sword? Our wives and our children will be plunder. Is it not better for us to return to Mizar?" Then every man said to his brother, "Let us choose a leader and return to the Mitzrayim." But Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before all the chiefs of the children of Israel. And Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, who had surveyed the country, tore their garments, and addressed all the chiefs of the children of Israel, and said, "The country that we traveled over to survey it is a very, very good land. If the ever-living is pleased with us, and goes with us to this country, he can give us this land, which flows with milk and honey. Rebel not against the ever-living, and fear not the people of the country, for we can devour them, throwing a shadow over them. Since the Lord is with us, fear them not." All the council threatened, however, to murder them with stones, but the glory of the ever-living appeared in the hall of assembly to all the children of Israel. Then Jehovah said to Moses, "How long shall I be despised by this people? How long will they not trust to me, in spite of all the wonders I have effected for them? I could strike them with a word and destroy them, and could make from yourself a nation mightier than they." Moses, however, said to the ever-living, "But when the Mizrahites hear of it, from the midst of whom you brought up this people by your might, and the inhabitants of this country hear, who have heard that Jehovah is in the midst of this people, who eye to eye have seen you are the ever-living, and your cloud has stood over them, and with a perpetual cloud you have marched before them by day, and with a perpetual fire by night, that you have killed this people as a single man, then the heathen who have heard this report of you will say, 'Because Jehovah was not able to bring this people to the country that he swore to them, he has slain them in the desert.' Consequently now, O ever-living, increase your mercy as you promised, saying, 'I am the ever-living, slow to anger and of great mercy, forbearing towards passion and sin, and not destroying the helpless, punishing the fault of the fathers upon their children to the third and the fourth generation. Forgive now the passion of this people, for your mercy is great, and as you have endured these people from Mizar until now.'" Then the ever-living replied, "I will forgive as you request, for I live forever, and the majesty of the ever-living will fill the whole earth. However, all the men who have seen my majesty and the wonders that I effected amongst the Mitzrayim and in the wilderness, yet have revolted from me these 10 times, and not listened to my voice, they shall not see the land which I promised to their fathers, that is, all who despised me shall not see it. But I accept my servant Caleb. His spirit was steadfast in him, and he was perfect after me. Therefore he shall arrive at the country where he went, and his posterity shall inherit it." However, as the Amalekites and the Canaanites occupied the valley, on the next day they turned face and retreated from them towards the wilderness, leading to the sea of Suph. There Jehovah spoke to Moses and Aaron, saying, "For how long shall I hear the complaints of this vile mob complaining against me? These complaints of the children of Israel, that they murmur against me. Say to them, 'As I live, says Jehovah, according to their demand to my ears, I will do to them. In this desert their corpses shall fall with all their officers and rulers, from the age of 20 years and upwards, who complained against me. They shall not arrive at the country that I raised my hand to lead them into, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua the son of Nun. But their children which they said would be enslaved I will bring in, and they shall see the country which you despised. But your corpses shall fall in this desert, and your sons shall be scattered in the desert 40 years, for you shall carry your whoredom until your bodies sink in the desert. By the number of the days when you should have been examining the country, 40 days, a year for a day, a year for a day, you shall carry your crimes 40 years. Thus shall you recognize your rebellion. I, the ever-living, have declared I will do this to all this vile mob who revolted against me in this desert. They shall perish there, they shall die. And the men whom Moses sent to spy the country, and who returned and complained about it, the whole of that band shall become dung upon the earth. Those men shall die who reported bad of the land, to fight against the ever-living. Yet Joshua the son of Nun, and Caleb the son of Jephunneh, shall live from among those who went to survey the country. And Moses repeated these words to all the children of Israel, and the people mourned greatly. At the morning, however, they arose to go up to the top of the hill, crying, "Here we are! Let us go up to the place which the ever-living said, for we have sinned." But Moses replied, "What is this? You transgress the command of Jehovah, and he is not pleased. You shall not go up, for the ever-living is not with you, so you will be defeated before your enemies. For the Amalekites and Canaanites are before you, and they will defeat you by the sword, because you have deserted from the ever-living, and Jehovah is not with you." They, however, arrogantly ascended to the top of the hill, but the ark of the covenant of the ever-living and Moses did not move from the camp. So the Amalekites and the Canaanites who were encamped upon the hill charged down and repulsed them, and pursued them as far as the valley. Chapter 15. Afterwards the ever-living spoke to Moses, commanding, "Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you come to your permanent country which I will give to you, and you make a gift to the ever-living, a burnt offering or a sacrifice to fulfill a vow, or a free-will offering, or in your festivals to make a pleasant breath to the ever-living with an ox or a sheep, then approaching, present as your gift to the ever-living as a food offering, 1/10 of fine flour mixed with the 1/4 of a hin of oil, and of wine for a drink offering you shall offer the 1/4 of a hin, with the burnt offering, or the sacrifice of a single lamb. Or with a ram you shall offer as a food offering 1/12 of fine flour mixed with 1/3 of a hin of oil, and the 1/3 part of a hin of wine for a drink offering, presented as a pleasing breath to the Lord. And when you offer a bullock as a burnt offering or a sacrifice to fulfill a vow, or as a thank offering to the ever-living, you shall offer with the bullock as a food offering 3/10 of fine flour mixed with 1/2 a hin of oil, and as a drink offering present 1/2 a hin of wine as a gift of pleasant breath to Jehovah. And the same shall be done with each ox, each ram, each lamb of the sheep or goats. According to the number which are offered, this shall be done with each one of the number. Make every presentation in the same way as these, to offer a pleasing breath to the ever-living. And whatever stranger resides with you or is settled among your posterity, when he makes an offering of a pleasing breath to the ever-living, he shall do the same as you do. It is a common institution alike for you and the foreigner who resides with you. It is a perpetual institution for your posterity, both for you and the foreigner before Jehovah. There shall be one law and one rule for yourselves and for the foreigners residing with you." The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, "Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, When you arrive at the country where I will bring you, and eat of the bread of the land, you shall lift it up before the ever-living. You shall lift up the first cake from the dough, the same as you hold up of your grain, so shall you hold it up. You must give the first of your grindings to the ever-living as a lift offering from your produce. But if you wander from and do not practice all these commands which Jehovah has dictated to Moses, all that the ever-living has commanded to you by the medium of Moses, from the day when the Lord commanded them to your furthest posterity, or if your parliament should inadvertently commit an error, then all your parliament shall offer a bull from the herd as a burnt offering for a pleasant breath to the ever-living, with its food offering and drink offering as decreed, and a ram of the goats for a sin offering, and the priest shall expiate for all the parliament of the children of Israel, and forgive them their fault, when they bring the offering to present to Jehovah, and make a sin offering for their fault. But if an individual commits a fault, then he shall present a she-goat of a year old as a sin offering, and the priest shall expiate for that person for the fault he has inadvertently committed before the ever-living. He shall expiate for it, and shall pardon him for it. There is one law for the native of the children of Israel, and for the foreigners among them, for you to observe regarding faultiness. But the person who acts with a wicked hand, whether a native or a foreigner, in contempt of the ever-living, that person shall be excommunicated from among his people, for he has despised the command of the Lord, and broken his decree by his sin. While the children of Israel were in the wilderness, they found a man collecting sticks on the Sabbath day. And those who found him gathering sticks presented him to Moses and Aaron and to all the parliament, who put him under guard, for they could not decide what to do with him. But the ever-living said to Moses, "The man must die. Let all the assembly kill him with stones outside the camp." The whole assembly therefore took him outside the camp and killed him with stones. So he died as the ever-living had commanded to Moses. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, "Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, Make fringes upon the borders of your clothing always, and place above the fringes cords of purple, so that the fringes may be like flowers for you to remember the commands of the ever-living by, and to practice them, and that you may not wander after your hearts and after your eyes as you have wandered after them, but instead that you may remember and practice all my commands, and live holily to your God. I am your ever-living God, who brought you from the land of the Mitzrayim to be your God. I am the ever-living God." The end of chapters 11 through 15 of the Book of Numbers. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 16 through 20 of the Book of Numbers, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Numbers, chapters 16 through 20. Chapter 16. Korah the son of Itzar, the son of Kehath, the descendant of Levi, and Dathan and Abiram, sons of Eliab, and An, the son of Pilath, the son of Reuben, conspired and stood up to resist Moses with 150 others of the princes of the parliament of the children of Israel, titled nobles of the nation. And they addressed Moses and Aaron and said to them, "You assume too much to yourselves. For all the parliament, all of them are sacred, and the ever-living is among them." When Moses heard it, he bowed his head and spoke to Korah and all his band, saying, "In the morning Jehovah will make known who are his, and sacred, and who are to approach to him, and whom he has chosen to approach to himself. Let Korah and all his band take bowls for themselves, and put fire and sweet incense into them, and the men whom Jehovah chooses shall be the sacred. You are presumptuous, sons of Levi." And Moses continued to Korah, "Listen now, sons of Levi, was it too little for you that the God of Israel appointed you from among the families of Israel to approach to him, to perform the services of the sanctuary of the ever-living, and to stand before the congregation to minister, and included you and all your brothers with you? But would you demand the priesthood also? However, you and all your associates station yourselves before the ever-living together with Aaron. What is he that you should murmur against him?" Then Moses sent to summon Dathan and Abiram, the son of Eliab, but they would not come, but replied, "We will not come. Is it nothing that you have brought us up out of a land flowing with milk and honey to kill us in this desert, that you would dominate over us as a tyrant? You have brought us to no land flowing with milk and honey, nor given us farms and vineyards to possess. Would you dig out the eyes of these men? We will not come." Moses was very angry at this and said to Jehovah, "I have not taken as a gift even an ass from them, and I have not wronged one of them." Then Moses said to Korah, "Let you and all your associates come before the ever-living, you and they and Aaron tomorrow, and let each take a censer and put on it incense, and present it before the ever-living, each of the 150 a censer, and you and Aaron each a censer." So each took his censer, and they put fire in their censers, and offered incense upon it, and stationed themselves at the door of the hall of assembly with Moses and Aaron. Korah also collected all his associates with himself at the door of the hall of assembly. And the glory of the ever-living appeared to all the congregation. But the ever-living spoke to Moses and to Aaron, saying, You shall be magnified in the midst of this assembly, but I will consume them with might. They, however, fell upon their faces and said, God, the God giving life to all flesh, one man only has sinned, and will you be angry with all the parliament? Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, saying, Speak to the parliament, and command them to run out from around the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Moses therefore arose, and went to Dathan and Abiram, and the judges of Israel went after him, and they spoke to the parliament, saying, Remove from the halls of these depraved men, and touch nothing belonging to them, for fear you should share in their sin. Consequently they came away from the tents of Dathan and Abiram. But Dathan and Abiram came and stood at the opening of their tents, with their wives and children and infants. Then Moses spoke and said, You shall learn by this whether Jehovah has sent me to do all these things, for I have not done them by myself. If these die as all men die, and the fate of all men falls upon them, then the ever-living has not sent me. But if Jehovah prepares it, and the earth opens her mouth and swallows them and all who are with them, and they go down alive to the grave, then you will know that the ever-living has rejected these men. And it occurred that as he finished speaking these words, the ground split under them, and the earth opened her mouth, and swallowed them and their homes, and all the men who were with Korah, and all their wealth. And they and all who were with them rushed down alive into the grave, and the earth closed over them, and they perished in the midst of the public. Then all Israel who were around them fled with a shriek, for they said, The earth may swallow us also. Fire also came out from Jehovah and consumed the 150 men as they offered incense. Chapter 17. The ever-living then spoke to Moses, saying, Command Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest to collect the censers from among the burnt people, and the fire, for they are sacred. The censers of these sinners are for their lives, and you shall make of them thin spread plates for the altar, for they have been presented before the ever-living and are sacred, and they shall be warnings to the children of Israel. Eleazar the priest subsequently took the censers of brass which the burnt persons presented, and made plates of them for the altar. And the children of Israel shall remember the reason why a strange man who is not of the family of Aaron may not approach to offer incense before the ever-living, so that he may not be like Korah, and that they may know that Jehovah has spoken by the medium of Moses. But all the parliament of the children of Israel murmured against Moses and Aaron next day, exclaiming, You have killed the people of the ever-living! But when the parliament collected against Moses and Aaron, they retreated to the hall of assembly, and then the cloud descended, and the glory of the ever-living appeared. So Moses and Aaron came into the front of the hall of assembly, and Jehovah spoke to Moses, saying, Rise up from the midst of this crowd, and I will consume them with might. But they fell on their faces, and Moses said to Aaron, Take you a censer, and put fire into it from off the altar, and place incense, and go quickly and make an expiation for them, because anger is coming from the ever-living to strike the profane. So Aaron did as Moses commanded, and rushed into the midst of the meeting, where the stroke of destruction was on the people, and offered incense, and expiated for the nation, and stood between the living and the dead, and the stroke was arrested. But the dead from the stroke were 14,700, besides those who died over the affair of Korah. Then Aaron returned to Moses to the opening of the hall of assembly, and the stroke was arrested. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the children of Israel, and take the staves from each of their tribes, the staff from each ancestral house, from each chief of an ancestral house, 12 staves, and record the name of each upon his staff, and record the name of Aaron upon the staff of the tribe of Levi. Thus there shall be a staff from the head of each ancestral house, and place them in the hall of assembly with the witnesses as an evidence for them there. And the staff of the man I may choose shall blossom. Thus I will exclude the complaints of the children of Israel from me. Moses accordingly spoke to the children of Israel, and each of the princes gave him their staff, each prince a staff, each prince of an ancestral house of the 12 tribes. But the staff of Aaron was placed in the middle of the other staves. Afterwards Moses presented the staves before the presence of the ever-living in the hall of assembly. And when Moses came next day to the tabernacle of the witnesses, the staff of Aaron had budded and blossomed for the house of Levi. Buds had also come out, and borne flowers, and ripened into almonds. Moses therefore brought out all the staves from the presence of the ever-living to all the children of Israel, and they examined them, each man taking his own staff. Then the ever-living said to Moses, "Return the staff of Aaron to the presence of the witnesses, to keep it as an evidence to the sons of disobedience, and let them stop their complaints against me, that they may not die." Moses consequently did as the ever-living commanded him. He did it. The children of Israel after that spoke to Moses, saying, "We perceive that we shall expire, we shall perish, all of us will perish. Let all who approach to the sanctuary of the ever-living be killed, so that we may not all expire." Chapter 18. Then the ever-living commanded Aaron, "You and your sons, and the house of your father with you, shall carry the spirit of consecration. And you and your sons with you shall carry the spirit of the priesthood, and your brothers of the tribe of Levi, of the standard of your father, shall also approach with you and attend upon you, and guard you, and your sons with you, before the tabernacle of the witnesses. And they shall guard you and guard all the hall, together with the sacred furniture. But they shall not approach to the altar, for fear they, as well as you, should die. But they shall attend upon you and guard in watches the hall of assembly and all the services of the hall, and a foreigner shall not approach with them. By them also the holy things shall be guarded, and the altar be guarded, so that anger may never come upon the children of Israel. For I have taken to myself your brothers of Levi from among the children of Israel, to give them as gifts to the ever-living, to perform the services of the hall of assembly. But you and your sons with you shall guard the priesthood, and all the matters of the altar, and of the house of the veils, and perform the services prescribed for the priesthood. And the stranger who approaches shall die." The ever-living also said to Aaron, "And I have given to you the guardianship of my high things, and of all the sacred things of the children of Israel. I have given them to you and to your sons to consecrate, and to preserve forever. These shall be yours from the sacred offerings, all the gifts offered by fire, all food offerings, and sin offerings, and all the presents which they make to me. These are consecrated strictly to you and to your sons. You shall eat them in the sanctuary. Every male may eat of them with you. They shall be sacred to you. You shall also take something from all the wave offerings of the children of Israel for yourself and your sons, and for your daughters with you, as a perpetual institution. All the clean in your house may eat of them. All the melted fat, and the best of the vintage, and the first of the corn which they present to the ever-living, are given to you. The first fruits of all that their land produces, which they bring to the ever-living, shall be yours. All who are clean in your houses may eat of them. Every convict in Israel shall be yours. Everything bursting the womb of any species which they offer to the ever-living, whether of man or beast, shall be yours. But you must set free for a ransom the firstborn of man, and the firstborn of cattle you shall free for a sin offering. And they shall be ransomed at a month old, at a valuation of 5 shekels of silver by the sacred shekel. You shall not, however, ransom the firstborn of a cow, or the firstborn of a sheep, or the firstborn of a goat. They are sacred. Their blood is to be poured out on the altar, and their fat is to be burnt as an offering of pleasant perfume to the ever-living. But of their flesh the breast shall be yours, for waving it, and the right leg shall be yours. All the exalted offerings of the sanctuaries, which the children of Israel lift up to the ever-living, I give to you and to your sons with you, as a perpetual institution. It is a covenant of salt forever before the ever-living for you and your posterity after you." The ever-living also said to Aaron, "You shall have no possession in the land, and there shall be no portion for you in it. I am your portion and inheritance among the children of Israel. But to the sons of Levi I give all the tithe of Israel for an inheritance, in payment for the work they perform in the services of the hall of assembly. And if ever the children of Israel offer a sacrifice in the hall of assembly, they shall bear the sin to death, because the work of Levi is in the hall of assembly, and they shall bear its burden as a perpetual institution for your posterity. Therefore they have no inheritance among the children of Israel, for the tithes of the children of Israel which they bring to lift up and present to the ever-living, I give to the Levites as an inheritance. Therefore I have said to them, you shall hold no inheritance among the children of Israel. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the Levites and say to them, Since I have taken you from the children of Israel, the tithe which I have given to you from them as your inheritance, you shall present from it as a present to the ever-living, 1/10 of the tithe with which they are tithed, for your account. You shall also lift up some of the grain from the corn, and a portion from the grapes. Thus you shall present presentations to the ever-living from all the tithes which are taken from the children of Israel. And give a part of those presentations to the ever-living, to Aaron the priest. From all the presentations presented to the ever-living, present a part of all the best that is consecrated for you. You shall therefore command them, when presenting the fat, to account some of it as for the Levites, like the offerings of corn and the offerings of grapes, and they may eat them in any of their villages and houses as their wages on account of their work in the hall of assembly, and they will not be committing sin by taking away the fat and the offerings of the children of Israel. They do no wrong, and they shall not die. Chapter 19. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, The following is a constitutional law which Jehovah commands, saying, Command the children of Israel to select for you a red heifer, perfect, and who has not a spot upon her, which has never been under a yoke. Let them bring it to Eleazar the priest, and he shall take her outside the camp and slay her in their presence. Then Eleazar the priest shall take some of her blood on his finger, and sprinkle the front of the hall of assembly 7 times with the blood, and burn the heifer in their sight with its skin, and flesh, and its dung. He shall burn it to dissolution. Then the priest shall take cedar and hyssop wood, and scarlet wool and ashes from among the cinders of the heifer. The priest shall then change his clothing, and wash his body with water, and afterwards return into the camp. But the priest shall be unclean until the evening. Those who burnt her also shall change their clothes, and wash their bodies in water, and be unclean until the evening. Afterwards a clean man shall remove the ashes of the heifer, and place them outside the camp in a clean place, and they shall be as a witness to the children of Israel, to keep themselves from the impurity of sin. Then the remover of the ashes of the heifer shall strip off his clothes, and be unclean until the evening. This also shall be a perpetual institution to the children of Israel, and to the foreigners who reside among them, that whoever touches the corpse of a man shall be unclean for 7 days. If he offers a sin offering on the 3rd day, then he shall be clean on the 7th day. But if he does not offer a sin offering on the 3rd day, he shall not be clean on the 7th. Whoever touches a corpse, the body of a man who died, and does not make a sin offering at the sanctuary of the ever-living, is defiled. And that person shall be excommunicated from Israel, because he has not washed the filth from off himself with water. He shall be unclean while the impurity is on him. These are the laws about persons who have died in a dwelling. All who come to the dwelling, and all who are in the dwelling, are unclean for 7 days. Every vessel also which is open, unless there is a lid upon the opening, is defiled. And whoever touches a man killed in fight, or the bones of a man, or killed accidentally, shall be defiled for 7 days. You shall consequently take to the defiled person some of the ashes of the fires of sin offerings, and put them on living water in a cup, and take hyssop and dabble with the water the man who is to be purified, and sprinkle it upon the dwelling, and over all the furniture, and over all the persons who may be there, and over the man who has touched the bones, or the slain, or the dead by accident, and sprinkle the purification upon the defiled at the 3rd day, and upon the 7th day, and make a sin offering for him upon the 7th day, and he shall change his clothes, and bathe in water, when he shall be purified at evening. But the man who is defiled, and does not offer a sin offering, That person shall be excluded from the entry into the holy assembly of the ever-living. The defiled, not having washed his filth from off him, is unclean. Therefore this shall be a perpetual institution to you. And for this reason the filthy shall change their clothes, and who touches anything filthy shall be unclean until the evening. And all that touches him who is unclean shall be unclean, and the person he touches shall be unclean until the evening. Chapter 20. All the congregation of the children of Israel afterwards marched to the wilderness of Tsin in the 1st month, and settled in Kadesh. Now Miriam died there, and they buried her there. However, water was deficient for the nation, so they appealed to Moses and Aaron, and the people disputed with Moses, and, complaining, they said,
"Oh, that expiring we could die before the Lord! And why has the Lord brought the congregation to this wilderness, we and our cattle? And why did he bring us up from Mizar to conduct us to this vile place? It is not a place of vegetables and figs and cucumbers and pomegranates, and there is no water to drink." Moses and Aaron therefore went before the crowd at the opening of the hall of assembly, and fell on their faces, and the majesty of the ever-living appeared over them. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, commanding, "Take your staff, and convoke the parliament, you and your brother Aaron, and command the rock in their sight, and it will give them water, and bring out water for them from the rock, and quench the thirst of the people and their cattle." Moses therefore took his staff from the presence of the ever-living, as he was commanded. And Moses and Aaron addressed the crowd before the rock, and said to them, "Listen now, you rebels, out of this very rock water shall come for you." Then Moses raised his hand, and struck the rock with his staff twice, and a rush of water came out, and quenched the thirst of the people and of their cattle. But the ever-living said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you have not been true to me, to consecrate me in the sight of the children of Israel, you shall not bring this people into the land which I will give them." These were the waters of strife, where the children of Israel strove with the ever-living, but he was sanctified at them. Moses afterwards sent messengers from Kadesh to the commander of Edom, to say, "Thus says your brother Israel, you know all the labors that we have met, how our fathers went down to the Mitzrayim and resided in Mizar many days, and how the Mitzrites ill-treated our fathers. But we appealed to the ever-living, and he heard our voice and sent a messenger, and brought us from among the Mitzrites, and now we are at Kadesh, a village at the end of your borders. Let us now pass through your country. We will not pass through farms and vineyards. We will not drink of water from the wells, but travel upon the traveling highway. We will not delay in our march, nor extend to the right or the left when we cross your boundaries." But Edom replied to him, "You shall not pass through me, or I will advance with a sword and fight you." Then Israel answered, "I will go up by the mountain road. And if I drink water, I will buy it, and I will give a price for biscuits. Nothing shall stick to my feet as I pass over." But he replied, "You shall not pass through." And Edom came out to fight with the people grievously, and with a strong hand. Thus Edom refused to give Israel a passage through his boundaries. So Israel turned away from them. Then the children of Israel marched, all the nation, to the peak of the highlands, where the ever-living said to Moses and Aaron in the highlands, on the borders of the land of Edom, "Aaron shall be added to his people, because he shall not arrive at the land which I will give to the children of Israel, because you did not exalt my presence at the waters of strife. Take Aaron and his son Eleazar, and ascend with them the peak of the highlands, where Aaron shall take off his robes, and you shall put them upon Eleazar his son, and afterwards Aaron shall die there." Moses consequently did as the ever-living commanded, and ascended the peak of the highlands in the sight of all the people. Then Moses stripped Aaron of his robes, and clothed Eleazar his son with them, and Aaron died there on the top of the peak. Then Moses and Eleazar came down from the peak. And all the people saw the death of Aaron, all the house of Israel, so they wept for Aaron 30 days.
The end of chapters 16 through 20 of the Book of Numbers. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 21 through 25 of the Book of Numbers, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Numbers, chapters 21 through 25. Chapter 21. When the Canaanites of the kingdom of Arad, who occupied the south, heard that Israel was coming by the road of the Atharim, they fought with Israel and took some of them prisoners. Then Israel waved a vow to the ever-living and said, "If you will give this people to my hand, then I will destroy their towns." And the ever-living listened to the voice of Israel and gave them the Canaanites. So they destroyed them and their towns, and named the district Destruction. Then they marched from the peak of the highlands towards the Sea of Weeds, and skirted the land of Edom. But the retreat depressed the spirit of the people, so the people spoke against God and against Moses. "Why have you brought us up from the Mitzrayim to die in a desert, where there is neither bread nor water, and our spirits depressed by this vile food?" The Lord therefore sent to the people inflammatory serpents, who stung the people, and a great number of the people of Israel died. Then the people came to Moses and said, "We have sinned, because we have spoken against the ever-living and against you. Pray to Jehovah that he may send the serpents away from us." So Moses prayed on account of the people. Then the ever-living said to Moses, "Make for yourself a fiery serpent and put it up as a standard, and it shall be that when anyone is stung, he can look upon it and live." Then Moses made a serpent of brass and set it up as a standard, and when anyone was stung by a serpent and looked upon that serpent of brass, he lived. The children of Israel afterwards marched and encamped in Aboth. Then they marched to Ai on the fords, in the desert which is facing Moab, away from the rising sun. From there they marched and encamped at the brook of Arad. From there they marched and encamped at the ford of Arnon, which is in the desert that extends as a boundary for the Amorites. For the Arnon was the boundary between Moab and the Amorites. As it is said in the Book of the Wars of the Lord, "At Suph he was parched, and the gorges of Arnon, the cliffs that lean down from the dwellings of Ar, and slope to the boundary of Moab, and from there to the well." This is the well where the ever-living said to Moses, "Let the people rest, and provide them water." Then Israel sang this song: "Spring up well to refresh us, dug by rejoicing princes, by the people's chiefs and ruler, a refreshing gift in the desert, and a gift from the rivers of God, from the rivers of God in the hills. From the heights it passed to the valley, to Moab's plain from the peak of Pisgah, and clothed the face of the waste." Then Israel sent ambassadors to Sihon, king of the Amorites, saying, "I wish to pass through your country. I will not extend into the farms and vineyards. I will not drink water from the wells, and I will march on the traveler's highway only, until I have passed over your boundaries." But Sihon would not allow Israel to pass over his borders. So Sihon collected all his forces and advanced to attack Israel in the desert. When he arrived at Yatz, he fought with Israel, but Israel defeated him by the sword, and seized the country from the Arnon as far as the Jabbok, from the sons of Ammon, for that is the boundary of the Amorites. The Israelites also captured all the cities. Israel occupied all the villages of the Amorites, with Heshbon and all its villages. For Heshbon was the capital of Sihon, the king of the Amorites. For formerly he had a war with the king of Moab, and took the whole of his country from his possession as far as the Arnon. Therefore the poets say, "Bring straw to Heshbon, and build a city for Sihon. For a fire coming from Heshbon, a flame from the palace of Sihon, has burnt up Ar of Moab, going up to the cliffs of Arnon. Alas for you, Moab, the people of Chemosh! Your sons are given to flight, and your girls as slaves to Sihon the Amorite king. And the archers destroy from Heshbon to Dibon, and waste from Noph as far as to Midbah." Moses then sent infantry to Ahiezer, who captured it and its villages, and they drove out the Amorites who were there. Then they turned and ascended by the road from Heshbon, when Og, king of Bashan, advanced to attack them, he and all his forces, in the battle of Edrei. But the ever-living said to Moses, Fear him not, for I will give him into your hand, him and all his people and his country, and you shall do to him as you did to Sihon, king of the Amorites, who resided in Heshbon. They consequently defeated him and his sons and all his forces, until there was not a detachment left to him, and they seized his country. Chapter 22. Then the children of Israel marched and encamped again at the fords of Moab, at the ford of the torrent, opposite Jericho. When Balak the son of Ziphor saw all that Israel had done to the Amorites, Moab was greatly terrified at the presence of the people, for they were many, and Moab was startled at the sight of the children of Israel. Therefore Moab said to the judges of Midian, Now this crowd is licking up all round about us, like a bullock licks up the grass of the field. So Balak the son of Ziphor, the king of Moab, was terrified. Consequently he sent ambassadors to Balaam the son of Beor, of Pethor, which is by the river of the land of the sons of Ammo, to invite him, saying, A nation has come up from the Mizraim, and covers the face of the country, and it occupies my borders. So now I pray you to come and curse this people for me, for it is stronger than mine, so that I may be able to defeat and drive it from the country. For I know that whoever you bless is lucky, and whoever you curse is unfortunate. The princes of Moab consequently went, with the princes of Midian, with presents in their hands, and came to Balaam and gave him the message of Balak, and he replied, Stay here tonight, and I will return to you the answer that the ever-living dictates to me. So the princes of Moab stayed with Balaam. But a divine messenger came to Balaam and asked, Who are these men with you? And Balaam replied, Balak the son of Ziphor, king of Moab, has sent to me. There is a people that has come from Mizar, and it covers the face of the country. Now come, curse it for me, so that I may be able to fight with and drive it away. Then the messenger replied to Balaam, You must not go with them, nor curse this people, for it is blessed. Balaam therefore arose in the morning, and said to the princes of Balak, Return to your own country, for the ever-living refuses to allow me to go with you. So the princes of Moab arose and went to Balak, and said, Balaam refused to come with us. However Balak proceeded to send again more princes, and of higher rank than the former, and they came to Balaam and said to him, Balak the son of Ziphor says thus, Do not refuse, I pray you, to come to me, for I will honor you very greatly, and whatever you demand of me I will do. Only come, I entreat you, to curse this people for me. But Balaam replied and said, If Balak would give to me his palace full of silver and gold, I should not be able to pass beyond the command of the ever-living God, to do little or much. But yet rest yourselves, I beg, here tonight, and I will learn what the ever-living may say again to me. A divine messenger then came to Balaam at night, and said to him, If these men invite you, arise, go with them, but you shall execute the command that I shall command you. Therefore Balaam arose at daybreak, and saddled his ass, and went with the princes of Moab. But God was angry because he went, and placed a messenger of the ever-living in the path to oppose him, as he rode on his ass. And the 2 youths with him and the ass saw the messenger of Jehovah stationed in the path with a drawn sword in his hand. So the ass turned out of the path and went on to the field. But Balaam struck the ass to turn her into the path. Then the messenger of Jehovah placed himself in the hollow path of a vineyard, with a wall on both sides. But the ass saw the messenger of Jehovah, and she pressed against the wall, and squeezed the leg of Balaam against the wall, and refused to go forward. Then the messenger of Jehovah passed on, and stationed himself in a narrow place, where there was no room to turn to the right or to the left. But the ass saw the messenger of Jehovah, and crouched down under Balaam. And Balaam was furious, and struck the ass with his stick. Then the ever-living opened the mouth of the ass, and she said to Balaam, What have I done to you, that you have struck me these 3 times? But Balaam answered the ass, Because you have vexed me. I wish there were a sword handy to me, that I might kill you on the spot. The ass, however, replied to Balaam,
Am I not your own ass, upon whom you have ridden from the day I was yours? Have I been accustomed to do this to you? And he answered, No. Then Jehovah opened the eyes of Balaam, and he also saw the messenger of the ever-living standing in the path, with a drawn sword in his hand. And he bowed and made reverence before him. But the messenger of the ever-living said to him, Why have you struck your ass these 3 times? I was sent to oppose you, for your conduct is perverse before me. And the ass saw me, and turned from my face these 3 times. If she had not turned away from me, I should most certainly have struck and slain you, but yet preserved her alive. Then Balaam said to the messenger of Jehovah, I have sinned, but I did not know that you stood to meet me in the path. Yet now, if I am wrong in your sight, I will return home. The messenger of the ever-living, however, replied to Balaam, Go with these men, but, except the words that I shall command you, utter nothing. So Balaam went with the princes of Balak. When Balak heard that Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him to Ar of Moab, which is on the banks of the Arnon, where his border ends. And Balak said to Balaam, Did I not send you to invite you? Why did you not come to me? Am I not quite able to honor you? But Balaam answered Balak, Although I have come to you, I am not now able to speak a word except what the ever-living puts into my mouth. That I must utter. Then Balaam walked with Balak, and they went into the palace gardens, where Balak sacrificed an ox and a sheep, and sent them to Balaam, and to the princes who were with him. But in the morning Balak took Balaam and ascended the tower of Baal, and showed from there the whole mass of the people. Chapter 23. Then Balaam said to Balak, Build for me here 7 altars, and prepare for me here 7 bullocks and 7 rams. Balak accordingly did as Balaam said, and Balak and Balaam offered up a bullock and a ram on each altar. Then Balaam said to Balak, Stand here by your offerings, and I will go yonder to meet the ever-living to inquire, and whatever he may show me I will report to you. So he went to a cliff, where Balaam met God, and said to him, I have built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on each altar. The ever-living then put a speech into the mouth of Balaam, and said, Return to Balak, and say thus. So he returned to Balak, who stood by his offerings, he and all the princes of Moab, and he there began his poem, and said, From Aram, Balak, Moab's king, brought me. From the hills of the east I have come. Curse for me Jacob, insult for me Israel. How can I curse whom God has not cursed? How can I insult whom Jehovah insults not? Whom I see from the top of the rocks, and from the hills I survey him, a people dwelling alone, and not mixed up with the nations. Who can number the dust of Jacob? Who can count Israel's increase? Let my life die the death of the righteous. Let my last days be like to this. Then Balak exclaimed to Balaam, What have you done for me? I instructed you to curse my enemies, and yet you have blessed them. But he answered and said, Was it not what the ever-living put into my mouth? I was obliged to speak it. Balak, however, answered him, Come then with me to another place, where you can look and only see a part of the encampment, and not survey the whole, and curse them from there. So he took him to the field of towers at the top of Pisgah, and built 7 altars, and offered a bullock and a ram on each altar. Then he said to Balak, Stand here by the offerings, and I will go yonder. And the ever-living met Balaam, and put a speech in his mouth, and said, Return to Balak, and say thus. So he went to him, and found him standing by his offerings, and the princes of Moab with him, and Balak asked him, What does the ever-living command? Then he began his poem, and said, Stand up, Balak, and hear. Listen intently, son of Tsiphor. God is not a man to lie, or a son of man to change his purpose. He has said, and will he not do? And spoken, will he not perform? Blessing, he ordered me to bless, and I cannot reverse it. He perceived no fault in Jacob, and saw not in Israel wrong. The living God is with him, and a kingly cheer is his. God brought him up from Mizar. He is like to a mighty bull. There is no chain for Jacob, for Israel no subjector. In time they will say of Jacob and Israel, What wonders God has done!
See the people, how it advances? Like a lion it rears and stands. It lies not down till the prey is devoured, and its thirst is quenched in blood. Balak then exclaimed to Balaam, Alas! Cursing you have not cursed, but blessing you have blessed. But Balaam responded and said to Balak, Did I not tell you this, saying, All that the ever-living commands to me I must do? And Balak answered to Balaam, Come now, I will take you to another place. Perhaps it may be right in the eyes of the gods, and they may curse for me from there. So Balak took Balaam to the top of the gorge of Par, to the cliff opposite the desert. There Balaam said to Balak, Build for me here 7 altars, and prepare for me 7 bullocks and 7 rams. And Balak did as Balaam told him, and offered a bullock and a ram on each altar. Chapter 24. But Balaam saw that it was good in the eyes of the ever-living to bless Israel. Therefore he went not, as at the other times, to call upon snakes, but turned his face towards the wilderness, and seeing Israel encamped by tribes, and seeing the Spirit of the ever-living above them, he began his poem, and said, Balaam the son of Beor says, and the man with opened eyes declares, who heard the speaking God dictate, who saw the almighty life, entranced, but yet with opened eyes. How lovely, Jacob, are your halls! What tents are yours, O Israel! They wave like rivers, like watered gardens, like groves the Lord has planted, like cedars beside the brooks. Dewdrops hang from his leaves, and his seed has plenty of water. His king shall be greater than Agag, and his dominions exalted. God brought him from Mizar. What a mighty bull he is! He devours opposing nations, grinds their bones, and crushes the splinters. He shall couch his paws like a lion, like a tiger. Who dare arouse him? Who blesses you, myself will bless, and I will curse your curser. Balak then became furious with Balaam, and struck his hands together. And Balak exclaimed at Balaam, I invited you to curse my enemy, and yet you have blessed him these 3 times. So now be off by yourself to your own country. I said I would ennoble you, but however the Lord keeps you from honors. Balaam, however, replied to Balak, Did I not also inform the ambassadors whom you sent to me, that if Balak should give me his palace full of silver and gold, I should not be able to pass beyond the command of the ever-living, to do good or bad? Whatever the ever-living commands me, I must speak. And as I am going to my country, I will inform you what this people will do to your people hereafter. Then he began his poem, and said, Balaam the son of Beor says, and the man with opened eyes declares, who heard the speaking God proclaims, who knows the intention of the highest, who saw the Almighty in a trance, who fell when his eyes were opened. I shall see him, but not now. I behold him, but not near. He brings a star from Jacob, and from Israel wields a staff, that breaks the sides of Moab, and destroys his warlike sons. And he will seize upon Edom, and possess his enemy Seir. For Israel forms his host, and Jacob's son comes down, and cuts off escape from the fort. Then he turned towards Amalek, and continued his poem, and said, Amalek was the first of the nations, but his posterity shall be destroyed. Next he looked towards the Kenai, and continued his poem, and said, You place and fix your house in the rock, yet the flame shall rage on the wall of your home. And concluding his poem, he exclaimed, Alas, who can stand against God? For he strikes with a crushing hand. Then woe to Ashur, and woe to Heber, for they also at last shall fail. Then Balaam arose and went and returned to his own country, and Balak also went away. Chapter 25. But Israel remained at the acacia woods, and the people polluted themselves by fornication with the women of Moab, who invited the people to the sacrifices of their gods. So the people ate and worshipped their gods, and Israel joined itself to Baal Peor. Therefore the ever-living was angry with Israel, and the Lord said to Moses, Seize the whole of the chiefs of the people, and hang them before the ever-living in open sunlight, so that the burning anger of the Lord may be turned from Israel. Consequently Moses said to the rulers of Israel,
Each of you slay the men who have joined themselves to Baal Peor. But a prince of the children of Israel went and brought to his brothers a Midianitess in the sight of Moses, and in the sight of all the parliament of the children of Israel, while they were weeping at the door of the hall of assembly. When Phinehas the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, saw it, he arose from among the parliament, and took a javelin in his hand, and went after the Israelite to his tent, and stabbed both the man of Israel and the woman through their bodies, and arrested the plague upon the children of Israel. But those who died from the plague were 24,000. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, commanding, Phinehas the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron the priest, has turned death away from the children of Israel by the zeal with which he was zealous for me among them. Therefore I command to give to him the bond of peace, and he and his heirs after him shall have an enduring priesthood, because he was zealous for his God. Therefore he shall expiate for the children of Israel. But the name of the Israelite who was killed when the Midianitess was killed was Zimri the son of Salwa, an ancestral prince of the house of Simeon. And the name of the Midianitess was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur, chief of a tribe of an ancestral house of Midian. The ever-living spoke to Moses, commanding, Assail the Midianites, and cut them off from you, for they troubled you by their plots, which they contrived against you in the affair of Cosbi, the daughter of a prince of Midian, their sister, who was slain at the time of the plague about the Peor matter, when the plague was ended. The end of chapters 21 through 25 of the Book of Numbers. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 26 through 31 of the Book of Numbers, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Numbers, chapters 26 through 31. Chapter 26. The ever-living afterwards also commanded to Moses and to Eleazar the son of Aaron the priest, saying, Take a census of all the families of the children of Israel, from the age of 20 years and upwards, by the houses of their ancestors, all in Israel capable of army service. Consequently Moses commanded Eleazar the priest, while they were at the fords of Moab, by the torrent near Jericho, saying, From the age of 20 years and upwards, as the ever-living commanded to Moses, when the children of Israel were brought up from the land of Mitzar. Reuben was firstborn son of Israel. Of Reuben, Canach. From him were the families of the Canachites. From Philua, the families of the Philuaites. From Hezron, the families of the Hezronites. From Carmi, the families of the Carmites. These were the families of the Reubenites, and there were enrolled 43,730. And the son of Philua was Eliab. And the sons of Eliab, Nemuel, and Dathan, and Abiram. From him came Dathan and Abiram, who excited the parliament that revolted against Moses and Aaron in the revolt of Korah, when they rebelled against the ever-living. But the earth opened her mouth and swallowed them and Korah into death, with all those persons, to the number of 150 men who had joined them. But the son of Korah did not die. The sons of Simeon by their families were, from Namuel, the families of the Namuelites. From Jamin, the families of the Jaminites. From Jachin, the families of the Jachinites. From Zarach, the families of the Zarachites. From Shaul, the families of the Shaulites. These were the families of the Simeonites, 22,200. The sons of Gad by their families were, from Ziphon, the families of the Ziphonites. From Kaggai, the families of the Kaggites. From Shunai, the families of the Shunites. From Asni, the families of the Asnites. From Ari, the families of the Arites. From Arad, the families of the Aradites. From Arali, the families of the Aralites. These were the families of the sons of Gad. There were enrolled of them 40,500. The sons of Judah,
Ar and Onan. But Ar and Onan died in the land of Canaan. These, however, were the sons of Judah by their families. From Shelah, the families of the Shelahites. From Pheretz, the families of the Pheretzites. From Zerach, the families of the Zerachites. And there were of the sons of Pheretz, from Ketzron, the families of the Ketzronites. From Kamal, the families of the Kamalites. These were the families of Judah who were enrolled, 76,500. The sons of Issachar by their families were, from Tholah, the families of the Tholites. From Phua, the families of the Phuites. From Yashub, the families of the Yashubites. From Shimron, the families of the Shimronites. These were the families of Issachar, with an enrollment of 64,300. The sons of Zebulun by their families were, from Sored, the families of the Soredites. From Alon, the families of the Alonites. From Yachlal, the families of the Yachlalites. These were the families of the Zebulunites, with an enrollment of 60,500. The sons of Joseph by the families of Manasseh and Ephraim were, the sons of Manasseh, from Machir, the families of the Machirites. But Machir begat Gilad. From Gilad were the families of the Giladites. These were the sons of Gilad. From Aizar, the families of the Aizarites. From Kelag, the families of the Kelagites. From Asriel, the families of the Asrielites. From Shechem, the families of the Shechemites. From Shemida, the families of the Shemidaites. From Kepher, the families of the Kepherites. From Tzilophkad, the son of Kephir, there were no sons, but only daughters. And the names of the daughters of Tzilophkad were Machlah, and Noah, Kaglah, Milkar, and Thirza. These were the families of Manasseh enrolled, 52,700. These were the sons of Ephraim by their families. From Chuthlach were the families of the Chuthlachites. From Becher, the families of the Becherites. From Thachan, the families of the Thachanites. And these were the sons of Shuthlach. From Aran, the families of the Aranites. These were the families of the sons of Ephraim, by enrollment, 32,500. These were the sons of Joseph by their families. The sons of Benjamin by their families were, from Bolah, the families of the Bolites. From Ashbel, the families of the Ashbelites. From Achirm, the families of the Achirmites. From Shephapham, the families of the Shephaphamites. From Kopham, the families of the Kophamites. And there were sons of Bolah, Arad, and Naaman. From Arad, the families of the Aradites. From Naaman, the families of the Naamanites. These were the sons of Benjamin by their families, by enrollment, 45,600. These were the sons of Dan by their families. From Shuchem, the families of the Shuchemites. These were the families of Dan by their families. All the families of the Shuchemites, by enrollment, were 64,400. The sons of Asher by their families were, from Imnah, the families of the Imnites. From Ishua, the families of the Ishuites. From Beriah, the families of the Beriahites. From the sons of Beriah, from Keber, the families of the Keberites. From Malchiel, the families of the Malchielites. And the name of the daughter of Asher was Sarach. These were the families of the sons of Asher, by enrollment, 50,400. The sons of Naphtali, by their families, were, from Yaxal, the families of the Yaxalites. From Gunai, the families of the Gunites. From Itzrai, the families of the Itzrites. From Shelam, the families of the Shelamites. These were the families of Naphtali by their families, by enrollment 45,400. These were enrolled of the sons of Israel, 601,730. The ever-living afterwards spoke to Moses and said, You shall divide the country into estates for them according to the number of the names. To the more numerous you shall increase the portions, and to the lesser lessen the portions. Each according to the enrollment shall be given their possessions. You shall distribute the portions of land by lots. They shall inherit by the names of the tribes of their fathers. These also were the chiefs of Levi by their families. From Gershon the families of the Gershonites. From Kehath the families of the Kehathites. From Merari the families of the Merarites. These are the families of the Levites. The family of Libni, the family of Kabani, the family of Machlai, the family of Mushai, the family of Karakai, and Kehath begat Amram, and the name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, a descendant of Levi, who was born to Levi in Mizzer, and she bore to Amram Aaron, and Moses, and Miriam their sister. And there were born to Aaron Nadab and Abihu, and Eleazar and Ithamar. But Nadab and Abihu died in presenting strange fire in the presence of the ever-living. Their enrollment was 23,000, all males from a month old and upwards. But they were not numbered among the children of Israel, for no portion was given to them among the children of Israel. This was the census taken by Moses and Eleazar the priest, when they enumerated the sons of Israel at the fords of Moab near the torrent by Jericho. But among these there was not one who had been enrolled by Moses and Aaron the priest when they enumerated the children of Israel in the desert of Sinai, for the ever-living had said, "They should die in the desert, and there should not remain a man of them except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, and Joshua the son of Nun." Chapter 27. On one occasion the daughters of Zelophehad, the son of Kapher, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh, the son of Joseph, and the names of these girls were Machlah, Noah, and Kaglah, and Micah, and Thirzah, approached and placed themselves before Moses, and Eleazar the priest, and the princes, and all the parliament at the opening of the hall of assembly, saying, "Our father died in the desert, for he was among the confederacy who revolted against the ever-living with the associates of Korah, and he died for his sin, and he had no sons. Why should the name of our father be taken from among his family, because he had not a son? Give us an inheritance among the brothers of our father." Moses therefore presented it for decision before the ever-living, and Jehovah commanded Moses, saying, "What the daughters of Zelophehad have asked of you, grant. Give them a share to inherit amongst the brothers of their father, and assign the inheritance of their father to them. You shall also command the children of Israel that, when a man dies and has not a son, you shall assign his estate to his daughters. But if he has no daughter, you shall assign his estate to his brother. But if he has no brother, then you shall give his estate to his father, or to his next of kin of his own family, and he shall possess it. And this shall be an institution of justice which the ever-living commands to Moses." Then the ever-living said to Moses, "Ascend this hill by the fords, and survey the country which I have given to the children of Israel. When you have seen it, you shall be added to your fathers yourself, as Aaron your brother was added, because you rebelled openly in the wilderness of Sin, when the parliament rebelled, in not sanctifying me at the waters in their sight, at the waters of strife in the wilderness of Sin." And Moses replied to the ever-living and said, "Appoint a man, living God of the breath of all flesh, over the assembly, who may go out before them and come in before them, and who can lead them out and bring them back, so that the assembly of the ever-living may not be like sheep without a shepherd." The ever-living replied to Moses, "Take to yourself Joshua the son of Nun, a man who has spirit in him, and strike your hand upon him, and place him before Eleazar the priest, and before all the parliament, and appoint him in their sight. And put your majesty upon him, so that all the representatives of the children of Israel may listen to him. Thus let him stand in the presence of Eleazar the priest, who shall inquire for him by the decision of the Urim in the presence of Jehovah. At his command they shall come in, and at his command they shall go out, and all the children of Israel with him, and all their parliament." Moses therefore did as the ever-living ordered him, and took Joshua and stationed him before Eleazar the priest, and before the parliament, and struck his hand upon him, and he was appointed as the Lord commanded to Moses. Chapter 28. Then the ever-living spoke to Moses, and said, "Command the children of Israel, and say to them, You shall take care to present to me the shewbread as an acceptable offering at the proper times. Also give them this order about the offering which they are to make to the ever-living of the 2 perfect lambs of a year old daily, as a perpetual burnt offering. They shall offer 1 lamb at daybreak, and offer the 2nd in the afternoon, with the 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour mixed with 1/4 of a hin of beaten oil. Sacrifices such as were made constantly at Mount Sinai, for a delightful offering to the ever-living. With a drink offering of 1/4 of a hin for each lamb to pour as a drink offering to Jehovah. And sacrifice the 2nd lamb in the afternoon as a grateful, pleasant perfume to the ever-living. But upon the Sabbath day, 2 perfect lambs of a year old, with 2/10 of fine flour mixed with the oil and the drink offering. That shall be the burnt offering for the Sabbath, as well as the perpetual burnt offerings with their drink offerings. And on the 1st of the month you shall present as a burnt offering to the ever-living 2 bullocks from the fold, and 1 ram, with 7 perfect he-lambs of a year old, and 3/10 of fine flour mixed with oil as a food offering for a bullock. And 2/10 of fine flour mixed with oil as a food offering with a single ram, and 1/10 of an asheron of fine flour mixed with oil to 1 lamb, as a sacrifice of pleasant scent to the ever-living. And their drink offerings shall be 1/2 a hin for a bullock, and 1/3 of a hin of wine for the ram, and 1/4 of a hin of wine for a lamb. This shall be the burnt offering month by month for every month of the year, with 1 ram of the goats for a sin offering to the ever-living. It shall be offered along with the perpetual burnt offering and the drink offering. In the 1st month also, on the 14th day of the month, is the Passover of the ever-living. And on the 15th day of this month shall be a festival of 7 days, when biscuits shall be eaten. On the 1st day proclaim a holy rest. You shall do no laboring work, but present as a sweet burnt offering to the ever-living 2 bullocks from the herd, and a ram, and 7 lambs of a year old. Perfect ones shall be chosen, with a food offering of 3/10 of fine flour mixed with oil for each bullock, and 2/10 offered with the ram. A single 1/10 shall be offered with each lamb of the 7 lambs. 1 he-goat also for a sin offering to expiate for you. You shall offer these beside the sacrifice at daybreak, which is offered continually. Do the same daily for 7 days, offering bread as a sweet, delightful perfume to the ever-living. It must be offered besides the perpetual burnt offering and drink offering. Proclaim also that the 7th day shall be holy to you. You shall do no laboring work in it. And upon the day of firstfruits you shall present a bread offering from the land to the ever-living, when a holiday shall be proclaimed as a rest for you. You shall not do any laboring work in it, but present as a burnt offering delightful to the ever-living 2 bullocks from the herd, and a ram, with 7 lambs of a year old, and as a bread offering 3/10 of fine flour mixed with oil for each bullock, and 2/10 with a ram, with 1/10 of an asheron for each lamb, of the 7 lambs, and a he-goat to expiate for you. Beside perpetual sacrifices and the bread offerings you offer daily, there shall be these with their drink offerings. Chapter 29. And in the 7th month you shall proclaim the 1st of the month holy to the ever-living. You shall do no servile work. Make it your day of rejoicing to the Lord, and offer as a burnt offering delightful to the ever-living a bullock from the fold, a ram, and 7 perfect lambs of a year old. And as a bread offering 3/10 of fine flour mixed with oil for the bullock, 2/10 with the ram, and 1/10 with each one of the 7 lambs, and a ram of the goats as a sin offering to expiate for you, beside the burnt offerings of the month, and the food offerings, and the perpetual sacrifices, and their bread offerings, and drink offerings as decreed, for a pleasant scent to the ever-living. And you shall proclaim the 10th of the 7th month holy to the ever-living, when you shall lower your lives, and do no work, but offer in burnt offerings to the ever-living as a sweet perfume a bullock from the herd, a ram, 7 perfect lambs of a year old, and as a bread offering 3/10 of fine flour mixed with oil for the bullock, 2/10 for the ram, the 1/10 of an asheron for each one of the 7 lambs, with a ram of the goats as a sin offering, beside the sin offerings of expiation, and the perpetual sacrifices, and the food offerings and drink offerings. And you shall also proclaim the 15th day of the 7th month holy to you. You shall not do any laboring work in it, but feast a festival to the ever-living for 7 days. Then you shall present as a burnt offering of delightful scent to Jehovah 13 bullocks, 2 rams, 14 he-lambs for a year old. They shall be perfect, with their food offerings of 3/10 of fine flour mixed with oil to each bullock of the 13 bullocks, 2/10 to each ram of the 2 rams, and 1/10 of an asheron to each of the lambs of the 14 lambs, with a he-goat as a sin offering, beside the perpetual food offerings and drink offerings. And upon the 2nd day 12 perfect bullocks from the herd, 2 rams, 14 lambs of a year old, with bread offerings and drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs by the rule, as decreed, with a ram of the goats as a sin offering, beside the perpetual sacrifices with their bread and drink offerings. And upon the 3rd day 12 perfect bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of a year old, with bread and drink offerings with the bullocks, rams, and lambs, according to the rule decreed. And a goat for a sin offering, beside the perpetual sacrifices and their bread and drink offerings. And upon the 4th day 10 perfect bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of a year old, with bread and drink offerings according to the rule decreed, and a he-goat for a sin offering, beside the perpetual sacrifices with their bread and drink offerings. And upon the 5th day 9 perfect bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of a year old, with bread and drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to the rule decreed, and a he-goat for a sin offering, beside the perpetual sacrifices with their bread and drink offerings. And upon the 6th day 8 perfect bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of a year old, with bread and drink offerings for the bullocks, for the rams, and for the lambs, according to the rule decreed, with a he-goat for a sin offering, beside the perpetual sacrifices with their bread and drink offerings. And upon the 7th day 7 perfect bullocks, 2 rams, 14 lambs of a year old, with bread and drink offerings for the bullocks, the rams, and lambs, according to the rule decreed, and a he-goat for a sin offering, beside the perpetual sacrifices with their bread and drink offerings. And upon the 8th day you shall have a festival. You shall do no servile work, but present as a sacrifice of delightful scent to the ever-living a perfect bullock, a ram, and 7 lambs of a year old, with bread and drink offerings for the bullock, for the ram, and for the lambs, according to the rule decreed, with a he-goat for a sin offering, beside the perpetual sacrifices with their bread and drink offerings. You shall sacrifice these to the ever-living in your festival, beside your vows and freewill offerings, with your sacrifices and your bread and drink offerings, and your thank offering. Chapter 30. Moses consequently reported to the children of Israel all that the ever-living commanded to Moses. Then Moses addressed the chiefs of the tribes of the children of Israel, saying, "This is the thing that the ever-living commands. A person who vows a vow to Jehovah, or swears an oath to bind his soul, shall not repudiate his word, but perform all that has come out of his mouth. And a woman who has vowed a vow to the ever-living, but who is yet in the house of her father in her youth, when her father hears of her vow, and the bond with which she has bound her soul, and her father is silent upon it, then every vow shall stand, and every bond shall stand, with which she has bound her soul. But if her father comes to forbid her at the time he hears of any vow or bond with which she has bound her soul, it shall not stand, and Jehovah will release her, because her father forbids it. But if she has a husband, and she takes a vow upon her, or rashly utters from her lips what might bind her soul, when her husband hears of it, if he keeps silent to her at the time he hears, then the vow and bond with which she has bound her soul shall stand. But if at the time her husband hears of it, he prohibits it, then the vow which she has vowed upon herself, and the rash utterance of her lips by which she has bound her soul, shall be annulled, and the ever-living will release it. But the vow of a widow or a divorced woman, all that they bind upon their souls shall stand upon them. Yet if the mistress of a house binds a bond upon her soul with an oath, if when her husband hears of it he keeps silent to her, not forbidding it, then every vow and every bond which he has bound upon her soul shall stand. But if at the time her husband hears it he annuls them, all that came out of her lips as a vow or a bond upon her soul shall not stand. Her husband has annulled it, and the ever-living will release it. Every vow and every oath binding to afflict the soul, her husband may confirm, and her husband may annul. But if her husband keeps silent to her from day to day, then he confirms them, for he was silent to her at the time he heard. But if he annuls them after having heard of them, then he takes away any blame. These are the laws that the ever-living commanded to Moses about husband and wife, and about father and young girl in the house of her father. Chapter 31. The ever-living spoke to Moses and said, Arouse the children of Israel against the Midianites after you have enumerated your people. Moses therefore spoke to the people, saying, Select from yourselves officers for a war with the Midianites, for the Lord has ordered an advance against Midian of 1,000 from each tribe, from all the tribes of Israel, to go upon an expedition. So they massed from the tribes of Israel by 1,000 from each tribe, 12,000 chosen for the war, and Moses sent the 1,000 from each tribe to the war, with Phinehas the son of Eleazar the priest, and the sacred furniture and the gongs in his possession to encourage them. These made war against Midian as the ever-living commanded Moses, and slew every leader. They also slew the kings of Midian in the slaughter, Ar, and Rechem, and Zur, and Kur, and Rabbah, the 5 kings of Midian, and also slew Balaam the son of Beor with the sword. Then the children of Israel took possession of the women of Midian, with their children, and all the cattle, and all their property, and all their people as booty, with all the villages which they inhabited, and burnt all their furniture with fire, and carried off all the plunder and all the spoil from the field and from the person. Then they brought the captives to Moses and Eleazar the priest, and to the parliament of the children of Israel, along with the plunder and the booty, to the camp at the fords of Moab, which was beside the torrent near Jericho. Then Moses and Eleazar the priest, with all the princes of the parliament, went out to meet them outside the camp. But Moses was angry with the officers of the army, the colonels of regiments and captains of companies, who returned with the army from the war, and Moses asked them, Why have you kept the women alive? What were they to the children of Israel under the advice of Balaam? They seduced them to desert the ever-living in the affair of Peor, and they brought a pestilence upon the congregation of Jehovah. Now therefore kill every male child, and every woman who has known man sexually, kill. But let every young girl who has not known a man sexually live for yourselves. Also pitch your tents outside the camp for 7 days, all who have killed a person or been wounded in battle. You must be cleansed from defilement at the 6th day, and on the 7th day, you and your prisoners and all your clothing and every article of leather and all fabrics of hair and every article of wood shall be cleansed. Then Eleazar the priest said to the commanders of the army who came from the war, This is the constitutional law which the ever-living has commanded to Moses. All the gold and the silver, and the brass and the iron, the tin and the lead, all things which can resist fire, you shall put through the fire to purify them. But everything that is not able to endure fire shall be cleansed by passing through water, by washing in water. You shall also wash your clothes on the 7th day, and purify yourselves, and afterwards you may enter the camp. The ever-living also spoke to Moses and said, You and Eleazar and the princes of the fathers of the parliament, take an account of the booty of the prisoners, both of the men and of the cattle, and divide the booty among the captors of the brigade who brought it from the campaign, and among all their people. But take off a tax from them for the ever-living from the soldiers who actually went into battle, 1 head from 500 of the men, and of the cattle, and of the asses, and of the sheep. You shall take it from their share, and give it to Eleazar the priest as a tax for the ever-living. But from the share for the children of Israel you shall take 1 from every 50 of the men, of the cattle, and of the asses, and of the sheep, and from all the animals, and give them to the Levites who form the guard of the sanctuary of the ever-living. Moses and Eleazar therefore did as Jehovah commanded to Moses. And the prize, beside the plunder that the people plundered in the army, was of sheep 675,000, and of cattle 72,000, and of asses 61,000, and of persons, with the girls who had not known man sexually, all the human individuals were 32,000. But the half of the booty that came to the army was, from the number of sheep 337,500, and the tax of the Lord from the sheep was 675, and of cattle 36,000, and the tax to the Lord 72, and of asses 30,500, and the tax for the Lord was 61, and of human beings 16,000, and the tax for the ever-living 32 persons. And Moses gave the taxes which were the Lord's as a raised offering to Eleazar the priest, as the ever-living commanded to Moses. But the portion of the children of Israel which Moses took from the soldiers, and which was the share of the parliament, was of sheep 337,500, and of cattle 36,000, and of asses 30,500, and of human beings 16,000. Moses also took from this share of the children of Israel one from every 50, both of the men and of the beasts, and gave them to the Levites of the guard who guarded the sanctuary of the ever-living, as the Lord commanded to Moses. Then the officers of the regiments of the army, the colonels of regiments, and the captains of companies presented themselves to Moses, and said to Moses, "Your servants were promoted to be the chief commanders in the campaign which is in our hand, and not a man of us is missing. Therefore we present this gift to the ever-living, each from what he has found of articles of gold, anklets, and bracelets, seals, earrings, and beads, to expiate for our persons before the ever-living for our lives." Moses and Eleazar the priest, therefore, accepted from them all these articles made of gold. And the weight of the gold presented to the ever-living by the colonels of the regiments and the captains of companies was 16,750 shekels, for the commanders in the army had each plundered for themselves. So Moses and Eleazar the priest accepted the gold from the commanders of regiments and companies, and brought it into the hall of assembly, as a remembrance from the children of Israel, before Jehovah. The end of chapters 26 through 31 of the Book of Numbers. Recording by Mark Penfold. Chapters 32 through 36 of the Book of Numbers, from the Holy Bible in Modern English. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Mark Penfold. The Holy Bible in Modern English, translated by Ferrar Fenton. The Book of Numbers, chapters 32 through 36. Chapter 32. But the number of cattle belonging to the sons of Reuben and the sons of Gad was very numerous, and they saw that the district of Yazer and the district of Gilad were places for cattle. So the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben came to Moses and Eleazar the priest and the princes of the parliament to say, "Ataroth and Diban and Nimrah and Keshbon and Alela and Shibma and Nebo and Ban, the country that the ever-living has conquered before the commonwealth of Israel, is a place for cattle, and your servants possess cattle. And," they continued, "if then your servants have found favor in your eyes, give this district to your servants to possess, and we will not pass over the Jordan." But Moses said to the sons of Gad and to the sons of Reuben, "Your brothers are going over the Jordan, and would you stay here? Why should you discourage the hearts of the children of Israel from passing to the country which the ever-living has given to them? Your fathers did the same when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to survey the country, when they proceeded to the brook of Ashkal, and examined the country, and discouraged the hearts of the children of Israel, so that they would not go to the land which the ever-living had given them. And the anger of Jehovah burnt at that time, and he declared, saying, The men who come up out of the Mitzrayim from 20 years old and upwards shall not see the country which I promised to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, for they are not sincerely following me, except Caleb the son of Jephunneh, the Kenizzite, and Joshua the son of Nun, who sincerely followed the ever-living. The anger of Jehovah consequently burnt against Israel, and they wandered 40 years in the wilderness, until all that generation who had done wrong in the sight of the ever-living had died. And now you arise in the place of your fathers to continue the burning anger of the Lord against Israel, for you are turning back from him, and will cause him to retain them in the wilderness and consume all this people. But they pressed upon him and said, We will build folds to guard our sheep and cities for our children, but we ourselves are ready for action, and will advance ardently before the children of Israel to their districts wherever they may go. But our children can rest in the fortified towns, guarded from the inhabitants of the country. We will not return to our homes until the children of Israel have each been put into possession of his estate. And we will not inherit over the Jordan, nor westward, but our possessions shall be to the west of the fords of the Jordan. Then Moses replied to them, If you will do this, if you will be ready for action before the ever-living in the war, and pass fully armed over the Jordan before the ever-living until his enemies are driven from before him, then, when the country is subdued to Jehovah, you may return. And this district shall be given you from the ever-living and from Israel, and this country shall be yours to possess it in the presence of the Lord. But if you will not do so, then you will sin against the ever-living, and you know the punishment for sin that will meet you. You can build towns for your children, and folds for your flocks, and return when you have done so. The sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben replied to Moses, saying, Your servants will do as our Lord commands. Our children, wives, and cattle shall be here in the cities of Gilead, but your servants will pass over fully equipped for war with the army of the ever-living, as your lordship has said. Then Moses convoked Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, and the chief fathers of the tribes of the children of Israel. And Moses said to them, If the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben pass over the Jordan fully equipped for the war of the ever-living, and subdue the country before you, then you shall give them the land of Gilead for a possession. But if they do not go over ready for action, then they shall only inherit in the land of Canaan. The sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben answered, saying, Your servants will do what the ever-living has said. We will pass over fully equipped before the ever-living to the land of Canaan, and we will possess our inheritance on this side of the Jordan. So Moses gave to the sons of Gad and the sons of Reuben and the half-tribe of Manasseh the son of Joseph the kingdoms of Sihon, king of the Amorites, and the kingdoms of Og, king of Bashan, the land and its towns, with the surrounding country of the villages. So the sons of Gad built Dibon, and Ataroth, and Arar, and Ataroth-Shuphan, and Jazer, and Igbakah, and Beth-Minrah, and Beth-Horon, fortified towns, with folds for sheep. And the sons of Reuben built Keshbon, and Elalah, Kiriathaim, and Athbano, and Athbaal-Meon, changing its name, and Sibmah, and they called Bethmoth, Shemoth. These were the towns they built. Then the sons of Machir, the son of Manasseh, marched to Gilead, and captured it, and drove out the Amorites who were in it. So Moses gave Gilead to Machir, the descendant of Manasseh, and he occupied it. Then Yair, the son of Manasseh, marched and captured some forts, and called them the forts of Yair. Then Nobach marched and captured Kaneth, and its villages, and named it Nobach, after his own name. Chapter 33. These are the marches of the children of Israel who came under the direction of Moses and Aaron from the land of the Mitzrayim by their armies. For Moses registered their advance by marches, by instructions from the ever-living, and these are the marches they advanced by. They marched first from Ramesses in the first month, upon the 15th day of the first month. After the morning of the Passover, the children of Israel advanced with a high hand in the sight of all Mitzrayim, whilst the Mitzrites were burying those whom Jehovah had killed among them, all their firstborn. And Jehovah also executed justice upon their gods. So the children of Israel marched from Ramesses, and pitched their tents at Skuth. Then they marched from Skuth, and pitched at Atham, which is on the border of the desert. Then they marched from Atham, and pitched and occupied the mouth of Hakaroth, which is opposite Bel-Zephon, and pitched before the fortress. Then they marched from Hachiroth, and passed over through the sea to the desert, and advanced in that direction 3 days to the desert of Atham, and pitched at Marah. Then they marched from Marah, and came to Elam. And there were at Elam 12 springs of water, and 70 palm trees, so they pitched there. Then they returned from Elam, and pitched at the sea of Suf. Then they marched from the sea of Suf, and pitched in the desert of Zin. Then they marched from the desert of Zin, and pitched at Dophakah. Then they marched from Dophakah, and pitched in Alush. Then they marched from Alush, and pitched in Rephidim, but there was no water there for the people to drink. Then they marched from Rephidim, and pitched in the desert of Sinai. Then they marched from the desert of Sinai, and pitched in Kibroth Hathava. Then they marched from Kibroth Hathava, and pitched in Katzeroth. Then they marched from Katzeroth, and pitched in Rithma. Then they marched from Rithma, and pitched in Rimmon Farts. Then they marched from Rimmon Farts, and pitched in Libnah. Then they marched from Libnah, and pitched in Risa. Then they marched from Risa, and pitched in Calatha. Then they marched from Calatha, and pitched at Mount Shafir. Then they marched from Mount Shafir, and pitched in Karada. Then they marched from Karada, and pitched in Makloth. Then they marched from Makloth, and pitched in Thakath. Then they marched from Thakath, and pitched in Tharak. Then they marched from Tharak, and pitched in Mithaka. Then they marched from Mithaka, and pitched in Kashmona. Then they marched from Kashmona, and pitched in Moseroth. Then they marched from Moseroth, and pitched in among the Beni Yakan. Then they marched from the Beni Yakan, and pitched in the vale of Gadgad. Then they marched from the vale of Gadgad, and encamped in Yatbatha. Then they marched from Yatbatha, and encamped in Abarona. Then they marched from Abarona, and encamped in Adzin Gaber. Then they marched from Adzin Gaber, and encamped in the desert of Sin. Then they marched from Kadesh, and encamped at the Peak Hill, on the borders of the land of Moab, and Aaron the priest ascended the Peak Hill by the order of the ever-living, and died there, in the 40th year from the coming of the children of Israel out of Mitzar, on the 1st of the 5th month. And Aaron was 123 years old at his death on the Peak Hill. When the Canaanite king of Arad heard that the children of Israel were advancing by the south country, he occupied the Peak Hill. So they marched from the Peak Hill, and encamped at Salmona. Then they marched from Salmona, and encamped at Phonan. Then they marched from Phonan, and encamped at Aboth. Then they marched from Aboth, and encamped at Avi, at the passes, on the border of Moab. Then they marched from Avi, and encamped at Dibon Gad. Then they marched from Dibon Gad, and encamped at Almon. Then they marched from Almon by Diblathim, and encamped at the hills of the passes, opposite to Nebo. Then they marched from the hills of the passes, and encamped at the fords of Moab on the Jordan. Then they extended along the Jordan from Beth Yeshimoth to the Acacia meadows, upon the fords of Moab. There the ever-living spoke to Moses at the fords of Moab, opposite Jericho, commanding, "Speak to the children of Israel, and say to them, Now you are about to pass over the Jordan to the land of Canaan. You shall drive out all the possessors of that country before you, and destroy them and their towers, and destroy all those bronze idols, and destroy all their high places, and seize the country. For I have given the land to you to possess, but you shall divide the land by lots to your families. To the large you shall increase the portions, and to the small you shall lessen the portions. Whatever lot falls to any one shall be his, and apportioned to him in the tribe of his fathers. But if you do not drive out the inhabitants of the land who occupy it, the remainder of them will be pricks in your eyes, and thorns in your sides, and a torment to you in the land where you reside. And I will do to you as I intended to do to them." Chapter 34. The ever-living also spoke to Moses to say, "Command the children of Israel, and say to them, Now you are come to the land of Canaan, the land which has fallen to you to inherit, the land of Canaan with her surroundings. And they shall be yours on the south side from the wilderness of Tsin on the borders of Edom. These are your borders south. From the end of the salt sea eastward, and along from there your boundary towards the south shall be from the ascent of Akrabim and across to Tsin, then turn up from the south to Kadesh Barnea, and proceed to the castle of Adar, and pass over to Atzinar. Then the boundary turning from Atzmon towards the river of Mitzer shall proceed to the west, and your boundary shall be the sea, the great sea. That shall be your boundary on the west. And this shall be your boundary on the north. You shall mark out from the great sea at the hill of hills. From the hill of hills you shall mark out to the pass of Kamaph, and take a line to the borders of Tzada. Thence your northern boundary shall start and proceed to Katsar Einan. That shall be your border to the north. Then you shall mark your eastern boundary from Katsar Einan to Shaphna, and the frontier shall run from Shaphna with Riblah on the east to Ayin, where the line shall descend and extend to the eastern shoulder of the lake of Kinneroth. Thence the frontier shall run by the Jordan and extend to the salt sea. This shall be your country with its surrounding bounds. Therefore Moses commanded the children of Israel, saying, This is the country which you shall divide by lot, which the ever-living has commanded to give to the 9½ tribes, because the tribe of Reuben have taken for their ancestors' house, and the tribe of the sons of Gad for their ancestors' house, with the house of Ephraim and the half-tribe of Manasseh have taken their share. These 2 tribes and the half-tribe have taken their shares before the Jordan, opposite Jericho. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, These 2 men shall divide the land for you, Eleazar the priest, and Joshua the son of Nun, with 1 prince from each of the tribes who shall superintend the division of the land. And these are the names of the men. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb the son of Jephunneh. From the tribe of the sons of Simeon, Shamuel the son of Ammihud. From the tribe of Benjamin, Alidad the son of Kislon. From the tribe of the sons of Dan, Prince Bukai the son of Iglai. From the sons of Joseph, from the tribe of the sons of Manasseh, Prince Kanial the son of Ephod. From the tribe of the sons of Ephraim, Prince Kamual the son of Shiftan. From the tribe of the sons of Zebulun, Prince Elazaphan the son of Padnak. From the tribe of the sons of Issachar, Prince Phaltiel the son of Azan. From the tribe of the sons of Asher, Achihud the son of Shalmai. From the tribe of the sons of Naphtali, Prince Phinehas the son of Ammihud. The ever-living commands these to divide the land of Canaan to the children of Israel. Chapter 35. The ever-living spoke to Moses at the fords of Moab by the Jordan opposite Jericho, saying, Command the children of Israel that they must give to the Levites as a heritable portion towns for residence, with pastures around those towns for the Levites. And the towns shall be for their residence, and the pastures for their cattle and their animals. The pastures which you are to give to the Levites outside the walls of the towns shall be a space of 2,000 cubits. You shall thus measure from the outside wall of the towns, on the eastern side, 2,000 cubits, and on the south side 2,000 cubits, and on the west side 2,000 cubits, and on the north side 2,000 cubits, with the town in the center. These shall be the pasture lands of those towns. You shall also assign to the Levites these towns, 6 cities of refuge to be provided for manslayers, and beside them provide 42 cities, a total of 48. All these towns shall be assigned to the Levites, being for them and their pasturage. But the towns that you assign from the children of Israel shall be according to their numbers, large, and according to their fewness, small. Each according to the extent of the district which they inherit shall give towns to the Levites. According to their shares, they shall assign equivalent towns to the Levites. The ever-living also spoke to Moses, commanding, Speak to the children of Israel and say to them, You are now about to pass over the Jordan to the land of Canaan. Therefore appoint for yourselves cities of refuge, that manslayers, who have cut off a life by accident, may fly to them. And they shall be your cities of refuge from the avenger, so that the fugitive may not be killed, until he has stood in the presence of a jury for trial. Therefore shall you appoint 6 cities of refuge for yourselves. You shall appoint 3 of the cities on this side the Jordan, and 3 cities in the land of Canaan, to be cities of refuge for the children of Israel and for foreigners residing among you. These 3 cities shall be cities of refuge for everyone who has cut off a life by accident. Thus if he strikes any with an instrument of iron, and he dies, he is a manslayer. The manslayer would be killed. Or if he throws a stone which wounds mortally, and the wounded dies, he is a manslayer. The manslayer would be killed. Or strikes with an instrument of wood a deadly blow, and the wounded dies from it, he is a manslayer. The manslayer would be killed. The avenger would kill the wounder. He would kill the wounder when found, would kill him. But if from hatred he stabs or shoots at one from a hiding place, and kills, or from hatred strikes with his hand and kills, he shall be killed who has struck the wound. The avenger of blood shall kill the wounder when he finds him. But if undesignedly, not from enmity, one stabs or shoots another with any instrument, not treacherously, or kills with a stone, not having seen, or it falls upon a person who dies, whom he did not hate and did not seek to injure, then the jury shall judge between the accused and the avenger according to these rules, and the jury shall deliver the accused from the hand of the avenger. But the jury shall assign him to the city of refuge to which he shall go, and stay there until the death of the high priest, who has been consecrated with the oil of consecration. But if the manslayer goes beyond the boundaries of the city of refuge to which he has fled, and the avenger of blood meets him outside the bounds of the city of refuge, then the avenger of blood may kill the slayer, without blood being upon himself. For he ought to have remained in the city of refuge until the death of the high priest. But after the death of the high priest, the manslayer may reside in his own district. These shall be constitutional laws to your descendants in all your residences. Whoever cuts off a life, the slayer shall be slain on the evidence of 2 witnesses, but upon the evidence of 1 you shall not condemn a person to death. And you shall not take any ransom for a life. The manslayer who mortally injures shall die a death. You shall also not accept a ransom from the refugee to a city of refuge, to return to rest in the country until the death of the priest, so that you may not corrupt the land you reside in. For blood pollutes the land, and the land will not cover the blood that is shed upon it, for the life is in the blood. Consequently you shall not defile the land you dwell in, amidst which I encamp, for I, the ever-living, encamp in the midst of the children of Israel. Chapter 36. The ancestral chiefs of the family of the sons of Gilad, the son of Machir, the son of Manasseh of the family of the son of Joseph, came before Moses and the presence of the princes, the ancestral chiefs of the children of Israel, and said, The ever-living commanded our prince to apportion the land by lot to the children of Israel, and the prince was commanded by the ever-living to give the share of Zelophehad, our brother, to his daughters. But they may take any one of the sons of the tribes of Israel for a husband, and carry away their shares from the shares of our families, and thus lessen the portions of the tribe to which they belong, and take away from our allotted share. And when the Jubilee comes to the children of Israel, then that portion will be added to the portion of the tribe to which they have gone, and the share of the tribe of their fathers will lose their shares. Consequently Moses commanded the children of Israel by instruction from the ever-living, saying, The argument of the sons of the tribe of Joseph is fair. This is the order of the ever-living to the daughters of Zelophehad. They may decide to be wives to anyone who is good in their eyes, but their husband shall be only from a family of their father's tribe, so that the portions of the children of Israel may not be removed from tribe to tribe. For all the portions of the ancestral houses of the children of Israel shall be kept together. Therefore any daughter inheriting an estate in any of the tribes of the children of Israel shall become the wife of one from her father's tribe, so that the children of Israel may each inherit the share of his father. For no estate shall change from tribe to tribe. After each portion has been allotted, it shall be kept in the same tribe of the children of Israel. The daughters of Zelophehad accordingly did as the ever-living commanded to Moses. And the daughters of Zelophehad, Machlah, Tirzah, Kaglah, and Milcah, and Noah, were given as wives to the sons of their uncles, of the family of the sons of Manasseh, the son of Joseph. They were their wives. Thus their portions remained in the tribe of Manasseh their father. These were the commands and the institutions which the ever-living ordained through the medium of Moses to the children of Israel at the fords of Moab by the Jordan beyond Jericho. The end of chapters 32 through 36, and the end of the book of Numbers. Recording by Mark Penfold.